Chapter 1 Can you believe it? A public sowdown with my future remother in la what a blind date. In the sweltering heat of July, the soon blazed down in the parched earth, sending ripples of heat into the air. The streets of Chongning town bustled with life as merchants and tollers set up stalls, their calls echoing relentlessly. Crisp pears, delightfully sweet and large pears. A little girl selling pears shouted with vigor, her voix farmerine chanting on spiriteth and the girls from the nearby hair salon. Qin Chuan emerged from the police station next to the town government, shielding himself from Themersila Sunesha navigate a throat hatron soft people to the like of in town, red romance. Today marked a day significant occasion. His distant aunt was determined to introduce him to a potential girlfriend upon hearing of his recent heartbreak. In her words, the best way to move on from one romantic entanglement was to step into another. Qin Chuan found himself at a loss for words, yet they couldn't help but think that their statement carried a certain philosophical weight. Not only wasted a festive day, but titles held personal significance had been reborn, or other, transported through time. A heavy dump truck had returned them from the year 2030, 20 years later, back to 2010, at the very moment he began his career. It was difficult to determine if these ways indeed are a birth or at a met travel, as the name of his country had changed. His homeland was now known as Dragon Country, though most faces remain familiar he recognized most people, and the novice village Huazin was still Chongning town police station. Upon entering the caf, Fedelan handsome Qin Chuan instantly caught heat and Shanafa very own present. Chongning was more a small town, remote and understated, mustafti local member rethuathard marks off time, while men young men had arcan rugged appearance. A figure like Qin Chuan fair-skinned, tall, and strikingly good-looking ways exceeding rare. Has surveyed her patrons since I day in 2010, those the affluent and not to afford it to Nayu and Cup of coffee were undoubtedly respectable, ambitious locals. Activate thy sin, Qin Chuan insolently commanded. In an instant, a crimson shimmer flickered in his eyes, and simultaneously a series of information appeared above the heads of Takeoff's patrons. Liang Guodong, sin value 1, stole a kickin from Miss Neighbor 15. Lu Xiaogua, sin value 0. Zhang Miaomio, sin value 2, Hayden abortion 3 years spreer. In this new life, Qin Chuan possessed a system, and a starter pack included Thiosin, which when activated, allowed him to discern right from wrong and to identify the good and the wicked. However, the Thiosin could not remain active indefinitely, as it would drain a significant amount of his energy. This remarkable ability was merely the first of manner words from the system. He could accumulate merits be apprehending criminals, and for every 100 merits, he could spine wheel for words. In his last life, Qin Chuan's career as a police officer had not been smooth. To uncover his father's whereabouts, he had enrolled in the police academy, only to enter a marine for Sirinar Moda village after graduating at the top of his class. After spending 8 Kadith Chongning town police station, he was ultimately dismissed from duty and ended up serving a 10-year prison sentence. On the day of his release, he was run over by a reckless dump truck. Who had been scheming against them? In his past life, he had been unable to uncover the truth, but with the system's assistance aid his new existence, he was eager to see how older stand in his way. In this life, how about the Teveryon would notice him? Wherever had her head, Ike would be taught a soon worry overhead, illuminating Galen leaving sin nowhere to hide. What was that saying? A heaven a shared fit with evil, it will not coexist with gambling and drugs. Suppressing the tumultuous motions surging within him, Qin Chuan strode toward table number 3, where the date had been arranged. Zhang Jinlian had already spotted Qin Chuan upon his entrance, instantly captivated by his appearance. If his economic standing was decent as well, he might just be a blem match for her daughter. They had already exchanged photos, and Qin Chuan had recognized her. However, the girl his distant aunt had mentioned she was a bit plump, deemed prosperous for marriage, but certainly not 100 pounds. Qin, come sit, Beckenethaman, wo appeared to bane Herfordies, her skin and figure alluring, her features radiating beauty that applied fine and still possessing charm. Themer wave of air hand and thegla muro for smiley undoubted like amita persovna less than 300 yuan. Hello, auntie, Qin Chuan greeted, realizing she was the girl's mother, and if this day to Arito succeed, she would become his future mother-in-law. To be honest, in terms of flukes, the mother-in-law significantly outchinity daughter. Ariuchin, Yorancha mention Idaiori exception light alentadai was skeptical, beauty war farmer handsometh in your photos. Fever pleasant Qin Chuan responded Ashaseta across from her. Auntie, let's note beat around bush imquitetek and with the hour since appearance, so let's discuss other matters. Toth point, let's begin the hour conditions what car do you drive, what kind of house do you, how much savings do you possess? The charming, captivating Gaunt inquired earnestly dragging along her 1,200-pound daughter, her eyebrows raised with anticipation. Finalities, Qin Chuan thought to himself, in a blind date, isn't it slightly unorthodox to inquire about wealth instead of focusing on looks? He struggled to hold back the urge to just the Tiskar ways a top-tier model that Hishasu was a secluded, modest masterpiece. It's semi conditions serequita satisfactory a travel in luxury vehicle less worth millions, and my familianza property will be arriver, thoughtful they fallen on hard times and my saving shavid win led somewhat. Qin Chuan never told Lisa the luxurious subway Harodi Veride ways indeed worth millions, and Hun never arrived late. His ancestral home in Wang Jiago village might not be large, but it did indeed sit by a brook, flanked by green hills. His grandfather had recounted tales of a scholar ancestor, but now they were remerly struggling with the debt of 7,1230.91 and day Tysons, which spoke to their family's downturn. Upon hearing this, Theon's face brightened, Harry adjourn apparently, what brand desio your and what district Tajir Hussein? To be honest, Qin Chuan repletely iridefesibwe line 1 at a time, and Theosius the second on enthuist say of Wang Jiago village. The ant blinked in disbelief. Ariosirius, ariwamusin yourself at expense. Girl, let's go. Fafit was this first experiency of disdain for lacking wealth. Qin Chuan felt a ton for Talither walk away just like that. Ma'am, wouldn't it be bid let Tedo leave now? Shella federagatorily what do you think? Just because the Oriacop doest that make you a semyon of importance, you think you can intimidate me into staying? Thinking that being a police officer could ail some advantage should lead into a startling relation you was to stop hopper. Qin Chuan shukish that wasn't these intention has stepped forward and, without warning, execute a quick maneuver sending Themotharin Laudum blinked to the ground. Zhang Jinlian, hands on your head, you are under arrest. Through Theosin, he observed Zhang Jinlian, sin value 49 involved in organizing Gondek seeking 3 instant soft tile trafficking. Help, help, feetuply don't shriek it like he a slaughter red pig innocent police officer caught in dating disaster, arresting people, someone help. The patron sipping coffee turned high retention totable 3. Wasn't this supposed Toba blind date, how had it escalated to an arrest within mere moments? Yet, a Siskaman, people were reluctant to involve the themselves, especially in matters concerning the police, although some might not regard thiefers as significant figures, they were renonithless still representatives of law enforcement. Realizing Nunu was coming to help, the anti-Aladdin frustration let me make me self-clear, am not Samionio Kania Silitakedown, the head of the counter security miss me second cousin. Uderiristum, ilma kejurio regredit. Chapter 2 Should we acknowledge such great merits, is the chief of security the elder cousin, human trafficking, 3 cases at that. Don't even think that just because your cousin is the chief of security, he can escape justice, he could be the emperor himself, and he would still have to face imprisonment. Mom, don't take my mom away. Surprisingly, at this critical moment, the little girl, nicknamed Little Cotton Jacket, stood her ground before her mother, shielding her from Qin Chuan. Although the man was undeniably handsome, she had already taken a liking to him from his photograph, she could not condone any harm to her mother. Qin Chuan did not resort to force, recognizing that the girl herself was a victim of Zhang Jinlian, the first child abducted 20 years ago, was indeed this girl that he took out his phone and called the station chief, waiting for backup at the CAF. 10 minutes later, Wang Shuebing rushed into the Red Romantic, panting heavily, Chief Wang, this is the person I reported to you over the phone. 3 years ago, a boy went missing from Wangjiagu village, and she is the one who took him. You re-slandering me, help, the police are assaulting me. Wang Shuebing glanced at the woman on the ground, then turned to Qin Chuan with a frown, are you sure? Absolutely, the child is the one who went missing from our village. Someone witnessed the abduction, the perpetrator had a distinctive red birthmark on the back of their hand. Chief, take a look. Of course, Qin Chuan's claim was fabricated, but he could not disclose that the system had informed him. Wang Shuebing scrutinized Qin Chuan closely. This young man, although he had been sent to the rural police station due to a previous offense, Wang had observed him diligently studying and not succumbing to despair. Since Qin Chuan was confident, it must be reliable, take her back to the station. Chief, I have never interrogated a suspect before since I captured her, may I be the lead interrogator? Qin Chuan proactively requested before Wang Shuebing could arrange the preliminary examination, and given that Zhang Jinlian's arrest was entirely due to Qin Chuan's reliance on his evil eye, the case necessitated solid evidence. If the suspect stubbornly denied her crimes, they might end up with nothing. However, with Qin Chuan conducting the interrogation, things would be different, as he had an advantage. Wang Shuebing had no objections. The Longning police station was remote, with only 6 official officers. Today, 2 were off due to a night shift, leaving just 4.1 was attending a meeting in the town, so only 3, including himself, were available for interrogation. Alright, turn on the recording, let us preserve the evidence, rest assured, I will adhere strictly to the protocol. Interrogation room, while referred to as an interrogation room, it was merely an office, with a suspect handcuffed to a radiator, unable to stand or sit, forced to squat. Procedures must be followed, but the approach could be adjusted. Thus, Qin Chuan lit a cigarette and turned off the camera. What are you doing? Zhang Jinlian's face went pale as she watched him switch off the recording device. You are a police officer, you can't. PFF, Qin Chuan chuckled. Auntie, what are you thinking? 3 cases of abduction. Shall we start from the first? What abduction? You re-slandering me. I have never committed a crime. Never committed a crime. What about Duan Laosan from Jianxi village? You wouldn't forget him, would you? Or Zhang Mozi from the neighboring county? You don't remember him either, and your daughter, the baby girl who went missing in Chenjiagu 20 years ago, her biological parents are still alive. Shall we arrange for a paternity test? You, Zhang Jinlian looked at Qin Chuan as if she had seen a ghost. How did this officer know about these things? Qin Chuan would not disclose that the evil eye had clearly laid out the woman's crimes before him. What he was doing now was merely to legalize the evidence. Zhang Jinlian, I do have evidence against you, but since you are acquainted with my second aunt, I will overlook it for her sake. If you confess, I'll consider it an act of honesty. With that, Qin Chuan stood up and turned the camera back on, resuming his seat at the table. What is your name? 30 minutes later, Qin Chuan handed a thick notebook filled with records to Wang Shuebing. Finished, completed, she has abducted 3 children in total, the earliest being the baby girl from Chenjiagu who went missing 20 years ago. She is now her daughter. Ding, congratulations, host, you have apprehended 1 suspect in a child trafficking case, reward of 49 points of moral value. The system's rewards in moral value were equivalent to the criminal's evil value. Wang Shuebing had been a police officer for over 20 years and was well aware of the challenges in handling such cases. Most abduction cases were difficult to prosecute due to the lengthy time span and the challenge of securing concrete evidence. Unless the suspect willingly confessed or there was surveillance footage of the crime, it was often hard to reach a conclusion. Wang Shuebing had little hope for Qin Chuan's interrogation, yet within just 30 minutes, Qin Chuan managed to elicit a full confession detailing the entire crime, from the time of abduction to the location where the children were sold, along with the amounts received for each child. Little Qin, you didn't use any tricks, did you? Qin Chuan grinned. Chief Wang, I'm a police officer, how could I break the law? Rest assured, you need not fear that I would use any heavy-handed tactics. Nothing happened, she was simply moved and confessed on her own. With the confession secured, the case was not yet complete, the missing children needed to be found, and DNA tests had to be conducted. Only when everything was settled could the case be forwarded to the prosecutor's office. In 2010, the Longningtown police station possessed only a single outdated Santana police vehicle. Chief Wang waved his hand, approving Qin Chuan to use it for now. Little Qin, you're impressive, you managed to catch a trafficker during a blind date. Zhang Jun, the deputy chief, in his 30s, was a vital asset to the Longningtown police station. Given its remote location and small population, the station had only 6 personnel, Chief Wang Shuebing, Deputy Chief Zhang Jun, and no instructor among the remaining 4 officers. One was a female household registration officer named Zhang Xiaojun, responsible for internal affairs. The other 3, including Qin Chuan, had no specific divisions in their duties, handling everything from public order to case handling and cybersecurity, all thanks to Chief Wang's adept leadership. Although Qin Chuan appeared to have just joined the station, in his previous life, he had collaborated with several colleagues for years, well acquainted with each individual's preferences. Zhang Jun was a decent person, a veteran soldier with a penchant for fishing. Chief Wang enjoyed smoking, and the remaining 3 officers included the unmarried Zhang Xiaojun, who was under 30 and loved gardening, Hu Jiangwo, nearing retirement and fond of tea, and Sun Bingquan, 28 and unmarried, who had a crush on Zhang Xiaojun. You lad, smooth-tongued as ever, drive safely. Qin Chuan's apprehension of a trafficker excited everyone, as it was rare for a rural police station to encounter such significant cases. Naturally, even if they did, resolving them would be a challenge. Chief Wang assigned the most experienced Hu Jiangwo to accompany Qin Chuan on the mission. Although nearing retirement, old Hu was diligent. He had been on duty yesterday and was supposed to rest today, but one call from Wang Shuebing summoned him back. As they left the police station, Qin Chuan drove the familiar yet somewhat foreign Santana, gazing at the surrounding scenery that felt both familiar and distant, momentarily lost in thought. Had he truly been reborn? Kid, pay attention while driving, I'd like to live a few more years. Snapping back to reality, Qin Chuan smiled. Don't worry, old Hu, you'll surely live a long life. In his previous life, while serving his sentence, old Hu had visited him, still healthy at 70-odd even after his death. Old Hu had remained alive. Suddenly, Qin Chuan slammed on the brakes. Just said to be careful. At that moment, Qin Chuan had no mind to heed old Hu's complaints. He had casually activated the evil eye, and a small, plump boy ahead of them suddenly displayed a stream of crimson information on his forehead. Zhao Sihu, evil value 62, had robbed and killed a pedestrian in Haizhou City 7 days prior. What the hell? This person was actually a suspect in the reported robbery and murder case in the neighboring city? Chapter 3. On the street, handing over a wanted criminal. The portly figure also noticed the police car nearby, his gaze evasive as he quickened his pace to flee. Qin Chuan withdrew his stare and his mind raced. What to do? The robber-murderer was right before him. Should he apprehend him or not? The bulletin board at the station displayed the suspect's wanted notice, though the photograph showed him wearing a cap, captured from an angle that obscured his features. In a previous life, this individual had also been captured in Changningtown, but it was not the local police who apprehended him, rather, it was the criminal investigation team from Haizhou City. Although Qin Chuan had not participated in that operation, he later learned that the suspect was exceedingly vicious, and during the capture, a detective had lost his life, the heart was pierced and could not be saved. If he chose to arrest this man, Qin Chuan was acutely aware of his own limitations. Despite graduating top of his class from the police academy, he had never experienced real combat. His 10 years of prior police experience had only involved apprehending petty thieves and engaging in brawls, skills that paled in comparison to those learned during his time in prison. Moreover, the suspect was a ruthless robber-murderer. Just 7 days prior, during a robbery, he had stabbed a victim over 30 times because the victim refused to relinquish their bag. One must never underestimate a murderer's capacity for violence when confronted with arrest. The police act to uphold the law, while the criminal fights for survival. However, if he chose not to act, he was a police officer. To ignore a robber-murderer was beyond Qin Chuan's conscience. Yes, he could report it and submit the information to I. In doing so, he would shoulder no risk while still garnering some credit, yet, that credit paled in comparison to the glory of single-handedly capturing the suspect. Qin Chuan gritted his teeth. Damn it, in his previous life, he not only failed to uncover the reason behind his father's disappearance but also found himself in prison for a decade. If he were to live again and still act timidly, what difference would there be from being a washed-up fish? He would take action, but he could not act recklessly. Although old Hu had spent his entire life in law enforcement, most of his time was spent in Changningtown, and he was not particularly skilled. Now in his 50s, he could offer no assistance. Qin Chuan could not jeopardize old Hu's safety for the sake of personal accolades. Furthermore, having abruptly slammed the brakes had already raised the suspect's suspicions. He could not act impulsively, he needed to outsmart the criminal. With this thought, Qin Chuan turned the car around and rolled down the window. Fishmonger, I'll take 2 catfish. After saying that, he exited the car and swiftly approached the fish stall. He did not forget to greet old Hu. Old Hu, wait for me, I'll bring back 2 fish. At that moment, Zhao Siha happened to be to Qin Chuan's left, already on high alert. Qin Chuan could almost feel the tension in the suspect's taut muscles. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan bypassed him and crouched at the fish stall. Boss, how much for the catfish? 28 a pound, fresh from the North River. Want 2? Sure, and 3 pounds of loach too. All right. You're not shortchanging me, are you? The stall owner deftly grabbed the fish and weighed them, grinning widely to reveal a mouthful of yellowed teeth. You can eat my fish, but if I short you, I'll be the one getting smashed. Seeing Qin Chuan genuinely purchasing fish, Zhao Sihu finally relaxed a little, stopping in his tracks as he walked past. At this moment, Qin Chuan had completed his transaction, and the fish vendor handed the fish to him. Take care. Suddenly, before the vendor could finish his sentence, Qin Chuan swiftly smashed the fish onto the portly figure beside him. Simultaneously, he seized a rusted steel pipe from beside the stall and swung it towards Zhao Sihu. Qin Chuan's move was both unexpected and executed with great speed. However, he evidently underestimated the vigilance of a robber murderer towards the police. As the fish and water splattered over his head, Zhao Sihu swiftly drew a sharp knife from his waistband, instantly wielding it with deadly precision. Clang! The steel pipe collided with the knife, causing the surrounding crowd to scatter in terror. The water on Zhao Sihu's face washed away, restoring some of his vision. No, Qin Chuan realized that if he did not take decisive action immediately, once Zhao Sihu regained full sight, the situation would become considerably more challenging. By then, not only would he miss the opportunity to capture the suspect, but if he harmed innocent bystanders, he would be in deep trouble. Damn it, it was now or never. With that thought, Qin Chuan threw the steel pipe aside and, seizing the moment when Zhao Sihu's defenses were momentarily down, lunged at him with his left hand. He pinned the suspect's knife-wielding right hand down, while his right fist crashed down upon Zhao Sihu's head. He shouted, "Old Hu, wanted criminal, this man is a wanted criminal." Old Hu, who had sensed something was amiss the moment Qin Chuan moved, quickly exited the car. Before he could reach them, he saw Qin Chuan tackle the suspect and shout, "Wanted criminal." Thud. Experience speaks volumes. Despite Old Hu's age, his kick was precise and forceful. Zhao Sihu, struggling desperately, turned a sickly shade of purple, gasping for breath as Qin Chuan took the opportunity to twist both of his arms. In one fluid motion, he slapped on the handcuffs, breathing heavily. Qin Chuan finally sensed the fatigue in his limbs, feeling almost numb as he slumped to the side. "Xiao Qin, which wanted criminal is this?" Zhao Sihu from the 618 robbery case in Chengguan County. Huff. Only then did Old Song recall the wanted photo displayed on the station's bulletin board. Yet this rotund figure did not quite match the description. Just as Old Hu was about to pull Zhao Sihu up to question him further, his gaze caught sight of a pool of blood beneath Qin Chuan. "Damn! Xiao Qin, are you hurt?" Hearing Old Hu's voice, Qin Chuan finally registered the pain, raising his hands to discover a deep cut on his right arm, blood flowing profusely. Looking down at his stomach, thank goodness, it was unharmed. "Just a scratch on my arm. I'll live." 10 minutes later, Wang Shuebing arrived at the scene with several auxiliary officers from the station. Zhang Jun remained behind to watch the house, as they could not afford to send everyone out while a human trafficker was still in custody. "Wang, this guy is down. His name is Zhao Sihu, a robber murderer from Haizhou's 618 case." Wang Shuebing didn't even glance at the suspect, heading straight for Qin Chuan. "How are you?" Qin Chuan smiled broadly. "Hey, it's nothing. Just my arm, a minor injury." Seeing the bandage wrapped around Qin Chuan's arm and his pale complexion, Wang Shuebing finally felt relieved. Heaven knows how terrified he had been when he received Old Hu's call moments ago. In the future, report such matters. Stop trying to play the hero. Yes, Wang, I promise, I won't do it again. Old Hu, take Xiao Qin to the town clinic to get bandaged up. I'll take the suspect back. Alright. Only now did Qin Chuan feel the pain, gritting his teeth as he winced. As for credit, he was not worried about Wang Shuebing claiming it for himself, and not only were there many witnesses, but he also knew Wang Shuebing's character well. In his previous life, had it not been for Wang Shuebing's protection, he might have been done for long ago. Take him back. At this moment, Wang Shuebing finally had the opportunity to scrutinize the already handcuffed Zhao Sihu. A 618 robber murderer, they had been searching frantically in Haizhou, and to think he had ended up in their territory. This kid Qin Chuan was truly impressive. He had just captured a mother-in-law and now had taken down another robber murderer. This was an extraordinary achievement. Surely, he would be awarded at least a third-class merit. Chapter 4. What did you say? The 618 case. The suspect has been apprehended. Without delving into Wang Shuebing's phone call to the county bureau to report the capture of a murderer, Qin Chuan arrived at the health clinic. The injuries were indeed not severe, just a considerable amount of blood loss. His complexion pale. The Longningtown health clinic, much like the local police station, was bustling with a few cats and dogs. The doctor bandaging Qin Chuan was an old acquaintance, a childhood friend from Wangjiago village. "What happened to you?" Qin Chuan grimaced, offering no explanation. "Qingfeng, are you up to the task? Should I head straight to the county hospital instead?" Wang Qingfeng graduated as a veterinary technician 3 years prior and, upon returning home to raise pigs, fortuitously stumbled into a job at the town clinic. From Qin Chuan's perspective, this fellow could handle the postpartum care of sows without a hitch, but when it came to treating illnesses, this minor injury is nothing to worry about. "You'll receive a tetanus shot shortly. You'll be just fine. Wait here, I'll fetch the medication." Old Hu was engaged in conversation with the clinic director, leaving Qin Chuan alone to undergo an 4 drip. It was the perfect opportunity to check the system notifications. Ding, congratulations, host, for capturing a robbery homicide suspect, reward 62 morality points. Host's accumulated morality points, 111. You may proceed to spin the wheel once. Shall the host spin the wheel now? Spin. As the command echoed in his mind, a vibrant, multicolored wheel appeared, spinning rapidly, rendering its rewards indistinguishable. Only a singular, glaring red pointer stood out. Stop. The wheel abruptly halted, the red pointer landing on a blue square. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the skill, Combat Elite. The system offered a plethora of rewards, and as Qin Chuan glanced at the wheel before it paused, he noted it contained no fewer than 100 options. Skill rewards were generally categorized into 3 levels of beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Combat Elite was classified as an intermediate skill, with the beginner tier labeled as Combat Novice and the advanced tier as Combat Master. The colorful wheel of knowledge surged into the depths of Qin Chuan's mind, flooding him with insights regarding combat. The system's skills not only influenced the mind but also imparted muscle memory directly to the body. After a brief moment, Qin Chuan opened his eyes, extending his uninjured left hand to form a fist in the air. If he had possessed this skill during the apprehension of Jiaosai Tiger, how could he have sustained any injuries? A single unarmed maneuver could have brought the assailant down effortlessly. At the Haizhou City Criminal Investigation Team, Duan Weigua had not slept for 3 days, his eyes bloodshot and weary like a rabbit's. 7 days prior, a shocking robbery homicide occurred at the entrance of the construction bank in Chengguan County. The assailant committed the heinous act in broad daylight, stabbing the victim over 30 times. After seizing 30,000 yuan, he vanished without a trace. The director of the Haizhou City Public Security Bureau issued a strict ultimatum: if the case remained unsolved within 7 days, Duan Weigua would be dismissed. Now, only 4 hours remained until the deadline for resolution. What to do? Ring, ring, ring. The phone on his desk suddenly rang, and Duan Weigua glanced at the caller ID. It was his office director. He chose not to answer. With so little time left and no leads on the case, he had no inclination to deal with office matters. In truth, Duan Weigua was not concerned about his position. He was ashamed of his inability to capture the criminal. It was worth noting that the victim was 4 months pregnant, 1 life lost, 2 lives extinguished. That fiend deserved nothing less than 1,000 cuts. Ring, ring, ring. The relentless phone continued to ring. Duan Weigua snatched up the receiver. Zhang Yuan, you'd better have a good explanation, Captain. We've apprehended the suspect. Just as he was about to explode with frustration, Duan Weigua felt as if someone had seized him by the throat. What did you say? Captain. The 618 case, the suspect has been caught. Damn it. Slamming down the receiver, Duan Weigua rushed towards the office. At the Longningtown Health Clinic, Qin Chuan had finished treating his wound and received the tetanus shot. In the words of his veterinary friend, it was nothing serious. A few days of rest would suffice. However, he needed to be cautious not to reopen the wound, avoid getting it wet, and prevent infection. Exiting the clinic, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Qin Chuan gazed at the bustling crowd on the street, releasing a long sigh. Indeed, this reborn life was exhilarating. Just on the first day, he had sustained an honorable injury. It seemed that pretense came at a cost. Old Hu, wasn't I quite dashing during that incident at noon? Old Hu shot him a glare, exasperated. You should have given me a heads up. At that moment, Old Hu genuinely thought Qin Chuan was off to buy fish. Report to the higher-ups. Wait for the county or city to send someone to apprehend him. Qin Chuan scratched his head. I felt he had noticed me, and there was no time to think that much. Although Old Hu's suggestion was indeed the optimal solution, Qin Chuan was eager to achieve merit and thus took the risk. In retrospect, that gamble had proven worthwhile. Setting aside the accolades, the Combat Elite skill was undeniably tangible. The Santana had already been driven away by Wang, leaving the two to walk back. The town's market was just dispersing, with many individuals passing by. Qin Chuan having reaped 2 benefits from the evil eye. Qin Chuan couldn't resist activating it once more. Suddenly, a cascade of information appeared above the heads of a dozen individuals. Zhang Bo, morality points 1, stole a neighbor's chicken a day ago. Sun Weibao, morality points 0. Zhang Phone, morality points 12, a habitual thief, carrying 3 mobile phones and 6 wallets, involved in a case worth 18,000. What the hell? Qin Chuan, who had assumed a peaceful world, was taken aback to encounter a thief. To apprehend or not, there was no need for contemplation. As their paths were about to cross, Qin Chuan struck like lightning. In a swift motion, he secured handcuffs around the thief's right wrist. Kid, let's take a stroll, shall we? Zhang Feng stared blankly at the cuffs on his wrist, utterly bewildered. How had he been discovered? Old Hu jumped in surprise. How could one simply handcuff someone without warning? This was not how things worked. Xiao Qin. Old Hu. Qin Chuan quickly noticed Old Hu's confusion and promptly explained, this kid is a habitual thief. I spotted him plotting from afar just now. I'm injured and unable to search him. You check, he must have stolen goods on him. Old Hu eyed Qin Chuan dubiously. A thief, was it true? Despite his skepticism, Old Hu eventually trusted Qin Chuan and displayed his badge. Police, we suspect you of theft. Cooperate. Zhang Feng was left dumbfounded. Cooperate? What the heck? Government, this is my first time, I swear. Before Old Hu could take action, the young man pulled out all the phones and wallets from his pockets. Officer, I swear this is my first time doing this. I am just desperate at home, please let me go this once. Rest assured, I won't dare again. Enough chatter, come with me to the station. Habitual thieves are never good people, not a single word they utter is trustworthy. Did that good citizen just refer to the police as the government? He must have been educated in the system. Ding, congratulations, host, for capturing a thief. Reward 12 morality points. Ah, that brought his total to 23 morality points, edging him closer to another spin. Chapter 5. Director, come quickly and take a look, just a few more thieves like this, and Qin Chuan will earn himself a second chance at the lottery. The thought invigorated Qin Chuan. With a flourish, the Eye of Sin activated, scanning the crowd, he found that the overwhelming majority were law-abiding citizens. There were a fair number with sin values of 1, 2, and 3, but most had merely committed minor misdeeds, not rising to the level of criminality, and thus did not warrant his attention. According to the system's guidance, individuals with sin values below 10 were predominantly upstanding citizens. 10 was a threshold, surpass it, and 1 was a criminal, liable for prosecution. As long as no lives were lost, it was rare for sin values to exceed 50. Crossing the 100-point mark would typically imply at least 2 lives claimed, hence, Qin Chuan focused his gaze on those with sin values exceeding 10. As he walked ahead, Old Hu was dragging along Zhang Feng. The latter's belt had already been unbuckled, forcing him to clutch his trousers with one hand while being led by Old Hu with the other. It was standard procedure to apprehend suspects and loosen their belts. Zhao Junquan, with a sin value of 19, had committed burglary at the home of the mayor's father-in-law 3 days prior, making off with 30,000 yuan in cash. What the hell? Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. This was a substantial catch. He was aware of this case, and Wang Suo had been fretting over it. Think it was this scoundrel who had perpetrated the crime. At that moment, as Qin Chuan laid eyes on Zhao Junquan, the latter also spotted him. Although Qin Chuan and Old Hu were in plain clothes, their identities as police officers became evident due to the conspicuous handcuffs on Zhang Feng. However, Zhao Junquan was not intimidated. After all, he reasoned, how could they possibly know about his past offenses? Yet, out of an instinctive desire to evade the police, he remained somewhat vigilant, ever prepared to flee. Qin Chuan, with his right hand bandaged and unable to engage in direct confrontation, approached Zhao Junquan while his gaze shifted to a nearby street vendor. Excuse me, how much for the peanuts? A classic diversion tactic, old yet effective. Zhao Junquan exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking it was merely a peanut purchase. Just as he was about to depart, however, a shadow lunged at him. Thud. Despite his injured arm, Qin Chuan's legs were unhindered. With a sweeping kick, he sent Zhao Junquan sprawling to the ground. Old Hu, handcuffs. Old Hu, who was still tethering Zhang Feng, nearly suffered a heart attack. How on earth did he go down again? Get down. Don't move. He ordered Zhang Feng to stay put and hurriedly produced his own handcuffs, securing Zhao Junquan tightly. This kid is the one from the burglary at the mayor's father-in-law's house 3 days ago. How did you figure that out? Footprints. Look at his shoes, the prints match those left at the scene. This was, of course, a fabrication on Qin Chuan's part, as Zhao Junquan had been standing still and had not left any prints visible. Officer. This is a misunderstanding. I'm an upstanding citizen. You can't. A misunderstanding. Qin Chuan delivered a swift kick to his backside. Behave yourself, or should I search your home for that 30,000 yuan? Perhaps it's hidden in your cabinet? Zhao Junquan immediately fell silent, perplexed. How could this officer know about his hidden money? Ding, congratulations to the host for apprehending a thief. Reward 19 points of virtue and vice. Excellent, virtue and vice points accumulated to 42. Old Hu, observing Zhao Junquan's expression, knew that Qin Chuan had struck gold once again, but was it really just the footprints that led him to this conclusion? Swiftly, he removed Zhao Junquan's belt, leading Zhang Feng behind him like a dog on a leash, forming a little procession. Qin Chuan paid no heed. The Eye of Sin was exceptionally useful. He instinctively wished to use it once more, but suddenly, a loud noise echoed, and everything went dark. He knew nothing thereafter. Old Hu, following closely behind, was nearly petrified with fright. Just moments ago, Qin Chuan had been on a roll, capturing 2 criminals in quick succession, and now he had collapsed suddenly. Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan. Someone. Help. Old Hu hastily called Wang Shuebing, Director, something terrible has happened, you need to come quickly. 20 minutes later, at the Chinatown Health Center, Wang Qingfeng measured Qin Chuan's blood pressure and checked his pupils. Director Wang, he's fine. He is just asleep. Asleep, Wang Shuebing cast a skeptical glance at the unconscious Qin Chuan on the hospital bed and then at Wang Qingfeng, who was holding an antiquated mercury sphygmomanometer. Are you sure he is merely asleep? Wang Qingfeng patted his chest confidently. Director, I may not claim expertise in other matters, but I assure you, I can accurately discern sleep. Back when I tended to pigs in the village, they would look just like this when they died in their sleep. Can one really compare a human to a pig? However, observing Qin Chuan's steadily rising and falling chest, it appeared that he was indeed not in grave danger. Old Hu, you stay here and keep watch, call me immediately if anything arises. Though Qin Chuan had collapsed, Wang Shuebing was in a frenzy. The case of Zhang Jilian and child trafficking had been resolved, but the subsequent work was far from over. More critically, the suspect in the 618 robbery and murder case from Haizhou City was currently handcuffed in his office. Had it not been for Qin Chuan's sudden fainting, Wang Shuebing would have had to spend the night in the same room as a murderer. This marked the first time since the establishment of the Chinatown police station that they had apprehended a murderer, along with a habitual thief and another burglar. When had the station ever seen such bustling activity? With 4 criminals detained in succession, the thief was easily dealt with. Wang Shuebing delegated that to Officer Sun Bingkuan. The previous cases didn't require digging. The stolen goods found on him were enough for at least a short detention. The burglar was also straightforward to handle. He passed that case to Deputy Director Zhang Jun and informed the mayor that they had apprehended the thief who had robbed his father-in-law's house. Wang Fengqing, as the mayor of Chinatown, was a notable local authority, yet he had not slept in days. His wife had made it clear if he couldn't catch the thief, he shouldn't expect to share a bed again. As a result, Wang Fengqing had scolded Wang Xuebing several times over this issue, yet he understood the precarious state of the Qingning Town police station. It was a miracle they were still operational, let alone solving cases. He had already reached out to a familiar deputy director at the county bureau, hoping to have the criminal investigation team look into the matter. To his surprise, just after making that call, he received word that the culprit had already been captured. Wang Fengqing decided to visit the police station to discover which scoundrel had dared to steal from his esteemed father-in-law. After all, that was his money at stake. When Qin Chuan reopened his eyes, he was greeted by a throbbing headache, stars dancing before his eyes, and the world spinning around him. Overuse of the Eye of Sin has caused a side effect. The system's crimson alert informed him why he had fainted. It appeared that even the extraordinary had its limits. Reflecting on his use of the Eye of Sin that day, he recalled that the first 3 times had gone smoothly, but the fourth had led to his abrupt collapse. He silently resolved to limit his usage of the eye to no more than 3 times a day. Finally awake, are you? Old Hu sat at the bedside, having not slept a wink. Upon seeing Qin Chuan's eyes flutter open, he wore an expression of sheer joy. Today had been the most exhilarating day of Old Hu's life, and also the most perilous. Chapter 6. Are you Qin Chuan? Arrest him. How do you feel? The concern in Old Hu's voice was sincere, warming Qin Chuan's heart. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. Old Hu, what time is it now? It's 10:30. You slept for 5 or 6 hours. And what about the thief? Don't worry, he's been handed over to the director. Rest assured, just take it easy, we can discuss matters tomorrow. Qin Chuan nodded slightly, aware that the aftereffects of the Eye of Sin had not entirely faded, and he needed to recuperate. The next morning, Qin Chuan opened his eyes again, feeling refreshed. The aftereffects of the Eye of Sin had completely vanished, but Old Hu was no longer by his side. As he got up and pushed open the door, he happened to see Wang Qingfeng. Awake? I told you I could predict your sleeping habits. See, you're all right. Where did Old Hu go? He went to the station early this morning, saying you should head home to rest if you woke up. The matters at the station are being handled by them. Qin Chuan shook his head. There were only a few people at the police station, and he had caught 4 criminals the day before, so they must be quite busy. After bidding farewell to Wang Qingfeng, Qin Chuan left the clinic and headed straight for the police station. What Qin Chuan did not know was that the Qingning Town police station was currently bustling with activity. More than a dozen individuals in police uniforms had blocked the entrance to the station. As Qin Chuan stepped inside, he saw a middle-aged man, slightly plump and balding, berating Wang Xuebing with an air of arrogance. Director Wang, although Qingning Town is a small place, as the head of a station, do you not grasp even the most basic legal knowledge? Intern officers do not possess law enforcement authority, do they? Look at this. He just kicked someone down. Does this brat even acknowledge the law or any legal principles? With such a troublemaker, if I don't expel him from the police force, then what am I even doing as the chief of the security team? Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow, having recognized the middle-aged man who was chastising Wang Xuebing. It was Zhao Juanhao, the chief of the security team from the Zhulin County Public Security Bureau, and beside Zhao Juanhao stood the mother-in-law he had toppled at the matchmaking event yesterday. An intern officer? This was directed at him. Indeed, when the mother-in-law was arrested, she mentioned her cousin was the chief of the security team, and it turned out to be true. Chief Zhao, surely this is a misunderstanding. This woman, Wang Xuebing, was about to explain when he suddenly caught sight of Qin Chuan entering through the door. He hurriedly stepped forward, positioning himself between Zhao Juanhao and Qin Chuan, attempting to shield Qin Chuan from Zhao's gaze. However, Wang Xuebing could not obstruct Zhang Jilian's piercing glance. Cousin, that's him, he falsely accused me of child trafficking, you must arrest him. Zhang Jilian's voice was shrill and hysterical. Upon hearing this, Zhao Juanhao casually pushed Wang Xuebing aside and took 2 steps towards Qin Chuan. You are the intern officer? Qin Chuan nodded, maintaining his poise. I am, and you are? Although Qin Chuan had recognized Zhao Juanhao long ago, having had numerous dealings with him in his previous life, he had just been reborn and could not possibly acknowledge him now. Thus, he feigned ignorance. That's good. As for me, I am Zhao Juanhao, the chief of the county security team. Someone, cuff him. As he finished speaking, 2 officers from the security team approached to put handcuffs on Qin Chuan. On what grounds are you cuffing me? On what grounds? You, as an intern officer, do not have law enforcement authority, do you understand? Attacking innocent civilians in public at the Red Romance CAF while falsely accusing others of child trafficking. Qin, is it? As a police officer, one must adhere to evidence and uphold the law. You have broken the law. I can only act according to regulations. What are you staring at? Someone, cuff him. The 2 officers who had approached Qin Chuan, though reluctant, knew Zhao Juanhao was their superior and his reasoning was sound, so they took out the handcuffs to put on Qin Chuan. Bro, just cooperate. Wait. Qin Chuan shouted, catching Zhao Juanhao's attention. Oh? Are you refusing to comply with the law? Qin Chuan shook his head. Chief Zhao, on what basis do you claim I have violated the law? Humph, as an intern officer, you have misused your authority without any law enforcement power. What is that if not a violation of the law? Misused authority, Chief Zhao, you must be mistaken, I acted in defense of others. Everyone paused in surprise, and Wang Xuebing's eyes brightened. As the head of the police station, while Qingning Town was not a large place, Wang Xuebing's rank was still that of a deputy section chief. Zhao Juanhao, although the chief of the county security team responsible for public safety throughout the county, was of equal rank to Wang Xuebing. Both were deputy section chiefs, though Zhao Juanhao had connections and even the county bureau chief sometimes had to show him respect. Wang Xuebing was not keen on climbing the ranks or seeking wealth, so he had no need to grovel. The only reason he had acquiesced earlier was that he had no counter-argument against Zhao Juanhao's reasoning. It was true that Qin Chuan was an intern officer, having only recently joined the force. He had not yet been officially appointed, and naturally, he did not possess law enforcement authority. Moreover, there had been no other official officers present at the time, so there was no way to grant Qin Chuan the authority to act. Zhao Juanhao had somehow obtained a video of the incident, clearly showing the moment Qin Chuan had taken down the assailant with a well-placed kick. With the law on his side, Wang Xuebing could only submit. However, he had not anticipated that Qin Chuan would be so clever. Indeed, without law enforcement authority, could one not still act in defense of others? Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Zhao Juanhao was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Qin Chuan to be so quick-witted, yet, he thought that such a simple statement could deceive him. The chief of the security team, he was overestimating himself. Qin Chuan, acting in defense of others requires the presence of a wrongdoer to apprehend. What you did, is outright provoking trouble. As an interned police officer provoking trouble and willfully assaulting others, you claim you are not violating the law? Someone, arrest him. It must be said that experience is a powerful teacher. With just a few words, Zhao Juanhao had cornered Qin Chuan, leaving him with no means to counter. But who was Qin Chuan? He was a reborn individual with an extraordinary advantage. Had it been in his previous life, Zhao Juanhao's few words would have rendered Qin Chuan speechless, but now, he chuckled. Chief Zhao, Zhang Jinlian is suspected of trafficking 3 children. Is she not a wrongdoer? Trafficking, you claim trafficking, but where is your evidence? Do you have any proof? Zhang Jinlian confessed after her arrest yesterday. Humph, utter nonsense, she is merely a woman. You have coerced her into a confession under duress. Can anything she says be taken as credible? Someone, take this kid away. Once he is in the security team, I'll make sure he can't speak so eloquently. Hold on. Wang Xuebing had remained silent earlier because Qin Chuan lacked law enforcement authority. But now, it was different. Just as Qin Chuan had stated, lacking law enforcement authority did not preclude one from acting in defense of others. Chief Zhao, have you forgotten where this is? This is the Changning Town police station, not your county security team. Chapter 7. Are you looking for trouble? Just see who captures whom. Wang Xuebing's words resonated with unwavering determination, invigorating Hu Jiangwo, Zheng Jun, and the others from the police station. It was high time for action. What a farce it was for the county's security team to flaunt their authority in Changning Town's precinct. Wang Xuebing stood tall and resolute. Moreover, Captain Zhao, cases involving child trafficking fall under criminal investigation, so what relevance do they have to your civil affairs? Zhao Juanhao was somewhat taken aback by Wang Xuebing's defiance, but ultimately, it was of little consequence. They remained oblivious to the formidable individual they had offended. Director Wang, are you intent on showing favoritism towards this brat? Captain Zhao, this is not favoritism, I am merely adhering to the facts. Adhering to the facts, Zhao Juanhao scoffed, pulling out his phone and mockingly stating, Wang Xuebing, I hope you can maintain such bravado after you take the call from Secretary Gao. Wang Xuebing's expression shifted. He was acutely aware of the significance of the Secretary Gao Zhao Juanhao referred to. This was indeed the primary reason for his apprehension towards Zhao Juanhao. However, would he simply allow the other party to take Qin Chuan away? Wang Xuebing understood full well that should Zhao Juanhao succeed in taking Qin Chuan today, the consequences awaiting him would be far graver than mere disciplinary action. The very fate of his police uniform hung in the balance. Regarding Qin Chuan, Wang Xuebing harbored no special connection. After all, the latter had only just begun his tenure. Yet, within this brief span, specifically, within a single day, Qin Chuan had managed to apprehend 4 criminals, one of whom was a fugitive wanted for robbery and murder. Such a promising talent could not be squandered by Zhao Juanhao. With this thought, Wang Xuebing steeled himself. What of the county party secretary? Could he truly wield absolute power? Furthermore, Wang Xuebing had already reported Qin Chuan's capture of the fugitive last night. This was a commendable achievement. If he could just stall until a superior arrived, perhaps there would still be a chance at Zhao Juanhao. Today, Director Wang, just as Wang Xuebing resolved to stand his ground, he was interrupted by Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan felt immense gratitude for Wang Xuebing's willingness to stand up for him. In his previous life, Wang Xuebing had always shielded him, likely due to his lengthy tenure at the Changning Town police station. Now, in this new life, having just begun his service, Wang Xuebing still chose to defend him, indicating the man's commendable character. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked defending Zhao Juanhao, who had the backing of the county party secretary. However, while Wang Xuebing's support was heartfelt, Qin Chuan could not afford to hide in the shadows. As a reborn individual, if he couldn't handle a mere Zhao Juanhao, what was the point of living again? When confronting someone like Zhao Juanhao, half-hearted measures would not suffice. Decisive action was imperative. Before the other party could react, he would strike hard and fast, leaving no opportunity for them to seek reinforcements. The Eye of Evil was activated. With a whoosh, an array of information appeared above the heads of those present. The officers of the Changning Town police station mostly displayed white indicators, save for Sun Bingquan, who bore a slight mark of evil. Sun Bingquan, evil value 1, had peeped at Zhang Xiaojun bathing a year at Gio. In stark contrast, the dozen or so officers from the security team startled Qin Chuan. Out of 13, only 1 had a white name. The rest bore varying degrees of evil value. Zhang Chao, evil value 3, had accepted 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes and a case of Maodai liquor from the owner of AI KTV. Sunny, evil value 2, had availed himself of 3 free services at Xinqing Foot Bath without payment. Zhang Liang, evil value 4, had sheltered debt collectors from a small loan company, resulting in the assault of debtors. Though most did not exceed 5 points of evil, the information above Zhao Juanhao's head made Qin Chuan's blood boil. Zhao Juanhao, evil value 99, had acted as a shield for the criminal underworld in Julin County, having repeatedly assaulted a female student 3 years ago, causing her pregnancy, then murdered her and buried her beneath the observation pavilion in Songlin Park. He had also brutally attacked the girl's parents in public and was implicated in numerous cases of intentional injury and illegal detention. An evil value of 99, this was the highest value the Eye of Evil had revealed since Qin Chuan's rebirth. Zhao Sihu, the notorious robber and murderer from Chengguan County, had only an evil value of 62. How could such a person be left unapprehended? Enraged, Qin Chuan felt his blood boil. You wish to capture me? Today, I shall seize you first, Zhao Juanhao. Are you not afraid of the vengeful spirit of Chen Ying seeking retribution? Qin Chuan's words left Zhao Juanhao speechless. How did he know about Chen Ying? Before Zhao Juanhao could utter another word, Qin Chuan surged forward, disregarding his arm's wound, and executed a capture maneuver. Crack, the sharp sound of bones colliding sent chills down everyone's spine. Then, in the midst of their incredulous gazes, Qin Chuan delivered a kick to Zhao Juanhao's waist and swiftly mounted him. Zhao Juanhao, you are under arrest. Howl, Zhao Juanhao was utterly bewildered by Qin Chuan's series of actions. Only after being knocked down did he comprehend the gravity of the situation. The excruciating pain from his arms twisted behind his back caused him to sweat profusely, yet Qin Chuan's grip was merciless. With his left leg pressing against Zhao Juanhao's neck, he forced the latter's face to grind against the scorching concrete, leaving him to taste dirt when he opened his mouth. Qin Chuan, are you insane? I will ensure you have no place to rest in death. What are you all staring at? Come help me. At this moment, the officers from the security team finally realized their captain had been subdued by a mere officer from the precinct. Release our captain, this is illegal. Qin Chuan cast a glance at the 2 officers from the security team who had rushed forward. Songdehui, evil value 32, was Zhao Juanhao's right-hand man, an accomplice in murder. Zhao Xiuhu, evil value 44, was Zhao Juanhao's cousin, also implicated in a series of criminal activities. These 2 were the highest in evil value among the security team. Qin Chuan would not hold back. He delivered a punch to Zhao Juanhao's skull, stunning him momentarily to prevent him from rising. He followed up with a series of rapid strikes, his combat skills surpassing those of ordinary special forces. How could 2 mere security officers compare? The 2 of them clutched their stomachs and chests, collapsing to the ground in defeat. Qin Chuan turned to the other officers who were preparing to charge, coldly declaring, even if you were unaware of Zhao Juanhao's misdeeds, you must know something. I will make it clear, I am taking charge of the Chen Ying case from 3 years ago. Anyone who dares to obstruct my investigation will serve as an example, just like these 2. The officers of the security team, gazing at the fallen Songdehui and Zhao Xiuhu, hesitated. Just as Qin Chuan had stated, no one was more aware of Zhao Juanhao's past than they were. Yet, what could they do? Zhao Juanhao had the backing of the county's top authority. As the captain of the security team, who would dare to disregard him? 3 years ago, what Zhao Juanhao had done was not a secret, yet knowing the truth changed nothing. The father of that female student was still confined to a wheelchair. Who could truly hold Zhao Juanhao accountable? In the end, self-preservation reigned supreme. Chapter 8, a junior officer dares to assault his superior? These ordinary police officers, in self-preservation, could only turn a blind eye. However, this time, they were taken aback by the audacity of a mere intern from the Changning Town police station, who dared to apprehend someone. Moreover, how did he come to know about Chen Ying? Could it be that this fellow has influential connections? Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for the opposition to be so resolute. The group exchanged glances, opting to observe the situation further. While they could not dedicate themselves to the cause of justice, they certainly could not obstruct it. Thus, they retreated while shouting, Qin Chuan, do not be misguided, do not think that having backing allows you to act recklessly. Julin County values the rule of law. Release our captain at once. What the hell is this about Chen Ying? Qin Chuan, just you wait, I will a slap. Just as Zhao Juanhao had regained his composure, he received another slap from Qin Chuan, losing a tooth in the process. This demonstrated the force behind Qin Chuan's actions. Keep blabbering, and I will shatter every tooth in your mouth. Wailing, although Zhao Juanhao was seething with rage, he understood the wisdom of not underestimating the immediate danger. He remained silent, secretly vowing that once he turned the tables, he would ensure Qin Chuan met his demise. No more. First, he must strip him of his police uniform and then devise a slow and painful retribution. Qin Chuan, his family, and even the family dog must not be spared. Offending Zhao Juanhao would mean the annihilation of his entire lineage. Qin Chuan's audacity left not only the public security team bewildered but also the personnel from Changning Town police station. Wang Xuebing was already sweating profusely, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Did Qin Chuan have anyone backing him? He was perplexed. A top graduate from the police academy had been assigned to the most impoverished police station in the remote Julin County, under the jurisdiction of Xing'an City. Furthermore, someone had specifically instructed Wang Xuebing to look after Qin Chuan. This was not merely a matter of connections, it was about making powerful enemies. Moreover, the fact that someone could influence the allocation of an outstanding police academy graduate was no small feat. Qin Chuan, is there a misunderstanding here? Wang Xuebing found himself at a loss. Qin Chuan had apprehended a wanted criminal, which could at least earn him a third-class merit. In such a case, Wang Xuebing might have been able to protect Qin Chuan from Zhao Juanhao's harassment. However, at present, this fellow had toppled the individual directly without irrefutable evidence of criminal activity. No one could save him. Qin Chuan shook his head. What misunderstanding could there be? He had already brought the person down. Captain Wang, this matter does not concern you. Wang Xuebing was a decent man. He had treated Qin Chuan well in his previous life. Qin Chuan did not wish to drag him into Zhao Juanhao's predicament. In truth, his decision to arrest Zhao Juanhao on the spot was not merely a spur-of-the-moment action. He was gambling. Qin Chuan recalled that in his past life, when Zhao Sihui was apprehended in Changning Town, it was the head of the Criminal Investigation Division of Xing'an City, Chen Guobin, who led the operation, along with Duan Weigua, the head of the neighboring Haizhou City Criminal Investigation Division. Qin Chuan had no particular recollection of Duan Weigua, but Chen Guobin was different. To the average person, the head of the Xing'an City Criminal Investigation Division was already a significant official. Yet, that was merely the starting point of Chen Guobin's career. By the time Qin Chuan had served his sentence in a major prison, Chen Guobin had already become the Provincial Public Security Department Director. Furthermore, he had received special merit recognition, known for his unwavering stance against evil, having solved numerous significant cases and being a pioneer in the province's campaign against organized crime, recognized as a national advanced individual. As long as he arrived and Qin Chuan possessed sufficient evidence to substantiate Zhao Juanhao's crimes, even if the secretary of the Zhulin County Party Committee stood behind Zhao, he could not escape the clutches of justice. Old Hu, bring me 3 sets of handcuffs. Having just exited the clinic, Qin Chuan found himself without handcuffs. At this moment, he did not wish for his colleagues at the station to become embroiled in this matter. Thus, even as he prepared to handcuff Zhao Juanhao, Song Dehui, and Zhao Xiuhu, he instructed Old Hu to bring the cuffs to him personally. Qin, just you wait. Zhao Juanhao spat out blood, his glare directed menacingly at Qin Chuan. He had already signaled to his subordinates, who had rushed out to call for reinforcements. Damn it, once his backup arrived, he would show them. Zhao Juanhao then cast a dark glance at Wang Shuebing and the others. And you, Captain Wang. Ha, what a fine establishment this Chongning Town police station is. A mere intern officer, breaking the law and assaulting his superior, slap. After handcuffing the other two, Qin Chuan delivered another slap to Zhao Juanhao. Rest assured, Zhao. I assure you, even if the secretary of the county committee or the secretary of the municipal committee were to arrive, no one can save you today, mark my words. Old Zhang, are the police in Xing'an really that formidable, disregarding even the municipal committee secretary? As soon as Qin Chuan finished speaking, a hearty laugh rang out from the entrance of the police station. The crowd turned to see a dozen uniformed officers entering. At that moment, Chen Guobin's face had darkened to the color of a tarnished pot. Originally, he had intended to bask in glory before Duan Weigua after apprehending a robbery-murder suspect in his jurisdiction. How ridiculous it was that a criminal they had struggled to capture was instead taken down by the officers of a mere township police station. However, Chen Guobin did not expect that upon entering, he would witness Qin Chuan slapping Zhao Juanhao and boldly proclaiming that he disregarded the municipal committee secretary. Moreover, the insignia on Qin Chuan's uniform clearly marked him as an intern officer, while the individual he had slapped bore the insignia of a third-class police officer. Who was this person, so audacious as to act in such a manner? Chen Guobin was not pleased, yet Qin Chuan, the protagonist of the scene, was filled with joy. His gamble had paid off. It was indeed Chen Guobin who had arrived. What a savior! Director Lin, you have come. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhao Juanhao appeared to grasp at a lifeline, attempting to rush towards a tall, slender man among the group. But alas, just 2 steps forward, he found himself sprawled on the ground. Qin Chuan, expressionless, withdrew his right foot, which he had just extended. What are you shouting about? Zhao Juanhao, having fallen in a most undignified manner, was utterly bewildered. The county bureau leaders had arrived, and yet he was still being treated with such disdain. Lin, whose expression was grim, though he did not hold Zhao Juanhao in high regard, the latter was still a third-class police officer. When had it come to the point where an intern officer could bully him? Moreover, Zhao Juanhao had already called for him, yet Qin Chuan had the audacity to kick him without a hint of respect. This was an outright affront to Lin Hu, the deputy director of the Zhulin County Public Security Bureau. Not to mention, the head of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Division was also present. If this were not dealt with, how could he continue to navigate his career? Stop. Qin Chuan recognized Lin Hu, the deputy director of the Zhulin County Public Security Bureau, responsible for the Criminal Investigation Division. He certainly had to heed his command. Director Lin. Qin Chuan saluted sharply, but due to the vigorous motion of striking Zhao Juanhao, blood began to flow from the arm he had injured during the previous day's apprehension of Zhao Sihui. Lin Hu's brows knitted tightly, ignoring Qin Chuan's salute, and turned his gaze to Wang Shuebing. Captain Wang, what is the meaning of this? Wang Shuebing hurriedly approached. Director Lin, the situation is as follows. Chapter 9. Do you need evidence? Why didn't you say so earlier? Wang Shuebing briefly recounted the events. Yesterday, our department apprehended a suspect involved in child trafficking and obtained a confession. This morning, Captain Zhao Juanhao came to demand the suspect, claiming we had arrested the wrong person. Qin Chuan returned from the hospital and saw Captain Zhao attempting to take the suspect away, which led to a confrontation. The more Lin Hu listened, the tighter his brows furrowed. He knew all too well what kind of person Zhao Juanhao was, but who in Zhulin County could challenge him? As for Zhang Jinlian, it was highly probable that she was indeed involved in something nefarious. Moments later, Lin Hu grasped the entire situation and approached Zhao Juanhao. Captain Zhao, child trafficking falls under the jurisdiction of criminal investigation. It is inappropriate for your public security team to interfere. Director Lin. Zhang Jinlian, Captain Zhao, did you not hear what I said? Just as Zhao Juanhao was about to retort, Lin Hu shot him a stern glare, his tone growing more severe. Lin Hu had no intention of getting entangled in Zhao Juanhao's dubious affairs, but with the leadership of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team present, he was keen to avoid any disturbances and simply wanted to expedite the departure of that troublesome individual. Following that, he would deal with the murderer and then meet the officer who had single-handedly apprehended the robbery and murder suspect. Zhao Juanhao, of course, noticed the individuals behind Lin Hu. Although he did not recognize them, the insignia on their epaulets indicated their high ranks. Despite his arrogance, Zhao Juanhao was not foolish, or Zheng Jinlian would not be going with him today. Alas, it was a pity. That woman still possessed her allure, but she would no longer enjoy it. Never mind, sometimes one must take a step back to see the broader horizon. Very well, Director Lin, I shall heed your words and will not take Zheng Jinlian, but I must take this little brat who dares to undermine authority. Lin Hu cast a glance at Qin Chuan, his eyes filled with evident disdain. What did it mean for a mere county committee secretary to disregard the city committee secretary? Who did he think he was, a lowly intern police officer behaving in such an arrogant manner? Lin Hu waved his hand, signaling Zhao Juanhao to handle the matter himself. Upon hearing this, Zhao Juanhao turned to face Qin Chuan, a sinister grin plastered across his face. Though this minor incident was somewhat displeasing, for Lin Hu, it was merely a trivial interlude. Director Wang, have someone remove the handcuffs from Captain Zhao and take us to transfer the robbery and murder suspect. After speaking, Lin Hu approached Qian Guobin and the others, intending to lead them inside. Although Qian Guobin was somewhat displeased, he recognized that this was, after all, a matter for the Zhuling County Public Security Bureau, and he could not overstep his bounds. No way. Just as everyone was about to leave, they were halted by a figure. Director Lin. Zhao Juanhao cannot be released. Lin Hu gazed at the small intern police officer blocking his path, nearly laughing out of frustration. This kid was completely lacking in decorum. Just moments ago, he had refrained from pursuing the matter of insubordination, yet now he dared to overstep and obstruct the group. However, noticing the bloodied arm and the determination in the officer's gaze, Lin Hu inquired, why can he not be released? Qin Chuan's eyes blazed like lightning as he bypassed Lin Hu, locking his gaze onto Qian Guobin's eyes, and exclaimed, because Zhao Juanhao has committed murder. Murder. The moment those words left his lips, every face in the room shifted in color. You little brat, how dare you slander me? Zhao Juanhao erupted in fury, lunging forward to grab Qin Chuan by the collar. Wait. But before he could grasp his target, a commanding voice interrupted. Young comrade, do you know what you are saying? Qian Guobin, aware of the implications, though unfamiliar with Zhao Juanhao, had gleaned enough from the earlier discussions among Wang Shuebing, Lin Hu, and others to ascertain that this individual, despite being a police officer, was undoubtedly not of good character. Furthermore, from Lin Hu's subtle wariness, it was evident that Zhao Juanhao likely possessed some sort of backing. Otherwise, despite being of equal rank as Lin Hu, both being deputy section chiefs, Lin Hu held a higher position as a member of the Zhuling County Public Security Bureau Party Committee and deputy director, second only to the bureau chief and the political commissar. Why would someone of such stature need to be wary of a public security team leader? Qian Guobin had initially hoped to avoid involvement in such matters, as they were often beyond his jurisdiction. However, if the case involved murder, then irrespective of who it was, he would ensure that the perpetrator faced consequences. Qin Chuan snapped to attention, his arm's injury tearing open further, blood seeping through. Report, Chief. I swear on my police badge that Zhao Juanhao has committed rape and murder, crimes deserving of severe punishment. You little brat, how dare you slander me? You have evidence. Zhao Juanhao, unfamiliar with Qian Guobin, recognized the insignia on his shoulder and knew he was a high-ranking official. If he did not shout his innocence now, when would he? Qian Guobin stepped forward, scrutinizing Qin Chuan's eyes closely. Qin Chuan maintained his salute, unwavering in his gaze toward Qian Guobin. After a moment, Qian Guobin asked, what is your name? Report, Chief, my name is Qin Chuan, intern officer from the Changning Town Police Station. Qin Chuan, Qian Guobin's expression shifted slightly, so this young man was Qin Chuan, the officer who single-handedly apprehended the robbery and murder suspect. Lin Hu was equally astonished, so this was Qin Chuan. Wang Shuebing had specifically mentioned his name during the report yesterday. You were the one who captured the suspect in the 618 robbery and murder case? Report, Chief, it was I along with Officer Hu Jiangwo from the Changning Town Police Station who apprehended him. Old Hu, standing behind Qin Chuan, was taken aback. When he had rushed in, Qin Chuan had already nearly subdued the suspect. Old Hu had merely delivered a kick to Zhao Sihu's groin, yet Qin Chuan, in his report, had not forgotten to mention himself, of the old comrade was nearly moved to tears. Good, good, good. Qian Guobin exclaimed 3 times. He patted Qin Chuan's shoulder emphatically. What happened to your arm? Report, Chief, I accidentally got cut while apprehending the suspect yesterday. Cut, is it serious? Report, Chief, it's nothing serious, just a superficial wound. I had it bandaged at the health clinic yesterday, but I might have moved too much just now, causing the wound to tear open. Then why are you still saluting? Qian Guobin personally lowered Qin Chuan's arm before turning to Zhao Juanhao. Young Qin, did you just say this person committed rape and murder? Aware that Qin Chuan was the hero behind the 618 robbery and murder case, Qian Guobin no longer held the prejudices he initially had and addressed him as young Qin. Such promising talent deserved encouragement. Who cared about the county committee secretary or the city committee secretary? Well, the city committee secretary still warranted some consideration. Yes, Chief. Don't call me Chief, I'm Qian Guobin, captain of the Shingan City Criminal Investigation Team. You can call me Captain Qian. The few detectives from the Xi'an City Criminal Investigation Team following Qian Guobin were slightly taken aback. Only leaders or the core members of the Criminal Investigation Team would dare to address Qian Guobin this way. Report, Captain Qian, Zhao Juanhao has indeed committed murder. You little brat, how dare you speak such nonsense? I'm a police officer, how could I possibly commit murder? Zhao Juanhao felt that if he did not resist further, it could spell disaster. What are you shouting about? Do you think I would wrongly accuse you? Qian Guobin coldly rebuffed Zhao Juanhao, then turned back to Qin Chuan, his demeanor shifting to one of warmth. Young Qin, we are police officers. We must speak with evidence. Evidence, I have it. Oh, where? In Songlin Park, after committing the murder, Zhao Juanhao buried the body beneath the viewing pavilion in the park. Chapter 10 The Bones in Pine Forest Park Boom. Qin Chuan's words struck like a bolt of lightning, shattering Zhao Juanhao's every illusion. When Qin Chuan first uttered Chen Yingying's name, Zhao Juanhao felt indifferent. After all, there were quite a few who knew about the events of those years. However, the location where Chen Yingying was buried after her murder was known only to himself and two trusted confidants. How did Qin Chuan come to know? Zhao Juanhao cast a sinister glance at Song Devue and Zhao Xiaowu, questioning whether they had betrayed him. The two men met Zhao Juanhao's piercing gaze and shook their heads vigorously. We helped you bury her. If we sold you out, we would also be implicated. Zhao Juanhao was no fool. He was merely taken aback by how Qin Chuan knew the burial site, yet, upon reflection, he realized that Song Devue and Zhao Xiaowu were his right-hand men. In matters of murder and smuggling, as well as indulgences in vice, they were equally involved. If they truly had betrayed him, they would be betraying themselves as well. However, if it were not them, then how could Qin Chuan possibly know? Zhao Juanhao, of course, was unaware of the prowess of the cunning. Yet that did not hinder his retaliation. Nonsense, what Pine Forest Park, what corpse beneath the viewing pavilion, it's all fabricated by you. With his wrist still shackled, Zhao Juanhao pointed accusingly at Qin Chuan's forehead. If you have the ability, go dig it up. What the hell? Upon hearing Zhao Juanhao's words, not only was Qin Chuan taken aback, but so were Zhao Juanhao's two subordinates, Song Devue and Zhao Xiaowu. Was Zhao Juanhao rendered foolish by Qin Chuan's actions? While others might be oblivious, Song Devue and Zhao Xiaowu knew all too well that Chen Yingying's remains were indeed buried there. Dig it up. That would be walking straight into a trap. The two quickly exchanged glances with Zhao Juanhao, yet, Zhao Juanhao paid them no heed. The current situation was such that denial was futile. The remains of Chen Yingying were bound to be exposed. But even if they were revealed, what of it? 3 years had passed, her body had long since decayed into mere bones. Even if Qin Chuan were to find Chen Yingying's remains, how could he prove that Zhao Juanhao was her murderer? Playing games with me, you are still too inexperienced. At this point, the 618 robbery and murder case seemed less significant. Qian Guobin had left a few accompanying officers behind, personally escorting Qin Chuan to Pine Forest Park. The connections Zhao Juanhao could conceive, an experienced investigator like Qian Guobin would certainly not overlook. However, Qian Guobin chose not to expose them. Although he was unsure why Qin Chuan was so confident that evidence existed proving Zhao Juanhao was the killer, he could see the determination in Qin Chuan's eyes, suggesting a strong sense of assurance. Thus, Wang Xuebing led the way, and the group marched towards Pine Forest Park in an imposing manner. Meanwhile, at the Zhulin County Committee, Gao Qingshan had just finished listening to his secretary's report, astonished that someone dared to act against Zhao Juanhao. In Zhulin County, who did not know that Zhao Juanhao was under Gao Qingshan's protection, yet a mere police officer from Chongning Town had the audacity to publicly handcuff Zhao Juanhao. Was it an accident, or was there a conspiracy afoot? Knock, knock, knock. Gao Qingshan tapped lightly on the corner of his desk, his eyes narrowing slightly. Sun Tao stood quietly with his hands at his side. As Gao Qingshan's secretary, he was intimately familiar with his leader's habits. This gesture indicated that Gao Qingshan was deep in thought, and no one should disturb him. After a moment of silence, Sun Tao took a step forward, slightly bowing, ready to listen for Gao Qingshan's directives. Xiao Sun, you should go personally and assess the situation. Secretary, should we not directly bring Zhao Daqing back? Gao Qingshan shook his head. Though Chongning Town is remote, the newly appointed town mayor, Wang Fengqing, was promoted by Old Chen. The leadership change is imminent. Zhao Juanhao could have caused trouble at any time, yet it happens precisely now, and it occurs in Old Chen's territory. We must be cautious. A mere police officer from a small town daring to handcuff the captain of the county's security team? It was hard to believe that there was no one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Gao Qingshan would not entertain such a notion. Watching his secretary Sun Tao departed, Gao Qingshan leaned back in his chair, gazing out the window as the clouds drifted by. Old Chen, you are being rather hasty. Meanwhile, in his office, Zhulin County's mayor, Chen Mingguan, suddenly sneezed. I hope I'm not catching a cold? At Pine Forest Park, beneath the viewing pavilion, Wang Xuebing, Hu Jiangwo, and Sun Bingquan, along with the injured Qin Chuan and the deputy station chief Zhang Jun, all wielded pickaxes to commence their excavation. The few criminal investigators brought by Qian Guobin, alongside Zhao Juanhao's men, also joined the digging crew. Qin Chuan merely acted on the prompt from the eye of evil, knowing that Zhao Juanhao had buried the body beneath the viewing pavilion. However, this pavilion was quite expansive, and the system did not specify the exact location. Zhao Juanhao knew, but he could not divulge it. Thus, the group began to dig in circles. Bang! An hour later, an unusual sound rang out as Old Hu raised his pickaxe, his expression changing dramatically. We've struck something. Had they truly found it, Qian Guobin and the others rushed over to inspect. Indeed, they discerned a section of withered bone Qin Chuan had accurately predicted. Dig! With a specific location identified, the excavation proceeded swiftly. Before long, a skeletal figure, wrapped in tattered clothing, emerged before all present. Zhao Juanhao, the remains lie here. What more do you have to say? Qin Chuan seized Zhao Juanhao by the collar, dragging him to the gravesite. Zhao Juanhao was utterly unfazed by Qin Chuan's recklessness, thinking to himself that he would have his moment of lamentation soon enough. Stop. However, before Zhao Juanhao could utter another word, someone intervened to restrain Qin Chuan. The crowd turned to find a tall, slender man in a white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses approaching. He appeared to be in his 30s. Qin Chuan did not recognize him, but Zhao Juanhao did, his expression brightening. This was his savior. Secretary Sun, you arrived just in time. This mere-interned police officer from Changning Town dares to accuse me of murder. How utterly absurd. As the captain of the county's public security team, would I commit murder? This guy randomly found a skeleton somewhere and claims I am the murderer. What evidence do they have, my fingerprints or any other proof of my involvement? Sun Tao was not as naive as Zhao Juanhao. Having accompanied Gao Qingshan to a meeting in the city, he had met Qian Guobin once. Signaling Zhao Juanhao to remain calm, Sun Tao took the initiative to greet Qian Guobin. So it is Captain Chen visiting. My apologies for not greeting you properly. I am Sun Tao, Secretary Gao Qingshan's aide. It was fortunate to meet you during my last trip to the city. I shall promptly consult with Secretary Gao. If he learns of your presence, he will certainly come to accompany you personally. Sun Tao's words were delivered with courtesy. Although Qian Guobin was the captain of the criminal investigation team in Xing'an City, he held a mere deputy department-level position. In contrast, Gao Qingshan, though serving at the county level, was of a higher rank. Sun Tao's remarks afforded Qian Guobin some respect. Qian Guobin waved his hand, acknowledging the courtesy. He had no reason to respond coldly. Chapter 11 of the Revelation, the evidence is here. Secretary Sun, you are being overly polite. I am here merely to hand over a suspect and shall be leaving shortly, so there is no need for Secretary Gao to come in person. Qian Guobin had no particular affinity for Gao Qingshan, and thus had no desire to meet him. That simply won't do. If Secretary Gao were to find out, he would surely blame me for neglecting our esteemed guest. Sun Tao turned to Lin Hu and said, Director Lin, this matter is in your hands. A mere interned police officer, casually handling a skeleton, is attempting to implicate the esteemed captain of the county's public security brigade in a murder. It seems the Public Security Bureau should provide a thorough report to Secretary Gao. Sun Tao had originally intended to head to Changning Town but learned en route that everyone had gathered again at Sonlin Park. He had hoped to assess the situation discreetly as per Secretary Gao's instructions. However, upon seeing Qian Guobin, he realized that this matter needed to be downplayed significantly. He must do everything in his power to take Zhao Juanhao away. Otherwise, should any misfortune befall Zhao Juanhao and he fall into Qian Guobin's hands, no one would be able to save him. Furthermore, it could potentially cast a negative light on Gao Qingshan. Lin Hu, upon hearing Sun Tao's words, felt his breath catch, yet remained silent, as he understood that speaking would be futile. Despite being the deputy director of the county's Public Security Bureau, in the eyes of Secretary Sun, he was insignificant. Captain Qian, let us depart. Wait. Qian Guobin remained unmoved by Sun Tao's persuasion, his expression turning somewhat frosty. A mere secretary of a county committee, daring to intervene in a criminal investigation, what does it mean to casually handle a skeleton, that is a human life? Does he think he is the secretary of the municipal party committee? Secretary Sun, I am currently conducting an investigation. Please refrain from interfering. This remark was quite ungraciously put by Qian Guobin. Sun Tao's countenance shifted, and he forced a smile, saying, yes, of course. With no alternative, Sun Tao could only hope that the other party truly lacked substantial evidence. Qian Guobin turned to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, you assert that this skeleton was buried here after Zhao Juanhao committed murder. But is there any other evidence? Qian Guobin's words were well understood by Qin Chuan. Merely alleging that Zhao Juanhao committed murder based on a single skeleton was insufficient. From a forensic perspective, even if Zhao Juanhao had left fingerprints or similar traces at the time of the crime, 3 years would have sufficed to obliterate all evidence. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan was no fool. He was well aware of the pivotal details that Zhao Juanhao might have considered. How could he overlook them? Report to Captain Qin, the evidence is on the skeleton. With that, Qin Chuan leaped into the grave, lifting the tattered clothing that covered the skeleton's abdomen. Then, he meticulously cleared away the dirt. Before long, the onlookers were astonished to see a small skeleton appear in the abdominal region of the larger skeleton. The evidence is right here. Qin Chuan's brows furrowed in anger as he proclaimed, 3 years ago, Zhao Juanhao repeatedly raped the female student Chen Yingying, resulting in her pregnancy. After killing her, he conspired with Song Devue and Zhao Xiuhu to bury her body here. Zhao Juanhao, you claim you did not kill her. Do you dare to undergo a DNA test with the child found in Chen Yingying's remains? Let us see if this child is indeed yours. Boom. Upon seeing the small skeleton within the abdomen of the larger one, Zhao Juanhao was left in a daze, nearly collapsing at the edge of the grave. How could this be pregnant? Qian Guobin immediately understood. It was indeed Zhao Juanhao who had committed the murder. This scoundrel, as the captain of the county's public security brigade, had blatantly broken the law, committing murder and concealing the evidence. Bring him away. Take him away? Sweat began to bead on Sun Tao's forehead. He was all too aware of the connection between Zhao Juanhao and Gao Qingshan. If Qian Guobin were to seriously take Zhao Juanhao away, the consequences would be dire. Realizing this, Sun Tao steeled himself. Captain Qian, Zhao Juanhao's case should fall under the jurisdiction of our county's Public Security Bureau. The Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Team, humph, Qian Guobin snorted coldly. How could he be unaware of Sun Tao's ulterior motives? Secretary Sun, even if Gao Qinshan were standing before me, do you think he would dare to contest my authority? Captain Qian, Sun Tao. Your defense of Zhao Juanhao, could it be that he is your accomplice? Should we bring you in for questioning as well? Ah, Qian Guobin coldly scoffed, turning to glance at Qin Chuan, who had just climbed out of the grave, and immediately donned a genial smile. You, young man, are quite impressive. You resemble a true police officer. I've taken the person away, rest assured, your contribution will not go unnoticed. And, Qian Guobin cast a glance at Sun Tao, if you need anything, feel free to call me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for capturing a formidable murderer, earning 99 points of moral value. At this point, Qin Chuan had accumulated a total of 141 points of moral value, allowing him another chance to draw from the lottery. Throughout the entire affair, Duan Weigua, the captain of the Haizhou City Criminal Investigation Team, had remained silent but had been observing closely. As he departed, he slipped Qin Chuan a business card. You, young man, have great potential. If you find it difficult to continue in Xing'an, come to Haizhou to find me. Chinatown Police Station, the suspect in the Haizhou City 618 robbery and murder case had been handed over. Zhang Jinlian, along with the thief captured by Qin Chuan yesterday afternoon, had also been transferred to Linhu for delivery to the county bureau. Suddenly, the Chinatown Police Station fell into silence. It was as if nothing had transpired, as if everyone had merely dreamt. Director Wang, I feel as though I have just awakened from a dream. Sun Bingquan had never anticipated that he would experience such an exhilarating day in this small rural police station. Old Hu's sentiments ran deeper. Having lived for over half a lifetime, he had never encountered such perilous days as these past two. Wang Shuebing sighed, glancing at Qin Chuan, who was seated opposite him. Alright, after 2 busy days, everyone should get some rest. Qin Chuan, I have already submitted your application for formal employment to Director Lin. If all goes well, you may officially transition as early as tomorrow. To transition to official status within 3 days of joining the police force. Wang Shuebing was uncertain whether Qin Chuan had broken the record for the fastest transition within the Xing'an Public Security Bureau, but he was certain that he had shattered the record for Julin County's Public Security Bureau. The Chinatown Police Station lacked dormitories, so Qin Chuan rented a nearby apartment. It was quite affordable, costing only 80 yuan a month. As for the old residence in Wangjiagu, being 4 to 5 kilometers away from the town, it was far more convenient to rent a place in town. Qin Chuan's mother worked at Xing'an Experimental Primary School and had yet to retire, which naturally meant she could not come to stay with him. Upon returning home, Qin Chuan first tended to his wounds. Although the injuries had reopened due to strenuous activity today, they were not severe. He estimated that he would recover in a few days. Lying in bed, Qin Chuan summoned the system. Having captured Zhao Juanhao and earned 99 points of moral value, he now had a total of 141 points, adding the 32 points from Song Dehui and 44 points from Zhao Shouwu. Qin Chuan had amassed a total of 217 points. This would allow him to draw twice. System, draw. In his mind, a colorful wheel spun rapidly. Stop. The wheel gradually came to a halt, the red pointer settling into place. Qin Chuan widened his eyes, observing closely. It was indeed the skill. Chapter 12. The skill, 100 miles tracking. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the skill, 100 miles tracking. 100 miles tracking is a rudimentary skill. Qin Chuan can employ this ability on any target, be it vehicles, individuals, or other items. As long as the target is within 100 miles radius centered around Qin Chuan, he can pinpoint their location using the system's map. Qin Chuan was astonished to discover such a remarkable skill existed within the system. Although the skill requires the target to be at least 10 meters away from Qin Chuan during its activation, it still represents an extraordinary tracking capability. With this skill, there is no need for police dogs. The only drawback is that the 100 miles tracking skill can only track one target at a time. However, it can be upgraded. At the intermediate level, it allows for tracking over 1,000 miles and increases the number of targets tracked. With 117 points of good and evil value remaining, Qin Chuan decided to continue his lottery draws. Good and evil values serve no purpose if left unused. Only by winning the lottery can they be transformed into personal strength. Arresting Zhao Juanhao may seem straightforward, but in reality, it is quite challenging. No1 at the police station could assist Qin Chuan in apprehending Zhao Juanhao, who had a dozen officers from the security team backing him. If Qin Chuan did not possess the elite combat skill, it would have been impossible to subdue Zhao Juanhao in an instant, let alone take down Song Dehui and Zhao Shouhu, who charged at him. It was precisely Qin Chuan's exceptional prowess that intimidated the other officers in the security team, allowing him to maintain control over Zhao Juanhao. The colorful disc in his mind continued to spin. Stop. The red pointer gradually settled on a crimson sector. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the item, Strength Pill. The Strength Pill is a single-use item. Upon consumption, the host's strength triples for 24 hours. What Qin Chuan never expected the system could yield such a powerful item. With 3 times his normal strength, a single punch could potentially fell a bull. System, can the Strength Pill be administered to others? If the system's items could be given to others, it would be even more remarkable. The Strength Pill is exclusive to the host. Others cannot benefit from its strength enhancement. So that's how it is. However, the system did not mention that the item could not be given to others, it merely stated that it would not enhance their strength. What about other items? Never mind, for now, there is only this one item, and he would address any future draws later. The system includes a built-in space where all items rewarded by the system can be stored, allowing Qin Chuan to access them at will. However, items from the real world cannot be stored in this space. After a day filled with arrests and case solving, Qin Chuan felt utterly exhausted. Shortly after the lottery draw, he fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. The Changning Town police station lacks a cafeteria, so Qin Chuan could only prepare a small meal for himself. As for dining out, with Qin Chuan's meager internship salary of over 2,000 a month, he would soon find himself relying on the wind of the northwest. Young Qin is here. Good morning. Good morning, Officer Zhang. Qin Chuan, come here. Your sister-in-law made meat buns. Have one. Thank you, brother Hu. This morning, Qin Chuan notably felt the warmth of his colleagues at the police station. Qin Chuan, come to my office for a moment. Wang Xuebing received a call from the county bureau this morning. It was personally from Lin Hu. I have good news. Wang Xuebing's face was beaming with joy. The Changning Town police station is the smallest and most remote among the 8 stations in Julin County. It consistently ranks last in evaluations conducted by the county bureau each year. However, this year is different. Zhang Jilian's child trafficking activities were investigated overnight by the county bureau, and the evidence is now irrefutable. Child trafficking is a significant crime anywhere, but such cases are often challenging to solve due to their lengthy timelines. The Changning Town police station's ability to apprehend Zhang Jilian and crack a case spanning 2 decades is a notable achievement for the Julin County Public Security Bureau. It is said that the county chief personally listened to the report overnight and praised the county police for their efforts. Moreover, the suspect involved in the robbery and murder case in Haizhou City was also captured by Qin Chuan, another major case. With these 2 cases alone, the Changning Town police station is sure to rank prominently in Julin County's evaluations this year, perhaps even in first place. Furthermore, regarding Zhao Juanhao's murder case, Wang Xuebing heard from Lin Hu that Zhao Juanhao had given up that very night. This was not the only case. Zhao Juanhao was also implicated in other matters. Early this morning, Secretary Gao of the county committee went to Xing'an City for questioning. Hence, Wang Xuebing is in high spirits. Just wait and see who dares to call themselves the eternal underdog this year. Looking at the tall and handsome Qin Chuan, Wang Xuebing couldn't help but feel increasingly pleased. Young Qin, have a seat. Ha, just received a call from the county bureau. Your confirmation application has been approved, and the documents will be sent over this morning. Congratulations, lad. In the history of the Julin County Public Security Bureau, you are the only one to be confirmed within 3 days. Early confirmation was something Qin Chuan had anticipated. Not to mention, capturing Zhao Sihu was a significant contribution to IT. Would be unreasonable not to expedite his confirmation process. However, receiving the documents so quickly still took Qin Chuan by surprise. It's all thanks to the leadership of the station head. Flattery is a universal language. Although Qin Chuan had no significant achievements in his previous life and was ultimately betrayed, he still possessed some social acumen. Wang Xuebing waved his hand. You don't need to flatter me. This year, our station has had several cases solved thanks to you, and we will undoubtedly rank well in evaluations. I should be the one to thank you on behalf of the station. Wang Xuebing personally served Qin Chuan tea. Guanyin, give it a try. Qin Chuan stood up and accepted it with both hands. You didn't offend anyone at the police academy, did you? Qin Chuan chuckled. He certainly knew he had offended someone, but the key was that he didn't know who it was. Officer Wang, I must have offended someone, but I just don't know who. Someone from the county bureau specifically called me to say they would look out for you, but I know they were merely acting on someone else's instructions. I reviewed your file. Given your graduation scores, you could easily remain in the municipal criminal investigation team and wouldn't have come to our remote outpost. However, don't rush about this matter. The few individuals who can decide your assignment are limited. There will eventually be a day when it becomes clear. Thank you for your concern, Officer Wang. Rest assured, regardless of how I ended up at the Changning Town police station, since I am here, I will treat it as home and work diligently. After chatting for a while, Qin Chuan took his leave. Wang Xuebing was merely a police station head, not a hidden power broker, and had no formidable connections. If Qin Chuan wished to make a name for himself, he could only rely on accumulating merits through his own efforts. Returning to the office, Zhang Jun, Hu Jiangwo, Sun Dingquan, and Zhang Xiaowan were discussing Qin Chuan's remarkable deeds from yesterday, not to mention capturing a wanted criminal. Daring to confront the county bureau's security team leader was truly audacious. Brother Chuan. From now on, you're my brother. Upon seeing Qin Chuan return, Sun Dingquan was the first to give a thumbs up. You did well. As the deputy station head, Zhang Jun frequently interacted with the security team and knew the caliber of those officers. He never expected Qin Chuan to take them down so swiftly. Heh, what's the big deal? We became police officers to uphold justice, right? As the movies say, I will never coexist with evil. Chapter 13. Qin Chuan, the nemesis of evil. Another discovery of 2 serious criminals in the ensuing days. Qin Chuan accomplished several significant feats through the evil eye. It was remarkably simple for Qin Chuan to stroll through the streets and apprehend petty thieves and rogues. However, in order to prevent a recurrence of his sudden fainting episode from before, Qin Chuan limited his use of the evil eye to no more than 3 times a day, striving to keep it under 2. After several days of experimentation, he discerned that the frequency of use was not absolute, it primarily depended on the number of individuals he observed. As long as he did not exceed 20 people, there were no adverse effects. Once this number was surpassed, fatigue would set in. A week after his rebirth, the injury on Qin Chuan's arm had completely healed, the formal approval documents had long been issued, and he had also earned his first medal in life, a third-class merit award. Old Hu basked in his glory as well, having assisted in the capture of a major criminal, thus earning himself a third-class merit award too. To be frank, this accomplishment was a source of immense envy among their colleagues at the station. Wang Shuebing had spent his entire career at the Qingning Town police station, and he had not even managed to secure a commendation, let alone a merit award. Early this morning, Qin Chuan and Hu Jiangwo ventured to a mine in Sunjiaten to inspect the explosives reserves. "How come your eyes are so sharp?" Hu Jiangwo remarked, having become accustomed to apprehending criminals alongside Qin Chuan over the past few days. Although they had not pursued any wanted felons like Zhao Sihe, they had managed to capture 5 thieves in just 1 week, one of whom was implicated in a case exceeding 100,000 in value. As for petty thieves, they had nearly eradicated the scourge from Qingning Town. Qin Chuan chuckled, the gaze of a criminal is distinctly different from that of an ordinary person. Though the evil eye was not a combat skill, it was nothing short of a divine tool for law enforcement. With it, Qin Chuan felt assured that he would undoubtedly achieve remarkable successes in the future. The second chance at life felt akin to silencing the trivialities of existence while forcefully prying open the thighs of destiny, ensuring a new realm of possibilities and a fresh life. By the way, have you heard? Secretary Gao from the county committee just returned from the city yesterday. Gao Qingshan. Qin Chuan had learned about this from Wang Shuebing. The child found within Chen Yingying's remains had been confirmed through DNA testing to be Zhao Juanhao's. Both Song Dehui and Zhao Xiuhu had admitted their complicity in assisting Zhao Juanhao in burying the body. However, the one who committed the murder was Zhao Juanhao, and it bore no connection to Gao Qingshan. As for other cases involving Zhao Juanhao, due to insufficient evidence, they ultimately came to naught. Although Gao Qingshan had faced disciplinary action, he remained the secretary of the Bamboo Forest County Committee. Qin Chuan, after all, it was you who apprehended Zhao Juanhao. This matter, Hu Jiangwo's implication was crystal clear to Qin Chuan. Without him, Zhao Juanhao would not have encountered his predicament. If Zhao Juanhao was unharmed, Gao Qingshan would naturally escape punishment. Moreover, in his previous life, Gao Qingshan had advanced further, eventually retiring as the vice chairman of the Xing'an City Political Consultative Conference, underscoring his influence in Xing'an City. Brother Hu, I am but a humble officer, while he is a high-ranking secretary. How could he possibly hold a grudge against me? Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively as he drove, feigning indifference. As long as Gao Qingshan did not provoke him, Qin Chuan had no intention of instigating conflict. However, should it come to that, one must be willing to risk everything to bring down the emperor. What did Qin Chuan have to fear? Furthermore, there was also a county magistrate who had been parachuted in from Xing'an City, and their discord was common knowledge throughout the county. Could Gao Qingshan truly maintain his absolute power? Xinhai Mining was a star enterprise in Bamboo Forest County, a major taxpayer. The mine located in Sunjiaten served as the foundation for Xinhai Mining, consistently providing profits for over 2 decades. Brother Hu, hurry, please come in. The individual welcoming them was Dong Jijun, the deputy mine manager in charge of safety. Inspecting the explosives reserves at the coal mine was a lucrative task, and the personnel involved took turns attending to it. Premium Tiguanyan tea and fine cigarettes were presented to Qin Chuan and Old Hu as they arrived, with someone discreetly shoving them into the back seat of the police car through the open window. Qin Chuan merely cast a glance before following Old Hu towards the worksite. Such social niceties had been explained to him by Old Hu during their journey. It was not that accepting gifts necessitated leniency during inspections. Rather, it was a gesture of goodwill, a wish for peace of mind. Additionally, there was an implicit hope that the inspection would proceed smoothly without unnecessary complications. Otherwise, a single breach in temperature or humidity standards at an explosive storage site could spell disaster for the mine. Contrary to Qin Chuan's expectations, the Xinhai mining site was not littered with black coal dust. Instead, the facility was clean and orderly, presenting no resemblance to a typical coal mining enterprise. Brother Hu, rest assured, our explosives management is under constant surveillance, 24 hours a day. There is absolutely no cause for concern. Upon opening the explosive storage room, they indeed found 2 personnel on guard, with all necessary regulations and safety slogans prominently displayed on the walls. Alright, let us verify the inventory. Old Hu's extensive experience taught him that regardless of any gifts received, the inspection protocol must remain intact. Principles must not be compromised, while minor transgressions could be overlooked. Qin Chuan was, in fact, even more familiar with this location than old Hu Dai in his previous life. He had often come here to enjoy the spoils. Naturally, this being his first visit in this life, Qin Chuan feigned curiosity, inspecting everything with keen interest. The inspection concluded swiftly, with the explosives custodian and Dong Jijun accompanying the two as they departed. Just as they waved goodbye, Qin Chuan caught sight of a floral tattoo on one of the custodian's arms. Wasn't the salary here rather modest? How could a warehouse custodian afford such a tattoo? Was he a legitimate individual? Activating the evil eye, swish, the heads of the 2 warehouse custodians were suddenly illuminated by a blinding crimson light. Chung Feng, evil value 87, alias Madman, the true culprit behind the Baijiu 718 massacre, also implicated in multiple charges including kidnapping for ransom, intentional injury, illegal detention, and violent debt collection. Li Hu, evil value 77, alias Tiger, a fugitive wanted for a series of robbery homicides in Beihang City, also implicated in various charges including kidnapping for ransom, intentional injury, illegal detention, and violent debt collection. What the hell? Qin Chuan was nearly startled by the revelations regarding the two criminals. Two serious offenders were overseeing the explosives warehouse. What were their intentions? Without the luxury of time to ponder, he recognized that they must be apprehended at once. You too. Halt! Cheng Feng and Li Hu, who were just about to return to the warehouse, instinctively attempted to flee upon hearing Qin Chuan's command. However, upon noticing Dong Jijun beside them, they quickly realized that running was futile. They had protection now. Dong Jijun was momentarily taken aback. Officer Qin, what is this about? Qin Chuan sidestepped Dong Jijun and walked directly towards Cheng Feng and Li Hu, removing the handcuffs from his waist. Cheng Feng, have you forgotten the Baijiu case so soon? Damn! Upon hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in Cheng Feng's triangular eyes, and his expression shifted dramatically. How did this man know that he was the one responsible for the Baijiu case? And you, Li Hu, do you think you could so easily forget the 2 lives lost in Beihang City? With that, Qin Chuan prepared to secure Cheng Feng with handcuffs. Stop. Chapter 14. Violent resistance. I like it. Behind Qin Chuan, Dong Jijun's face turned ashen, and he immediately stepped forward to intervene. Officer Qin, what do you mean by this? Arresting us without reason, without evidence? After speaking, Dong Jijun turned to Hu Jiangwo. Old Hu, what is the meaning of this? If you want benefits, it cannot be done this way, right? Benefits, if it were someone else attempting to gain advantages through such means, Hu Jiangwo might have doubted it. But he had witnessed Qin Chuan apprehending Zhao Sihua with his own eyes. He knew how he earned his third-class merit. Since Qin Chuan claimed these two had issues, there must indeed be something amiss. Following the director meant there was food to eat. Following Qin Chuan meant there were merits to be gained. As Old Hu said. Old Dong, if Qin Chuan says these two have problems, then they certainly do. Cooperate with us, and we will take them back. If they truly have issues, it counts as your mind cooperating. If not, I will personally return them to you. Return them? The corner of Dong Jijun's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Did he not know what sort of people these two were? If they truly went to the police station, Dong Jijun steeled himself and exchanged glances with Cheng Feng and Li Hu behind him. Old Hu, Xinhai Mining is a legitimate enterprise. These two are our employees. Taking them away is acceptable, but I demand proper procedures. Hu Jiangwo was taken aback. Dong Jijun's words were not without merit. Arresting someone should indeed involve procedures. Seizing this opportunity, Cheng Feng and Li Hu took to their heels. This elicited a grin from Qin Chuan, refusing to be arrested. He quite enjoyed this scenario. With a swift twist of his waist, he executed a perfect maneuver. Possessing elite combat skills from the system, Qin Chuan's prowess was comparable to that of top-tier special forces. Although the two were hardened criminals, their combat skills were rather mediocre. With a swift kick to Cheng Feng's neck, he sent him crashing to the ground. The force was tremendous. As Cheng Feng's left cheek met the ground, a violent impact rippled through, creating a wave of flesh. Hu Jiangwo's eyes twitched at the sight. Cheng Feng, with his head hitting the ground, became disoriented, and Hu Jiangwo stepped forward to deliver a kick to his groin. Old Hu may not have excelled in other areas, but his kicks to the groin were remarkably precise. With that, Cheng Feng was utterly stripped of his combat capability. Old Hu, cuff him. Call the station for backup. Qin Chuan adjusted his stance and dashed forward, hot on the heels of Li Hu. Li Hu, not particularly tall but lean, ran with remarkable speed. In mere moments, he sprinted from the explosives warehouse to the factory square, shouting as he ran. Help! Someone, the police are killing people. Instantly, over 20 individuals surged from various corners of the factory, brandishing clubs and encircling the uniformed Qin Chuan without hesitation. Facing this menacing crowd, Qin Chuan activated his sinister eye once more. Zheng Baowen, sinister value 23, involved in fighting, usury, illegal detention, and acting as a henchman for an underground casino. Feng Xiaojun, sinister value 34, involved in fighting, provoking trouble, intentional injury, and acting as a henchman for an underground casino. Sun Xiaobao, sinister value 44, involved in rape, robbery, intentional injury, and acting as a henchman for an underground casino. Damn it, a cold sweat broke out on Qin Chuan's forehead. Had he stumbled into a den of thieves? Among the 20 or so individuals, more than half had a sinister value exceeding 20, with several surpassing 50, clearly implicated in serious crimes. Li Hu had also stopped running, hiding behind the crowd. He slightly raised his head, his right hand forming a knife, slowly slicing across his throat, his sinister gaze, like that of a hawk, fixated on Qin Chuan. Officer Qin. It's all a misunderstanding. Just as tensions escalated, Dong Jijun rushed over. Everyone disperse, it's a misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. Qin Chuan abruptly turned, his sinister eye sweeping over Dong Jijun, who was not yet concealed. Dong Jijun, sinister value 134, second in command of the Xinhai crime syndicate, suspected of multiple charges including murder, kidnapping, extortion, rape, and drug trafficking, disguised as a coal mining enterprise while secretly running an underground casino, coercing female college students into prostitution, and engaging in long-term drug sales, wreaking havoc in the area. A sinister value of 134, this was the first individual Qin Chuan encountered since his rebirth with a sinister value exceeding 100. Where's Old Hu? Qin Chuan disregarded Dong Jijun, who had just been with Old Hu. How could he now appear without him? Officer Qin, don't be agitated, Old Hu is quite safe. This is merely a misunderstanding, and once it's cleared up, Old Hu will certainly be fine. Damn it! Qin Chuan immediately detected the threat in the other's words. What have you done to old Hu? What has happened? Dong Jijun scoffed. Since these two had already discovered Cheng Feng and Li Hu, they could not be left alive. If they were to die here, they could simply claim the vehicle had fallen into a ravine, leaving no evidence behind. Thus, Dong Jijun's earlier words were merely a stalling tactic. When Hu Jiangwo was apprehending Cheng Feng, he had stealthily struck him from behind, then reported to the boss. The response was simple: do it cleanly. Now, seeing that he could not deceive Qin Chuan, Dong Jijun no longer felt the need for further words. Damn it! You refused to leave when offered a chance, and now you will pay the price. Get him, kill him. The 20 or so individuals, already itching for a fight, now grinned menacingly and gradually advanced toward Qin Chuan. Murder, many present had committed such acts before, but killing a police officer, that was indeed a first. At this moment, Qin Chuan's eyes blazed with fury. Old Hu was in trouble? In his previous life, he had a close relationship with Old Hu, akin to that of a mentor and friend. Later, when Qin Chuan was wrongfully imprisoned, Old Hu, even at 70 years of age, came to see him. But this time, did his rebirth lead to Old Hu's demise? None of you will escape. System, use the strength pill. In a fit of rage, Qin Chuan consumed the item obtained from the system's lottery. The strength pill, a one-time use item, would triple the user's strength for 24 hours. A warm flow coursed through his limbs, filling Qin Chuan with the illusion that he could lift the earth. Whoosh, the circle of assailants had formed, and a steel rod came crashing down from behind Qin Chuan, the wind roaring like a vengeful spirit. Chen San, filled with excitement, felt a rush. In Xinhai mining, he held a lowly position, with treatment far inferior to Li Hu's crew. Meals required forced laughter, drinking demanded dance, and even his escapades with women were limited to leftovers. Why? Simply because he had no blood on his hands. This time, an opportunity had arisen, and it was against a police officer. However, the anticipated scene of brain splattering did not occur. Crack, in a sharp sound, Chen San suddenly felt as if he were airborne, soaring into the sky. Then came a tsunami of pain radiating from his arm. Ah! The heart-wrenching scream caused Qin Chuan's brows to knit. He withdrew his fist, now smeared with thick blood. His strength had increased, but his physical condition remained unchanged. That punch, while it shattered the opponent's arm, had injured him as well. Yet, there was no time for concern, as fists, steel rods, and daggers descended upon him like rain. Qin Chuan charged into the fray like a tiger among sheep, his strikes breaking bones and tearing tendons. The sickening crunch of bones shattering echoed like firecrackers, resonating in a relentless cacophony. Chapter 15. A million, kill him. With strength exceeding that of an ordinary man by threefold, Qin Chuan's punch could easily weigh around 300 pounds. Coupled with the enhancement of his elite combat skills, he moved through the fray like a god of war, as if the battlefield were devoid of adversaries. Unarmed, Qin Chuan faced his foes with military boxing, Jeet Kune Do, and Muay Thai, employing every vicious technique at his disposal. Elbow strikes and kicks rained down upon them. Anyone who came into contact with him was left shrieking in agony, quickly losing their will to fight. In the span of mere breaths, over 20 individuals lay defeated. At this moment, Qin Chuan was drenched in blood, his own or that of others. It was hard to tell. Come on, come. Yet, witnessing Qin Chuan's ferocity, this ragtag group hesitated to advance. Don't be afraid. He is just one man. He must be on the brink of collapse after injuring more than a dozen of us. It was Li Hu. Having previously hidden among the crowd, he had witnessed Qin Chuan incapacitate Cheng Feng with a single, inverted kick. Such feats were beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. Thus, Li Hu, though vocally encouraging, remained at the periphery, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. However, he had not anticipated Qin Chuan's overwhelming might. Wiping the blood from his blurred vision, Qin Chuan clenched his teeth tightly. Li Hu! While he could spare others, neither Li Hu nor Dong Jijun would escape his wrath. Bending down, he seized a sharp knife and hurled it with ferocity. Thud, although Li Hu managed to react, he only narrowly avoided a full hit. The blade pierced his shoulder, blood gushing forth. The remaining onlookers, witnessing this, lost all courage to fight and fled in terror. Relentless, Qin Chuan closed the distance to Li Hu in 2 swift strides. No! Please don't kill me! Though Qin Chuan was furious, he understood the importance of not killing, yet, he felt no remorse in teaching these scoundrels a lesson. Crack, the sickening sound of bone fracturing echoed alongside Li Hu's anguished scream as Qin Chuan shattered his left calf, ensuring his opponent was rendered incapable of further resistance. Qin Chuan turned his attention. Now, only Dong Jijun remained in the center of the square. It wasn't he that he wished to flee, rather, his legs refused to obey. Don't come any closer. As the embodiment of death approached, Dong Jijun was paralyzed by fear. Bang! Qin Chuan dismissed Dong Jijun's pleas, delivering a resounding slap that knocked out 3 of his teeth. The atrocities this scoundrel had committed deserved nothing less than severe retribution. Zhang Yanchu was 3 months pregnant when she died. A year ago, in a drunken stupor, Dong Jijun had set his sights on a hotel waitress, abducting her that very night to the Xin High coal mine, where he and a dozen others violated her. When her husband sought justice, Dong Jijun captured him and, in his presence, further humiliated Zhang Yanchu, leading to her demise. Their remains now lay buried in a forsaken mineshaft. Moreover, Dong Jijun had coerced female students into prostitution through predatory loans, catering to gamblers, corrupt officials, and the detritus of the mining site. Over the years, 3 university students had perished at his hands. Some of their corpses were interred within the mine, while others were discarded on the mountainside to feed the wolves. At this very moment, 3 female university students remained imprisoned within the mine. Crack, Qin Chuan's foot came down, shattering Dong Jijun's left hand. Howl, the tortured cries of Dong Jijun echoed as he convulsed and lost consciousness. Qin Chuan shook his still sore right arm. Despite his valor in combat, he had endured several blows from the overwhelming number of opponents. His hands, back, and thighs bore 4 or 5 cuts and bruises from knives and clubs. Initially, he felt no pain, but now it burned like fire. Hissing, he tore a strip from a cloth, binding his arm wound, then hoisted Dong Jijun as he made his way toward the explosives depot. He needed to check on old Hu. A swish, however, just as Qin Chuan turned, a sharp whistling sound suddenly pierced the air behind him. Instinctively, he dodged, feeling a slight numbness in his left shoulder. Upon inspection, he found a throwing dart embedded in his shoulder like a swallow. "Friend, I need to take this man with me. Mr. Ghost, kill him." Upon seeing the newcomer, Dong Jijun's eyes gleamed with a desperate hope. "1 million. Kill him, and I will give you 1 million. Slap, Qin Chuan delivered another resounding blow to Dong Jijun, knocking out 5 more teeth. Wailing, he tossed Dong Jijun aside as if discarding a tattered sack. Under the malevolent gaze of Qin Chuan, the information about the newcomer sent a chill down his spine. Ghostly visage, with a sin value of 244, was an elite mercenary and an international assassin of unspeakable infamy. His presence in Juling County was to protect a significant figure and negotiate on behalf of the Xian High Group as criminal enterprise. 4 days, Ghostly visage had been concealed within the Xian High coal mine, entertained by Dong Jijun. With a sin value exceeding 200, he had likely taken countless lives. "You want him, but what if I refuse?" Ghostly visage strolled forward, halting about 10 meters away from Qin Chuan. "The police of Dragon Country, you are the most formidable officer I have encountered, but how much strength do you have left to fight? There is a saying in Dragon Country. Those who know the times are the most brilliant. If I make it difficult for you, you need not make it difficult for me. I only want him." Breathing heavily, Qin Chuan fixed his gaze on Ghostly visage, remaining silent. Ghostly visage appeared to interpret Qin Chuan's silence as consent to take Dong Jijun, cautiously advancing. "Mr. Ghost, please don't." Smack, Ghostly visage landed a slap on Dong Jijun's head. "Fool." He then turned to Qin Chuan with a smile. "Officer, we will not regret this." With that, Ghostly visage began to drag Dong Jijun away. However, in the instant their paths crossed, Ghostly visage lashed out with his right leg like an iron whip, the wind howling in its wake. Qin Chuan smirked, having anticipated such a sudden attack. Not only would he not allow Ghostly visage to take Dong Jijun, but he had also perceived the flicker of excitement in his eyes upon hearing the $1 million bounty. Ghostly visage was attempting to exploit Dong Jijun to lower Qin Chuan's guard. But Qin Chuan, in turn, sought to buy time to regain his strength. Boom, the clash of their legs produced a thunderous sound, causing hearts to skip a beat. Realizing his scheme had been uncovered, Ghostly visage unleashed a flurry of relentless attacks. Though Qin Chuan was exhausted, the effects of the energy-boosting pills still coursed through him. Each counterattack, unless he missed, struck Ghostly visage like a bulldozer. Within 3 exchanges, Ghostly visage spat blood, retreating in shock. How can you be so strong?" Ghostly visage, forged through the fires of life and death, possessed killing techniques that were second to none, with strength exceeding that of ordinary men by more than double. Yet, in their exchange, he felt as though he was overpowered by Qin Chuan. At that moment, Qin Chuan too was in discomfort. Ghostly visage's punches felt like branding irons, each delivering significant damage. Chapter 16. Qin Chuan, your skills are truly remarkable. Qin Chuan spat out a mouthful of blood and cast a glance at Gijianchu. "So, how does it feel to earn 1 million for my demise?" Gijianchu squinted his triangular eyes, his crimson tongue licked his lips, and a ferocious glint shone in his gaze, revealing his unabashed greed. "I want to give it a try." "A trial, indeed?" Qin Chuan too yearned for a test, to see whether he could subdue his opponent before his own strength waned. Suddenly, just as the two were about to engage, a shrill siren echoed from the distance. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Gijianchu, who was about to charge forward, halted abruptly, and glanced at the flashing police lights in the distance. "Dragon Country's police, consider yourself fortunate." With that, he disregarded Dong Jijun, who lay groaning on the ground, and fled. Qin Chuan intended to pursue, but the intense physical exertion, coupled with blood loss and the debilitating weakness from overusing his evil eye, left him dizzy and on the verge of collapse. However, escaping would not be so simple. As Gijianchu made his exit, Qin Chuan unleashed a 100-mile tracking spell. As long as the man did not venture beyond 100 miles from him, Qin Chuan was bound to have an opportunity to capture him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Qin Chuan staggered toward the munitions depot, eager to ascertain old Hu's condition. Yet, after merely 2 steps, darkness enveloped him. Qin Chuan, Qin Chuan." Just before succumbing to the shadows, a smile graced Qin Chuan's lips. Was that old Hu's voice? When Wang Shuebing arrived at the scene, he was utterly stunned, his jaw dropping at the sight before him. A dozen figures lay sprawled grotesquely on the ground, wailing in agony. Their limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Among them, one particularly familiar face bore the brunt of the assault. Bloodied and surrounded by a scattering of teeth, his cheeks bore the distinct imprints of slaps. Did he do all this? Wang Shuebing arrived just in time to witness old Hu cradling the unconscious Qin Chuan, amidst a cacophony of moaning men. Although old Hu had received a blow from Dong Jijun, he was not in mortal danger, just momentarily dazed. After a brief recovery, he hurried toward the square and saw Qin Chuan teetering on the brink of collapse. That seems likely. There are no other suspects around. What sparked the conflict? Qin Chuan claimed these 2 men were wanted criminals and attempted to apprehend them. They seized the opportunity to flee and violently resisted arrest. Old Hu recounted the events as he understood them. Old Hu, are you alright? As he spoke, Qin Chuan finally stirred in Old Hu's arms. I'm fine, I'm fine. What about you? At that moment, Qin Chuan was drenched in blood, with a swallowtail dart embedded in his shoulder. I'm alright too, Director, you've arrived. Upon turning and spotting Wang Shuebing, Qin Chuan quickly added, there's an underground casino here. In the basement, 3 female students are being held captive. Also, in the mine on the back mountain, there are remains of Director, apprehend them all lol. But before he could finish, Qin Chuan's head drooped, and he fainted once more. When Qin Chuan regained consciousness, his nostrils were filled with the scent of antiseptic. With some effort, he opened his eyes to find a nurse before him. You're awake? The young nurse's gentle tone enveloped Qin Chuan, as if delicate hands were continually caressing him. Where am I? County Hospital. Rest well and do not move, I'll fetch the doctor. Accompanying the doctor was Old Hu. You rascal, you finally awakened. Old Hu's voice brimmed with uncontainable joy. That moment, his head was wrapped in a large bandage, giving him a comical appearance akin to a mummy. Old Hu? Ignoring the sharp pain from his wounds, Qin Chuan struggled to sit up. Are you alright? Just a brick to the head from Dong Jijun, but I'm fine. But you, the doctor said you have 7 stab wounds and have lost a significant amount of blood. You reckless fool. Knowing Old Hu was safe, Qin Chuan finally relaxed. After all, Old Hu had only 3 years until retirement. It was a precarious time for something to go awry. What became of Dong Jijun and the others? Rest assured, none escaped. As it turned out, once Old Hu reported to Wang Shuebing, they recognized the seriousness of the situation. Due to the limited police resources in Changning Town, Wang Shuebing immediately alerted Lin Hu. Shortly after Wang Shuebing's arrival, a large contingent from the County Public Security Bureau arrived. Some of those Qin Chuan had subdued were fugitives and wanted criminals, apprehended on the spot. Currently, they are all detained at the County Public Security Bureau. I hear it has already drawn the attention of the city. Last night, personnel from the City Bureau arrived overnight. Qin Chuan exhaled a long sigh of relief. As long as no one had escaped, that was what mattered. The only regret was Gijianshu, with a crime value exceeding 200. After examining Qin Chuan, the doctor confirmed there were no significant issues and advised him to rest well before departing. Before long, Wang Shuebing arrived with personnel from the precinct, all gathered in Qin Chuan's hospital room. Zhang Jun squeezed Qin Chuan's right hand. I told you, are you some kind of deity? How did you know those 2 were serious offenders? Qin Chuan smiled wryly. He was no deity, merely astute. The one namely who has a blood mole on his forehead. A few days prior, while sorting through documents, I saw a notice from Beihang City. The picture was unclear, but I distinctly remembered that mole. Sun Bingquan gazed at him enviously. Qin Chuan, your prowess is simply astounding. Old Hu had not been present at the time, and Qin Chuan had been unconscious, but Zhang Jun and the others had obtained the surveillance footage from the scene. They were now aware of how formidable Qin Chuan had truly been, one man, against over 20, and he had emerged victorious. Was this even human? You really were reckless, there were so many of them. What if something had happened? Wang Shuebing felt a genuine twinge of fear. As the director, his perspective was different from the others. Qin Chuan had faced over 20 men. Had anything gone amiss? Qin Chuan chuckled. They were merely a rabble, hardly worth mentioning. By the way, Director Wang, what is the status of the ongoing case? You need not concern yourself with that. Wang Shuebing clapped Qin Chuan on the shoulder. Xinhai mining is thoroughly finished this time. The remains you mentioned from the mine on the back mountain have been located, and the imprisoned students have been rescued. The underground casino has also been shut down. Now, the case has been taken over by the City Bureau. The City Bureau, that simplifies matters. By the way, Director Wang, did we capture anyone named Gijianshu? Gijianshu? Wang Shuebing shook his head. I haven't heard of any such person. The one who fought me at the end. At the end? We didn't see anyone. The place where you fainted was in a blind spot on the surveillance. A sense of dread settled in Qin Chuan's heart. He had already checked the system. There were no leads from the 100-mile tracking spell. The police had also failed to apprehend him. This fellow had undoubtedly escaped. Chapter 17. Qin Chuan, come back with us for an investigation. After a brief conversation, everyone departed one after another. Although Qin Chuan's injuries were not deemed severe, he had lost a considerable amount of blood and required ample rest. Uninterrupted, Qin Chuan lay on the hospital bed, beginning to examine the system information. Ding! Congratulations to the host for apprehending the serious criminal Cheng Feng, reward of 87 evil points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for apprehending the serious criminal Li Hu, reward of 77 evil points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for apprehending the thug Zhang Sungwen, reward of 23 evil points. Despite enduring several stab wounds, Qin Chuan's rewards were remarkably bountiful. The combined contributions of Cheng Feng and Li Hu alone amounted to 164 points of good and evil value. Though the others had lower scores, their sheer number accumulated into a substantial total. Moreover, the good and evil points Qin Chuan had gathered from apprehending thieves and other criminals over the past week had now reached a commendable total of 473. This was sufficient for Qin Chuan to draw rewards 4 times. System, draw a prize. The colorful roulette in his mind spun rapidly. Stop. This time, the red pointer halted in a blue zone. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the item. Strengthening pill. The strengthening pill is a one-time use item that, upon consumption, permanently enhances the host's physical attributes by 300. Astonished, Qin Chuan's eyes gleamed. This was indeed a remarkable treasure. Although it was a one-time item like the strength pill, its ability to permanently augment physical prowess made it far more valuable. During the recent battle, despite having taken the strength pill which significantly boosted his power, his body's resilience, stamina, and strength remained at an ordinary level, greatly hampering his combat effectiveness. With the enhancement from the strengthening pill, those issues would no longer persist. Consume the strengthening pill. A warm current, far more intense than the last time he took the strength pill, surged through Qin Chuan's body, enveloping him in an exquisite sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring. A quarter of an hour later, the warmth gradually dissipated. When Qin Chuan lifted the covers, he was astonished to find that his wounds had completely healed, leaving only faint scars behind. He had not anticipated that the strengthening pill would yield such a benefit. Clenching his fist in the void, Qin Chuan felt unprecedentedly invigorated. Had he possessed this physical state during yesterday's battle, he would likely have emerged unscathed, and that notorious adversary would have certainly fallen into his grasp. System, continue the lottery. The roulette reappeared, and moments later, Qin Chuan called for it to halt. The red pointer landed once more in the black zone. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the skill of footprint identification. Footprint identification is a primary skill that allows one to analyze the height, weight, gender, and other basic information of the footprint's owner based on its shape. Qin Chuan had encountered this during his time at the police academy, but his understanding was superficial. While short of mastery upon accepting the skill, a flood of knowledge and experience regarding footprint identification surged into Qin Chuan's mind. Concepts such as stride length, foot angle, and gait flooded his consciousness. System, continue the lottery. The wheel spun once again, and when Qin Chuan called for it to stop, the pointer landed yet again in the black zone. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the skill. Enhanced vision. Enhanced vision is a primary skill primarily designed to improve night vision. This skill also has advanced applications, such as dynamic visual tracking. System, continue the lottery. The wheel spun yet again, and finally, the red pointer settled in the white zone. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the skill. Crime scene investigation. Crime scene investigation is a fundamental skill in criminal detection, adept at uncovering clues at the scene of a crime, an essential skill for any detective. During his studies at the police academy, this was one of the most significant courses, and Qin Chuan had graduated with the highest scores in this subject among all graduates. However, upon receiving the system's skill, Qin Chuan realized that the scant knowledge he had acquired in the academy paled in comparison to the capabilities provided by the system's crime scene investigation skill. This fruitful harvest allowed Qin Chuan to draw rewards 4 times. Although the 3 skills were all elementary, the strengthening pill was undeniably remarkable. With 473 points of good and evil value, having completed 4 draws, he now had 73 points remaining. Having tasted the sweetness of the lottery, Qin Chuan eagerly anticipated capturing more criminals. Alas, he could only hope, as the doctor would not permit his discharge. Moreover, he wished to keep the details of his rapid recovery a secret. Otherwise, he might be subjected to invasive examinations. Typically, it would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks for ordinary knife wounds to heal, yet here he was, fully recovered within a day, with only faint scars remaining. Thus, for the next 3 days, Qin Chuan obediently lay in the hospital. On the 4th day, the morning was awash with continuous rain. Qin Chuan had hoped to be discharged today, but instead of flowers and applause, he was met by 3 unfamiliar police officers. Qin Chuan, we are from the County Bureau's Political Work Supervision Office. You are suspected of violent law enforcement resulting in death. Please accompany us for an investigation. Boom, Qin Chuan's mind erupted. What was happening? When had he engaged in violent law enforcement, let alone caused a death? The Political Work Supervision Office was responsible for overseeing police conduct, and indeed, internal personnel engaging in violent law enforcement fell under their jurisdiction. Stop. Just as Qin Chuan was trying to comprehend the situation, 2 individuals burst into the ward. It was none other than Wang Shuebing. At that moment, the latter's expression was grim. Old Zhang, it's rather inappropriate for you to come and arrest someone right after Qin Chuan has been discharged. The newcomers clearly knew Wang Shuebing, and one of them chuckled wryly. Director Wang, this is an order from above. You know, although the XIN High Group case has been transferred to the Municipal Bureau for investigation, certain specific matters are still being pushed forward by our county bureau. Now that someone has died and the family has lodged a complaint with the bureau, we cannot ignore it. Though Wang Shuebing's face was pale, he understood that this matter was beyond the control of a mere precinct chief. Old Zhang, give me 10 minutes. The police officer surnamed Zhang contemplated for a moment, his furrowed brow relaxing. Old Wang, make it 5 minutes. Brother Zhang, this doesn't seem quite right. A young officer accompanying Officer Zhang could not help but interject. Enough, what could possibly happen in 5 minutes? With that, Officer Zhang exited the ward first. Wang Shuebing cast a grateful glance at him before turning to Qin Chuan. Director Wang, outside the door, the young police officer appeared to struggle to understand Officer Zhang's decision. Brother Zhang, if the higher-ups find out about this, you little fool, why are you being so stubborn? Officer Zhang patted the young officer's shoulder. The higher-ups merely instructed us to bring him back. Did they specify a time frame? Did they say he shouldn't contact anyone else? They said nothing of the sort. Why are you in such a rush? Besides, he is also a police officer, and you all heard about what happened a few days ago. He single-handedly took down over a dozen fierce criminals. Listen, brother, let me give you a piece of advice. Be lenient with your own people, one should show mercy where possible. Inside the ward, Qin Chuan gazed at Wang Shuebing with confusion. He believed he had made significant contributions to the eradication of the Xin high group criminal gang. Originally, Qin Chuan had thought he might at least receive a second-class merit for his efforts. How could it be that he was being taken away for an investigation before even being discharged? Sighing, Wang Shuebing began, Qin Chuan, you need to listen to me. The situation is as follows. It turned out that during the past 3 days, significant developments had transpired. Chapter 18. What qualifications do you have to speak to a hero like that? 5 minutes later, the police officer surnamed Zhang re-entered the hospital room. Wang Shuebing, having recognized that the officer had given him face, gently patted Qin Chuan on the shoulder. Qin Chuan, remember my words. You must do your utmost to cooperate. Qin Chuan, having just listened to Wang Shuebing's explanation, was already somewhat prepared. Director Wang, rest assured, I will cooperate fully with the investigation. The young officer following Zhang approached Qin Chuan, preparing to place handcuffs on him. This caused Qin Chuan to bristle with discontent. Just 5 days prior, he had single-handedly dismantled the entire Xin high mining criminal gang, sustaining 7 stab wounds in the process and narrowly escaping death from blood loss. Now, not only was his contribution overlooked, but he was also to be handcuffed? Officer, I am merely assisting you in your investigation. Wang Shuebing frowned as well. Old Zhang, we're all on the same side. This is unnecessary, isn't it? Zhang waved his hand dismissively, and the young officer hesitated before retracting the handcuffs. Director Wang, the young man is new and unfamiliar with the procedures. Please don't take offense, he said, before turning to Qin Chuan, Officer Qin, please follow me. In the car, Zhang sat in the front passenger seat while Qin Chuan and 2 other officers were crammed into the back seat, with the 2 officers flanking him on either side. Though no words were exchanged, the arrangement was hardly different from how a suspect would be treated. Qin Chuan had learned from Wang Shuebing that Zhang Guohao was the director of the Political Work Supervision Office at the Julin County Public Security Bureau. A seasoned veteran, he had spent the better part of his life within the bureau, including the driver. 5 people sat in silence. Qin Chuan closed his eyes to rest, contemplating the information Wang Shuebing had conveyed to him. Cheng Feng, Li Hu, and the other serious criminals had been taken away for investigation by the Municipal Bureau on the day of their arrest. However, the others, lacking significant charges, were all handed over to the Julin County Public Security Bureau for scrutiny. As for Dong Jijun, the most critical figure in the Xin high mining criminal gang, he had died during custody that same night. The forensic diagnosis concluded that his death was due to intracranial hemorrhaging. Dong Jijun's demise marked 2 pivotal turns. First, all the captured suspects from Xin high mining had been recruited by Dong Jijun during his lifetime. This meant that all criminal activities attributed to Xin high mining now fell squarely on Dong Jijun's shoulders, while the legal representative, Do Sihai, the wealthiest man in Julin County, faced no repercussions whatsoever. Secondly, surveillance footage from the Xin high coal mine clearly captured Qin Chuan assaulting Dong Jijun, leading directly to his death. Early this morning, Dong Jijun's family had filed a complaint with the county party secretary's office, demanding justice for the murderer. In the span of 5 days, Qin Chuan had transformed from a heroic officer fighting crime to a suspect in a case of fatal excessive force. Just 3 days prior, various leaders had come to express their gratitude, yet now, before even being discharged, he was to undergo questioning. How ironic, Qin Chuan couldn't help but smile at the absurdity of it all. To be frank, his 2 slaps to Dong Jijun had indeed been fueled by rage upon learning of Dong Jijun's heinous crimes. If Qin Chuan had still been able to restrain himself, he would have ceased to be human. The kick that shattered Dong Jijun's shinbone was equally severe. However, Qin Chuan had acted with restraint. While his strikes were forceful, they were not intended to be lethal. Intracranial hemorrhaging, the skull is one of the hardest bones in the human body. If 2 slaps could cause such an injury, then humans would be far too fragile. Minutes later, the gates of the Julin County Public Security Bureau came into view as Zhang Guohao cleared his throat and turned to Qin Chuan. Comrade Qin, we have summoned you primarily to ensure your cooperation with the investigation. But rest assured, we at the Julin County Public Security Bureau will uphold the law impartially. We are all aware of the events at the Xin high coal mine 5 days ago. You single-handedly faced off against over a dozen criminals and sustained 7 stab wounds. While this incident portrays you as a hero, however, Zhang Guohao's tone grew somber. Qin Chuan, recently you have crossed a line. Do you understand my meaning? Shortly, a 5-person panel will conduct an inquiry with you, one of whom is Secretary Sun from the county committee, dispatched by Secretary Gao. Qin Chuan raised his head to scrutinize Zhang Guohao. Thank you, Director Zhang. Seeing that Qin Chuan understood his implication, Zhang Guohao turned away and ceased speaking. After years of navigating the bureaucracy of the Julin County Public Security Bureau, Zhang Guohao had attained his position as the director of the Political Work Supervision Office through skillful maneuvering. 5 days prior, Zhang Guohao had viewed the surveillance footage of Qin Chuan's confrontation with multiple criminals. Truth be told, he held a deep respect for him. If such a person were not a hero, then who could claim the title? Yet, Dong Jijun was dead. This was an insurmountable dilemma. Now, there were those seeking to exploit this situation. The family had even approached the county committee secretariat's office, hence, this inquiry had come to pass. 10 minutes later, Qin Chuan found himself seated in a small conference room, including Zhang Guohao. 5 individuals occupied the opposite side, with Zhang at the far right end. Why aren't you wearing handcuffs? Even before Qin Chuan had settled into his seat, a show of authority was thrust upon him. The speaker, positioned to the left of the middle trio, was evidently the second in command of the panel, Secretary Sun Tao of the county committee. Secretary Sun, Qin Chuan is simply here for questioning. It is customary not to wear handcuffs, interjected Lin Hu, the deputy chief of the Zhulin County Public Security Bureau, who sat to the right of the middle figure. Alright, let us begin, the middle figure, whom Qin Chuan recognized as Zhou Xueshi, the head of the Zhulin County Public Security Bureau, announced. The last individual, seated at the left end, was Song Wei, the captain of the criminal investigation team. Upon hearing Zhou Xueshi speak, Sun Tao ceased insisting on the handcuffs but continued with his line of questioning. Qin Chuan, the county committee has received a formal complaint alleging that during your law enforcement duties, you engaged in excessive force, resulting in the death of another. How do you respond to this matter? Standing tall and unwavering, Qin Chuan did not even glance at Sun Tao. Report to Chief Zhou, Deputy Chief Lin, Captain Song, and Director Zhang. Officer Qin Chuan from the Longqing Town Police Station is here to report. With a sharp salute, he dismissed Sun Tao's inquiry entirely. You. Sun Tao was taken aback, not expecting Qin Chuan's blatant disregard for his authority. What do you mean by you? Only then did Qin Chuan deign to look at Sun Tao, speaking slowly. Who are you, that I should answer your questions? Sun Tao was momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that Qin Chuan would dare to undermine him before such an audience. Preposterous. I am the secretary of the county committee, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? County committee secretary? Qin Chuan lowered his salute and calmly regarded Sun Tao. I am a duly appointed People's Police of the Longqing City Zhulin County Public Security Bureau. 10 days ago, I apprehended a robbery and murder suspect, earning a promotion despite my injuries, and was awarded a third-class merit. In just 11 days as an officer, I have apprehended over 30 criminals, including thieves, murderers, and wanted fugitives in Longqing Town. 5 days ago, I single-handedly confronted over 20 armed criminals at the Qin High coal mine, sustaining 7 stab wounds. And you? A mere county committee secretary. Qin Chuan scoffed coldly. What qualifications do you have to speak to me, a battle-hardened hero, in such a manner? Chapter 19 Hero, you are a hero only if you proclaim yourself as one. Alright, apart from Sun Tao, the other 4 individuals could not help but internally cheer for Qin Chuan's words of this inquiry was, after all, instigated under the formidable pressure of the county committee. Qin High mining had entrenched itself in Zhulin County for over a decade. Everyone present was well aware of the other party's background. Dong Jijun was merely a scapegoat, although he had sustained severe injuries when apprehended that day. Preliminary examinations upon his arrival at the hospital indicated he was not in critical condition. Yet, he succumbed that very night. This incident led to Zhou Xueshi being reprimanded for 2 hours by the county mayor and Qian Guobin from the municipal criminal investigation team. The sudden death of Dong Jijun plunged the entire case investigation into a significant impasse. Today's inquiry, spearheaded by the county committee secretary's office, was merely an appetizer. If Qin Chuan's excessive use of force was confirmed to have resulted in Dong Jijun's demise, not only would he bear the responsibility, but Wang Xuebing, Lin Hu, and even Zhou Xueshi would also face repercussions. For Gao Qingshan, it was an opportunity to exact revenge for the disciplinary action he received due to Qin Chuan's capture of Jia Juanhao, while simultaneously undermining the county mayor's personnel arrangements at the Public Security Bureau. Coupled with resolving the Qin High mining case, it was truly a threefold achievement. Combat hero, Sun Tao scoffed. As the secretary to the county committee, he was not without guile. On the contrary, despite his youth, Sun Tao was astute and seasoned. Orchestrating the elimination of Dong Jijun overnight and shifting the blame entirely onto the deceased was his masterstroke. The reason he took the lead in today's inquiry was primarily due to the fact that the individuals from the County Public Security Bureau were aligned with the mayor. Lacking any allies on his side, he had no choice but to step into the fray himself. Just moments ago, Sun Tao had contemplated cutting through the chaos swiftly to intimidate Qin Chuan and secure a prompt victory over him. But to his surprise, Qin Chuan dared to confront him head-on. It seemed the forthcoming strategy would require a shift in direction. Combat hero? Sun Tao lit a cigarette. Comrade Qin Chuan, whether one is a combat hero is not self-bestowed. It is only when others declare you a hero that you may indeed be one. If others assert you are not, you may very well not be. When you refer to others, are you speaking of yourself or some other secretary? You. Enough. Sun Tao, eager to press further, was interrupted by Zhou Xueshi. Secretary Sun, let us stick to the inquiry without delving into unnecessary distractions. Zhou Xueshi was a protege of the newly appointed county mayor, Chen Mingguang. His political alignment did not favor the county committee secretary, thus he felt no obligation to accommodate Sun Tao. Moreover, should Qin Chuan be found guilty today, Zhou Xueshi would be the one facing the consequences. A light reprimand could lead to a demotion, while a heavier sentence might cost him the position of Public Security Bureau Director. In such a scenario, Gao Qingshan would be able to position his own people in power. With Chen Mingguang losing the support of the Public Security Bureau, he would find himself at a greater disadvantage in future struggles. Observing Zhou Xueshi speak, Sun Tao immediately tempered his feigned anger. Qin Chuan had done him no personal harm. The extent of Sun Tao's indignation was anyone's guess. Very well, let us proceed as Director Zhou suggests. Sun Tao adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles. Qin Chuan, this morning the county committee secretary's office received a report regarding you. It alleges that you employed excessive force at Qin High coal mine, resulting in the death of Dong Jijun. There is surveillance footage to corroborate this, and here is the forensic report concerning Dong Jijun's death. It clearly states that Dong Jijun died from intracranial hemorrhage. When combined with the surveillance video and the forensic report, it can be concluded that you are responsible for his death. What do you have to say for yourself? Sun Tao's voice was rhythmic and compelling, easily drawing others into his cadence. Moreover, his arguments were logically sound. Someone reported an incident, thus an investigation is warranted. The surveillance footage shows you striking Dong Jijun, causing him severe injuries. The forensic examination confirms death from intracranial hemorrhage. Zhou Xuexi's brow gradually furrowed. This was precisely why they could not halt this inquiry. Zhou Xuexi was well aware that Qin Chuan was not responsible for Dong Jijun's death, but he understood that it was a setup to frame Qin Chuan while targeting himself and others. However, the police must base their investigations on evidence. Currently, the evidence indicated that Qin Chuan had committed murder. Qin Chuan was no fool. He recognized that Zhou Xuexi was on his side, otherwise, he would not have defended him moments ago. Zhang Guohao had just reminded him in the car that Sun Tao was the primary examiner in this inquiry. Secretary Sun, I fail to comprehend your meaning. Dong Jijun harbored and protected serious criminals, operated a gambling den at Xian High Coal Mine, and preyed upon female college students, driving innocent women to despair. Upon discovering the clues, I enforced the law to apprehend him. Furthermore, he attempted to assist serious offenders Cheng Feng and Li Hu in their escape, inciting illegal personnel at the mine to openly attack law enforcement. Faced with over 20 violent offenders, I fought back and injured Dong Jijun. What is wrong with that? Or do you believe, in your eyes, Secretary Sun, that I, a police officer assaulted by criminals, am less human than the suspect Dong Jijun? Since you have reviewed the surveillance footage. Secretary Sunday. Qin Chuan sat up straight, his gaze fearless. May I inquire if your vision is impaired? Given their adversarial relationship, Qin Chuan naturally held nothing back. His words rang out powerfully, confronting his accuser directly. What the hell? Zhou Xuexi and the others were taken aback, their expressions revealing shock. Qin Chuan's eloquence was impressive. A bang. Qin Chuan, sharp-tongued. Sun Tao narrowed his eyes and slammed the table. We are discussing the cause of Dong Jijun's death. Whether he committed a crime will be determined by legal judgment. However, as a police officer, your excessive use of force resulting in another's death is inescapable. There is no way for you to absolve yourself of this. Cough, cough. Lin Hu beside them cleared his throat, glancing at Sun Tao. Secretary Sun, please calm down. What Qin Chuan meant was that Dong Jijun instigated over 20 individuals to attack him. Under such circumstances, it is only natural for Qin Chuan to defend himself with all his might. Considering this matter, I believe it could at most be classified as excessive self-defense. Excessive self-defense. If this were the conclusion, how could Gao Qingshan proceed against the Public Security Bureau? In truth, this classification was a consensus reached by Zhou Xuexi and the others early on. It was undeniable that Qin Chuan had caused a death. However, given the circumstances, to have held back would have been tantamount to relinquishing his own life. Therefore, classifying it as excessive self-defense, perhaps issuing a major demerit, would at least spare him the loss of his police uniform or imprisonment. This was the utmost they could offer, yet Sun Tao clearly would not acquiesce. Director Zhou, is this the attitude of your Public Security Bureau in cooperating with the county committee's investigation? Chapter 20. A dramatic turn of events. Sun Tao vehemently opposed. I disagree. Qin Chuan's brutal enforcement has resulted in fatalities, and the 500,000 citizens of Julin County will not condone it. Zhou Xuexi, with arms crossed in a meticulous manner, gently released his grip and slightly turned to face Sun Tao. Secretary Sun, the stance of the Public Security Bureau is not for you to dictate. And do not presume to speak on behalf of the 500,000 citizens of Julin County. What? Sun Tao's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated Zhou Xuexi's resoluteness in uttering such words. This could potentially turn into a grave offense. In other words, it could also alienate Secretary Gao. There was no room for retreat here. Director Zhou. Although Sun Tao held no significant rank in Julin County, his words carried weight, representing to a degree the voice of County Party Secretary Gao Qingshan. I believe Secretary Gao would not take kindly to your previous statement. Secretary Gao? Zhou Xuexi, respect only the county mayor. Secretary Sun, Secretary Gao is a person of considerable influence. He has no interest in these trivial matters. Enough. I propose we attribute this incident to excessive self-defense and explain it to Dong Jijun's family. I disagree. I disagree. What? Two voices of dissent. In this setting, Zhou Xuexi and Lin Hu were allies, both appointed by the county mayor. Song Hui from the criminal police team, although aligned with Sun Tao, was privy to this covert matter, unbeknownst to others. Zhang Guohao, he was a seasoned veteran, unlikely to express his stance easily. Thus, the only remaining individual was the opposite Qin Chuan. This young man also disagrees? Sun Tao looked at Qin Chuan in bewilderment. What was happening? Zhou Xuexi and the others stared at Qin Chuan in shock. It was expected for Sun Tao to disagree, but for Qin Chuan to do the same? Qin Chuan. Among the attendees, Lin Hu had the most contact with Qin Chuan. From the transfer of suspects in the 618 robbery homicide case from Chongningtown police station to Zhao Juanhao's case, and then to the Xinhai coal mine incident, Lin Hu had been involved throughout. This young man was so astute during investigations. Why was he being so stubborn now? Excessive self-defense will at most earn you a serious reprimand internally. Do you understand? Sun Tao could not articulate certain things too plainly, but Qin Chuan had a different perspective. If Dong Jijun had indeed died at his hands, he would accept not only a reprimand but even arrest. However, this was clearly a frame-up. Why should he, Qin Chuan, accept it? Director Lin. Qin Chuan rose, casting a sweeping glance at the 5 individuals across from him. Director Zhou, esteemed leaders, and Secretary Sunday. My dissent stems from the fact that I did not kill Dong Jijun. I am acutely aware of the force I employed at that time. There was indeed suffering inflicted, but it was certainly not fatal. Therefore, Director Zhou. Qin Chuan stood at attention, saluting. I request a re-investigation into the circumstances surrounding Dong Jijun's death. Not only do I seek to clear my name, but I also wish to uncover the truth behind Dong Jijun's demise and bring all involved to justice. Qin Chuan, who do you think you are? You think you can just demand a restart? Sun Tao scoffed. He could not possibly agree to Qin Chuan's course of action. Son, do you dare to make a wager with me? Sun Tao did not entertain Qin Chuan's words. What position did he hold to gamble with Qin Chuan? The determination of Dong Jijun's death had been made, and he wished to avoid complications. Qin Chuan was unconcerned with Sun Tao's attitude. He had his methods to persuade Sun Tao to comply. Director Zhou, I would like to speak privately with Secretary Sunday. A private conversation. While Zhou Shueshi was unaware of Qin Chuan's intentions, he had no grounds to refuse the proposal at this moment. Sun Tao watched Qin Chuan with keen interest. He did not oppose. He was curious to see what Qin Chuan wished to discuss. One by one, Zhou Shueshi and the others exited the conference room, leaving only Qin Chuan and Sun Tao facing each other. With a swift motion, Qin Chuan vaulted onto the table, startling Sun Tao. Having witnessed Qin Chuan's solo confrontation against over 20 individuals at the Xinhai coal mine, Sun Tao was acutely aware of the young man's formidable capabilities. Qin Chuan. You do not misinterpret this situation. Qin Chuan smirked. Secretary Sun, do not be alarmed. I would not soil my hands by striking you. You then, disregarding Sun Tao's troubled expression, Qin Chuan leaned in closely, whispering something in his ear. Subsequently, he retreated, leaving Sun Tao's face pale, as if he had just ingested something vile. 5 minutes later, Zhou Shueshi and the others re-entered the conference room. They were met with the sight of Sun Tao, ashen-faced, unable to even meet Qin Chuan's gaze. In stark contrast, Qin Chuan remained seated upright, his countenance calm and composed. Director Zhou, there may indeed be issues surrounding Dong Jijun's death. I support Qin Chuan's investigation. Sun Tao's declaration left Zhou Shueshi and the others utterly astonished. They turned their attention to the composed Qin Chuan. What had this young man said to Sun Tao to instill such fear? Zulin County First People's Hospital, the body of Dong Jijun lay frozen in the hospital's morgue. At this moment, Qin Chuan followed the county criminal police team leader, Song Wei, to re-investigate the case surrounding Dong Jijun's death. The cause of Dong Jijun's death was intracranial hemorrhage. Lao Chen has conducted the autopsy, confirming it without a doubt. Song Wei referred to Chen Guangzhu, the only forensic doctor in Zulin County. You can pull it from the third freezer yourself. Chen Guangzhu's tone was brusque, clearly unimpressed with Qin Chuan. After 20 years as a forensic doctor in the criminal police team, no one had ever dared question the integrity of his autopsies, yet this young man, barely out of his teens, insisted on re-examining Dong Jijun's body. Though unspoken, it implied that Chen's findings were in question. Qin Chuan paid no heed to Chen Guangzhu's demeanor. He was here to uncover the truth behind Dong Jijun's death, not to engage in a battle of wills with the seasoned forensic expert. Creak, the old iron freezer was opened, a rush of cold air escaping into the room. Qin Chuan could not suppress a shiver. Although the body was in a frozen state, certain details would not hinder his examination. Activate forensic investigation skills. Why was it imperative for Qin Chuan to re-investigate Dong Jijun's death? Had he not acquired the forensic investigation skill beforehand, he would have never made such a decision lightly. However, now he felt confident in his ability to uncover the true cause of Dong Jijun's death. The Y-shaped incision technique, executed by Chen Guangzhu, was performed competently. Qin Chuan donned gloves and pried open Dong Jijun's skull. Chen Guangzhu pointed to a dark red area within the brain, subdural hematoma. A typical result of violent impact, causing internal cerebral concussion and vessel rupture. The clot remains. Song Wei approached Qin Chuan, his tone tinged with resignation. Qin Chuan, you did indeed use excessive force at that time. Excessive force? Did Qin Chuan not know how much force he had exerted? Moreover, he had primarily focused on Dong Jijun's teeth. There were indeed bruises, appearing quite severe, but they were not lethal. However, the blood clot within Dong Jijun's skull was undeniably real. Where did the discrepancy lie? Qin Chuan had fully activated his forensic investigation skills. Hundreds of possibilities flashed through his mind. Suddenly, a peculiar scent caught Qin Chuan's attention. Chapter 21 is solving the case in half an hour. It seems your criminal investigation team might be facing unemployment, doesn't it? Regarding Song Wei, Qin Chuan did not possess substantial knowledge. In his previous life, he had merely loitered around the Changning Town police station, having only encountered Song Wei during a few collaborative investigations. Chen Guangzhu, however, was someone he had heard a fair amount about. The sole forensic expert in Zulin County, he had been in the field for over 20 years, a veteran of his craft. Yet, being seasoned does not inherently equate to possessing exceptional skill. The body of Dong Jijun had already undergone an autopsy prior to being frozen, thus when Qin Chuan opened the cold storage, he caught a faint whiff of blood. However, as he approached the corpse, he was unexpectedly met with a subtle yet discernible fragrance. The freezing of the body had prevented decay, thereby eliminating any foul odors, yet one would not typically expect a scent of perfume. Consequently, amidst the astonished gazes of Song Hui and Chen Guangzhu, Qin Chuan drew closer to the body, nearly pressing his nose against it, taking in the scent from head to toe. This person is rather peculiar, isn't he? Initially, Chen Guangzhou had harbored some dissatisfaction regarding Qin Chuan's re-examination of the body, but now he remains silent. Clearly, this individual had some issues. Who in their right mind would lean over a corpse to smell it? Chen, has the body undergone toxicological analysis? Toxicological analysis? Chen Guangzhou shook his head. Our county lacks the necessary equipment, and given that the cause of Dong Jijun's death is clear, such testing is unnecessary. Moreover, there were no abnormalities in the liver or gastric contents, indicating no signs of poisoning. The necessity of toxicological testing during an autopsy is governed by strict protocols. Chen Guangzhou had adhered meticulously to these procedures during the dissection, leaving no room for any violations. Qin Chuan nodded subtly, confirming this to be true. All right, Captain Song, I have completed my examination, and the direct cause of Dong Jijun's death is indeed intracranial hemorrhage. Humph. Chen Guangzhou scoffed, I told you so, the cause of death is obvious, what is there to investigate? Song Hui also nodded, stating, fine, since there are no issues, let us depart. He then sighed, Qin, you were rather impulsive just now. Director Zhou has already secured a case of excessive self-defense. It would have been wiser to yield rather than gamble now that you have lost the bet. Secretary Sun's matter. Hut. Qin Chuan cast a puzzled glance at Song Hui. Captain Song, who said I lost the bet? What? Song Hui pointed towards the already retracted cold storage. Did you not state that Dong Jijun died from intracranial hemorrhage? You struck the man, and he died from intracranial hemorrhage. Does that not imply you caused his death? Qin Chuan nodded. The direct cause of Dong Jijun's death is indeed intracranial hemorrhage, but I never claimed that the reason for the hemorrhage was my actions. If it wasn't you, then how did he sustain the intracranial hemorrhage? The specific reason. I will elaborate once we return to the meeting room. Qin Chuan refrained from disclosing the cause. His mistrust towards Song Hui was straightforward. Moments ago in the conference room, Qin Chuan had activated his evil eye. Faced with inquiries from 5 individuals, Qin Chuan was left in the dark. How could he discern whom to trust? Thus, upon entering the meeting, he immediately activated the evil eye. Song Hui, with a sin value of 32, was one of the protective umbrellas for the Xian high mining criminal gang, having accepted substantial bribes to assist suspects in destroying evidence, thereby enabling them to evade legal repercussions. Qin Chuan had not anticipated that Song Hui had ties to Xian high mining, along with other illegal activities. As for why Sun Tao had agreed to Qin Chuan's proposal to reopen the investigation after merely hearing a single statement from him, that too was due to information provided by the evil eye. Gao Qingshan had maintained a mistress, with whom he had fathered a son. For Gao Qingshan, who had previously only had a daughter, this young mistress was cherished as she ensured the continuation of his family line. However, unbeknownst to Gao Qingshan, the child was not his own but rather the offspring of Sun Tao and the woman. At that moment, Qin Chuan had whispered into Sun Tao's ear, if Gao Qingshan were to discover that the son he regards as his lifeblood is actually your flesh and blood, what do you suppose would be his reaction? On their return, Zhou Xueshi and the others awaited them in the conference room. Zhang Guohao busied himself with making tea, while the other 3 remained silent. Zhou Xueshi and Lin, who were concerned whether Qin Chuan would uncover anything. If he did not, how would they respond? Sun Tao's expression darkened, his mind a tempest. That matter was known only to himself and that woman. How could Qin Chuan possibly know? Should he resort to silencing him? As for whether Qin Chuan could ascertain the true cause of Dong Jijun's death, Sun Tao held little faith. The individuals on the other side had assured him that their methods were foolproof, stating that regardless of the investigation, Dong Jijun had perished from intracranial hemorrhage. Sun Tao was already scheming to have Qin Chuan detained in a holding facility upon his return. At that point, it would be left to those from Xian High Mining to take action. Once he was dead, no one would ever learn of his secret. Krika. Amidst the silence, the conference room door swung open. Qin Chuan and Song Hui entered. Zhou Xueshi and the others stood to attention. What asked the outcome? Qin Chuan immediately saluted. Report, Director Zhou, I have not failed in my duty. The circumstances surrounding Dong Jijun's death indeed warrant further investigation. Oh? Zhou Xueshi's eyes brightened. What are the specifics? Please elaborate. Yes, Qin Chuan nodded before proceeding with his report. The direct cause of Dong Jijun's death is intracranial hemorrhage. However, this hemorrhage was not a result of injuries sustained during his apprehension when I subdued him. Rather, it was due to the fact that someone had drugged Dong Jijun. Drugged? Zhou Xueshi turned his gaze towards the forensic expert Chen Guangzhou who had accompanied them. The latter hastily spoke, Director Zhou, Dong Jijun's liver showed no abnormalities, and no pills were discovered in his gastric contents. Zhou Xueshi directed his attention back to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan immediately reported, Director Zhou, the poison that Dong Jijun was administered has a rather unique composition. Strictly speaking, what on earth? Dogwood, scientifically known as datura, Qin Chuan continued, is a type of traditional Chinese medicine, toxic, with an unusual fragrance. When I examined Dong Jijun's body, I detected this very scent. This substance, when administered in large doses, can lead to abnormally elevated blood pressure. If the individual already suffers from chronic conditions such as hypertension, it can easily result in the rupture of cerebral blood vessels, leading to intracranial hemorrhage and subsequent death. Zhou Xueshi, previously seated, sprang to his feet. Are you saying this is true? Director Zhou, if we promptly dispatch personnel to test the blood within Dong Jijun's body, we can verify the truth of my claims. Indeed. Song Hui, arrange for someone to collect samples immediately and send them to the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team. I will personally call Team Leader Qin Guobin to request his assistance. Zhou Xueshi was now exceedingly pleased. Song Hui, your criminal investigation team ought to take a page from Qin Chuan's book. Look at this, considering the round trip, it took merely half an hour to clarify the case. Qin is still just a police officer at the station, correct? If you continue down this path, you might soon find yourselves out of work. Chapter 22. The grim news arrives, test results are out. Zhou Xueshi was, of course, elated. If Qin Chuan's claims were indeed true, it would not only absolve him of suspicion but might also lead to unearthing significant evidence along the trail of Dong Jijun's demise. Such joyous news warranted a few light-hearted jests among the criminal investigation team, which was harmless enough. Rest assured, Director Zhou, I will personally visit the municipal bureau to ensure everything goes flawlessly. Beside him, Sun Tao was already in a frenzy, perspiring profusely as he pondered how to prevent the toxicology tests on the corpse. Upon seeing Zhou Xueshi dispatch Song Hui to arrange for sample collection, and Song Hui willingly offer to go to the municipal bureau, his anxiety suddenly dissipated. Of course, if Song Hui was going, there was no need for him to fret. Director Zhou. Just as Song Hui was about to take his leave, Qin Chuan interjected unexpectedly. Captain Song has just accompanied me to examine the corpse. He must be quite fatigued. Perhaps it would be more convenient for Director Lin to make a trip to the municipal bureau? Everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Song Hui's expression was one of astonishment, but he quickly regained his composure. Comrade Qin Chuan, you worry too much. Visiting the morgue is hardly exhausting. Moreover, the responsibility for submitting samples lies with our criminal investigation team. I will personally ensure that we jump the queue at the municipal bureau for a prompt result. Song Hui's words underscored that the task of sample submission was inherently a criminal investigation matter. Although Lin who oversaw criminal investigations, he was merely a supervisor and not directly involved. Meanwhile, Zhou Xueshi and Lin who discerned Qin Chuan's underlying sentiment. It was evident that Qin Chuan harbored distrust towards Song Hui. This suspicion was understandable. The officers tasked with guarding Dong Jijun at the hospital were all from the criminal investigation team, yet it was during this very period that Dong Jijun met his untimely end. If foul play had occurred, the criminal investigation team would indeed bear undeniable responsibility. However, it was not the opportune moment for internal discord. Qin Chuan, Captain Song is more familiar with the municipal bureau's criminal investigation unit, and he possesses ample experience. There will be no issues. Song Hui, noticing Zhou Xueshi advocating on his behalf, quickly affirmed, Director Zhou, you can count on me, I will fulfill this task. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to confront the situation immediately. Although Song Hui's integrity was questionable, that was merely the perspective of the evil eye. The evil eye only provided the outcomes of crimes, not the evidence of wrongdoing. Thus, confronting him now would merely lead to a protracted dispute. Without evidence, how could a mere municipal officer hope to topple the captain of a criminal investigation team merely through words? Furthermore, would Song Hui truly dare to risk everything by tampering with the submitted samples? Very well, little Qin has just been discharged. You should rest well. We will inform you immediately once we have results. The inquiry directed at Qin Chuan concluded in this manner. As Sun Tao departed, he cast a scrutinizing glance at Qin Chuan, expressing admiration for his youth and talent, yet his eyes harbored a deep-seated malice, as if he wished to see Qin Chuan suffer 1,000 deaths. Indifferent, Qin Chuan couldn't be bothered to exchange a word with him. After bidding farewell to Zhou Xueshi and the others, he made his way straight to the county police bureau's guesthouse, where Wang Shuebing awaited him. Is everything all right? Wang Shuebing was bewildered. He had anticipated that Qin Chuan would find himself in dire straits, and that his own position as the station chief would be in jeopardy as well, yet now, Qin Chuan assured him that all was well. Chief Wang, truly, there is nothing to worry about. Director Zhou has already arranged for alternative investigations. Shall we head back to the station this afternoon? Although Zhulin County was a place Qin Chuan had long desired to transfer to yet had never succeeded, he now seemed to prefer Changning Town. Despite its remoteness, the people possessed a genuine heart. Upon returning to Changning Town, Qin Chuan went directly to his rented accommodation. Having just been discharged, there was no rush to return to work. Lying on his bed, he opened his phone and discovered several unread QQ messages. Chuanzi, yeah, and I are returning to Xing'an City next week. Are you excited? The flickering QQ avatar belonged to Chuxia, a girl of enchanting spirit. A memory of a sprite-like girl flashed through Qin Chuan's mind. Chuxia, a girl whose beauty could only be described as a divine creation, a dream goddess from his high school days. As for the Yaya she mentioned, her full name was Lin Yuding, a beauty of even higher caliber than Chuxia. If Chuxia was a dream goddess, then Lin Yuding was the unattainable moonlight. The three of them had been inseparable friends in high school, though Qin Chuan often wondered why these two stunning beauties chose to befriend him. Was it because he had been somewhat handsome back then? However, after their graduation, the two beauties pursued their studies in the capital while he attended the police academy. This invitation was one Qin Chuan had received in his previous life as well. Yet, at that time, having just been assigned to the Changning Town police station as a patrol officer, he was at his lowest point, so he had declined to attend that gathering. But now, things were different. Reborn, Qin Chuan was no longer the naive youth easily trampled upon. Ah, my dear Lin, the great beauty, how I've missed you. He quickly replied, you must be longing for our Yaya, right? No, my feelings for Yaya are feigned. My heart belongs solely to you. This time, the response took a little longer, but its content startled Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, if I told you that Yaya is right beside me, watching us chat, what would you think? Qin Chuan, I have no thoughts, only a desire to perish. Ding ding, another message from a user named Moon Palace Fairy flashed incessantly. Qin Chuan, I am so heartbroken, do you truly not love me anymore? You promised eternal companionship, how could you betray me? How dare you accuse me of feigned affection? Humph. If you do not come to Xing'an City next week, you shall face dire consequences. In a traditional courtyard in the capital, two enchanting beauties were entwined on a sofa. The spirited girl typed eagerly on her phone, when did Qin Chuan become so glib? The other, tall and graceful like an orchid in a secluded valley, smiled softly. Silly girl, don't you think it's more entertaining this way? The old Qin Chuan was far too earnest. It was no fun at all. Time spent chatting with beauties always seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Reborn, Qin Chuan's mindset had transformed beyond comparison to his previous life. He understood the backgrounds of these two women. They belonged to families of such stature that even with his rebirth and newfound advantages, he could never hope to match. With no unrealistic expectations, Qin Chuan felt liberated to express whatever came to mind. After all, it was all in good fun. The following day, Qin Chuan arrived at the police station, and in the evening, the team gathered for a meal to celebrate his safe return. However, on the third morning, Wang Shuebing delivered grave news to Qin Chuan. The Criminal Investigation Unit of Xing'an City had released the results of the examination of Dong Jijun's corpse samples. The conclusion indicated that no traces of drugs were detected. Furthermore, a fire had broken out in the county hospital's morgue. Chapter 23, You have your stratagems, I have my ladders. Qin Chuan had still underestimated the bottom line of this group of individuals. Or rather, could there be some hidden agenda with Zhou Xueshi here? The day before yesterday, Qin Chuan expressed his disapproval when Song Hui was sent to the municipal bureau to deliver the testing samples. Yet, Zhou Xueshi still dispatched Song Hui, and now, the results from the criminal investigation team of Xing'an City Police Department indicated that there were no traces of drugs in Dong Jijun's blood sample. This outcome could stem from three possibilities. First, Qin Chuan's judgment was erroneous, and Dong Jijun's death had nothing to do with the so-called dog walnut. Second, the Xing'an criminal investigation team fabricated the results and provided false information. Third, during the sample delivery, Song Hui might have switched the samples, leading to the inability of the Xing'an criminal investigation team to detect drug residues. The first possibility. Qin Chuan's judgment could not possibly be flawed, unless the system's forensic skills were nothing but a sham. The second possibility also seemed unlikely, considering that the Xing'an criminal investigation team operated under Qian Guobin's domain. Engaging in deceit there would be significantly more challenging than executing a minor maneuver through Song Hui. The third possibility appeared to be the most plausible. In the eyes of evil, Song Hui was inherently tainted, already in collusion with Xinhai Mining. Qin Chuan was perplexed by Zhou Xueshi when he subtly suggested that Song Hui was unsuitable for delivering the samples. Zhou Xueshi outright rejected his advice. Could the other party also be compromised? That seemed implausible. In the realm of malevolence, Zhou Xueshi bore no traces of wrongdoing, nor did it indicate any ties to Xinhai Mining. Moreover, Zhou Xueshi was aligned with the county magistrate, standing in opposition to Sun Tao and Gao Qingshan. Was it merely a matter of pure incompetence? No, he could not afford to sit idly by. Now that the testing results from the Xing'an criminal investigation team had emerged, if Qin Chuan failed to take any action, a bottomless abyss awaited him. Should that moment arrive, all would be lost. In his previous life, Qin Chuan had gleaned a profound truth before his demise. When money speaks, truth must fall silent, yet when power speaks, money must retreat. Qin Chuan lacked wealth, but he still had connections in the bureaucratic realm. Wang Shuebing was undoubtedly aware of the gravity of the situation. If Qin Chuan was stripped of his police uniform, they would not fare any better. These bastards are ruthless. However, he was merely the chief of a remote precinct. Receiving this news promptly was the result of decades of cultivated relationships. Qin Chuan clenched his teeth in frustration. The adversary had indeed acted swiftly, from Dong Jijun's death to reporting to the county committee, then to manipulating Song Hui to swap the testing samples, and ultimately incinerating the morgue of the county hospital. Each move was intricately connected, countering one another, indicating that the mastermind behind it all was anything but simple. Now, with the bodies burned and the evidence obliterated, Qin Chuan was left with no escape routes. Yet, did they truly believe they could frame him so easily? Absurd. Wang Shui, I must visit the morgue of the county hospital. It is crucial that I obtain remnants of Dong Jijun's body. Even though the body had been destroyed, it was impossible for it to have completely disintegrated. As long as Qin Chuan could secure remnants of Dong Jijun's corpse, he could still turn the tide. Wang Shuebing did not question Qin Chuan's intentions for the body remnants. Although Qin Chuan had only recently joined the police force, Wang Shuebing was acutely aware of his capabilities. Alright, I will risk my reputation and find a way. At 1:30 p.m., in an empty room at the back of the county hospital, Qin Chuan and Wang Shuebing met a middle-aged police officer. Without uttering a word, the officer hurriedly handed Wang Shuebing a small paper package and then departed. Old Huang, a miscellaneous officer from the criminal police team, he and I are of the same batch. Back in the day, I supplied him with ammunition. Wang Shuebing had received a second-class individual honor during his military service, which led to his transition to the police department. Having obtained the package, Qin Chuan immediately made a phone call. However, unbeknownst to him, mere minutes after his call, someone relayed this matter to Zhou Xueshi. It seems that this subordinate of mine does not trust me, the bureau chief. Qian branch, I apologize for the inconvenience. The hearty laughter from the other end rang out. Alright, if you no longer want that lad, I will transfer him to the city. Zhou Xueshi grew anxious upon hearing this. Old leader, please don't. If you take him away from the Xing'an criminal investigation team, who will lead them? Wouldn't he leave me in a lurch? After hanging up, Zhou Shueshi leaned back in his chair, comfortably lighting a cigarette. Dosihai, you have your stratagems, and I have my ladders too. The shift from hunter to hunted often occurs in an instant. A hunter without a weapon is no different from a rabbit in the eyes of a tiger, yet, weapons vary in length. A long gun may be intimidating when exposed, but it is often not lethal. A short gun concealed within a sleeve, however, can be fatal at the moment it is drawn. Old Hu, we must leave at once for the Xing'an City Police Department. Ensure that this is personally delivered to Captain Xianghua Bin. Remember, it must be handed over directly. Outside the county people's hospital, Qin Chuan entrusted the remnants of Dong Jijun's remains, which old Huang had procured, to Hu Jiangwo. He had already contacted Xianghua Bin. As long as these remnants reached the municipal bureau, the technical personnel there would surely detect traces of mandrake. What Song Hui and the others were unaware of was that mandrake, once absorbed by the human body, rapidly deposits in the bones, and even if the body is cremated, traces can still be detected. Hu Jiangwo understood the significance of this matter and immediately set off with the remnants in hand. Wang Shui, the other party will undoubtedly take action soon. Help me by some time. Qin Chuan resentfully withdrew his pursuit of Gui Jianxiu from the system and hailed a taxi straight to the county committee government compound. Gui Jianxiu could wait for another time. For now, Qin Chuan needed to apply this skill elsewhere. The long-range tracking was still a rudimentary skill, limited in tracking distance and applicable to only one individual at a time. Damn it, I refuse to believe that you all possess no flaws. Qin Chuan's analysis proved correct. Less than 20 minutes after he departed, Wang Shuebing received a call from the county police's criminal investigation team. Song Hui personally contacted Wang Shuebing, demanding he and Qin Chuan report to the criminal investigation team for questioning. Captain Song, Qin Chuan is injured and currently on leave. I genuinely cannot reach him. At 6:30 p.m., Qin Chuan, who had been lurking in the shade outside the county committee compound, suddenly brightened up. Finally, they're out. Qin Chuan donned the newly purchased cap and mask, striding directly through the entrance. As the target drew within 10 meters, Qin Chuan activated his tracking skill and promptly turned to leave. Sun Tao cast a puzzled glance to the right, feeling that the man in the cap seemed somewhat familiar, yet not overly so. Secretary Sun. Over here. Just as Sun Tao was lost in thought, a middle-aged man emerged from a black BMW 7 Series parked by the roadside, waving at him. Setting aside his confusion, Sun Tao quickened his pace toward the car. Chapter 24 Evidence can be sought again, but once a person is harmed, there is truly no remedy. In a corner, Qin Chuan observed as Sun Tao entered the luxurious BMW. Suddenly, a three-dimensional map materialized in his mind, with a vivid red marker traversing its expanse. This marked Qin Chuan's inaugural and genuine application of the Bailey tracking skill. Furthermore, he stumbled upon an even more intriguing revelation. Upon activating the Bailey tracking, it seemed as though Qin Chuan had unlocked a divine perspective, allowing him to center his view on the target being tracked and survey the surrounding environment. At that moment, Qin Chuan glimpsed into the interior of the BMW, where Sun Tao was engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man who had just picked him up. However, the imagery was silent, devoid of sound. Yet, through the movements of their lips, Qin Chuan could faintly discern fragments of their dialogue. For instance, his own name, Qin Chuan. Indeed, his name was mentioned, and not merely once. Inside the vehicle, Sun Tao and his companion were indeed discussing Qin Chuan. Mr. Wu, the secretary is exceedingly pleased with your endeavors, remarked the middle-aged man. Secretary Sun, you flatter me. If it weren't for that insufferable Qin Chuan, Xinhai Mining would not have suffered such significant losses. Wu Jianzhong, the deputy general manager of Xinhai Mining, was a key aide to Dosihai. While Dong Jijun handled the illicit operations at the mine, Wu Jianzhong was responsible for maintaining relations with various government departments. In order to deal with Qin Chuan, Captain Song has personally intervened. He is not someone easily summoned, and the cost incurred is far from negligible, Wu added. Mr. Wu, you are underestimating the broader picture, Sun Tao retorted. The more one engages in favors, the greater the debt of gratitude becomes, ultimately leading everyone to become friends. As for that Qin Chuan, Sun Tao scoffed, does he truly believe that apprehending a few fugitives elevates him to the pinnacle of power? How dare he challenge me? This time, I shall ensure he faces dire consequences. Ever since Sun Tao ascended to the position of Secretary Gao Qingshan's aide, no one, apart from the secretary and the county mayor, had dared to confront him. A mere police officer from a small town was utterly inconsequential. The skies over Zhulin County were not something that a petty officer could hope to upheave. Rest assured, Secretary Sunday, the municipal criminal investigation team has found no toxins within Dong Jijun. Song Hui has already initiated actions against Qin Chuan, Wu Jianzhong assured him. As long as we can substantiate the charge of excessive force leading to death, even if it does not cost him his life, at the very least, we can strip him of his uniform and confine him for several years. Wu had even begun to contemplate contacting individuals within the system, intending for Qin Chuan to fully grasp the repercussions of meddling in affairs that did not concern him. Secretary Sun, we have arrived. Shall we proceed inside? At the Red Pavilion, as Qin Chuan disembarked from the taxi, he glanced up at the bold crimson characters adorning the entrance of the building. This place, he had only heard of in whispers during his previous life, but never had the opportunity to enter. Although Zhulin County was impoverished, it was the common folk who suffered financially. The more destitute a place, the more vibrant its nightlife and thriving service industry. It was said that Zhulin County boasted 3 major dens of iniquity, and the Red Pavilion was among them. As twilight approached, the street bustled with traffic, a continuous stream of patrons entering and exiting. Qin Chuan idly ordered an ice cream from a nearby CAF, his pupils slightly dilated, with his full attention consumed by the scenes unfolding in his mind through the Bailey tracking. Upon entering the building, Sun Tao and his companion took the elevator directly to the top floor. Qin Chuan noted that the man accompanying Sun Tao swiped a special magnetic card before pressing the elevator button, and their conversation continued within. As the clock struck 9, a familiar figure entered the room. Song Hui, and to his astonishment, it was indeed him. After exchanging handshakes and casually sampling food and drink, the gathering swiftly disbanded. Qin Chuan, waiting outside, wore a perplexed expression. It seemed these individuals had merely convened for a brief meeting. Secretary Sun, Captain Song, the night is still young, but I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, the man stated, placing a room keycard in front of Sun Tao and Song Hui. Enjoy yourselves, gentlemen. With that, the man exited the room, and as Sun Tao and Song Hui exchanged a knowing glance, they shared an enigmatic smile, each taking their respective room key and departing. Clearly, this was not their first visit, as they were well aware of the room designated by the key. Since the Bailey tracking was focused on Sun Tao, Qin Chuan could no longer discern what transpired with Song Hui. However, the scene within Sun Tao's room caused Qin Chuan to momentarily freeze. The chamber, adorned in dark red velvet, featured a grand circular bed, flanked by large mirrors on the ceiling and sides. Every angle of the bed could be reflected within the mirrors. Hey there, darling, I've arrived. Sun Tao exclaimed excitedly, lunging toward the circular bed. Damn it, Qin Chuan felt a surge of frustration. After spending an entire afternoon hoping to uncover substantial evidence, it turned out he had merely stumbled upon a prostitution ring. While this was indeed illegal, capturing them would yield little benefit. As he prepared to deactivate the Bailey tracking skill, he caught a final glimpse of a figure upon the bed. It was a girl clad in a nurse's uniform, bound and writhing helplessly. The despicable secretary was indulging in roleplay. Wait, something felt amiss. The girl, why did she seem vaguely familiar? Damn, Qin Chuan suddenly recalled that she was the nurse who had attended to him during his stay at the county hospital. What was she doing here? He swiftly zoomed in on the scene within the Bailey tracking. Sun Tao had already mounted the small nurse. From the movements of her lips, Qin Chuan could discern her desperate plea, "Beast, let me go." What the hell? This was not mere prostitution, it was a heinous act of rape. While solicitation was a serious offense, rape was an entirely different matter. If this were substantiated, it would carry severe penalties, at least 3 years. Furthermore, if Sun Tao was engaged in such vile conduct, Song Hui was likely involved in a similar situation. Qin Chuan felt a rush of exhilaration. This was substantial evidence. All he had to do was wait for the two to solidify their crimes, and he could swoop in and arrest them. However, as he peered through the divine perspective of the Bailey tracking, he suddenly froze, perhaps sensing that no one would rescue her. The small nurse had ceased her struggles, lying on the bed like a lifeless body, allowing Sun Tao to ravage her as tears silently streamed down her cheeks. Qin Chuan stared blankly at the glistening droplets, a heavy sensation settling in his heart. The nurse, named Zhang Yaoyao, was young, having just graduated from nursing school, with a younger sister in university. She was a lively conversationalist, often chattering away during his hospitalization. Suddenly, Qin Chuan slapped himself. How could he, a police officer, stand idly by and witness these two beasts commit such unspeakable acts for the sake of evidence? Although this situation was sufficient to land them both in prison, the cost would be 2 innocent lives destroyed. Evidence may be retrievable, but a person's life, once ruined, cannot be undone. Resolute in his decision to intervene, Qin Chuan sprang into action. Chapter 25. You, a mere officer from a small precinct, dare to apprehend me. Entering through the front door is out of the question. The floor where these two individuals are located requires a special access card for the elevator, and undoubtedly, there are eyes watching. Although I could manage to ascend, by the time I reach the top, who knows what may have transpired. At this very moment, that scoundrel Sun Tao is already unbuttoning his pants. Qin Chuan glanced up at the facade of the red pavilion. Each floor boasted protruding balconies, providing an opportunity for leverage. Taking a few steps back, Qin Chuan made a running leap, grasping the first floor balcony, and then, like a nimble monkey, he swiftly climbed upward. In just a few breaths, he reached the top floor. A small boy by the roadside, gazing at the moon, caught sight of Qin Chuan effortlessly scaling the building. Mom, look, it's Spider-Man. Alright, dear, mommy will buy you Spider-Man when we get home. Bang. Having already pinpointed Sun Tao's room from downstairs, Qin Chuan's kick shattered the glass, granting him entry. The panicked Sun Tao had his trousers half down. Hearing the shattering noise, he was immediately drenched in cold sweat, instinctively retreating and shouting, "Who is there?" From behind the velvet curtains, Qin Chuan stepped forward. "It's you!" Sun Tao could hardly believe his eyes. He never imagined Qin Chuan would appear here. "Brother Qin, help!" The young girl's voice was hoarse from screaming, her eyes shining with an unprecedented light. Zhang Yaoyao had been on the brink of despair, even contemplating biting off Sun Tao's tongue and leaping from the building. Yet, when she was at her most hopeless, the police officer who had made her heart race at the county hospital appeared. "Secretary Sun, didn't he expect to see me, did you?" "You." Sun Tao was both shocked and furious. Crack, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Chuan delivered a powerful slap. Blood and teeth flew from Sun Tao's mouth. Qin Chuan showed no mercy, having consumed the mighty Vajra pill, his physical capabilities had tripled, making him even more formidable than during his time at the Xinhai mining site. As Sun Tao's vision blurred with stars and he lost the ability to move, Qin Chuan seized the fruit knife from the coffee table and approached the bed, slicing through the ropes binding Zhang Yaoyao. Upon gaining her freedom, she immediately threw herself into Qin Chuan's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Brother Qin, whoa, it's alright, call the police first, I still need to rescue others. Without the time to appreciate the contours of the young girl's figure, Qin Chuan had to hurry to save Song Hui. The tracking device could only reveal the circumstances surrounding Sun Tao. Qin Chuan had no knowledge of the developments regarding Song Hui, but there was no time to waste, only 3 minutes had elapsed since they entered the room. There should still be time. Bang, kicking open Sun Tao's door, Qin Chuan emerged into the hallway. Who goes there? Wang Lang felt that the past few years had finally been worth living. Ever since he was wanted for a rape and murder case 3 years ago in Beizhou, he had not experienced a single day of peace. He had been hiding and running for over half a year, and now, with the mighty Xinhai backing him up, he enjoyed a life of luxury, merely needing to occasionally lure a few young girls. However, Wang Lang sometimes regretted not having studied diligently in the past. If only he had, he could have been an official. What a splendid life that would be. Moreover, being an official meant being a corrupt one. Money would come without needing to rob, and women would come without needing to chase. Today, there were only 2 guests upstairs. However, this person clearly wasn't one of them. Who was he? Qin Chuan let out a cold snort and advanced swiftly. A crack. The sharp sound of bones breaking was enough to make one's teeth ache. Time was of the essence, and Qin Chuan held nothing back. Before Wang Lang could react, he swiftly broke both arms and delivered a precise strike to the carotid artery, rendering him incapacitated. Finding Song Hui's room, he kicked the door open again. Startled awake by the noise, Song Hui nearly had a heart attack. It's you! Looking up, he was astonished to see Qin Chuan. How could the officer be here? Qin Chuan's gaze fell upon a girl tied up on the bed. However, compared to Sun Tao, Song Hui's movements were slower. He had already stripped off some clothing but had yet to make any advances. Qin Chuan. The voice, both strange and familiar, caused Qin Chuan to pause. How did the girl know his name? Just as he was about to approach and see the girl's face, Song Hui intercepted him, saying, Qin Chuan, what are you doing here? Hurry up and get out. Get out? Qin Chuan sneered and seized Song Hui's right hand. Song Hui, you are suspected of rape, and I am here to arrest you according to the law. Arrest me? Song Hui was nearly amused. Qin Chuan, I don't care how you found your way here. But you, a mere officer from a small precinct, think you can arrest me, the captain of the criminal police team? Are you out of your mind? Out of my mind? With a fierce grip, Qin Chuan twisted, crack. Ah! As Song Hui let out a wail, Qin Chuan twisted his wrist with force. This action was executed with brutal precision. Song Hui's palm pressed against the inside of his arm, the bone shattered, piercing through the flesh, exposed to the air. Ah! My hand! Qin Chuan, do you wish to die? This is my territory. Do you have any idea whose domain this is? Qin Chuan gritted his teeth. Just as he broke Song Hui's wrist, he finally recognized the person on the bed, Li Xiaoye. His ex-girlfriend, who had decisively ended their relationship a week ago upon learning that Qin Chuan had been assigned to the Qiningtown police station. Bang! A kick to Song Hui's knee forced him to the ground, and Qin Chuan spoke coldly. You ask who gave me this power? Let me tell you. It's the people, it's the uniform I wear, it's the national emblem atop my head. I don't care whose territory this is, I only know this is the land of the dragon country. You commit crimes here, raping innocent women, and I will undoubtedly apprehend you. After dealing with Song Hui, Qin Chuan approached the bed, picking up the fruit knife from the table, and cut the ropes binding Li Xiaoye. Are you all right? When business fails, righteousness prevails. If a romantic relationship cannot be forged, one need not become enemies. Moreover, Qin Chuan could understand Li Xiaoye's decision to end their relationship. What could a mere officer from a small precinct provide her in life? Furthermore, judging from his past life, her choice could be deemed wise. Whoa, Li Xiaoye had not thought so deeply. She immediately flung herself into Qin Chuan's arms, weeping profusely. Why did it take you so long to come? Whoa, I almost got, whoa. After being kidnapped, the first man to appear in Li Xiaoye's mind was Qin Chuan. She had fervently wished for him to descend from the heavens to rescue her. However, reality made it clear that all her hopes were in vain. Li Xiaoye could only resign herself to fate. Heaven knows how thrilled she was when Qin Chuan burst through the door. Meanwhile, Song Hui, kneeling in agony, struggled to crawl toward his coat rack. He was aware of Qin Chuan's formidable skills, but could anyone be faster than a bullet? As the captain of the Zhulin County Criminal Police Team, Song Hui was always entitled to carry a firearm. Damn it, I'll send you 2 lovebirds to the underworld. Song Hui hadn't anticipated that the girl was acquainted with Qin Chuan. But it didn't matter. As long as he could shoot Qin Chuan, he would just claim that Qin Chuan attempted to rape the girl and, upon being discovered, violently resisted, resulting in serious injuries to him. Left with no choice, he fired in self-defense. As for the girl, although she was attractive, it was a pity. He could stab her to death and claim that Qin Chuan had attempted to rape her, leading to her demise. After all, if she were dead, there would be no witnesses, and he could say whatever he pleased. Chapter 26. A wanted man, a chief of criminal police, and a county committee secretary. As Qin Chuan was soothing Li Xiaoye, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Song Hui's movements, yet no one intervened immediately. Grabbing a gun, how delightful, such scum and waste. Would it not be too lenient to merely sever one of his hands? Without a firearm, how could one strike with ferocity? Qin Chuan slightly shifted his posture, finding the optimal angle for his attack, the vegetable knife in his right hand gleaming ominously. Click, the melodic sound of the gun's safety being disengaged resonated as Song Hui, trembling, finally grasped an old Model 54 pistol from his holster. The stock had been polished to a shine, the dark muzzle slowly lifting, aiming squarely at Qin Chuan. Ha ha! Qin, today I shall send you to your doom. Thud, then bah. As Song Hui caught sight of a flash of cold light seemingly shooting from Qin Chuan's direction, his wrist felt a chilling sensation as a fruit knife was firmly embedded into the wall, pinning his hand. My hand. A glimmer of cold mirth flickered in Qin Chuan's eyes as he hurled the fruit knife while forcefully pressing Li Xiaoya down onto the bed. Watch out for the gun. Following this, he kicked out, sending his foot squarely into the already crumpled Song Hui on the floor. What a stroke of luck! Right between his legs, thud, the sound resembled that of an egg shattering. Accompanied by Song Hui's piercing scream, the sound was particularly unsettling, prompting Li Xiaoya to instinctively clamp her legs together. Fool! Qin Chuan leaned closer to Song Hui, merely mouthing the words before speaking aloud. Song Hui. You fail at your vile intentions, and now you wish to silence me? Having uttered this, Qin Chuan disregarded the contorted figure of Song Hui on the ground and approached the coffee table, retrieving a camera no larger than a fingernail from within a flower pot. Qin Chuan possessed enhanced vision skills. Upon entering the room, he had already spotted the faint red light reflecting from the camera. This was precisely as it should be. To deliver women to Song Hui and capture the act of his violation on film, to use it as leverage when necessary. This was the mark of a truly competent villain. This also elucidated why Qin Chuan had refrained from delivering a lethal blow earlier, instead enticing his adversary to procure the firearm. Without a gun, Song Hui posed no threat to Qin Chuan's life. However, with a gun in play, Qin Chuan could justify any brutal action taken in self-defense. At that moment, the sound of police sirens echoed from outside. It seemed that Zhang Yaoyao's call for help had borne fruit. Within 10 minutes, a throng of police officers rushed in. Leading the charge was Liang Kai, the chief of the Zhulin County Urban Police Station. Among all the station heads in Zhulin County, Liang Kai was undoubtedly the most esteemed. As the head of the urban police station, his status was on par with that of Song Hui, the chief of the criminal police brigade, as both served simultaneously on the county's Public Security Bureau committee. Liang Kai's personal involvement stemmed from the unique nature of the Red Mansion. As one of the three major dens of iniquity in Zhulin County, Liang Kai was well acquainted with the Red Mansion's background. Therefore, upon receiving the alarm, he led the team personally. What he encountered would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. In the corridor lay a hapless soul, his arms contorted at unnatural angles, sprawled on the ground, unaware of his fate. Inside one room, Sun Tao, the secretary to the county committee secretary, was bloodied and shackled to the radiator. Notably, he was utterly unclothed. In another room, Song Hui, the chief of the county's criminal police brigade, had his right wrist bone protruding grotesquely. His left hand was impaled by a fruit knife, blood gushing forth. Between his legs lay a pool of filth, a disturbing sight of blood. Before Liang Kai stood a young man, who claimed to be a police officer from the precinct. Liang Kai was utterly bewildered. What audacity did this officer possess to apprehend the secretary of the county committee and incapacitate the chief of the criminal police brigade? Old Liang. Arrest him, quickly get me to the hospital. In the corner, Song Hui, recognizing Liang Kai's voice, groggily opened his eyes, pleading for help. Qin Chuan paid no heed to Song Hui, saluted Liang Kai, and promptly reported the situation. Report, Chief Liang, the individual in the corridor is the perpetrator of the Beizhou 318 rape and murder case. Sun Tao and Song Hui are implicated in attempted rape. I possess video evidence to substantiate this. The two women are the victims. Zhang Yaoyao and Li Xiaoya, following Qin Chuan's instructions, had already begun recording on their phones. Positioned on either side of Qin Chuan, they captured the scene from multiple angles, ensuring a comprehensive and dimensional documentation. Liang Kai was not a virtuous man, yet within the realm of villainy, his moral depravity barely exceeded a score of 10. To maintain a score below 10 in such a corrupt environment as Zhulin County's urban area, Liang Kai, while not a good man, could not be labeled as exceedingly malevolent. Coupled with the evidence at hand and the testimonies of Zhang Yaoyao and Li Xiaoya, Song Tao and Song Hui were undoubtedly cornered. Take them away. In front of the cameras, Liang Kai understood that regardless of how matters unfolded thereafter, he must uphold justice in this moment. However, Qin Chuan remained an enigma to him. A mere officer from Changning Town had the audacity to arrest a county committee secretary and incapacitate the chief of the county's criminal police brigade. Who had bestowed such gall upon him? The individual responsible for the Red Mansion was also taken away for questioning. Zhou Xueshi, who had been preparing for sleep, found himself at a loss for words upon receiving Liang Kai's call. He had already made arrangements for a meeting the following day to address the committee, intending to dismiss Song Hui, yet he had never anticipated such audacity from Qin Chuan. Was this to be his subordinate in the future? Suddenly, a flicker of joy surged within him. While some rejoiced, others found themselves in despair. For instance, Gao Qingshan, the secretary of the Zhulin County Committee, crash, the exquisite Jinzhan was shattered by Gao Qingshan's furious hand. Useless. Yet, Gao Qingshan quickly regained his composure. Sun Tao and Song Hui were both his men. It was unfathomable that they had been apprehended by a mere precinct officer within the Red Mansion. To Gao Qingshan, this was nothing short of a farce. Was Chen Mingguang growing restless? In Zhulin County, the only one capable of posing a challenge was the newly appointed county magistrate. Gao Qingshan had indeed contemplated coexisting peacefully with the adversary. However, that choice was not his to make. His backing in Xing'an City was the mayor, while Chen Mingguang's support came from the newly appointed secretary of the municipal committee. With unrest above, how could calm prevail below? After pondering for a while, Gao Qingshan picked up the phone, hesitating for a moment before dialing an unnamed number. Old leader, it's me, Xiao Gao. Chapter 27. The County Public Security Bureau exploded at 11 p.m. The Bamboo Forest County Public Security Bureau remained brilliantly illuminated. Those who had not yet finished their shifts continued to toil away, while those who had clocked out were summoned back. Have you heard? Captain Song has been arrested. What, you just found out? Let me tell you, not only Captain Song, but also Secretary Sun from the county committee. What's the big deal? They just apprehended a wanted criminal, Qin Chuan. Does he have some kind of background? 10 days ago, Qin Chuan was virtually unknown, but now, in the Bamboo Forest County Public Security Bureau, no one was oblivious to his identity. On his first day of work, he thwarted a potential mother-in-law during a blind date and cracked a child trafficking case that had remained unsolved for 2 decades. Simultaneously, he captured a robber and murderer from the neighboring city. On his second day, he arrested Zhao Juanhao, the captain of the security team, sending him to prison and even causing the county's secretary to receive disciplinary action. By the end of his first week, he had uncovered a scandal at the Xinhai coal mine, single-handedly taking down over 20 individuals and apprehending a dozen fugitives. The outcome, the case took a turn, alleging that Qin Chuan had violently enforced the law, resulting in a suspect's death, and now, in less than a day, the county committee as secretary and the captain of the criminal police had also fallen into his grasp. In the interrogation room, Wu Jianzhong wore a face of despair. He racked his brain, unable to comprehend where everything had gone awry. How on earth did that wretched Qin Chuan end up in Sun Tao's room? Did he take the elevator? Without his own magnetic card, no one could access the top floor. Did he climb? That was 10 stories high. Wu Jianzhong knew that with Wang Lang's arrest, he could not escape his own fate. He had orchestrated the act of seeking women in a bar, and as the mastermind behind it all, he was undoubtedly culpable. As for exposing Dosihai, Wu Jianzhong was not that foolish. Rape was a serious charge, albeit not the gravest. Even if he had committed the act numerous times, the maximum penalty would likely be 10 years, perhaps even less, considering Dosihai was still outside. As long as that formidable tree remained standing, even if he were to be imprisoned, his family would manage just fine, but if he confessed, it would spell doom for his entire family. Wu Jianzhong was acutely aware of the gravity of his predicament. Moreover, just moments ago, amid his interrogation, someone had slipped him a message. If he took the fall for this incident, he would be absolved of any wrongdoing. The handling of the situation was astonishingly swift. By that very night, everyone had confessed with clarity. Wang Lang admitted to his crimes of rape and murder in Beizhou, specifically the case number 318, with DNA evidence corroborating his guilt, leaving him no room to deny it. Additionally, in a bid for leniency, he voluntarily implicated Wu Jianzhong for instructing him to scout for women in the bar, detailing 3 instances involving 5 individuals. Wu Jianzhong did not even require Wang Lang's accusations. He had already laid bare his own involvement. Besides the 2 from this incident, the other 3 were merely enjoying themselves. Furthermore, he also disclosed Wu Jianzhong's orders to swap the body samples of Dong Jijun. The entire scheme, how it was planned, executed, and how Song Wei was bribed to drug Dong Jijun during his hospitalization, subsequently framing Qin Chuan for murder, was recounted in painstaking detail. Progress on Sun Tao's front was initially sluggish. However, after viewing the video, it became evident that his charge of attempted rape was irrefutable. Since his attempt was not voluntarily aborted but rather forced to cease, it bore a striking resemblance to an actual rape charge. A minimum sentence of 3 years loomed. As for Song Wei, the situation was considerably more complex. In Zhou Shuexi's office, Qin Chuan held a forensic report in his hands. Possessing skills in criminal investigation, he immediately grasped its significance. This was a toxicology report. The findings indicated that Dong Jijun's body contained a substantial amount of mandric constituents. Do you find this puzzling? Qin Chuan set down the report, feeling intrigued. The tissue samples taken from Dong Jijun by Song Wei had been analyzed at the Xing'an City Criminal Investigation Division, yielding results that showed no trace of mandric. How could it be that now there was a report confirming the presence of these substances in his body? Old Hu, he had only departed that afternoon. It was implausible for results to emerge so swiftly. Thus, a realization dawned upon Qin Chuan. Director Zhou, did you set a trap for Song Wei? Zhou Shuexi paused, then smiled wryly. What do you mean by a trap? If he had no issues and hadn't swapped samples midway, who could possibly incriminate him? The plan was to apprehend him during tomorrow morning's expanded meeting of the party committee, intending to create a certain deterrent effect. Who would have thought you'd stir up such a storm overnight? Qin Chuan scratched his head, genuinely unaware of Zhou Shuexi's arrangements. He had once assumed Zhou Shuexi was either romantically involved with Song Wei or simply incompetent. It appeared he had misjudged the situation. After all, how could someone who had ascended to the position of county police chief be merely a fool? Yet, even if given another chance, Qin Chuan could not afford to wait until the next morning. After all, Li Xiaoye and Zhang Yaoyao were innocent, and since he had encountered them, he had to intervene. Alright, Wang Shuebing is waiting for you outside. Get some rest tonight, we'll handle things here. Understood. Outside the Public Security Bureau, beneath the bright moon and scattered stars, Wang Shuebing stood at the entrance. The seasoned director observed Qin Chuan emerging from the county bureau with a complex expression. Though he was part of the criminal police team, he had heard all about Qin Chuan's exploits throughout the night from Lao Huang. Song Wei was no comparison to Zhao Juanhao. Among the subordinate departments of the Bamboo Forest County Public Security Bureau, while the county security team had a broad jurisdiction, it was not the core department. Seeking to make money or advance one's career in the county security team was an unwise endeavor. In contrast, Song Wei led the criminal police team, which was indeed the very heart of the county's public security apparatus. This was why Song Wei could concurrently serve as a member of the Bamboo Forest County Public Security Bureau's party committee. The result was that such a promising figure, wielding significant power, was apprehended by a mere junior officer. You truly are audacious. With a chuckle, Qin Chuan replied, Director Wang, what choice did I have? They sought to put me to death. I certainly couldn't extend my neck for them to execute me. Upon returning to the guesthouse, Qin Chuan eagerly accessed the system information. This time, a considerable amount of moral credit had been accrued. Not to mention, Wang Lang, a wanted criminal, alone contributed 64 points of evil value. Chapter 28 Continuing the lottery, awaiting promotion. Ding, congratulations, host, for apprehending the captain of the criminal police team, Song Hui. Reward, 32 points of good and evil value. Ding, congratulations, host, for capturing the secretary of the county committee, Sun Tao. Reward, 33 points of good and evil value. Ding, congratulations for apprehending the rapist and murderer, Sun Hao, in Beizhou City. Reward, 64 points of good and evil value. The capture of Song Hui, Sun Tao, and the wanted criminal contributed a total of 129 points of good and evil value to Qin Chuan. Adding to the previous balance of 73 points, he now possessed a total of 202 points. This meant he could draw again twice. System, initiate the lottery. A vibrant spinning wheel materialized in his mind, and at Qin Chuan's command, it began to whirl swiftly. Stop. The red pointer eventually came to rest in the blue sector. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the item. Charge needle. The charge needle is a one-time use item that, upon application, doubles the host's speed for a duration of 24 hours. This is a splendid item. Having experienced the effects of the strength pill and the strength diamond pill, Qin Chuan held a particular fondness for the rewards bestowed by the system. System, continue the lottery. To Qin Chuan, good and evil value was akin to currency. Spent value was merely money, while stored value was paper. Speaking of which, since he had been reborn, it was only prudent to accumulate more wealth. After all, the salary of a police officer is hardly substantial. The colorful wheel continued to spin rapidly, ultimately halting with the red pointer landing in the black sector. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the item Marksman's Glasses. The Marksman's Glasses are also a one-time use item that grants the host all the abilities of a shooting master for 24 hours. Although this draw did not yield a skill-related reward, both the charge needle and the Marksman's Glasses were undeniably practical items. After carefully stowing away his rewards, Qin Chuan indulged in a long, restful sleep. He was not particularly anxious about making money. In his previous life, he had spent a decade at the police station in Changning Town, where, despite not engaging in much else, he had diligently studied the stock market. Although he had suffered significant losses in trading, he still recalled which stocks had soared in various years. At the very least, if he pooled some funds to invest in 10-cent stocks, he could very well become a millionaire in a decade. However, purchasing 10-cent shares required a trip to the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, which was somewhat cumbersome. Of course, investing in Muay would also suffice, allowing him to profit effortlessly. Wang Shuebing mentioned that the rewards from Qin Chuan's recent apprehensions of wanted criminals would be fully deposited by the end of the month. He estimated it would amount to nearly 100,000 yuan, which could then be entirely injected into the stock market, allowing money to breed more money. The following morning, Wang Shuebing and Qin Chuan boarded the vehicle returning to Changning Town, driven by Deputy Director Zhang Jun, who had come personally to collect them. They rode in the station's sole vintage vehicle, a 9-handed Santana, which, aside from an inaudible horn, was loud in every other sense. Accompanying them was Hu Jiangwo, who had rushed back from Xing'an City to Zhulin County the previous night. Since Zhou Shueshi had already prepared contingencies, old Hua's trip had been in vain. However, at that moment, Qin Chuan was unaware that Zhou Shueshi had already harbored suspicions regarding Song Hui and had set a trap for him. That young lady from just now was quite something. You just let her go? Zhang Jun referred to Li Xiaoye, whom they had encountered at the guesthouse entrance. The young woman had come bearing a large bouquet of flowers and milk for Qin Chuan. Old Hu nodded in agreement. Zhang's right, I can see she has feelings for you. Qin Chuan chuckled softly and shook his head. The reason for his breakup with Li Xiaoye was his assignment to a rural police station after graduation. She believed he lacked prospects, leading to their separation. Although he had saved her the previous night, in her eyes, he was still merely that rural policeman. Even if she felt gratitude and chose to reconcile now, how long would that gratitude last? While he would inevitably be reassigned away from Changning Town, and such a promotion would obscure Li Xiaoye's superficiality, what if he were to return to Changning Town one day? Or worse, what if he lost his police uniform altogether? Such scenarios were not beyond the realm of possibility. In his past life, Qin Chuan had not only been stripped of his uniform but had also spent a decade in prison. In this life, despite the system's presence, what difference did it make if Wu Jianzhong had been more ruthless in orchestrating Dong Jijun's demise, and had chosen to incinerate the corpse after the forensic examination by the criminal police team? Would Qin Chuan have any chance to clear his name? Would Song Hui still be apprehended? At that point, it would not be a matter of a 5-person review group but rather a direct entry into the detention center. Qin Chuan had indeed been reborn, but others were not fools. Take for example Dosihai, the owner of Xinhai Mining. Despite the numerous events that had transpired, he remained unscathed. Likewise, Gao Qingshan, the county party secretary of Zhulin County, still sat firmly at the podium. As for Sun Tao's situation, it could not be said to be devoid of impact. However, it was evidently not enough to shake his position. Those who achieved the status of county tycoon or county rulers were invariably shrewd individuals. The means at Qin Chuan's disposal were far from sufficient in their eyes. Undoubtedly, Qin Chuan's dismantling of Dosihai's criminal enterprise in Changning Town, along with the capture of Dong Jijun and Wu Jianzhong, figures whom Dosihai regarded as his right-hand men, inflicted considerable damage upon him. Yet, this also ensured that Dosihai would remember Qin Chuan, the mere policeman from a small town. Simultaneously, the county's top leader, Secretary Gao Qingshan, also took note of Qin Chuan. With the arrest of the captain of the Public Security Bureau's security team, Zhao Juanhao, and the secretary, Sun Tao, Qin Chuan not only faced disciplinary action but also had to call in a significant favor. At this moment, Secretary Gao would likely wish to consume Qin Chuan's flesh and drink his blood. However, every situation possesses its duality. Where there are disadvantages, there are naturally advantages. Though Qin Chuan had offended both Gao Qingshan and Dosihai, he had also gained recognition through a series of accomplishments, officially catching the attention of County Public Security Director Zhou Shueshi and County Chief Chen Mingguang. The discord between County Chief Chen Mingguang and County Party Secretary Gao Qingshan had long been an open secret, yet, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Due to Chen Mingguang's relatively short tenure as county chief, he found himself at a disadvantage compared to the locally entrenched Gao Qingshan. Among the numerous influential departments in the county, only the Public Security Bureau counted as a supporter of Chen Mingguang, and moreover, even this sole ally was rife with internal discord this time. Amidst the conflict surrounding Xinhai mining, Gao Qingshan's faction within the Public Security Bureau, including Zhao Juanhao and Song Hui, was thoroughly crushed. Chen Mingguang achieved a decisive victory, completely seizing control of the county's Public Security Bureau. Qin Chuan, therefore, stood as the most pivotal factor in this successful outcome. With every action comes accountability. For each merit, there will be a reward. What victories Qin Chuan might reap from this endeavor was a matter of keen interest to all. In fact, others were likely more eager than Qin Chuan himself. Chapter 29. A special commendation ceremony. Individual second-class merit. Upon returning to Changning Town, Wang Xuebing organized a celebratory feast for the personnel at the station. It featured Wang Laosun's renowned pig-killing dish. As glasses clinked and laughter filled the air, Wang Xuebing took the lead in toasting Qin Chuan. Everyone was acutely aware that, although Qin Chuan remained the same individual, he had undergone a profound transformation. Having dedicated over 20 years of his life to the police force, Wang Xuebing had ascended from a mere officer to the station chief, yet, he felt that the past 2 decades paled in comparison to the exhilarating experiences of the past week. Zhang Jun, following closely behind Wang Xuebing, indulged heavily in the festivities, consuming 2 liang of the potent Taojia liquor in mere gulps. In his 30s, Zhang Jun was still youthful, with aspirations of leaving Changning Town, dreams that would have been unthinkable in the past. Wang Xuebing's present was destined to be Zhang Jun's future. In a decade or so, when Wang Xuebing retired, Zhang Jun would take over his position, becoming the second Wang Xuebing. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. Qin Chuan had established connections with the county's police chief, who in turn was closely allied with the county magistrate. Either of these individuals could facilitate Zhang Jun's departure with a simple word. Naturally, Zhang Jun did not expect Qin Chuan to personally arrange his transfer. He merely hoped for a mention to the chief, to establish a connection, and the rest would hinge on his own endeavors. Sun Bingquan, on the other hand, was indifferent. Wherever Zhang Xiaojun went, he would follow. Hu Jiangwo, on the brink of retirement, had little hope for the future, yet he too had imbibed generously. This was largely due to his association with Qin Chuan, which had already earned him a third-class merit for capturing a wanted criminal. It was likely that a medal from the Xinhai coal mine was also en route to him. Qin Chuan. Old Hu, slightly inebriated, slurred his words. They say in life, it's not about one's own abilities but rather about aligning oneself with the right talent. Ha ha. Come, let me toast to you. Wang Xuebing shot him a glare, questioning whether this was a performance. Old Hu, clearly noticing Wang Xuebing's expression, quickly clarified, Director Wang, please don't take offense. I didn't mean to imply you lack ability. 3 days later, the Zhulin County Public Security Bureau convened a special commendation assembly. Qin Chuan, adorned with a bright red flower, sat in the center of the front row alongside Hu Jiangwo. Qin Chuan, this is my first time wearing a red flower in my life. Do I look handsome? Hu Jiangwo sat up straight, brimming with vitality. Qin Chuan examined Hu Jiangwo closely, genuinely complimenting, handsome, you look just like a groom. On either side of Qin Chuan and Hu Jiangwo, 6 personnel from the Changning Town police station awaited their accolades. On the stage, Zhou Shueshi sat rigidly, though he did not occupy the main seat. That honor belonged to County Magistrate Chen Mingguang, marking Qin Chuan's first close encounter with him. Originally, only the county's Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary Zhou Mingyi was expected to attend the meeting. The presence of Chen Mingguang underscored his personal commitment to this assembly. Next, Comrade Zhou Shueshi will announce the commendation decisions. With the county magistrate's presence, it was natural for Secretary Zhou Mingyi to preside over the proceedings. The assembled officers instinctively straightened their postures. Such commendation ceremonies were typically reserved for instances of extraordinary cases. Qin Chuan too adjusted his stance, attentive as he listened to over an hour of reports, finally hearing his name. Awarded to Comrade Qin Chuan, individual second-class merit. Awarded to Comrade Hu Jiangwo, individual third-class merit. Awarded to Changning Town Police Station, collective second-class merit. The resounding applause echoed through the hall. Commended comrades, please come to the stage. With a crisp salute, Qin Chuan stood at attention as Zhou Shueshi returned the gesture and personally adorned him with the Medal of Merit. Within merely half a month of joining the force, Qin Chuan had achieved both individual third-class and second-class merit, shattering records at the Xing'an City Public Security Bureau. Congratulations, Comrade Qin Chuan. To serve the people. The rapid clicking of cameras filled the air as the propaganda officer from the Political Work Supervision Office nearly wore out the shutter. After the meeting concluded, Qin Chuan was retained for a private discussion led by Deputy Director Lin Hu. He was escorted to a small conference room on the second floor. Qin Chuan had an inkling of who he was about to meet, yet the reality of encountering him still left him astonished. Chen Mingguang, the county magistrate of Zihulan in Qin Chuan's recollection, this magistrate was not an ordinary figure. In his previous life, Chen Mingguang had a brief tenure where he had to compromise while serving on the Zhuling County Committee. Following Gao Qingshan's transfer to the position of vice chairman of the Xing'an City Political Consultative Conference, Chen Mingguang had ascended to the role of county party secretary. In less than a decade, he had risen through the ranks to become a prominent official. Such a promising individual was not someone Qin Chuan would treat lightly. County magistrate, Qin Chuan has arrived. With a sharp salute, Qin Chuan declared, "Good day, magistrate." "Haha, comrade Qin Chuan, please relax. I'm here simply to meet you. You are indeed a great contributor to our Zhuling County." Chen Mingguang regarded the dashing young man in police uniform with increasing admiration. He had long harbored thoughts regarding Gao Qingshan and even possessed some leads on his misconduct. However, he knew that such information could not escape his grasp. At his level, advancing further required more than mere ruthlessness. It necessitated a delicate balance and a moderate approach. He needed enforcers, not warriors charging into battle. The leadership had positioned him in this role not merely to eliminate a county committee secretary. If every matter required the magistrate's direct involvement, it would spell the end of Chen Mingguang's prospects. Originally, Zhou Shueshi had been a tool in his hands, but now Qin Chuan appeared to be a formidable sword. If wielded wisely, it could cut through anything. The magistrate is overly generous. Combating crime and safeguarding the people is the duty of a police officer. Qin Chuan maintained his rigid posture, acutely aware that he had yet to earn the right to relax in front of Chen Mingguang. The nature of others' words, whether mere pleasantries or sincere acknowledgement, depended on one's standing. Qin Chuan felt that, as an ordinary rural police officer, he was not entitled to the magistrate's courtesies. "Qin Chuan, your commendation has greatly boosted the morale of all officers in the county. Moreover, the county police force is in dire need of talent. What are your thoughts on your future?" "Thoughts?" Qin Chuan once more stood at attention, declaring, "Report to the magistrate. I will absolutely comply with any arrangements made by the organization." Out of the corner of his eye, Qin Chuan caught a glimpse of Chen Mingguang's satisfied smile. "Excellent. With such awareness, there is no task you cannot excel at. I look forward to hearing of your further accomplishments in the county." "Yes." The brief meeting concluded swiftly. In the end, Chen Mingguang did not divulge what position he might offer Qin Chuan. However, before departing, he provided Qin Chuan with his personal phone number, instructing him to reach out directly should he encounter any insurmountable difficulties. Meanwhile, the secretary of the County Political and Legal Affairs Committee, Zhou Mingyi, who had just attended the special commendation ceremony, made his appearance in the office of County Party Secretary Gao Qingshan. Chapter 30 Ascending to Great Heights. Captain Qin Dashan personally poured a cup of tea for Zhou Mingyi, who received it with both hands, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Secretary Zhou, have you just concluded your attendance at the Public Security Bureau's commendation conference?" Gao Qingshan was clearly aware of Zhou Mingyi's whereabouts. "Indeed, Secretary Qingshan. The meeting has just concluded, and County Mayor Mingguang also attended, delivering an excellent and impassioned speech. Moreover, with the recent apprehension of numerous wanted criminals by the Public Security Bureau, the morale among the county's police officers is exceptionally high." Gao Qingshan nodded, acknowledging, "The recent work of the Public Security Bureau has indeed been commendable. As the secretary of the County Political and Legal Affairs Committee, your contributions are indispensable." "You jest, Secretary Qingshan. Director Zhou does not regard me as a significant figure as the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee. He tends to report directly to County Mayor Mingguang regarding matters." Zhou Shueshi is a young man full of vigor. His desire for advancement is quite understandable. Zhou Mingyi was not allied with Gao Qingshan. However, due to Chen Mingguang's direct involvement in the affairs of the Public Security Bureau, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction towards Chen. After all, from the perspective of Administrative Division of Labor, it was he, as the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, who ought to be overseeing the Public Security Bureau. Gao Qingshan was evidently aware of Zhou Mingyi's motivations for visiting his office immediately after the commendation meeting. This was a subtle gesture of goodwill. Although they were not allies, it was clear that there were grounds for collaboration on certain matters. "By the way, I heard that during this commendation conference, a grassroots policeman named Qin Chuan was awarded a second-class merit?" "Yes, Secretary Qingshan. This officer is quite young. He just began his career half a month ago after graduating from the Xing'an Police Academy, and he is an exceptional youth." Upon hearing this, Gao Qingshan raised an eyebrow. Secretary Mingyi is quite familiar with this Qin Chuan. That should not be the case. If Qin Chuan had ties to Zhou Mingyi, he would not have been assigned to that remote police station in Changning Town. Not exactly familiar, this Qin Chuan excelled academically during his time at the police academy, graduating with the highest overall score. Zhou Mingyi leisurely sipped his tea as he spoke. Deputy Commissioner Jiang specifically called to advise that such an outstanding young comrade should be placed in the grassroots for training, to develop his capabilities. Gao Qingshan's eyes narrowed slightly. To have graduated with the highest overall score yet be assigned to a desolate place like Changning Town, as for the so-called grassroots training, what nonsense, would it not be better for him to directly train at the Xing'an Criminal Investigation Team? To be placed in a remote township police station, without any opportunities for merit, he might as well resign himself to that fate for a lifetime. It seemed that this Qin Chuan had indeed offended quite a few people. However, why would Deputy Commissioner Jiang target such a minor figure? At the headquarters of Xinhai Mining, a stunning woman clad in a pink qipao knelt on the floor, her shapely figure partially concealed beneath the fabric. The beauty possessed almond-shaped eyes and an alluring figure, yet her complexion was pale, and her gaze trembled as she picked up the shattered pieces of a teacup from the floor. Before the large sandalwood table, two men stood with their heads bowed, not daring to direct their eyes at the woman in the qipao. How is it that my person now has received accolades and become a hero? A chilling, cold laugh pierced the air. Those familiar with Do Sihai knew that he was at his most dangerous at this moment. There's no such thing as an easy deal, if you dare to challenge me. I will ruin your family. Investigate this Qin Chuan's background, find out where his family resides, whether he has a girlfriend or a wife and children. I want to know everything. Understood. Also, arrange for me to meet Secretary Gao. I wish to have a meal with him tomorrow evening. Yes, Dozong. The two men took their leave. Do Sihai's gaze drifted to the window, lost in thought for a moment, before abruptly turning to the woman in the qipao kneeling before him. You, come here. Upon hearing Do Sihai's command, the woman trembled involuntarily but dared not disobey. She set down the remnants of the shattered cup, forced a smile, and crawled toward him. Do Sihai's face twisted in disgust, and after a while, he opened his eyes wide and exhaled a deep breath. Get out. The day after the commendation conference, Qin Chuan received a document at the Chinatown police station. Notice of the Bamboo Forest County Public Security Bureau regarding the appointment and removal of Comrade Sun Jianye and others. Zhao Juanhao was relieved of his position as the captain of the County Public Security Bureau Security Team. Song Hui is relieved of his position as the captain of the County Criminal Investigation Team. Sun Jianye is relieved of his position as the director of the Pingchuan Town Police Station. Sun Jianye is appointed as the captain of the County Public Security Bureau Security Team. Qin Chuan is appointed as the deputy captain of the County Criminal Investigation Team. Acting leader. A series of appointment and removal notifications placed Qin Chuan in a pivotal position. He had unexpectedly become the deputy captain of the County Criminal Investigation Team. Moreover, he was to act as the leader. When Qin Chuan read the document, he was genuinely taken aback. He had thought that the highest he could hope for was a position as deputy director of a police station. Although he had recently received considerable recognition, his tenure had been too brief, barely a month. To be assigned to a small police station as a deputy director was not entirely unreasonable. Yet, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team wielded substantial authority, not to mention the small parentheses, acting leader. This indicated that as long as Qin Chuan did not make any significant mistakes over the next year, by this time next year, he would be the captain of the criminal investigation team at the deputy section chief level. Having worked for a month, receiving an early confirmation, and now becoming the deputy captain of the county criminal investigation team, Qin Chuan had never reached such heights in his previous life after 10 years of struggle. Congratulations, little Qin. No, now you must be addressed as Captain Qin. The astonishment at Qin Chuan's promotion was echoed by Wang Shuebing and others. Wang Shuebing had toiled his entire life at the Chinatown police station and was now merely a deputy section chief. And Qin Chuan, he had not even been a police officer for a month. With a third-class merit and a second-class merit to his name, he had now caught the attention of the county mayor and was directly promoted to deputy captain of the criminal investigation team. Captain Qin, this evening, I will host a farewell dinner for you. Zhang Jun's face flushed with excitement as he patted his chest with fervor. Initially, he too believed that the highest Qin Chuan could attain would be a deputy director of a police station or a position in the bureau, at most a deputy section chief. He never anticipated that Qin Chuan would soar directly to the position of deputy captain of the criminal investigation team, and as acting leader no less. Although this rank was not exceedingly high, the power it conferred was significant. Should someone wish to transfer an officer from a grassroots police station to the criminal investigation team, it would merely take a word from him. Naturally, Qin Chuan would not refuse Zhang Jun's kindness. When the Xinhai coal mine incident occurred, Zhang Jun and his colleagues had provided him with tremendous support. When Zhao Juanhao had come looking for trouble, the station had stood firmly by his side. However, transitioning from Little Qin in the morning to Captain Qin by noon left Qin Chuan feeling somewhat disoriented. Chapter 31 Qin's team, a grave situation has arisen, a murder has occurred. Qin Chuan was well aware of Zhang Jun's subtle intentions. The Longningtown police station, apart from his own 5 personnel, had Wang Shuebing, a native of Longningtown. Having spent his entire life in this locality, the notion of leaving held little significance for him. Years ago, he had transitioned from the military, and with his modest educational background, reaching the position of police station chief was as far as he could aspire. Xu Jiangwo, now advancing in age, was only a few years away from retirement and had no desire for upheaval. Although the Longningtown police station had a limited staff, it also meant fewer responsibilities, making it an ideal place for a tranquil retirement. As for Sun Bingquan, despite his youth, he seemed indifferent to any ambitions in his career. His sole focus was marrying Zheng Xiaojun. Zheng Xiaojun, content with her current situation, harbored no desire to leave Longningtown. This left only Zhang Jun. Qin Chuan planned to familiarize himself with the situation at the After all, given that the criminal investigation team was unfamiliar territory, having someone like Zhang Jun, who was already acquainted with the surroundings, would prove beneficial. On July 15th, under a clear sky, it had been a week since the last appointment document had been issued. With no issues arising during the announcement period, Qin Chuan was ready to officially assume his role. Early in the morning, he arrived at the entrance of the County Public Security Bureau to report to Zhou Shueshi. At the entrance, he spotted a middle-aged man wearing an eye patch and greeted him with a smile. Good morning, Brother Wang. The gatekeeper of Julin County was an auxiliary police officer who had served for many years. 5 years prior, he had lost one eye while on duty, hence his assignment to guard the entrance. Qin Chuan held great respect for him and was aware of his commendable service. Wang Lin was taken aback by Qin Chuan's initiative to greet him. The news of this formidable Captain Qin had spread throughout the bureau in recent days. Within just a month of joining, he had already achieved 2 significant accomplishments and was promoted to deputy captain of the criminal investigation team. Yet, in the eyes of the staff, this deputy position bore no distinction from the captaincy, as he was also responsible for overseeing operations. The fact that such a rising star remembered him spoke volumes. On one hand, it indicated Qin Chuan's admirable character and approachability, which justified his elevation. On the other hand, it suggested that his contributions had not gone unnoticed by the bureau. Good morning, Captain Qin. Director Zhou arrived early. He's in the office enjoying tea, the second room on the left of the staircase on the 3rd floor. This was the advantage of working in an institution for an extended period. One became well acquainted with the preferences and habits of their superiors. Qin Chuan expressed his gratitude and proceeded into the office building of the Public Security Bureau. This was only the second time he had been there since reporting for duty in his previous life, yet he now found himself frequenting it every few days. At the door of Zhou Xuexi's office, Qin Chuan adjusted his collar and announced, "Reporting in." "Come in." Pushing open the door, Qin Chuan found Zhou Xuexi, as expected, brewing tea. Qin Chuan saluted sharply. "Director, Qin Chuan reporting for duty." Upon recognizing Qin Chuan, Zhou Xuexi quickly set down his teacup. "Ah, little Qin, no, now I should address you as Captain Qin. No need for formalities when you're with me, just come directly into the office next time without saluting. Here, have a cup of tea, I just brewed some da hong pao." In that moment, Zhou Xuexi displayed none of the airs of a director, conversing as if with a junior, avoiding any mention of work-related matters. "Wait for a bit. Director Lin and Political Commissar Wei Lin will arrive soon, and we will head to the criminal investigation team together to announce your position." "Thank you for your concern, Director Zhou." Qin Chuan accepted the teacup Zhou Xuexi handed him and took a gentle sip. The two engaged in casual conversation until Deputy Director Lin Hu and Political Commissar Li Weilin arrived. Half an hour later, at the criminal investigation team, Zhou Xuexi personally read out the appointment document. "Rest assured, the party committee, I will not betray the trust the organization has placed in me. I will unite my comrades, learn humbly, and strive to maintain social stability and long-term peace in Julin County, safeguarding the safety of our people's lives and property." After making a brief statement, Zhou Xuexi and the others departed. Before leaving, Zhou Xuexi earnestly patted Qin Chuan on the shoulder. "Do your best, we all believe in you." The county criminal investigation team, situated in the northwest corner of the county town, was housed in a standalone 2-story building. After seeing Zhou Xuexi and the others off, Qin Chuan entered his office, flanked by the 3 team leaders and another deputy captain. "Captain Qin, this was originally Song Hui's office. We have replaced all the furniture, please take a look and let me know if there is anything you would like adjusted." The speaker was Chao Tianrun, one of the existing deputy captains of the criminal investigation team. The leadership structure consisted of 2 captains and 2 deputy captains. Both the captain and the political commissar held deputy section chief ranks, but currently, these positions were vacant. Chao Tianrun was one of the deputy captains, and though Qin Chuan was not particularly familiar with him, he had heard of his reputation during his previous tenure. Chao Tianrun had been a seasoned investigator for over 20 years. In fact, following Song Hui's incident, Chao Tianrun was qualified to assume Song Hui's position, yet unexpectedly, Qin Chuan had been parachuted in. Although he too was a deputy captain, it was clear he was to oversee operations. Any dissatisfaction Chao Tianrun might have felt had to be swallowed. Song Hui's office was the largest in the entire criminal investigation team, spanning nearly 100 square meters. A 5-meter-long mahogany desk was complemented by an expansive executive chair. A new tea set adorned the coffee table, and the high-end leather sofa exuded a distinctive aroma. In 2010, there were no regulations regarding office space limits, yet the size of Song Hui's office seemed excessive. Qin Chuan surveyed the space without offering any opinions and instead inquired, "Where is Deputy Captain Chao's office?" "Oh, mine is right next door." "Perfect, let's tour each office together so I can familiarize myself with the team's operations." Chao Tianrun and the 3 team leaders exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Qin Chuan's intentions. However, when it came to leadership, they adhered to the directive. "Captain Qin, the 1st floor houses the archives, evidence room, detention area, and interrogation room. The offices, along with the armory, are located on the 2nd floor. Chao Tianrun led the way, followed by the 3 team leaders. Qin Chuan made his way through each office, taking over an hour to familiarize himself with the entire compound. "Captain Qin, do you find your office satisfactory, or is there anything else you wish to add?" Chao Tianrun asked once more. "Deputy Captain Chao, let's forego that office. We are both deputy captains. I notice there is another office adjacent to yours that is vacant. I would prefer to work there." Uncertain of Chao Tianrun's disposition, Qin Chuan opted for caution. The office previously occupied by Song Hui was designated for the team leader, and while Qin Chuan was overseeing operations, his rank was still that of a deputy captain, sharing an office of the same size with Chao. Chao Tianrun quickly waved his hand. "Captain Qin, you are now overseeing operations. It is only fitting that you use that office. Besides, at most in a year, your oversight title will be dropped, and then, Deputy Captain Chao, you mentioned it would take a year. Let's discuss it then." "Captain Qin," Chao Tianrun attempted to persist, but Qin Chuan interrupted. "Deputy Captain Chao, this matter is settled. I'm new here. In an hour, let's convene a meeting in the conference room so I can gain insight into the work." With that, Qin Chuan entered the office he had chosen. Deputy Captain, the three team leaders exchanged glances, realizing that this newly appointed deputy captain was quite cautious. It seemed the days ahead might not be easy. In contrast to Chao Tianran and the three team leaders, the one facing the most difficulty in the criminal investigation team was the forensic expert Chen Guangzhu. He was the one who examined Dong Jijun's body just days earlier, in the county hospital's morgue. He had clashed with Qin Chuan and now, only a few days later, Qin Chuan had risen to the position of deputy captain. In his office, Qin Chuan rubbed his slightly throbbing temples. His recent tour of the criminal investigation team was not a mere whim but rather a reconnaissance mission to activate his evil eye, allowing him to assess certain individuals. The results were promising. Overall, the quality of the criminal investigation team appeared commendable. The levels of misconduct were low, with few individuals having scores exceeding 10 points. Bang! Just over half an hour into his brief respite, as he prepared for the meeting, the office door was suddenly flung open. Captain Qin, we have a serious situation. A murder has occurred. Chapter 32 of the first day in office. A headless corpse. Half an hour ago, after completing a round in the criminal investigation team, Qin Chuan returned to his office to rest, while Chao Tianran and three squad leaders proceeded to Chao's office together. Chao, you need to think of a way. This Qin Chuan, he doesn't seem like an easy character, said Sun Haoming, the leader of the second squad, with a troubled expression. He and Chao Tianran were classmates at the police academy and had initially hoped that with Song Hui's downfall, Chao would ascend to the position of captain, allowing him to benefit as well. To his dismay, however, the bureau appointed a mere grassroots officer instead. A youth still in his early days, someone barely known even within the bureau, was now expected to lead a team of seasoned detectives. It was baffling to him what the higher-ups were thinking. Exactly, we should give him a show of strength, interjected Lu Zhigua, the impulsive leader of the first squad, immediately seizing upon Sun's suggestion. Old Lu, don't act rashly. Although Qin Chuan is young, he is undoubtedly formidable, cautioned Chao Haod, the third squad leader, as he pulled out a few cigarettes and lit one for himself. What is so formidable about him? He merely got lucky and caught a few fugitives, Lu Zhigua scoffed. If I were in his shoes, I could do the same. Chao Tianran shot Lu Zhigua a sidelong glance. Then why didn't you capture Zhao Juanhao? Or Song Hui, or Sun Tao? Lu Zhigua stammered, his face turning crimson. They are leaders, why would I go after them? Humph. Leaders, don't forget that when Qin Chuan apprehended Zhao Juanhao, Sun Tao, and Song Hui, he was merely a rural township officer. We have spent our lives in the criminal investigation team. While we cannot claim to be completely untainted, we have at least acted in accordance with our conscience. We owe it to our uniforms. Regardless of whether Qin Chuan is a good or bad sort, now that he is in charge, we must cooperate, Chao Tianran remarked, scrutinizing the three men. We are different from Song Hui. We have reached our current positions without relying on anyone's connections. Whoever takes on the role of captain, as long as we perform our duties well, no one can take our jobs away. Now, all of you prepare for your tasks. We will report to Captain Qin shortly. The three squad leaders exchanged glances, nodded, and prepared to leave. Chao Tianran's words resonated. They were indeed unlike Song Hui. While they could not claim absolute integrity, they had no major scandals hanging over them. Who could possibly threaten them? Moreover, despite Qin Chuan's youth, with the backing of Director Zhou and Mayor Chen, who could challenge him, in reality, the criminal investigation team maintained a relatively good reputation. After all, they were the primary force against crime. Had Song Hui not sought further advancement, he might not have succumbed to the corruption of Xinhai Mining. However, just as the three were about to step out, Lu Zhigua's phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, his expression changed dramatically. It's the call from the reporting center. As Lu Zhigua answered the phone, he relayed the urgent news. Captain Lu, we've just received a report of a homicide at Huijia Garden Community. A homicide. Chao Tianran and the others overheard the operator's words through Lu Zhigua's phone. Chao, what should we do? Zulin County was not large, and its population was sparse. Serious criminal cases were infrequent. Homicides might not occur even once in a year or two. Consequently, everyone felt a surge of tension. Zhigua, you must immediately report to Captain Qin. Lao Sun, Lao Dong, gather the team swiftly. We need to head to the scene. Upon hearing Lu Zhigua's report, Qin Chuan felt a jolt of adrenaline. What was happening? It was his first day on the job, and he was already facing a homicide? When did this happen? Just now. We received the call from the reporting center. What about Captain Chao and the others? After receiving the notification, Captain Chao sent me to inform you that he and Lao Sun, Lao Dong are assembling the team to head to the scene. Lu Zhigua spoke rapidly, his urgency palpable. To be honest, Qin Chuan felt somewhat at a lost eye. In his previous life, he had served as a police officer in Changning Town and had never dealt with significant criminal cases. Hence, he was not particularly familiar with the investigative procedures for homicides. However, he understood that he could not afford to panic at this moment. Encountering a homicide on his very first day was both a test and an opportunity. The criminal investigation team operated differently from other agencies in the county due to its small area and population. Various departments within the county police had been consolidated. For instance, the criminal investigation team not only handled 8 categories of criminal cases but also dealt with drug enforcement and economic crime investigations. In fact, these two branches did not even have separate squads. Liu Jigua's first squad doubled as the drug enforcement unit, while Dong Hao's third squad handled economic investigations. It could be said that the criminal investigation team of Zulin County encompassed all major investigative functions. In this environment, establishing a foothold hinged on one standard or solving cases. Although Qin Chuan was new and unfamiliar with the internal operations of the criminal investigation team, he recognized that these were mere details. As long as he could crack the case, he would quickly secure his position. Of course, the risks were substantial. Should he fail to solve the case, his credibility would surely suffer. At that point, he might even become a target for criticism. It was worth noting that his promotion had been an exception to the norm, justified by his exceptional abilities, youth, and numerous accolades. Director Chen Mingguang had strongly supported him. However, if this case did not yield a satisfactory outcome, Qin Chuan knew that the faction led by Gao Qingshan would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to undermine him. In such a scenario, exceptional abilities could easily be dismissed as a fleeting moment, and youth and promise might devolve into recklessness and ignorance. The line between heaven and hell could be as fragile as a whisper. Zhao Tianran was quite capable in his own right. As Qin Chuan hurried downstairs, 5 police vehicles were already on standby, and the field officers from the 3 squads were boarding the cars in succession. Compared to the 9-seat Santana from Chongning Town's police station, the vehicles of the criminal investigation team were far superior, including at least 2 SUVs. However, when compared to the vehicles in the Bureau's compound, well, never mind, it was time to set off. Upon arriving at Unit 2, Building 7 of Huijia Garden Community, Qin Chuan found a large crowd of onlookers gathered at the entrance. Captain Liu arranged for someone to set up a cordon, prohibiting photography and video recording, and secure the scene. After gathering the team at the bureau, Zhao Tianran chose to remain behind to oversee operations rather than accompany the convoy. Qin Chuan understood this unspoken sentiment perfectly. His sudden appointment had obstructed Zhao Tianruan's path to promotion. Given the current attitude, he could comprehend the underlying message of this case would not involve Zhao Tianran. If Qin Chuan succeeded, it would showcase his prowess. If he failed, it would reflect poorly on Zhao Tianran. In truth, Qin Chuan was already satisfied that Zhao Tianran had swiftly assembled the team. Who reported the incident? I did. Where is the deceased? Upstairs, in 301. The reporter was a middle-aged woman, her face pale and her speech disjointed. Clearly in shock, Qin Chuan led his team upstairs, and upon reaching the door of 301, his expression shifted dramatically. Dr. Chen, come in with me. Captain Liu, have someone take the reporter's statement and gather more information. Captain Sun, check upstairs and downstairs, as well as the neighboring units. Captain Dong, examine the community's surveillance footage for any unusual activity. Qin Chuan's arrangements, while perhaps not exceptionally brilliant, were at least methodical. The 3 leaders began their investigative tasks. Inside the room, on the sofa, lay the victim's body, just as Qin Chuan had feared, a headless corpse. Chapter 33. I ask you one question: how long will it take to solve the case? Although Chen Guangzhu had dedicated his life to forensic medicine, the small town of Julin County seldom encountered serious crimes. The sight of a dismembered body was overwhelmingly jarring. Chen Guangzhu felt a tightening in his chest. The metallic scent of blood was nauseating. Qin Chuan was even more affected. While Chen Guangzhu had performed autopsies on various bodies before, this was Qin Chuan's very first encounter. Fortunately, he possessed investigative skills acquired through a system lottery, which included various forms of corpses and examination techniques. Old Chen, put on shoe covers and stay behind me. Qin Chuan had some reservations about Chen Guangzhu. He had examined Dong Jijun's body, which nearly led to his own undoing. Initially, Qin Chuan suspected that Chen Guangzhu was colluding with Song Wei. However, the truth was that Chen Guangzhu had genuinely failed to detect the poisoning in Dong Jijun. It wasn't a matter of attitude, it was purely a lack of capability. As for Qin Chuan's promotion to deputy captain and any notions of retaliation, he wasn't so petty, yet he could not entrust Chen Guangzhu with the responsibility of examining the crime scene. Qin Chuan felt uneasy. This case would determine his standing in the criminal investigation unit. He had to give it his all and could not afford to be careless. After speaking, Qin Chuan donned his own shoe covers and white gloves. He crouched at the entrance, pressing his head to the ground, scrutinizing the floor with keen eyes against the light. Chen Guangzhu felt a twinge of anxiety towards Qin Chuan. He was aware that his handling of Dong Jijun's case had nearly cost Qin Chuan his badge. Yet, he had always believed he hadn't made any grave errors. In such circumstances, anyone examining the body would likely arrive at a similar conclusion. The autopsy indicated death due to intracranial hemorrhage. Who could have anticipated such nonsensical conjectures? Nevertheless, Chen Guangzhu rationalized that if Qin Chuan truly sought revenge, it would likely manifest in minor inconveniences. He couldn't possibly be dismissed outright. As for Qin Chuan's abilities, Chen Guangzhu suspected that Qin Chuan's examination of Dong Jijun's body was largely a matter of luck. Criminal investigation and forensic assessment relied heavily on detail and experience. How long had it been since Qin Chuan graduated from the police academy? A few days. While he had apprehended several fugitives, this might have been his first encounter with a murder scene. When Qin Chuan had invited him into the room, Chen Guangzhu had resolved that if the other party made no protective measures and simply barged in, risking the integrity of the scene, he would unhesitatingly intervene, even at the cost of further antagonizing him. However, to Chen Guangzhu's surprise, Qin Chuan did not enter the room. Instead, he donned his shoe covers and began his examination. This posture allowed Qin Chuan to see the footprints on the ground against the light. This was the first step in entering a murder scene, to ascertain the distribution of footprints within the room, to implement protective measures before proceeding further. Hand me the chalk. Oh, Chen Guangzhu hesitated for a moment before promptly handing the chalk to Qin Chuan. Starting from the doorway, Qin Chuan moved along the wall, marking the outlines of footprints on the floor with chalk. Have the forensic team arrived? They're here, they're here. The criminal investigation team had 2 members under Lu Zhiguo's first squad. Pay attention to the doorknob and the shoe cabinet on the right. Begin dusting for fingerprints. I've marked the footprints in the room, so avoid disturbing them. Understood. Qin Chuan's pace was measured. After marking certain footprints, he would crouch beside them for a moment. After approximately 20 minutes, they finally reached the living room sofa. At this point, Chen Guangzhou followed closely behind Qin Chuan, preparing to examine the body. The victim was slumped awkwardly in the center of the sofa, the head was absent, and there were splatters of blood on the floor and walls. Chen Guangzhou felt the victim's arm and noted the presence of rigor mortis. The body has stiffened, yet residual warmth indicates the time of death should not exceed 24 hours. There is a strict order to autopsies. Chen Guangzhou retrieved the autopsy form and meticulously checked off each item as he completed them. While Qin Chuan conducted the investigation, he also observed the behavior of those around him, be it Chen Guangzhou or the 2 forensic officers who arrived later. Their work was systematic, indicating that the daily training of the Zhuling County Criminal Investigation Unit was satisfactory. The officers' abilities may not have been extraordinary, but they were competent enough. Captain Qin. At that moment, Lu Zhiguo's voice called from outside. Director Zhou has arrived. Zhou Xueshi? Alright, I'm coming out. Unlike the dramatized depictions on television, where leaders rush to the scene to issue commands while pointing at the body, the reality of a murder scene is that not just anyone can enter. Qin Chuan tiptoed, avoiding all footprints, as he left the scene to meet Zhou Shui 11.by this time. Zhou Xueshi had already ascended from downstairs and reached the door of room 301. He hadn't anticipated encountering Qin Chuan so soon after announcing his appointment that morning. What is the situation? After leading the team and announcing Qin Chuan's appointment, Zhou Xueshi had not returned to the county police bureau but had gone to the county government office. He had received a call from the director of the Alarm Command Center, alerting him to the murder. County Mayor Chen Mingguang had instructed an expedited resolution to the case. Accompanying Zhou Xueshi was the county's political and legal committee secretary, Zhou Mingyi. Hello, Secretary Zhou, Director Zhou. Enough with the pleasantries. Let's get to the point. Zhou Mingyi waved his hand impatiently, his expression serious. Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. He didn't believe he had offended the superior. However, given the urgency of the situation, a brusque tone was understandable. The Criminal Investigation Unit received the alarm call at 10 a.m. We have already deployed personnel to investigate the caller, the victim's neighbors, and nearby surveillance footage. The scene examination is still ongoing. Qin Chuan had been on the scene for less than 30 minutes. Everyone was still gathering information. Moreover, after having utilized the evil eye earlier that morning at the Criminal Investigation Unit, he would be unable to bear the burden of activating it again. After listening, Zhou Xueshi nodded. Qin Chuan's arrangements were not particularly remarkable but were competent enough. Qin Chuan, Captain Qin, Zhou Xueshi began, but was interrupted by his superior, Zhou Mingyi. It has been a considerable time since the incident. Is this all the information you have? Qin Chuan looked up at Zhou Mingyi, his expression one of surprise. If Zhou Mingyi had interrupted him earlier, it could be attributed to the urgency of the case. But now, it was evident that he was targeting Qin Chuan directly from the moment he received the notification to his arrival at the scene. Less than an hour had elapsed. What significant information could possibly be gathered in such a brief span? Zhou Mingyi could not be unaware of this fact. Secretary Zhou, specific details require time to investigate. We've enough. I do not wish to hear your excuses. Zhou Mingyi afforded Qin Chuan no opportunity for explanation. Qin Chuan, you are the newly appointed deputy captain of the County Police Criminal Investigation Unit, in charge of operations. Your responsibility is to ensure the safety of the county's citizens and maintain social stability. Just now, I was attending an investment promotion meeting with Secretary Gao in the county, and you have managed to land us in such a predicament. Now, the investors from Xing'an City are already aware of this incident. They are extremely concerned about the security situation in Zhuling County. I have just one question for you. How long will it take to solve this case? Zhou Mingyi's words, cloaked in the guise of investors' concerns for the security environment in Zhuling County, served to pressure Qin Chuan into a swift resolution. It could be deemed a facade of righteousness, yet, it was obvious to any discerning individual that Zhou Mingyi was deliberately making things difficult for Qin Chuan. On one hand, he had only been in office for less than a day and was wholly unfamiliar with the circumstances of the Criminal Investigation Unit, yet he encountered a murder case. The rapid response and orderly arrangement of investigative work were already commendable. On the other hand, less than an hour had passed since the report was filed, and the investors were aware of it? And worried about the investment environment, it was utterly absurd. Chapter 34. A deadline of 3 days. No, I will solve the case in 1 day. As the words of Zhou Mingyi fell, the surrounding dozen or so detectives dared not even breathe. The silence was palpable. It was abundantly clear to all that Zhou Mingyi, the secretary of the county political and legal committee, harbored dissatisfaction towards Qin Chuan, the newly appointed deputy chief of the criminal police team. This was a deliberate attempt to entrap the latter's Zhou Xueshi, naturally, discerned this as well. Not only did he see through it, but he also understood the underlying motive for Zhou Mingyi's actions. Ultimately, this matter was not related to Qin Chuan. Zhou Mingyi's discontent was not directed at him. After all, Qin Chuan had merely been a local police officer until today, having had no prior interaction with Zhou Mingyi, let alone any conflict. The root of his dissatisfaction lay in his complete alignment with County Chief Chen Mingguang. However, what could Zhou Xueshi do? He had been promoted by Chen Mingguang himself. If he did not support Chen Mingguang, he would have to side with Zhou Mingyi instead. Thus, at this moment, Zhou Xueshi felt compelled to stand up and bolster Qin Chuan. Secretary Zhou, the investigation has only just commenced. I believe it prudent to first assess the situation before establishing a deadline for solving the case. Although Zhou Xueshi did not fear Zhou Mingyi, he was, after all, the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, prompting him to adopt a more tactful approach. However, he did not anticipate Zhou Mingyi's response to be exceedingly adamant. Director Zhou, the deadline to solve this case is not merely my suggestion. When I left the meeting earlier, Secretary Gao explicitly instructed that it must be resolved within 3 days. 3 days, without exception, 3 days, as Zhou Mingyi's declaration echoed. The detectives around them collectively gasped. 3 days time, even the most cunning of thieves would be difficult to apprehend in such a short span. The murderer had committed homicide and even severed the victim's head. Could this individual possibly be a mere amateur? As the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Zhou Mingyi was evidently familiar with the basic processes of case investigations. He understood that a 3-day timeframe was indeed an unreasonable demand, yet, he had just stated that this was Secretary Gao's directive. He was merely here to oversee and relay the message. If there were any objections, they should take it up with Secretary Gao. As Zhou Xueshi's complexion turned pale. He realized that this was yet another maneuver by the Gao Qingchuan faction to undermine Chen Mingguang in light of this homicide. In truth, Zhou Mingyi, as secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, could have negotiated for a more reasonable timeframe from Gao Qingchuan. However, it was evident that he had not done so. If Zhou Xueshi were to approach Gao Qingchuan directly, it would not only be futile but might also earn him a reputation for being undisciplined and disregarding the greater picture. After all, Secretary Gao's demand was ostensibly for the sake of attracting investment to Zhulin County. Secretary Zhou, since this is Secretary Gao's command, our County Public Security Bureau will certainly endure the difficulties and execute it resolutely. Zhou Xueshi understood that he could not adopt a hardline stance at this juncture, for the only ones who would suffer would be the detectives handling the case. However, would it be possible for you to convey to Secretary Gao that, given the gravity of this homicide, we could perhaps be granted an additional 2 days? We will certainly exert every effort to solve the case. Zhou Mingyi glanced at Zhou Xueshi, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately pretended to relent. Xueshi, I find myself without options. Secretary Gao has issued a strict order. Forget it. As the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, if I do not advocate for you, who will, 2 days, I shall grant you an extension of 2 days. Should Secretary Gao express dissatisfaction, I shall bear the brunt of it. However, Zhou Mingyi looked at Zhou Xueshi and then at Qin Chuan. In 5 days, Xing'an City is to hold an investment promotion conference in our Zhulin County. If the case remains unsolved by then, a homicide unsolved would not directly impact Zhou Xueshi. However, someone must bear the blame. Though Zhou Mingyi did not finish his sentence, everyone understood his implication. All eyes turned to Qin Chuan. Zhou Xueshi had managed to secure an additional 2 days. Now it rested on Qin Chuan, the deputy chief in charge of the criminal police team, to respond. Qin Chuan felt the weight of the many gazes upon him, realizing he must speak. But who had suggested that Qin Chuan needed 3 days to solve the case? Just moments ago, while reporting to Zhou Mingyi and Zhou Xueshi, he had merely outlined the tasks he had organized. He had not disclosed the clues he had discovered at the crime scene. After all, some of the evidence he had found needed to be integrated with investigations from the other 3 teams to yield a comprehensive and valuable conclusion. Yet now, Zhou Mingyi was putting him on the spot in front of so many people, compelling him to take a stance. Very well, I shall make my declaration, Secretary Zhou. Qin Chuan stepped forward with a crisp salute, fixing his gaze upon Zhou Mingyi. If the criminal police team fails to solve the case by the stipulated deadline, I, Qin Chuan, will voluntarily resign. Zhou Mingyi's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for this very statement. In truth, he himself did not know when the case would be resolved. However, the shorter the time frame, the greater the pressure. If Qin Chuan failed to resolve this case, Zhou Mingyi would have a legitimate reason to reorganize the leadership of the criminal police team. At that point, due to Qin Chuan's failure, Zhou Xueshi and Chen Mingguang would certainly be unable to intervene. This would grant Zhou Mingyi considerable leverage over the selection of the new team leader. While Zhou Mingyi might not have any specific intentions, keeping control over the pivotal criminal police team was undeniably a gratifying prospect. Captain Qin, the county committee and I await your triumphant return, but remember, you have only 5 days, you must solve the case within this time frame. With that, Zhou Mingyi prepared to turn and leave. His objectives had been accomplished, and there was no need for him to linger or wait. Zhou Mingyi halted, turning back to glance at Qin Chuan with a teasing expression. What is this? Captain Qin is having second thoughts. Qin Chuan shook his head. This was not a child's game. He would not retract his words. Secretary Zhou, if the case remains unsolved by the deadline, I will voluntarily resign. But if the criminal police team manages to solve the case ahead of schedule, Qin Chuan's gaze sharpened. What then? Oh, Zhou Mingyi regarded Qin Chuan with keen interest. Although he had orchestrated Qin Chuan's assignment to Changning Town's police station, he had not met him at that time. The decision had merely been a matter of executing directives from higher-ups. To be candid, Qin Chuan's performance over the past month could only be described as remarkable. Whether it was tearing apart a robbery homicide or apprehending Sun Tao and Song Hui, his actions had been nothing short of impressive. Zhou Mingyi had a certain admiration for Qin Chuan. He possessed vigor and decisiveness, traits befitting a police officer, and now, to see him boldly challenge him publicly, Zhou Mingyi's lips curled into a smirk of amusement. Very well, what do you propose? At the very least, a collective third-class merit. Zhou Mingyi did not hesitate. Agreed, I accept your terms. A collective third-class merit could not be decided at the county level, but the Xing'an City Public Security Bureau could. If they indeed resolved the homicide swiftly, he could certainly advocate for it.as the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, regardless of whether the Public Security Bureau heeded his counsel. He was nominally in charge of public security, prosecution, and law enforcement. If the case went unsolved, Qin Chuan would bear the blame, which would not trouble him in the slightest. Conversely, if the case were solved, it would reflect positively on his leadership. Thank you, Secretary Zhou. Qin Chuan expressed his genuine gratitude. Do not thank me, Comrade Qin Chuan. In 5 days, I shall await your good news at the county committee. Wait, Qin Chuan once again halted Zhou, who was preparing to depart. What else is there? Qin Chuan smiled, yet his forthcoming words nearly left everyone speechless. Secretary Zhou, who said I would require 3 days, or even 5 days, to solve the case. Secretary Zhou, you will witness my good news at the scene. Today, I shall resolve the case. Chapter 35. Simply capture her. She is the murderer. Madness, including Zhou Xueshi. Everyone believed that Qin Chuan must have lost his mind. Zhou Xueshi had just, with considerable effort, managed to extend the county committee's 3-day deadline to 5. Yet, Qin Chuan audaciously proclaimed that he would solve the case today. It is crucial to note that, at this point, the identity of the deceased had not even been fully established. Everyone had merely just arrived at the scene. No valuable clues had coalesced. On what basis could Qin Chuan assert that he would crack the case in a single day? Zhou Xueshi's face had darkened to a hue akin to the bottom of a pot. He was already beginning to regret promoting Qin Chuan to the position of deputy captain in the criminal police team. Although the latter's recent achievements were indeed impressive, he was, after all, still quite young. Eager to showcase his abilities, desperate to prove himself, and keen to secure his position within the criminal police team, Zhou Xueshi understood his motivations. After all, he had been young once. What youth is not impetuous? But what time is it now? Lives are at stake. Moreover, this case implicated not only himself but also County Mayor Chen Mingguang's control over the county's Public Security Bureau. Should the case fail to be resolved in a timely manner, the criminal police team might fall under the influence of Gao Qing's. At the very least, it could mean that Zhou Mingyi's people would take over as captain. In short, Zhou Xueshi had just managed to establish comprehensive control over the county's Public Security Bureau, a promising situation that could very well be ruined in an instant. It was utterly chaotic. The surrounding criminal investigators shared a similar expression of incredulity. No one even knew who the deceased was, and yet, a resolution in 1 day, what a farce. However, at that moment, no one dared to voice their thoughts. Being new to the team, the criminal police were unlikely to speak up for him, but unexpectedly, there was a voice. Secretary Zhou, just now, Captain Qin was a bit too excited. We will solve the case within 5 days, without fail. Dong Jijun? Qin Chuan was certainly aware of the repercussions of his statement, yet, he was taken aback to find someone speaking on his behalf. Turning around, he found it was Dong Jijun, the captain of the 3rd squad. Dong Jijun was not speaking up for Qin Chuan, but as the head of the investigative squad, he understood that if Qin Chuan was merely spouting nonsense while the leaders did not take action, it would ultimately fall upon them to resolve the case. Thus, under duress, Dong Jijun made a remark. With someone from the criminal police team speaking up, Zhou Xueshi found it easier to navigate the situation. Young Qin, I appreciate your enthusiasm and your eagerness to solve the case, but one must not act too hastily. This way, although Zhou Xueshi had personally promoted Qin Chuan, the stakes were too high for a murder case. He was prepared to temporarily replace him with Chao Tianrun to lead the investigation. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zhou Mingyi. Xueshi, I believe Captain Qin's enthusiasm is commendable. Haha, how about this? If the criminal police team can solve the case in a day, I will take Secretary Gao to the Municipal Bureau to commend you all with a collective second-class merit. But, Zhou Mingyi approached Qin Chuan and patted him heavily on the shoulder. Qin Chuan, solving cases is not child's play. If the case isn't resolved within a day, then be prepared to take off that police uniform. Rest assured, Secretary Zhou, if I cannot solve the case within a day, I would have no face to remain here. With that, Qin Chuan walked over to Zhou Xueshi and earnestly looked at him. Director Zhou, grant me 1 hour. After speaking, Qin Chuan immediately turned and returned to the crime scene. The criminal investigation he had just commenced was not yet complete. Though the murderer had long been identified in Qin Chuan's mind, there were still a few details that needed clarification. Old Zhou, don't wear that long face. Let us just sit here and wait. Zhou Mingyi had someone bring over chairs, and they settled at the entrance. Did he not say 1 day? Let us wait together for Captain Qin's good news. Time ticked by. Qin Chuan had yet to emerge from the scene. The surrounding investigators began to murmur amongst themselves. Can our new Captain Qin actually deliver? Deliver what, if you ask me? He is just a decorative pillow, riding on luck after catching 2 wanted criminals, and now he thinks he is a god? 1 day to solve a case? Pure nonsense. Indeed, how does the leadership even consider this? A fresh graduate from the police academy, barely a month into the force, and he is already the deputy captain of the criminal police team, leading the operations. Those wanted criminals? Perhaps someone is just handing him achievements. Captain Qin surely has powerful connections? No connections could have led to such a rapid promotion, not to mention the case. 1 day, at this rate, he wouldn't solve it even in a year. I agree, they can't even confirm the deceased's identity, and the canvassing hasn't been completed. How can he claim to solve it in a day? Enough, if he fails to solve the case this time, it would be perfect. He can pack his bags and leave, and Captain Chao can take the lead, which is what everyone desires. Zhou Xueshi overheard every word of the whispers around him. Zhou Mingyi beside him smirked slightly. Just a 22-year-old brat. Did he truly believe that a minor achievement would allow him to ascend to great heights? The waters of the political arena run deep. Chen Mingguang has misjudged this time. Inside the crime scene, Qin Chuan was blissfully unaware of the disparaging comments being made about him outside. Of course, even if he were aware, he would not care. The key now was solving the case. If he succeeded, he would be hailed a detective, leading the criminal police team to achieve a collective second-class merit on his first day. At that point, he could solidify his position within the criminal police team. If the case remained unresolved, he would return to farming in Wangjiago. At 2:28 p.m., Qin Chuan finally completed the scene investigation and emerged. With a flash, over 20 pairs of eyes fixated intently on him, Zhou Mingyi stood up and casually asked, "Captain Qin, where to next?" "Arrest someone." "Huh, what was this about arresting someone?" Captain Qin, the first squad captain Lu Jigua, could no longer bear to watch. It was fine if Qin Chuan embarrassed himself, just don't bring disgrace to the criminal police team. After all, they were all professionals. We haven't even confirmed the identity of the deceased. We just checked. The deceased does not belong to this household. Qin Chuan nodded. Correct, the deceased is not from this family. His name is Zhang Jun, and he is the owner of room 302. What? Lu Jigua was taken aback. The informant was the female owner of room 301, and he had only just arranged for someone to take her statement when he learned that the deceased was the male owner from across the hall. But how did Qin Chuan know this without consulting the report? Sensing Lu Jigua's confusion, Qin Chuan explained to the female owner of room 301 works in personnel, and she has a colleague relationship with the male owner of room 302, the deceased. There are documents about him in the drawer of the living room in room 301, including a photo and some basic information. But the deceased's head is missing. How did you deduce that the deceased is the informant's colleague? One investigator, unable to comprehend Qin Chuan's thought process, could not help but ask. Because the deceased has a circular dark red birthmark on his left hand, which matches the photo. The surrounding investigators suddenly understood. This new Captain Qin had a keen eye for detail. However, relying solely on this to solve a case in a day seemed a bit far-fetched. Captain Sun, Qin Chuan ignored the murmurs and directly called over the second squad captain Sun Haoming. I just asked you to interview the neighbors upstairs and downstairs. Is the female owner of room 302 present? Yes, I just came out from across the hall. Good, apprehend her immediately, she is the murderer. Chapter 36, Capturing the Murderer Through a Trail of Footprints. Can you believe it? Qin Chuan's words left everyone momentarily stunned. What had transpired? How could the mistress of the opposite residence be the culprit? The surrounding detectives were equally bewildered. From the dialogue between Qin Chuan and Lu Jigua, it was apparent that the victim was the male resident of room 302. Indeed, under ordinary circumstances, when one spouse is murdered, the other is typically the primary suspect in the eyes of law enforcement. Yet, even if the wife were the perpetrator, an investigation should ensue. The crux of the matter lies in the question: if the wife killed her husband, why would she do so in a neighbor's home rather than her own? Sun Haoming appeared conflicted in the face of Qin Chuan's directive. After all, Qin Chuan had no evidence to support his claim that the neighbor was the murderer. On the other hand, refusing to comply was not an option, given that he was the deputy chief overseeing the criminal investigation unit. What to do? Fortunately, Sun Haoming was not the only one curious about why Qin Chuan implicated the mistress of the opposite house. Qin Chuan, Zhou Shuexi's inquiry alleviated Sun Haoming's discomfort. Why do you assert that the mistress of the opposite residence is the murderer? In solving cases, we rely on evidence. We cannot make baseless assumptions. Had it been anyone else, Qin Chuan might not have felt compelled to explain, but Zhou Shuexi was his superior. While he was unafraid to confront Zhou Mingyi, he would never challenge Zhou Shuexi. Zhou Shuexi, along with Chen Mingguang, represented his most significant support during his tenure in Jiulin County. In truth, Qin Chuan's earlier provocation of Zhou Mingyi was not merely a matter of pride. Despite his youth, Qin Chuan had accumulated knowledge from his previous life and was no longer a reckless novice. His declaration of solving the case within a day stemmed from several considerations. First, upon entering the crime scene, Qin Chuan had made a significant discovery. To the average detective, the footprints at the scene might only yield basic information. However, to Qin Chuan, they were a different matter entirely. He possessed a skill acquired through a system lottery that enabled him to ascertain detailed characteristics of the footprint owner, including height, weight, gender, and occupational traits. Armed with this vital clue, Qin Chuan felt assured, which was the basis for his bold claim of solving the case within a day. Secondly, Zhou Mingyi's arrival clearly bore some ulterior motive. Since the other party was unreserved, Qin Chuan felt no need to hold back. After all, his promotion was unrelated to Zhou Mingyi. By leveraging the latter's unfamiliarity with him, he aimed to secure a collective second-class merit for the criminal investigation unit, a proposition that would undoubtedly be well received by his colleagues. This would greatly aid him in establishing his foothold and credibility within the department. Thirdly, by making such audacious claims, he sought to cultivate an image of a brilliant detective in the eyes of Zhou Shuexi and all the members of the unit. The more outrageous his assertions, the greater the disbelief. Thus, when the results materialized as promised, the resulting contrast would be all the more striking. Through this case, he aimed to earn Zhou Shuexi's trust and that of his fellow detectives in the shortest time possible. It was with these considerations in mind that Qin Chuan made his commitment to solve the case within a day. And now, it was time to unveil the truth. Director Zhou, I am certain that the mistress of room 302 is the murderer, and this certainty is based on evidence. Oh, pray tell, what evidence leads you to conclude that she is the culprit? Zhou Mingyi stepped forward, evidently intrigued by Qin Chuan's assertion. The footprints. Qin Chuan replied emphatically. The evidence pinpointing the mistress of the opposite residence as the murderer lies in the footprints left at the crime scene. As he spoke, Qin Chuan approached the doorway of room 301, gesturing toward the dozens of chalk circles, some overlapping, others solitary, within the room. Behold, all the areas circled in chalk correspond to the footprints of both the victim and the perpetrator. All present were detectives, and while not all were crime scene specialists, they were well versed in these fundamental principles, and naturally, there was no dissent regarding Qin Chuan's statement. Even Zhou Mingyi nodded in agreement, albeit with some trepidation as the angle of light made it difficult to discern the details of the footprints. Has the photography been completed? Startled by the collective gaze directed at him, Song Yang hesitantly raised the camera in his hand. It's done. Goodness, was this the first time he had been scrutinized by the director? Would this lead to a promotion in the future? Receiving a confirming response, Qin Chuan turned to another crime scene investigator. Do you have the magnesium powder? Qin Chuan nodded, albeit somewhat dazed. It's in the investigation kit, bring it here. After receiving the magnesium powder, Qin Chuan took a handful and scattered it into the air. Just as the powder began to settle, he produced a match from his pocket. With a flick, a bright flame erupted, sending a dazzling light across the room. As the onlookers blinked, they were astonished to discover a series of dark imprints emerging on the floor. The previously invisible footprints now stood out clearly before them. A collective gasp filled the air. In the sweltering heat of July, which should have been unbearable, the gathered crowd felt as though they had bitten into ice, a chill creeping up their spines. What was happening? Prior to the incident, the mistress of room 301 must have cleaned the floor. The dirt left behind would have absorbed the thin magnesium powder after it was ignited. What? How are we unaware of this? Song Yang and Shen Dijuan exchanged bewildered glances, feeling as if their education in crime scene investigation had been in vain, yet Qin Chuan remained unfazed. He had acquired numerous such clever techniques through the system lottery. However, this method of artificially developing prints would compromise the original state of the footprints. Thus, he had verified with Song Yang beforehand whether the photographic evidence had been secured. Only after confirming that the evidence had been documented did Qin Chuan proceed with the development, making it easier for everyone to observe. Look closely, the footprints belong to 3 different types of shoes. The 2 prints at the entrance are from the mistress of room 301. Upon discovering the victim, she did not enter the room but retreated to report the incident. The larger, indistinct footprints within the room were left by the victim's slippers. A comparison with the slippers worn by the victim will establish this connection. The 3rd type of footprint corresponds to that of the murderer. The shoe measures 23 centimeters in length, corresponds to a size 36, with a higher arch on the inner side and a lower profile on the outer side, a feature indicative of an adult female. Stride length measures 43 centimeters, with an inward angle of 3 degrees. Considering the offset distance of the footprints, one can deduce that the owner stands approximately 158 centimeters tall, weighs around 45 kilograms, and is likely between 34 and 36 years of age. When I ascended the stairs earlier, the mistress of room 302 happened to be at the door, and her height and weight align perfectly with the conclusion drawn from the footprint analysis. Hence, I conclude that she is indeed the murderer. Chapter 37. The incredible, the head in the refrigerator, stride, angle of the step, length of the step, center of gravity. Footprint identification and analysis, these concepts are well known to all. It is also understood that certain formidable individuals can glean a wealth of information about suspects from mere footprints. However, who are these formidable individuals? Are they not all esteemed experts affiliated with provincial departments? Are they not all venerable figures, their hair white as snow, having endured the trials of countless cases? Yet what of Qin Chuan? He has only graduated for a month, at most. Are the current police academies truly so exceptional? He even claims to be lacking in skill. All eyes, including Zhou Shuexies, shifted from Qin Chuan to Song Yang and Shen Dijuan. The implication was clear. You two are the crime scene investigators, specializing in administrative scene inspections. Pray, enlighten us. Does Qin Chuan speak the truth? Yet these two appeared as dazed as marionettes, staring vacantly at Qin Chuan. It seemed they were not of much help. The captain of the 3rd squad, Dong Haod, was the first to regain his composure. In the criminal police team, he was renowned for his astuteness. Captain Qin, even if the information you derive from the footprints is accurate, there are countless individuals with similar height and weight. Why then do you assert it is the mistress of the adjacent apartment? A pertinent question. Qin Chuan felt inclined to commend Dong Haod. What is there to fear in showcasing one's abilities? The greatest fear is a lack of collaboration. Now, at last, a supporting character had engaged. You are correct, footprint analysis can only narrow down the suspect's general vicinity. Without comparative footprints, one cannot definitively identify an individual. However, observe these 2 footprints. Qin Chuan selected the prints near the entrance, leading from the outside in. These are the footprints of the perpetrator after entering the room. The right foot is clear, while the left foot is somewhat indistinct, with the center of gravity notably shifted to the right. The crowd leaned in to examine the evidence, and indeed, it appeared as he described. Why might this be? Dong Haod adeptly posed the question. Because the perpetrator has a disability in the left leg. A hush fell over the crowd, followed by a flurry of whispers. Their gazes toward Qin Chuan began to shift. After all, the mistress of room 302 indeed had a disability. Could it be that Qin Chuan was speaking the truth? Captain Qin, you make a valid point, yet observe this series of footprints. As a captain, Dong Haod was no fool. This series of prints shows the toes pointing outward. These must be the footprints of the perpetrator leaving, correct? Qin Chuan nodded. Dong Jijun was indeed correct. The footprints of the perpetrator entering the room had toes pointing inward while those leaving pointed outward, easily distinguishable. Dong Haod continued his inquiry, yet why do these 2 footprints exhibit similar clarity in both left and right? It is implausible for the perpetrator to have entered with a disability and exited without one. Indeed. The crowd nodded in agreement. Captain Dong is right, it is inconceivable for the perpetrator to enter with a disability and leave without one. Exactly, that does not add up. Could it be that Captain Qin has made an error? Hold on, let us hear what Captain Qin has to say. As anticipated, Qin Chuan raised a hand, signaling Dong Jijun to remain patient. Captain Dong, before addressing your query, I would like to pose a question to everyone. Who among you knows the weight of an adult human skull? HM? This question, although the assembled officers were all criminal investigators, they were not particularly knowledgeable on this topic. Zhou Shueshi furrowed his brow, perplexed by Qin Chuan's line of questioning. However, he had previously encountered a headless corpse case and had perused the relevant materials. The average weight of an adult human skull typically ranges from 4.5 to 5 kilograms. Qin Chuan was taken aback to hear the answer come from Zhou Shueshi. He had presumed that the forensic expert Chen Guangzhu would possess that knowledge. However, the latter had remained silent throughout. This further underscored that during the previous examination of Dong Jijun's body, Chen Guangzhu had not intentionally misled him. Rather, he was genuinely lacking in capability. Director Zhou is correct, someone affirmed. The weight of an adult skull indeed falls within that range. Certainly, some individuals with considerable obesity may exceed the maximum weight of 5 kilograms. Regardless of one's size, the weight of an individual's head should constitute approximately 7 of their total body weight. The deceased, Zhang Jun, stands at a height of 170 centimeters and possesses a corpulent physique, with an estimated weight of around 70 kilograms. Thus, the weight of his head should be approximately 3 kilograms. Now, let us discuss why the clarity of the footprints left by the murderer shows little difference between the left and right feet. This is because, at the time of departure, the assailant was carrying the victim's head in his left hand. The weight of 5 kilograms effectively neutralized the discrepancies in the footprints caused by the murderer's disability. My goodness! Is that truly the case? A wave of realization washed over the crowd. But that might not necessarily be the case. Just then, a voice resonated softly. It was Zhou. Zhou was not intentionally being contentious. He genuinely felt something was amiss. Generally speaking, when one carries something, especially a heavy object, it is customary to use the right hand, is it not? So, why would the murderer insist on using the left hand to carry the head? My goodness! Such is the astuteness of leadership that was a pertinent question, who decreed that a murderer must use their left hand to carry objects. The right hand would be more appropriate. Everyone turned their gaze back to Qin Chuan, eager to see how he would elucidate this matter. Qin Chuan looked at Zhou with a somewhat peculiar expression. He had initially thought that no one would serve as his foil this time. Just as he was pondering how to articulate the most ostentatious part, Zhou inadvertently provided assistance. Secretary Zhou is indeed correct. Qin Chuan raised his right hand. Typically, a normal person tends to utilize their right hand when lifting heavy objects. However, Qin Chuan then lifted his left hand. What if the individual in question is left-handed? Left-handed, this time, Qin Chuan did not wait for the audience to voice their inquiries. He stepped into the room, positioning himself beside the victim's neck. There are distinct sawtooth marks on the victim's neck, suggesting that the assailant used a tool akin to a hacksaw to sever the victim's head. Qin Chuan glanced at forensic expert Chen Guangzhu. Is my assertion correct, Dr. Chen? Although Chen's skills were somewhat lacking, he possessed enough discernment for this matter. Indeed, the murderer employed a saw to decapitate the victim. As you all know, the teeth of a saw are oriented in a singular direction. Observe the direction of the sawtooth marks on the victim's neck. Qin Chuan stood, mimicking the motion of wielding a saw. Considering the orientation in which the victim lay, the assailant must have used their left hand to hold the saw, thus creating this specific pattern of sawtooth injury. Qin Chuan looked again at Chen Guangzhu. Am I correct, Dr. Chen? You are indeed correct, Captain Qin. Chen Guangzhu nodded vigorously. Qin Chuan rose and stepped away from the body, directing his attention to Zhou at the doorway. Therefore, based on the wounds on the victim's neck, I deduced that the murderer is left-handed. Consequently, when the murderer departed with the head, it was most likely grasped with the left hand. Qin Chuan's series of analyses, while not unequivocally conclusive, were certainly compelling. As he articulated his reasoning, he had already arrived at the door of room 302. If I am not mistaken, the victim's head is likely nestled in the bottom compartment of her refrigerator. With a click, the door opened, revealing the extremely pale visage of the female occupant of room 302, now collapsed on the floor. Clearly, she had just overheard all of Qin Chuan's deductions from behind the door. Qin Chuan donned gloves and made a beeline for the kitchen refrigerator. Zhou Shueshi and Zhou followed closely behind. With a swift motion, he opened the lower freezer compartment of the refrigerator, pulling open the bottom shelf. There lay a head with wide open eyes, quietly resting within. The pale pupils stared blankly at the three individuals. Chapter 38. Captain Qin, I am in awe. From now on, I shall follow you. At this moment, Zhou Shueshi and Zhou showed no discomfort in gazing at the severed head. Their astonishment lay solely in Qin Chuan's almost supernatural ability to solve cases. Both Zhou Shueshi and Zhou were in their 40s. To ascend to their positions at such an age, wielding significant power within the public security and judicial system, they had both arrived adorned with accolades. Zhou Xueshi had been appointed the youngest county police chief in the entire Xing'an city, while Zhou Mingyi had become the youngest deputy county head. Setting aside their backgrounds, in terms of professional capability, both were exceptionally talented. Yet, in comparison to Qin Chuan, damn. The next to enter the room were three team leaders. Liu Zhigua, the youngest among them, shouted in disbelief, "Captain Qin, you truly are remarkable." Among the three team leaders, Liu Zhigua was the most youthful and full of vigor. He had been particularly proactive in this case. Although Sun Haomin and Dong Hao remained silent, the shock on their faces was evident to all. Following this, the case became straightforward, the suspect was apprehended, and a meticulous search of the room ensued. In the kitchen, they discovered an unprocessed hacksaw, along with a bloodstained dagger. Inside the washing machine were the bloody clothes worn by the murderer during the crime. Although they had been washed, traces of blood remained visible. "Take the suspect back," Zhou Xueshi declared, standing tall. "Qin Chuan, excellent work. I will report this to County Head Chen and Secretary Gao with Secretary Zhou immediately." "Ha," Secretary Gao set a deadline of 3 days to solve the case, yet you accomplished it in less than a day. "Wonderful, wonderful." Zhou Xueshi was genuinely elated, not merely due to the successful resolution of the case but also because of his discerning eye for talent. "Secretary Zhou, let us go. The collective second-class merit of the criminal police team depends on you." Zhou Mingyi, however, was at a loss for words. Collective second-class merit, is it something one can simply claim? Yet, to retract his statement in front of dozens of criminal police officers was utterly beyond him. What do officials seek? Isn't it merely FAAD? Nevertheless, there was a possibility. When Zhou Mingyi arrived, the county was indeed holding a meeting on investment promotion. 5 days later, the investment promotion conference would take place in Julin County, which was factual. If this case remained unsolved, it might not significantly affect the conference. However, having resolved it was undoubtedly preferable. The investment promotion conference served as leverage for him against Qin Chuan and others, as well as a bargaining chip when applying for collective second-class merit from the municipal bureau. There are no absolutes in right and wrong. The critical aspect is how one presents it. Zhou Xueshi and Zhou Mingyi departed, but Qin Chuan could not leave. Although the suspect had been captured, the scene required processing. The body needed to be transported, and the chain of evidence required strengthening. The dozens of officers in the criminal police team were occupied until midnight before finally concluding their tasks. "Captain Qin, there's something I've been pondering," Liu Zhigua, the youngest team leader, expressed, having completely submitted to Qin Chuan. For the leadership of the criminal police team, establishing a firm standing was straightforward. Solve the case. As long as you could lead everyone to crack the case, you would be revered. "Speak," Qin Chuan replied, though somewhat fatigued, his spirits remained high. His first day in office had been profoundly meaningful. In fact, he had heard of this case in his previous life. It had indeed been solved, but that occurred a year later. After all, who could anticipate that a wife would murder her husband in another's home, with the head preserved in her own refrigerator? It was said that the case was cracked when the movers accidentally dropped the refrigerator during the owner's relocation, causing the head to tumble out. "Captain Qin, I understood how you deduced that the female owner of Unit 302 was the murderer. However, how did you know she placed the head in the bottom layer of the refrigerator?" This question? Sun Haomin and Dong Hao had also thought of it but hesitated to ask, and now that Liu Zhigua had brought it up, both perked up their ears. It's quite simple. Most modern refrigerators are two door types, with the upper section for refrigeration and the lower section for freezing. The victim was rather corpulent, and the head was quite large. In the freezing compartment, there was hardly room for anything else. Only the bottom layer could accommodate it because the refrigeration unit is located at the back, allowing for greater height. Naturally, the murderer would place the head in the bottom layer. Liu Zhigua. Sun Haomin. Dong Hao. That evening, Deputy Captain Chao Tianrun hosted a gathering. On one hand, it was to welcome Qin Chuan, on the other, to celebrate his success in solving a major case shortly after assuming office. "Captain Qin, I toast to you." Chao Tianrun proactively raised a glass to Qin Chuan. Today, Chao Tianrun had refrained from attending the scene for two reasons. Firstly, he was dissatisfied with Qin Chuan's sudden arrival at the criminal police team, usurping his position. Why not attending the scene? Qin Chuan, being new and unfamiliar with everyone, would naturally find it challenging to command effectively. In homicide investigations, a lack of smooth command would impede the flow of information. Without coherent information, a leader cannot make sound judgments. If you, Qin Chuan, possess the ability to parachute in, then demonstrate your true skills and solve the case. The second reason was that Chao Tianrun wished to avoid muddying the waters. Homicide cases have always been challenging to solve. By choosing to stay back, he sought to protect himself. In this way, if Qin Chuan failed to resolve the case, Zhou Xueshi would undoubtedly assign him the task of solving it. Should he succeed, it would reflect his own capabilities. Should he fail, it would be attributed to Qin Chuan's mishandling of the optimal moment for resolution. Either outcome would favor him. However, he never anticipated that Qin Chuan would solve the case in just a day. No, in an hour, and even leverage a bet to persuade Zhou Mingyi to pursue collective second-class merit. That merit had never been awarded to the Julin County Criminal Police Team since its establishment. Not to mention the substantial monetary reward of 20,000 yuan, a tangible benefit. This was akin to Qin Chuan distributing bonuses to everyone upon his arrival. "Captain Qin, today's case was brilliantly resolved. I, Old Chao, am known for my straightforward nature. With Song Hui's arrest, I might have taken his place. But unexpectedly, the higher-ups parachuted you in. Today, I didn't attend the scene, and in doing so, I inadvertently hindered you. However, Captain Qin, rest assured, I have spent my life as a criminal investigator, and I admire those with genuine talent. You solved a homicide in an hour. I am in awe. You can count on it, from now on, the criminal police team will follow your lead. This drink is my apology, I shall down it. With that, Chao Tianran gulped down the 2 liang of liquor in one go. Observing this, Qin Chuan noted that regardless of the truth behind his words, the act of drinking was sincere. Captain Chao is forthright, having shared this drink, we are now brothers in the same trench. I shall drink as well. In one swift motion, he downed 2 liang of liquor, leaving Lu Zhigua and the others dumbfounded. Chapter 39, Who the hell do you think you are? Demanding face. As the members of the criminal police brigade celebrated Qin Chuan's promotion and the resolution of a murder case, Zhou Mingyi and Gao Qingshan hastily made their way to Xing'an City. Accompanying them was the county magistrate, Chen Mingguang. This marked the first occasion for the three of them to unite in pursuit of a common goal. The collective second-class merit promised to Qin Chuan could not simply be brushed aside. Zhou Mingyi's solo efforts would undoubtedly be futile, for such accolades necessitated approval from the municipal bureau, which in turn required provincial sanction before any authorization could be granted. This involved a matter of jurisdiction concerning merit awards. The municipal bureau possessed the authority to approve second-class merits for collectives and individuals, excluding its own leadership and members. However, for first-class merits, only the provincial department held the power to approve. With Zhou Mingyi, Gao Qingshan, and Chen Mingguang collaborating, the potential for success was significantly enhanced. Naturally, Gao Qingshan was reluctant, yet he had little choice. Relinquishing Zhou Mingyi's vote on the county standing committee would incur an irretrievable loss. With only a handful of votes available, losing one would equate to Chen Mingguang potentially gaining one. A simple calculation revealed a 2-vote discrepancy. Chen Mingguang was undoubtedly pleased, as Qin Chuan was his protege. On his very first day, he solved a murder case within an hour. What did this signify? Clearly, it underscored his discerning eye for talent. Zhou Mingyi, on the other hand, remained indifferent. He was committed to fulfilling his promise. The celebratory gathering for Qin Chuan reached its zenith. Chao Tianran, having indulged excessively, was somewhat inebriated. With an affectionate arm around Qin Chuan's neck, he leaned in closely, whispering, Captain Qin, let me tell you something. Burping audibly, he drew nearer to Qin Chuan's ear, clearly wishing to keep his words from the other three. Do you know who arranged for you to work at the Qining Town police station? Qin Chuan was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Chao Tianran would broach this topic. Captain Chao, you know? Hee, what a coincidence, my wife works in the Political Work Supervision Office at the County Bureau, responsible for personnel matters. She informed me the day before yesterday that you were being promoted to the Criminal Police Brigade. She mentioned your situation at the Changning Town Police Station. At this juncture, Chao Tianran paused. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. In his previous life, he had never grasped why, with his commendable performance at the police academy, he had been assigned to the Changning Town Police Station. Captain Chao, I genuinely had no idea about this. Consider it a favor owed. Although Chao Tianran's speech was slightly slurred, he perked up at this acknowledgement. Captain Qin, we're brothers in the same trench, there's no need for favors. Your matters were arranged by Director Lin. Director Lin? Lin who? Qin Chuan was momentarily bewildered. This Lin who was not a villain even through the lens of the evil eye, he bore no malevolence. Why would he orchestrate Qin Chuan's assignment to Changning Town? Had he ever crossed Lin who? Impossible. Their first encounter had been during the apprehension of a wanted criminal at the Changning Town police station, where they had merely confronted one another. Chao Tianran seemed to sense Qin Chuan's confusion and raised his glass. Come on, Captain Qin, let's drink another toast. I heard Captain Qin excelled in the police academy. Director Lin's influence doesn't extend that far. Someone must have put in a good word for you. When you have the time, have a chat with him, and you'll understand. Qin Chuan grasped the implication in Chao Tianran's words. Lin who was not the origin, he was likely just extending a courtesy. Thank you, Captain Chao, let's have another drink. With that, Qin Chuan downed his drink in one go. Lin who? No rush, patience is key. In this lifetime, Qin Chuan had ample time. In his previous life, he had been merely an ordinary patrol officer. A single word from a deputy director could alter the course of his life. But this time, by the time they departed, it was already 9:30. Outside, the nightlife was just beginning to flourish. Come on, I'll treat tonight, let's go sing and give Captain Qin a warm welcome. Chao Tianran waved his hand grandly, leading them toward the nearby Jishan KTV. Captain Qin, you might not be aware, but our Julin County boasts 3 major entertainment hubs. Lu Zhigua, having had his share of drinks, excitedly introduced Qin Chuan. Hongguan, Jishan, and Languifeng. Naturally, Qin Chuan was familiar with these names, having heard much about their notorious reputations in his previous life. However, he had never set foot in them, and now, with Hongguan already dismantled by him, only Jishan KTV and Languifeng remained. No need to mention Hongguan, it hasn't reopened since the last incident. Let's discuss Jishan KTV. As the 5 of them strolled and chatted, they soon arrived at the entrance of Jishan KTV. What do you think you're doing? A familiar voice rang out, capturing Qin Chuan's attention. How dare you assault people at will? Leave immediately, or I will call the police. Call the police? Go ahead and make the call. I would like to see which officer in Julin County dares to meddle in my affairs. Song Yaozong. With that, Song Yaozong reached out, attempting to touch the girl's face. Freshly emerged from an encounter with the proprietress at Jishan KTV, Song Yaozong was emboldened by the sight of 2 stunning beauties. Having ruled Julin County for years, he had never encountered such exquisite women. Under the influence of alcohol, he could hardly contain himself and was poised to invite the two for a drink. Zonggu, Zonggu. I'm Liang Tao, my father is the head of the construction bureau. Don T, you remember, we had dinner together a few days ago, can you show some leniency? Liang Tao had not anticipated that his simple request to look after a few esteemed guests from the city would lead him to cross paths with Song Yaozong, the tyrant of Julin County. Yet, he had no choice, he had brought them here, and could only steel himself in the hope that the other party would spare him for his father's sake a slap. To everyone's astonishment, Song Yaozong delivered a resounding slap to Liang Tao's face. Your father wouldn't dare speak to me about face. Who the hell do you think you are, demanding respect, damn it. Today, even if the King of Heaven himself arrived, these two girls were firmly in my grasp. With a disdainful huff, Song Yaozong kicked Liang Tao in the groin, sending him howling in agony to the ground. With Liang Tao out of the way, Song Yaozong leered at the two girls, dismissively glancing at the two well-dressed young men accompanying them. They looked affluent, but wealth meant little in Julin County. Here, he, Song Yaozong, was the law. With a wave of his hand, his subordinates surged forward, forcefully separating the girls from the men. His hand reached for one girl's face. Stop. Just as Song Yaozong's lecherous hand was about to graze the girl's cheek, a thunderous shout erupted from beside him. Damn it, Song Yaozong was furious. How dare anyone repeatedly challenge his authority? Was there no law in Julin County anymore? Chapter 40 Captain Qin's unmatched combat power. Song Yaozong was furious. Who the hell shouted? If you have the guts, step forward. The onlookers, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire, immediately took a step back, revealing the tall and handsome Qin Chuan. Lin Yuding and Shen Shusha exchanged surprised glances as they recognized him. Qin Chuan? They had not anticipated that it would be Qin Chuan who had arrived. However, something felt off. Wasn't Qin Chuan assigned to a remote township as a police officer? How could he possibly be in Julin County? The two men, currently held captive by Song Yaozong's underlings, bore bruises and injuries. Although they were wealthy and held status, they found themselves powerless against the local tyrant. They could not even make a distress call and could only watch helplessly as the two women were humiliated. The appearance of Qin Chuan briefly ignited hope in their eyes, only to be extinguished almost immediately. They were well aware of Qin Chuan's background, raised in a single-parent household with commendable academic achievements. Unfortunately, he had crossed someone, and after graduating from the police academy, he was relegated to a desolate township police station. Even the son of the director of construction could not wield influence here. What could a mere junior police officer do? Qin Chuan was genuinely taken aback to encounter Lin Yuding and Shen Shusha. Hadn't they mentioned they would arrive for the class reunion in a few days? And they were supposed to be heading to Xing'an City, so how had they ended up in Julin County? However, this was not the time for reminiscing. He merely nodded at the two women before striding towards Song Yaozong. Song Yaozong had no intention of letting Qin Chuan off easily. He raised his hand, ready to strike Qin Chuan as he had done to Liang Tao, yet someone else was quicker and intercepted him. Zonggu. This is our new captain from the criminal investigation team, Qin Chuan. The person who rushed over was none other than Chao Tianran. At that moment, he felt like giving himself a resounding slap. Why had he suggested they come out for drinks and karaoke? Now, they were face to face with the notorious Song Yaozong in Julin County, who did not know of Song Yaozong. With connections above, he ran rampant, even making the likes of Gao Qingshan and Chen Mingguang think twice. In truth, if Qin Chuan were to clash with Song Yaozong, it might work in Chao Tianruan's favor, as it could potentially lead to Qin Chuan's downfall. This would enable him to reclaim control of the criminal investigation team. However, it was he who had invited Qin Chuan to sing, and if a conflict erupted, he could not absolve himself of responsibility. More importantly, Qin Chuan's swift resolution of the unsolved murder case had indeed earned Chao Tianruan's respect. During introductions, he had deliberately emphasized Qin Chuan's position while omitting the word deputy. Though Song Yaozong had consumed some alcohol, Chao Tianran recognized him. As for Qin Chuan, although they had never met, he had heard of his exploits. In just a month, he had risen from a lowly township police officer to the acting deputy captain of the criminal investigation team, apprehending figures like Sun Tao and Song Wei, disrupting Do Sihai's operations, and shutting down the Red Hall. He was indeed a noteworthy individual, yet, no matter how formidable he was, Do Sihai remained unscathed, and in Song Yaozong's eyes, what did Do Sihai amount to? Song Yaozong brushed aside Chao Tianran. Chao, I'll overlook this for your sake, but this matter does not concern you. With that, he staggered towards Qin Chuan, his gaze condescending. You little brat, so you are Qin Chuan? Today, I'll give you face and let the slap slide. Come, bow to me and say you're sorry, then get the hell out of here. This matter will be forgotten. Song Yaozong believed that, given Qin Chuan's youth, he might be of use in the future, and thus, extending some leniency would be prudent. Qin Chuan merely snorted. Apologize, he stepped directly in front of Song Yaozong and, to the shock of all present, delivered a resounding slap across Song Yaozong's face. Then, he kicked him in the chest, sending the notorious local bully crashing to the ground. Zonggu. How dare you hit Zonggu? After the initial shock, Song Yaozong's entourage surged forward. Two rushed to assist him while the remaining 11 charged at Qin Chuan. Not a few even brandished knives and wooden clubs. On the ground, Song Yaozong clutched his face, screaming hysterically, get him. Beat him. Kill him. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. With Song Yaozong backing them, the 11 underlings were driven by a frenzied determination. Crack, the sound of a bone breaking sliced through the air, piercing the eardrums of everyone present. A young man with yellow hair had his arm bent at an impossible angle, white shards of bone protruding through his skin for all to see. Bang! After dispatching one, Qin Chuan swiftly kicked. A bald youth wielding a knife was sent flying 5 meters away, crashing into a lamppost with a sickening thud. Immediately after, Qin Chuan ducked a wooden club swung from behind and slammed into the chest of a crew-cut man attempting a sneak attack. His right fist connected solidly with the man's chin, sending several bloodied teeth flying as the man reeled back. 3 men had been incapacitated in mere moments. Then, a long-haired youth approached from the side, ready to bring down a brick upon Qin Chuan's head. If it landed, it could prove devastating. Ah, Qin Chuan, watch out. Be careful. Lin Yuding and Qin Chuan screamed warnings, yet, every move of the assailants had been under Qin Chuan's vigilant watch. Just as the moment was critical, he stepped back, seized the wooden club from the bald man's hand, and struck the long-haired youth on the forehead. Instantly, the youth collapsed, blood streaming from his head. Bang! Qin Chuan followed up with a kick to the youth's groin. The 7 remaining underlings, previously rushing forward, halted in their tracks, their expressions a mix of shock and terror. Was this still a human being? 1 against 11, and he had already incapacitated 4 of them. Had only 5 seconds passed, the onlookers had yet to comprehend the situation, and already, 4 thugs lay sprawled on the ground around Qin Chuan. This was something even a movie would hesitate to depict. Only Lin Yuding and Qin Chuan, with faces lit up in delight, cheered for Qin Chuan's prowess. Was this astonishing display of skill truly from their once timid high school classmate? The 2 young men who had just been subdued by Song Yaozong's underlings, following Lin Yuding and Qin Chuan, wore expressions of sheer astonishment. This level of skill, surely it rivaled that of a bodyguard for an elder. Where had this young man emerged from? Hadn't they heard he was merely a lowly officer? They exchanged glances, each sensing a surge of jealousy. Though they had been rescued, why did they feel so unsatisfied? Especially as they observed Lin Yuding and Qin Chuan's expressions, their discomfort intensified. After knocking out 4 opponents, Qin Chuan surveyed the scene. The remaining 7 thugs were so frightened that they instinctively took several steps back. Trash. Qin Chuan's disdainful assessment was not born of arrogance. After all, he had faced dozens of wanted criminals alone at Xinhai coal mine. Why would he fear a few petty thugs? Dropping the wooden club, he confidently approached Song Yaozong. The latter, having just regained his footing with the help of his underlings, instinctively took a step back. Then, perhaps realizing it was unbecoming of his status, he turned and glared at Qin Chuan. Advancing a few steps, Zhao Tianrun, who had just moments ago intended to mediate, was now utterly astonished by Qin Chuan's prowess. Yet, he understood that the situation could not be allowed to escalate, otherwise, no one would emerge unscathed. Chapter 41 Halt, did I permit your departure, Captain Qin? Captain Qin, Zhao Tianrun hurriedly approached, quickly intercepting Qin Chuan. This is all a misunderstanding. Brother Zong had too much to drink. Let us just let this matter pass. Brother Zong, Zhao Tianrun continued, glancing at Song Yaozong. There are many eyes here today. Captain Qin has had a bit to drink. For my sake, let us consider this incident resolved. With a sharp smack, Song Yaozong spat out the bloodied saliva from his mouth, slapping away Zhao Tianrun's outstretched hand. Damn it, you, a mere deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Unit, have no face to speak of. Yet, Song Yaozong understood the wisdom of not seeking immediate revenge. At present, his men were unarmed, and he could not contend with this Qin Chuan in a bare-handed fight. He would have to wait. No, tonight, after this encounter, I'll call for reinforcements and see if I can't deal with you. However, with so many people around, he could not afford to lose face. Qin, we shall remain friends, and this matter will not end here. Captain Chao, I will grant you this favor, until we meet again. Although Zhao Tianrun's face held little value, it was sufficient to serve as a stepping stone for retreat. With that, Song Yaozong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spat. With a grand gesture, he declared, let us depart. Seeing Song Yaozong leave, Zhao Tianrun finally felt the weight lift from his chest. Neither Qin Chuan nor Song Yaozong was someone he could provoke. A conflict had arisen between the two, sealing their enmity. However, as long as nothing happened tonight, things could still be managed. Captain Qin, the mood for singing had certainly vanished, and Zhao Tianrun intended to escort Qin Chuan back to his quarters. Yet, before he could finish his thought, he was nearly petrified by Qin Chuan's chilling command. Halt! Qin Chuan stepped past Zhao Tianrun, his icy gaze fixed on Song Yaozong. You still dare to speak of remaining friends? Do you think you are some sort of gangster, publicly harassing women and instructing your subordinates to resist arrest and assault the police? Do you think I will let you leave? The crowd around felt a chill creep up their spines at his words. A wave of exhilaration surged from their heels to the crown of their heads. Lin Yuding and Qin Chuan stared wide-eyed, nearly sparkling with astonishment. It was the first time they had witnessed such commanding profanity. The guardian of the 2 women, having returned to their side, underwent a transformation in expression. Such brazen words had previously been their exclusive domain. How had things changed so drastically in this small place like Julin County? Moreover, witnessing others flaunt their bravado was surprisingly unsatisfying. Zhao Tianrun slapped his forehead, feeling his mind swell, his ears buzzing. My ancestors, my Captain Qin, do you truly not understand who Song Yaozong is? He has left. We could simply let this go. If he gets riled up, a single phone call from him could spell disaster for us. Before he could take 2 steps, Song Yaozong turned, somewhat astonished by Qin Chuan's words. It seemed he had not heard correctly or could not believe that Qin Chuan would not let him leave. What did you just say? I said, did I permit your departure? Hot! Song Yaozong laughed in fury, his eyes glinting with deadly intent. I'll end him. If I do not end him, I shall not bear the surname Song. In that moment, Song Yaozong had effectively sentenced Qin Chuan to death. Qin, do you realize what you were saying? I am fully aware. Song Yaozong, I hereby declare you under arrest. The charge is for provoking trouble. Provoking trouble? Good, very good. Qin Chuan, Song Yaozong understood he could not match Qin Chuan in martial prowess, so he resorted to other means. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, with Director Lin, this is Song Yaozong, there's a new Captain Qin in your county's Criminal Investigation Unit, quite impressive, right outside the auspicious KTV, he is trying to arrest me. Director Lin, will you intervene in this matter? Good, you tell him. With a sinister grin, Song Yaozong called out, "Hey, Captain Xiao, come here for a moment." Seeing Xiao Tianrun approach, Song Yaozong casually tossed the phone into his arms, saying, "Give this to him. Your director Lin wishes to speak with him." With that, Song Yaozong looked down upon Qin Chuan. "You think you're so tough? This time, I won't even give you a direct audience with him." Xiao Tianrun fumbled to catch the phone and handed it to Qin Chuan, yet Qin Chuan did not answer the call. Instead, he covered the mouthpiece and stepped forward, causing Song Yaozong to shudder. "Damn, what are you doing?" Qin Chuan smirked. "Don't worry, I won't hit you." Upon hearing this, Song Yaozong finally calmed down, only to have Qin Chuan grasp him by the collar. "Come here, I have a little secret to share with you." Then, in a hushed tone, he added, "Song Yaozong, if your second uncle discovers that the son born to his mistress is your offspring, what do you think he will do to you?" Qin Chuan's words pierced like a dagger, tightening Song Yaozong's entire being, his mouth agape. He was unable to utter a single word, gazing at Qin Chuan with terror in his eyes. It was as if he had seen a ghost. How could this be? This was the greatest secret in Song Yaozong's heart. Apart from him and that woman, no one else knew. How did Qin Chuan find out? Seeing the expression on his face, Qin Chuan felt at ease. Releasing Song Yaozong's collar, he carefully smoothed his wrinkles and returned the phone to his trembling hands. Dumbfounded, Song Yaozong remembered that Lin, who was still waiting on the other end. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to suppress the horror within. Regardless of how Qin Chuan learned of this, it must not be disclosed. Otherwise, the consequences would be far more excruciating than death. He understood better than anyone the methods of his second uncle. When the time came, wishing for death would be a luxury. Song Yaozong was correct. In his previous life, when the truth was revealed, he met a gruesome end, and not only him, but that woman, and their child, all suffered a tragic fate. The green hat on Song Changfeng, the wealthiest man in Xing'an, a representative in the People's Congress, a renowned entrepreneur across the province, and the president of the Xing'an Chamber of Commerce, was not easily worn. "Director Lin, I sincerely apologize. I had a bit to drink earlier and had a misunderstanding with Captain Qin and his friends, but it has been resolved. I apologize for disturbing your rest. I'll treat you to a meal another day." On the other end, Lin, who hung up the phone, realizing he had been stuck in a cycle of frustration. As he prepared to continue his endeavors, he discovered his vigor had diminished. After struggling fruitlessly, Lin, who slammed his fist against the headboard at Song Yaozong, "Damn you, darling, if it's really too difficult, perhaps take some medicine." Lin, who As Lin, who reluctantly took his medicine, outside the auspicious KTV, Song Yaozong tucked away his phone and adjusted his attire, fixing his tousled hair first. He approached Lin Yuding and Shinshusha. "Ladies, I sincerely apologize for my earlier behavior. Having had a bit to drink, I acted inappropriately. Please forgive my lack of decorum." With that, Song Yaozong turned to his subordinates. "All of you, come here and apologize." The group of over a dozen subordinates stood there, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Wearing they supposed to be rallying support? How had everything changed after a single phone call? Chapter 42. The fury of Deputy Director Lin, who, however, the words of the boss were not to be disobeyed. Even those few subordinates who had just been knocked to the ground by Lu Chuan, unable to move, were assisted by others to approach the two women, bowing in unison at a precise 90 degrees. "We apologize." After this display, Song Yaozong walked up to Qin Chuan. "Captain Qin, would this suffice?" "Suffice for what?" "Under the malevolent gaze of the law." Song Yaozong, with a crime index of 207, was suspected of multiple heinous offenses including premeditated murder, unlawful confinement, assault, kidnapping for extortion, trafficking in women, and a litany of sexual crimes, alongside the production and distribution of narcotics. His character was utterly tarnished, morals utterly decayed. Having seduced his uncle's young wife and fathered a child, wreaking havoc in Julin County for over a decade, his guilt was profound. In dealing with such a wretch, Qin Chuan felt no burden in his actions, no matter how severe they might seem. He produced a pair of handcuffs he carried. "Cuff yourself and come with me to the criminal police team." Song Yaozong understood that at this moment, he was nothing more than meat on the chopping block, subject to whatever treatment the other party deemed fit. "Yes, Captain Qin, I will accompany you." He reached for the handcuffs in Qin Chuan's grasp. But just as Song Yaozong's fingers brushed against the cuffs, Qin Chuan deftly flipped his wrist, causing the cuffs to clatter to the ground. Song Yaozong was momentarily taken aback. This was a blatant affront. How could he endure such indignity? Despite the volcanic rage within, he managed to force a smile. "I'll pick them up myself." Of course, he could endure it. After finishing his words, Song Yaozong bent down to retrieve the cuffs, securing them around his own wrists with a firm click. At the entrance of Jixiang KTV, a large crowd had gathered, including Lin Yuding, Shinshusha, and their two chivalrous protectors, as well as three team leaders like Xiao Tianrun and Lu Jigua. Song Yaozong's several subordinates and a multitude of onlookers eager to witness how the tyrant of Julin County would once again script his legendary tale of invincibility were utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had appeared so formidable. How could it be that after a single phone call, he was now apologizing, bowing, and handcuffing himself? Was this truly the same Song Yaozong who commanded respect from the county chief and party secretary? Surely, this must be an impostor. Yet, regardless of the astonishment among the crowd, the reality remained that Song Yaozong had indeed handcuffed himself. Before departing, Qin Chuan approached Lin Yuding and Shinshusha, instructing them to expect a call later. He too proceeded to the criminal police team. With so many eyes upon them, it was hardly the time for nostalgia. Yeah, wasn't he Qin Chuan just a police officer at a township station? How? Shinshusha gazed at the tall and handsome Qin Chuan as he left, her large eyes sparkling with intrigue. When did he become the captain of the criminal police team? There were plenty of 22-year-old police officers in the world, but a 22-year-old captain of a criminal police team? Such a rarity was nearly impossible to find nationwide. Lin Yuding shook her head, equally perplexed. Just days prior, during their phone conversation, he had mentioned being in the town. The two women had come to Julin County primarily to visit Qin Chuan's workplace and surprise him. Little did they expect to encounter such a public display of harassment and, even more unexpectedly, to be rescued by Qin Chuan. "It's all right, once he is done, we'll interrogate him and learn everything," Lin Yuding remarked, then turned to the two protectors beside her. "Second brother, weren't you supposed to inform your families that you were here to protect us? Is this how you protect us?" The protectors, already bearing gloomy expressions, felt the sting of Lin Yuding's sarcasm, wishing they could dig a hole and hide. The crowd gradually dispersed, and soon the entrance of Jishan KTV returned to its usual hustle and bustle, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, in the eyes of some, the ripples caused by this incident were far from over. On the third floor of Jishan KTV, before a floor-to-ceiling window stood a graceful woman clad in a qipao, arms crossed over her chest, a glass of red wine in her right hand, slowly swirling it. She was none other than the owner of Jishan KTV, the leading lady of Julin County, Lu Rumei. Qin Chuan. Intriguing. No one understood the character of Song Yaozong better than he did. Relying on his uncle's position in Xing'an City, he had been able to operate with impunity in Julin County, showing contempt for everyone. Just a week prior, a new director of the construction bureau had clashed with Song Yaozong over a drinking companion at Jishan KTV, resulting in the director being brutally beaten by Song Yaozong's subordinates. The deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, Lin Hu, who had accompanied him, had not uttered a word following the incident. The construction bureau director, sporting a swollen head, had brought 2 bottles of Maotai to apologize, only to be kept waiting outside for over an hour before being received. In Julin County, one could be oblivious to who the county chief was, but one must know who Song Yaozong was. Yet, this very man had been utterly humiliated before Qin Chuan. Not only had he been bested, but he had also left behind not a shred of dignity. Handcuffing himself. Why? On what grounds? Was it merely because Qin Chuan was capable in a fight? Or because he had apprehended a few wanted criminals? Nonsense. If society operated under such a logic, world peace would have been achieved long ago. The news of Song Yaozong's arrest sent shockwaves far greater than Qin Chuan had anticipated. At Deputy Director Lin Hu's home, having just taken his medication and feeling a surge of vigor, he was preparing for a night of conquest. "Darling, I'm home, buzz buzz buzz." Lin Hu had initially intended to ignore the phone call, but the insistent ringing was relentless. "Answer it, let us hope it's not some major incident at the station." With a scowl, Lin Hu reluctantly rose and pressed the answer button. "Chao Tianrun, do you have any idea what time it is? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, what did you say? Song Yaozong was arrested by Qin Chuan." After hanging up, Lin Hu felt his hands tremble. Who was Song Yaozong, that he could be apprehended so casually? "Honey, what is wrong? Is there a case?" No. Let us just continue." As he lay back down, Lin Hu sadly realized that the fleeting vigor he had felt moments ago had vanished. "Chao Tianrun, you fool." "Achoo." Chao Tianrun, still working late at the criminal police team, sneezed violently. "Who is talking about me? It can't be Director Lin, can it?" "Definitely, this wave of loyalty will surely score full marks." Within the next 2 hours, Dou Sihai, Chen Mingwang, Gao Qingshan, and all the notable figures in Julin County became aware of the news. "Stay here for today, we'll head to the detention center tomorrow and stay for 5 days. Qin Chuan casually shoved Song Yaozong into the holding room of the criminal police team, then set the schedule for Song Yaozong's proceedings the next day. "Captain Qin, I believe 3 days would suffice." Song Yaozong attempted to negotiate. "Do you think this is childless play? What I feel matters, not your opinion." Qin Chuan locked the door and declared, 7 days. 4 days, no more than that. 10 days, fine, 10 days it is." Song Yaozong regretted trying to haggle. What was the point of negotiating? Now, what should have been 5 days had turned into double that. "Chao team leader, arrange for 2 people tonight to keep a close watch on him. He'll be directly sent to the detention center tomorrow." Chao Tianrun nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. "And, on what charges?" "Let us go with disturbing the peace." Chapter 43. Qin Chuan, when do you plan to marry? On the other side of the iron gate, Song Yaozong suddenly felt a surge of anger. What does it mean to just provoke trouble? Why does it sound as if a casual accusation has led to his imprisonment? Stepping out of the criminal police team, Qin Chuan took a deep breath. The cool, refreshing night air alleviated some of his inebriation. The encounter with Song Yaozong teasing his 2 high school classmates was purely coincidental. However, regardless of who it had been, Qin Chuan would have intervened. He was acutely aware of Song Yaozong's background, perhaps more than anyone else in his previous life. Although he had been residing in Changning Town, the name Zongguo was certainly well known to him. Today, Qin Chuan opted for such a drastic approach, showing no regard for Song Yaozong's prestige. For various reasons, his greatest confidence stemmed from the dark secret he had managed to seize upon regarding Song Yaozong. Much like when he had concocted a scheme against Secretary Sun Tao a few days prior, it was precisely because he possessed this leverage that Qin Chuan felt assured that the other party would refrain from openly opposing him. With this talisman in hand, Qin Chuan naturally intended to exploit Song Yaozong to the fullest. On one hand, by arresting Song Yaozong, he could further solidify his authority within the criminal police team. The case of the headless corpse had already established his foothold, albeit primarily on a professional level, proving his capability in solving cases. However, daring to apprehend Song Yaozong and emerging unscathed demonstrated his fearlessness in the face of power. In the past, when the criminal police team encountered Song Yaozong's transgressions, not only was there a lack of courage to make arrests, but even voicing concerns was a daunting prospect. This wasn't merely the fault of the ordinary officers, the crux lay in the leadership's failure to take responsibility, but now, the situation was different. Qin Chuan not only dared to confront Song Yaozong, but he also had the means to act. Courage speaks to boldness, while capability speaks to skill. With the criminal police team rallying behind him, how could there be no future? On the other hand, this truly was a matter of personal vendetta. How dare you lay a hand on my classmate? If not you, then who else? Moreover, it served another purpose. Qin Chuan intended to demonstrate his resolve to certain individuals in Julin County. Over the past month, his rapid rise had undoubtedly ruffled feathers. Both Dosihai of Xinhai Mining and County Party Secretary Gao Qingshan were eager to see him ousted, yet Qin Chuan had no true backing. County Chief Chen Mingguang merely admired him. Their relationship was not personal. Furthermore, Chen Mingguang was just a county chief and was often subject to the directives of the County Party Secretary. As for the Public Security Bureau Chief Zhou Shueshi, while he was indeed a commendable leader, he was merely a bureau chief and had yet to ascend to the county standing committee. In the face of Dosihai and Gao Qingshan, Qin Chuan could not hope to contend, let alone the formidable Song Yaozong. Therefore, despite appearing to be basking in glory at a young age while wielding real power, his position in Julin County was precariously fragile. Now that Song Yaozong had delivered himself to his doorstep, Qin Chuan was determined to seize this opportunity. If Qin Chuan could apprehend even Song Yaozong, who else in Julin County could he not dare to confront? Anyone wishing to trip him up should first consider whether they could withstand the might of Song Yaozong. With his thoughts clear, Qin Chuan dialed Lin Yuding's number. "Captain Qin, have you finally finished your busy day?" Qin Chuan chuckled bitterly. He had not wasted a moment, having settled matters with Song Yaozong before heading out, but this was not the time for explanations. "Where are you?" "In the Emperor No. 2 private room at Jishan KTV. After hanging up, Qin Chuan hailed a cab and made his way directly to Jishan KTV. "Welcome." Upon entering the KTV, he was greeted by a row of young ladies in kipayos, their hemlines cut daringly high, offering vibrant welcomes. This atmosphere was imbued with the essence of indulgence and royal treatment. "Do you have a reserved room, sir?" "Emperor No. 2. As it was Qin Chuan's first visit to Jishan KTV, he was unaware of the significance of the Emperor No. 2 room. However, the attendant was well informed, her smile growing even brighter as she said, "Please follow me." It was the same room with floor-to-ceiling windows, and Lu Rumei had not yet finished her glass of red wine. She gazed at the man standing below and inquired, "Has he returned?" Lu Rumei was taken aback that Qin Chuan had come back. The arrangement of the private room for Lin Yuding and the others had been deliberate on her part. There were only 3 emperor private rooms in Jishan KTV, traditionally reserved for esteemed guests. Clearly, Qin Chuan was acquainted with the 2 women, or else he would not have stood up for them. Lu Rumei had intended to offer Qin Chuan a favor, considering he was someone who dared to confront and apprehend even Song Yaozong, yet she did not anticipate his personal arrival. "In that case, please arrange for a bottle of Remy Martin and a fruit platter, on the house, as a welcoming gift for Captain Qin's promotion." "Understood." In the private room, Qin Chuan once again encountered Lin Yuding and Shinshusha. The 2 women flanked him, their eyes brimming with curiosity, as if they could drown him in their gaze. "Be honest, you were saying just a few days ago that you were working as a police officer in a town station. How did you suddenly end up in the county and become the captain of the criminal police team?" Shinshusha, with her youthful charm and ample bosom, did not shy away as she nestled against Qin Chuan, playfully nudging him. Qin Chuan slowly but resolutely withdrew his nearly suffocated arm. With a serious demeanor, he admonished, "Miss Shin, mind your manners." "Cut it out." Shinshusha remained unfazed. "Have you forgotten the love letters you wrote us back in high school?" Qin Chuan buried his face in his hands. "That was in the past, back when they were much younger." Lin Yuding playfully patted Qin Chuan's thigh, teasing, "What's wrong, Captain Qin? Are you too good for our humble appearances? Or are you worried about your little girlfriend getting jealous?" "Stop." Qin Chuan could no longer endure. He was a normal man at that. This relentless barrage from both sides was simply too much. "Ladies, enough with the games, alright? If you both consider yourselves merely modest beauties, what would that make the rest of us? You two are no less than celestial beings." With great determination, Qin Chuan extricated himself from their grasp, the entire process devoid of hesitation. How had Qin Chuan forged a friendship with these 2 campus beauties during high school? It was simply because, after being rejected for a love letter, he had come to a sobering realization of the disparity between them. Coupled with his subsequent understanding of their family backgrounds in his past life, Qin Chuan recognized that there was no possibility for him and them. The chasm between them was one that even his rebirth and advantages could not bridge. Thus, regarding these 2 women, he maintained a respectful distance. Their previous antics were clearly in jest. Qin Chuan, being genuinely indifferent towards them, allowed the 2 to act freely. They cherished this rare friendship, given their appearances and family backgrounds. "Cut it out, celestial beings? I haven't seen you pursue us, have I?" Shinshusha finally released her hold on Qin Chuan's arm and popped open a bottle of beer. "Why didn't you bring your little girlfriend along? When do you plan to get married?" Chapter 44. What exactly is the background of Qin Chuan? Qin Chuan generously clinked bottles with the other party and tilted his head to take a swig. "What marriage? We broke up long ago." "Broke up? What happened?" The eyes of Lin Yuding and Shinshusha burned with the flames of gossip. "It's nothing. When I was assigned to the police station in Changning Town, they thought I was a failure, so we parted ways. Disdain for the poor and love for the rich. Better off without it." The two women chimed in, as if performing a comedic skit. What are your plans for the future? Lin Yuding, with a decent tolerance for alcohol, downed half a bottle in one go. Qin Chuan remained unfazed, welcoming the challenge, and quipped, "What's up, are you going to introduce me to a girlfriend?" "Exactly," Lin Yuding exclaimed, pulling Qin Chuan closer. "Look at our Xia big chest, small face, easy to topple, long legs, great figure." "Consider it?" Qin Chuan, unfazed by Lin Yuding's bold words, leaned in, her long legs casually draped in front of Qin Chuan. "So, what do you think, is it white enough?" Qin Chuan snorted dismissively, not even glancing their way. "You two should reconsider. I see you as friends, yet you treat me like a fool?" The two women fell silent. Life circumstances vary greatly. For instance, in the same private room, while Qin Chuan was surrounded by attention, the other two could only cling to the microphone and wail. "I don't like him," Xin Guobai stated bluntly, expressing her disdain for Qin Chuan. Lin Xiaohao nodded emphatically. "Although he saved us, I've decided to report him. Count me in." The two young gentlemen from the capital reached an unusual consensus point 30 minutes earlier. When Qin Chuan first entered the private room, the two women nearly flung themselves at him, and their older brothers had to intervene to facilitate introductions. It was then that Qin Chuan found himself in a rather embarrassing situation. Xin Guobai patted his chest, declaring, "Brother Qin, thank you for your chivalrous assistance. Rest assured, when you arrive in the capital, I shall treat you to the finest Hennessy. The kind that can't be found in Zhulin County." Just then, a middle-aged man resembling a manager entered, respectfully knocking on the door. His face beamed with a grin that could rival a blooming flower, perfectly embodying the art of flattery. "Hello, Captain Qin, I am Pan Dong, the manager of Jishan KTV.to. Celebrate your new position. Chairman Liu Rugmei has specially sent this bottle of Hennessy from the capital as a gift." After speaking, he bowed respectfully. "I shall not disturb your enjoyment, Captain Qin." Qin Chuan picked up the Hennessy from the golden velvet tray, scrutinizing it briefly before looking at Xin Guobai. "Buddy, is this the wine you mentioned?" Xin Guobai was momentarily speechless. Lin Xiaohao shoved Xin Guobai aside. "Brother Qin, once you're in the capital, give me a call. I'm known as the prince of nightclubs outside the capital. Just choose any KTV, and I'll take you there without you spending a dime." No sooner had he finished speaking than Pan Dong knocked and entered again. "Captain Qin, here are the freshly cut fruits. By the way, all expenses for your friends tonight are waived." Lin Xiaohao was left speechless. The two of them felt that Pan Dong was deliberately putting on a show for them. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan and the two women continued to revel in their merriment. Still Haven T asked, "How did you two end up here? The high school reunion was supposed to be a week away. Isn't it because Yuding heard you were assigned to a rural police station and wanted to come see you, cheer you on?" "I didn't expect you to have become such a big shot," Qin Chuan replied. Qin Chuan was taken aback that he truly had no idea that the two women had come to Zhulin County solely for him. Could it be that they had visited in the past but didn't meet him due to Song Yaozong's interference? Qin Chuan leaned in again, capturing one of Qin Chuan's arms, her ample touch interrupting his thoughts. "Quickly tell us, how did you get promoted?" Lin Yuding was curious, as were the other two young men. It was worth noting that Qin Chuan had only been employed for a little over a month. Normally, he wouldn't even meet the conditions for confirmation. How had he become the captain of the Zhulin County Criminal Police Team? The four, accustomed to the intricacies of young officials in the capital due to family connections, knew that at Qin Chuan's age, even division-level officials existed. However, most were merely nominal positions, as the level of their work units dictated their starting status. In contrast, Qin Chuan came from the grassroots level of a rural police station. The captain of the Zhulin County Criminal Police Team, while not high-ranking, was responsible for maintaining safety and stability in the county, overseeing criminal investigations. Such a position could not simply be arranged, even for those with connections. Given the domestic system, mutual checks and balances were common at the county level. While autocratic leadership existed, many matters were the result of coordination and compromise among various parties. The two women were well aware of Qin Chuan's humble background. He hailed from an ordinary family. Thus, what had propelled him to this position? Qin Chuan chuckled nonchalantly. "It's nothing special. I got lucky at work, apprehended a few wanted criminals, solved several cases, and received second and third-class merits. Coincidentally, the previous captain of the criminal police team was apprehended by me, and then I was promoted." "You caught a wanted criminal? You received second-class merit? You received third-class merit? You apprehended the former captain of the criminal police team?" The four of them posed four questions in unison. Qin Chuan nodded. "Yep, just that." "What kind of response was that, just that? Please elaborate, what exactly happened?" The following morning, Qin Chuan bid farewell to Lin Yuding and Qin Chuan. "Don't work so hard. If you die, no one will mourn for you." Qin Chuan had learned about Qin Chuan's recent exploits and the scars he had just healed. Her maternal instincts surged, and she had cried for a long while. "Don't worry. I'm tough, I won't die. You must come to next week's reunion. We'll be waiting for you in Xing'an City." Lin Yuding's eyes were also red. Her idea to visit Qin Chuan in Zhulin County was initially meant to comfort an old classmate after 4 years apart, but she hadn't anticipated the dramatic events of his first month on the job. "Rest assured, I will definitely arrive on time." Meanwhile, Song Yaozong, already sent to the detention center, received his first visitor. Lu Rubmei gazed at Song Yaozong, who was holding a half-burned cigarette. She knew that even in detention, he maintained an air of authority. Brother Zong, you still look as dashing as ever. Among all the figures in Julin County, the one person Song Yaozong genuinely respected was the owner of Jixiang KTV, the illustrious Lu Rubmei. Ugh, being outside is tiresome. I need to find some peace in here. Peace? Brother Zong, let us not beat around the bush. What is the true background of that Qin Chuan? Chapter 45. I was merely giving Qin Chuan a favor. Last night, Lu Rumei had already received Qin Chuan's information. With her capabilities and connections, the director of the County Personnel Bureau personally delivered the materials. However, after reviewing the documents, Lu Rumei felt even more perplexed. She had initially thought that Qin Chuan possessed a formidable background, perhaps having been sent to the countryside for training before being gradually promoted. She assumed his arrival in Julin County was merely to gain some grassroots work experience. Yet the information indicated that Qin Chuan had only a single mother residing in Xing'an City. His father had vanished years ago, revealing no substantial background at all. Yet, if there truly was no background, why did Song Yaozong meekly allow himself to be sent to the detention center by Qin Chuan? No background at all, Song Yaozong scoffed. What background could there possibly be? If it weren't for him knowing my secret, I'd At this thought, Song Yaozong paused. Indeed, the only ones aware of why he was in detention were himself and Qin Chuan. No one else knew that Qin Chuan had a hold over him. If Song Yaozong were to fabricate a lie, creating a facade of a mysterious and powerful background for Qin Chuan, then his current predicament would seem entirely justified. Exactly, that is the plan. Song Yaozong, fear not Qin Chuan himself, but rather the individuals behind him. With this in mind, Song Yaozong added, but Lu boss, I advise you to steer clear of this person. Lu Rumei already held skepticism towards Song Yaozong's words, and his suggestion only deepened her doubt. Zonggu, I'm here to conduct business. Why would I offend someone in a leadership position? After all these years of friendship, just give me a straight answer. Who is Captain Qin's benefactor? Song Yaozong scratched his head, feigning impatience. Lu boss, you said it yourself, you're here to do business, why ask so many questions? Yet, upon seeing Lu Rumei's penetrating gaze, Song Yaozong clenched his fist and struck the table. Alright then, I can't divulge specifics. Just know that his roots lie above, he said, pointing his right index finger upwards with an air of mystery. But I checked his file through someone in the Personnel Bureau. It's as clean as a blank sheet of paper. There is nothing above. Lu Rumei still appeared puzzled, pressing for clarification. Are you foolish? Someone with his background could allow you to access genuine files? You mean, the files are all fabricated? What do you mean by fabricated? Could the Personnel Bureau's records be false? Indeed, the Personnel Bureau's records couldn't be false, yet they also weren't entirely true. To manipulate the files, one must possess significant influence. Song Yaozong squinted, falling silent, wearing an expression that seemed to invite deeper contemplation. Lu Rumei, adopting a rather chivalrous demeanor, clasped his fists. Zonggu, I owe you a favor for this matter. In business, the most crucial aspect is to keep one's eyes open, discerning who to provoke and who to avoid. We're friends here, Lu boss, no need for such formality. My intention for coming in was merely to do Qin Chuan a favor, to give him a face-saving gesture. However, do not disclose this matter. My second uncle has instructed me that no one must be informed. Second uncle, Lu Rumei had previously wondered how Song Yaozong knew about Qin Chuan's background. It turned out the information had been relayed from that esteemed individual. No wonder Song Yaozong, despite his bravado in Julin County, could hardly be privy to matters above without such connections. It was indeed Song Chanfeng, and thus, it made sense. Zonggu, when you're out, I'll arrange for Dixia and Shuang'er to welcome you. Upon hearing the names of Dixia and Shuang'er, Song Yaozong felt a surge of heat rise within him. Dixia and Shuang'er were a pair of twins, the undisputed stars of Jixiang KTV, the C'Army de la C'Army. Lu Rumei was typically protective of them, akin to a father with his daughter, and few in Julin County had had the pleasure of their company. Even he had only encountered them once. Ha, Lu boss is generous, then it's settled. Unbeknownst to Qin Chuan, who had just seen off Lin Yuding and Shen Shuxia, Song Yaozong had orchestrated for him a prestigious identity. Of course, even if he were aware, it would matter little. Despite lacking a solid backing, he possessed a system. In truth, Qin Chuan had contemplated thoroughly capturing Song Yaozong. Without delving into specifics, the 207 points of evil value he possessed were sufficient for 2 lottery draws. However, the timing was not yet ripe. That secret could be used to keep Song Yaozong in line temporarily, but it wouldn't suffice for a lifetime. When the time came for a decisive confrontation, Song Yaozong would undoubtedly retaliate. Moreover, retaining Song Yaozong and leveraging his influence in Julin County to build momentum for Qin Chuan was the most advantageous course of action. As Song Yaozong returned to his cell after sending Lu Rumei off, he swaggered back to his quarters. Initially, he had been assigned a single cell, but he had declined the offer. After all, what was the point of being solitary in such an environment? He desired the camaraderie of a communal space. The more people around, the more opportunities for mischief. Otherwise, how would he endure the next 10 days? Stand at attention, you lot, Zonggu has something to say. Naturally, Song Yaozong did not enter alone. He was flanked by 3 underlings. Qin Chuan paid no mind to these details. His sole concern was ensuring Song Yaozong entered, regardless of who accompanied him. Song Yaozong cleared his throat, surveying the row of inmates in their prison garb, trembling with trepidation, and found it quite amusing. Don't be afraid. I don't bite. Over the next 10 days, Zonggu. Just as Song Yaozong was about to deliver an impassioned speech, he was abruptly interrupted. Turning to scold the offender, he saw it was the director of the detention center. Director Zhang? What's the matter? Phone call, from Xing'an City. A call from Xing'an City. Song Yaozong immediately guessed it was his second uncle. Stand at attention, wait for my return. In the adjacent solitary cell, the speakerphone blared, nearly shattering the receiver. You beast. What did you do last night? Tell me everything, word for word. Song Yaozong had initially thought his second uncle was calling to offer comfort or perhaps to arrange his release, pondering how to deflect the conversation. Instead, he was met with a barrage of scolding, delivered in an exceedingly stern tone. He hurriedly recounted the events of the previous night. I didn't lay a finger on those two girls. They were still in the detention center. After a moment of silence on the other end, a voice finally responded, behave yourself for a while, stay put in there. And about that Qin Chuan, do not provoke him. Provoke him? What a death wish that would be. However, could it be that Qin Chuan genuinely had a significant background? Otherwise, why would his second uncle specifically warn him? In Xing'an City, atop the Fengfan Group's office building, Song Changfeng pondered for a moment before dialing another number. Secretary Gua, rest assured, last night was merely a minor The individual is already in the detention center. Yes, I will ensure he is dealt with severely. You can count on me. Chapter 46. The girl prepared to jump. Upon returning to the Criminal Investigation Unit, Qin Chuan sensed an unmistakable shift in the atmosphere within the building. Just yesterday, when he had taken office, his colleagues had shown him a modicum of respect, yet he could discern that their gazes were merely routine and devoid of genuine engagement. Good day, Captain Qin. Greetings, Captain Qin. However, today, the same colleagues he had encountered yesterday greeted him with a newfound enthusiasm. Their eyes sparkled with a different light. Each of them stood to attention and saluted him, brimming with vigor. A few young ladies even flushed with embarrassment, their eyes darting away when they met his gaze. Captain Qin, you've returned, Lu Zhigua called out, stepping out of his office just as he spotted Qin Chuan's arrival, immediately offering his greetings. Qin Chuan nodded, noticing that Lu was accompanied by 3 or 4 officers, all clad in their uniforms as they made their way outside. Is there a case? We just received a call from the emergency center. It appears a student at the vocational high school is threatening to jump off a building. We're heading over to assess the situation. A student contemplating suicide, with little else on his agenda. Qin Chuan contemplated for a moment and replied, I'll accompany you. At the vocational technical high school in Julin County, the playground was already teeming with several hundred students. A few individuals, evidently teachers and school administrators, stood at the base of the teaching building, attempting to dissuade the student perched precariously above. Jiang Shui, have you lost your mind? Come down at once. Do you believe I will expel you? The director of education, Chang Liang, shouted in exasperation from below. This troublesome student was a constant source of issues, always either reporting complaints or engaging in fights, and now she was threatening to jump. If only he had expelled her the first time she caused trouble. Principal Liang Guofa shot Cheng Liang a glare, thinking, what on earth is wrong with you? Is this really the time for such foolishness? If she jumps, what will become of the school's reputation? It was imperative to coax the girl down first, then deal with the fallout later. With that thought, Liang Guofa donned what he believed was his most amiable smile. Dear Jiang, I am Liang Guofa, the principal of our school. On the rooftop, Jiang Shui glanced down at the balding man below. Principal Liang Guofa, how could she not recognize him? When she had been bullied by a few senior girls in her first year, it was this very Liang Guofa who had laid his disgusting hand on her while she sought help. At this moment, even from the height of the building, Jiang Shui felt as though she could sense the foul stench of his yellowed breath and see the repulsive strands of hair on his greasy scalp. Vice Principal Qiu Guozheng quickly joined in, calling out, Jiang Shui, please, speak to us from up there. Rest assured, the school administration will certainly advocate on your behalf. Yet, Jiang Shui remained unmoved, suddenly standing still as she tossed small pebbles one by one down from the rooftop. Thud, the crisp sound was delightful to her ears. Wouldn't it be lovely if she could produce such a melodious sound when she jumped? Director Chang, think of a way to bring her down. Where are the security guards? Have they gone up? Principal Liang Guofa, seeing that their attempts to communicate were futile, directed all his frustration towards Director Chang Liang. If this situation is not handled properly, I fear your tenure as Director of Education may come to an end. Chang Liang felt unjustly accused. What could he do if a student was intent on jumping? Just then, the shrill sound of police sirens pierced the air. Liang Guofa's face turned ashen as he turned to the teachers and students behind him. Who on earth called the police? Didn't we say not to alert the authorities? With the police now present, the situation had escalated significantly. Liang Guofa had hoped to downplay the incident, but that seemed impossible now. Principal Liang, what is going on? Why such a commotion? Liang Kai, the head of the urban police station, had taken the report seriously and arrived personally. Upon recognizing Liang Kai, Liang Guofa felt a wave of relief wash over him. Both men shared the surname Liang and were distant relatives. Liang Guofa held a position as the principal of the vocational high school, while Liang Kai served as a committee member of the county police bureau and the head of the urban police station. Both were notable figures in the county, and their connection was advantageous. Officer Liang, my sincerest apologies for troubling you over such a minor issue. It's merely a student whose mother has run off with someone, and whose father is a gambling addict. There seems to be some misunderstanding with her classmates, leading to a minor quarrel, and now she is threatening to jump. Liang Kai glanced upward. Principal Liang, this is indeed a minor issue, but we must ensure no lives are lost, regardless of the circumstances. Let us focus on persuading her to come down. You 3, summon the fire department and prepare a safety net. Liang Kai's approach was, by all accounts, conventional. However, one could not ascertain how effective it would be in saving a life. Just then, another set of sirens blared. Officer Liang, it's the members of the Criminal Investigation Unit. Oh, what brings them here? The emergency center must have informed them as well. Liang Kai nodded casually. Given the small size of Julin County, it was inevitable that news would travel swiftly, especially when a potential suicide was involved. If the girl did perish, an autopsy would be necessary. But when Liang Kai saw Qin Chuan step out of the vehicle, his expression shifted. He recalled his first encounter with Qin Chuan at the Hongguan, the night he apprehended Sun Tao and Song Hui. Without a doubt, Liang Kai had a vivid understanding of Qin Chuan's ruthless nature. This man was unforgiving. Those who fell into his grasp, particularly wanted criminals, often ended up severely incapacitated. Of course, despite Qin Chuan's formidable skills, Liang Kai felt no fear, as he himself had committed no crime. Moreover, he was a committee member of the County Police Bureau, thus a superior to Qin Chuan. No matter how fierce Qin Chuan might be, he had neither the opportunity nor the justification to act against him. Even so, Liang Kai approached with a broad smile, driven by the fact that Qin Chuan had successfully apprehended Song Yaozong. Captain Qin, what brings you here? Qin Chuan certainly remembered Liang Kai. He was not a man of ill repute. Greetings, Officer Liang Liu Jigua just received a call from the emergency center, and since I had no pressing matters, I thought I would come and take a look. Captain Qin, you just assumed your position yesterday and already resolved a homicide case. I also heard that someone caused a ruckus outside the Jisheng KTV last night and was subsequently taken into custody by your team? Liang Kai refrained from directly mentioning Song Yaozong's name, but anyone present was well aware of the implications. Even those within the system, including Liang Guofa, Zhou Guozheng, and Shang Liang, were fully cognizant of his significant accomplishments. This was initially a matter for the public security team, but circumstances dictated otherwise, and since I encountered it, I acted. What is the situation on the upper floors? As Qin Chuan's gaze fell upon the frail figure above, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his eyes. A student from a vocational high school threatening to jump, but it seemed he had heard of a similar incident in a previous life. Captain Qin, greetings, Liang Guofa rushed over. I am Liang Guofa, the principal of the vocational high school. The individual on the roof is a problematic student named Jiang Shui. She has had some conflicts with her classmates, merely a small matter, and she is currently in an emotional state. Despite Liang Guofai's higher rank, his authority paled in comparison to Qin Chuan's, especially given that this was a man who had the audacity to apprehend Song Yaozong. If he could establish a favorable relationship with Qin Chuan, it would undoubtedly be advantageous. Jiang Shui, upon hearing the name, Qin Chuan's mind erupted with clarity, suddenly recalling who she was. In his previous life, a horrifying series of murders had transpired in Julin County. Within a week, 9 individuals had been brutally slain at the vocational high school. The perpetrator was a disabled female student named Jiang Shui. Chapter 47 on the murderous fiend, Jiang Shui. As the gates of memory swung open, Qin Chuan recalled every detail surrounding this case. Within a single week, 9 lives were ruthlessly extinguished, stirring a tremendous uproar at the time. The provincial authorities were even compelled to dispatch a supervisory team to oversee the investigation. Back then, Qin Chuan served as a police officer at the Qining Town precinct and had no opportunity to partake in such a monumental case. However, through subsequent police reports, he gleaned the entire sequence of events of the perpetrator. Jiang Shui, an 18-year-old senior at the vocational technical high school in Julin County, had committed heinous acts against 4 teachers, including Principal Liang Guofa, Vice Principal Zhou Guozheng, Director of Studies Chang Liang, and class teacher Sun Xiaofeng. The brutality of the crimes was staggering. Liang Guofa had his eyes gouged out, hands severed, and lower body seared before being fed to wild dogs. Zhou Guozheng had his kidneys removed. Chang Liang's teeth were forcibly extracted, and Sun Xiaofeng was flayed alive. The methods employed were extraordinarily cruel and the nature of the crimes, utterly vile. Furthermore, 3 classmates and 2 graduates from the same vocational high school were also victims, suffering even more horrific fates. After claiming 9 lives, the blood-soaked Jiang Shui surrendered to the police. With his enhanced vision, Qin Chuan could see the girl on the rooftop from a distance of several dozen meters. Though her complexion was pale, her features were exquisite, and her figure alluring. Her eyes lacked vitality, resembling a mere shell of a person. Undoubtedly, Jiang Shui was beautiful, yet, while the heavens had bestowed upon her a striking visage, they had denied her a life of happiness. At the tender age of 10, Jiang Shui's mother abandoned her and her father to elope with a barefoot doctor. Her biological father, a gambling addict and a drunkard, often subjected her to beatings, utterly neglecting his paternal responsibilities. In Qin Chuan's eyes, the 4 teachers and 5 students slain by Jiang Shui were deserving of their fates. Upon entering her first year of high school, Jiang Shui became a target of her peers' bullying due to her sweet appearance and tragic family background. This ultimately led her to commit the unspeakable atrocity of murdering 9 individuals. Stepping forward, Qin Chuan recalled his previous life, where the incident of the suicide leap had scarcely registered in his memory. He surmised that Jiang Shui had indeed jumped but had not perished. Rather, she had sustained severe injuries, leaving her disabled. This accounted for the police reports in his prior life that referred to the mentally unstable student Jiang Shui, who had gone on a killing spree. As he reflected on the chain of events, Qin Chuan retracted his gaze from the rooftop and directed it toward Principal Liang Guofa, his eyes igniting with a terrifying intensity. These wretched creatures, their actions toward Jiang Shui warranted 1,000 deaths, yet, Jiang Shui was innocent. She should not be the one to pay the price for their sins. Principal Liang, to you, a young girl standing on the edge of a rooftop contemplating a leap is merely a trivial matter, just a tantrum? Liang Guofa was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Qin Chuan spoke so vehemently. However, he dared not confront him, harboring a deep-seated loathing for Jiang Shui atop the building. Damn it, this ungrateful little wretch should have been dealt with back then. Now she was creating trouble for herself. Once she was persuaded to come down, he would see how to handle her. On the rooftop, Jiang Shui noticed the arrival of the police and perceived that the individuals below were engaged in conversation. But it mattered little, they were all cut from the same cloth. The reason she hadn't jumped yet was that the sun had not yet reached its zenith. Today marked her 18th birthday. If she could not bask in the sunlight, then she would die at the moment it shone the brightest. Captain Liu, bring the megaphone. Huh? What do you mean? Huh? Hurry up. I need to speak with Jiang Shui. Oh, right. Liu Jigwa sprinted back to the police car, retrieved the megaphone, and hurriedly handed it to Qin Chuan. Jiang Shui, I am Qin Chuan, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team in the Zhulin County Public Security Bureau. Jiang Shui instinctively lowered her gaze to the police below. While she could not discern their faces, the voice sounded youthful. I understand that you are resolved to end your life, but have you considered what will happen to them if you do? Them, Jiang Shui scoffed coldly. Her mother had long since abandoned her, and her father, a drunkard and gambler, had not even shown up when she contemplated jumping. So who were they? However, Qin Chuan's next words startled her. If you die, what will happen to those 9 individuals? Do you intend to let them go unpunished? 9 individuals? It dawned on her that the officer was not referring to her parents but to those 9. How did he know about them? Qin Chuan continued to address her. Jiang Shui, I am not here to dissuade you, but I implore you for a few minutes, allow me to come up and speak with you. Jiang Shui glanced at the officer below and then at the sun in the sky, considering the time, perhaps just a little longer. Although Qin Chuan received no immediate reply, it was the best response he could hope for. Liu Jigwa, maintain order down here, I am going up. With that, Qin Chuan tossed aside the megaphone and dashed into the school building. With his full might, he raced up the stairs, silently urging, don't jump. Don T jump, please, don't jump. Scaling 6 flights of stairs, Qin Chuan reached the rooftop in under 2 minutes. Panting heavily, he sighed in relief upon seeing the girl still standing there. Thank goodness, he had made it in time. Jiang Shui. As Qin Chuan approached, Jiang Shui spoke first, don't come any closer, or I will jump. Alright, he quickly halted his advance. Jiang Shui, I am Qin Chuan, the captain of the county criminal investigation team. Jiang Shui nodded slightly, yet remained unmoved. I know you have endured much suffering at school and have faced tremendous hardships at home. But if you jump, what will become of those who have harmed you? Qin Chuan recognized that mere persuasion would not suffice. The fact that Jiang Shui could transform from a bullied student into a murderous fiend suggested a profound hatred for those who had wronged her. His goal was to ignite that hatred, to instill a sense of hope for revenge. Indeed, Jiang Shui's expression shifted slightly, her gaze drifting from the sky to Qin Chuan. It dawned on her that this police captain was remarkably young, perhaps only a few years her senior, and quite handsome. Seizing the moment, Qin Chuan pressed on, if you jump, only you will perish, while those who have hurt you will face no consequences. Is that fair to you? Jiang Shui shook her head. It was certainly not fair, but she was merely a student. What could she do? As memories of her torment flooded back, tears began to trickle down her cheeks. Captain Qin, there is no way out, no one to help me. She had sought assistance before, yet when she confided in her father about her bullying, the intoxicated man merely mumbled that she was no different from her worthless mother, questioning why others didn't bully someone else but targeted her instead. This was met with brutal beatings. When she reported her plight to her homeroom teacher, she was met with the teacher's lewd advances, being told to undress so he could inspect her injuries. Reporting to the director of studies resulted in a day of punishment on the playground without food. Her protests to the vice principal and principal nearly led to her being sexually assaulted in their office. Chapter 48. Jiang Shui, believe me, I swear on my badge. Why? Jiang Shui shouted more than once. What is all this for? She had never harmed anyone, yet she had never been treated kindly by those around her. Death, perhaps, was her final destination. No, Jiang Shui, someone can help you. Jiang Shui gazed at the handsome and sunny police officer before her, a flicker of hope rising within her heart. However, it was quickly extinguished once more. Of course, she had reported it, but the police had returned him to the school, and what awaited her was a more painful experience. She did not wish to endure it again. If she jumped down, everything would vanish into thin air. Is it you? Ha, no one can help me. Jiang Shui glanced at the sun rising high in the sky. I am leaving, it's all over. Wait. Qin Chuan truly wanted to dash forward and save her, but it was impossible. The distance was too great. Even if he sprinted, it would take a breath to reach her. Yet, Jiang Shui was at the edge of the rooftop, poised to leap at any moment. You. Jiang Shui, the one who can help you is yourself. Without experiencing the suffering of others, one cannot counsel them towards goodness. Jiang Shui, I do not urge you to turn back, but please listen to my words. After you hear me out, if you still wish to jump, I will not stop you. Jiang Shui slowly turned around, silent, simply observing Qin Chuan. He was the only person in all these years who had shown her any concern. Jiang Shui, I do not know what you have endured, but I can share my own experiences. A month ago, I graduated at the top of my police academy class, only to be assigned to the most remote precinct in Qining Town, which led to my girlfriend breaking up with me. That was the darkest time of my life. Like you, I contemplated death. Even, I had already died once. The reborn Qin Chuan had indeed faced death. However, in just 1 month, I not only became the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team but also earned first and second class individual merits. I share this not to boast, but to convey to you that anything is possible. Liang Guofa, Qiu Guozheng, Chang Liang, and the others who have wronged you must pay the price. As for those students, what do they have but a father in power? Rest assured, I will ensure they face consequences. Price, Jiang Shui sighed, shaking her head once more. You do not understand, but Jiang Shui, you are worried about the nude photos they took, right? Do not worry, I guarantee those photos will never be leaked. Nude photos? Jiang Shui's face turned ashen. How did he know about the nude photos? Jiang Shui, like you, I grew up in a single-parent family, and I can understand part of your plight. Please trust me. As your brother, I promise to help you seek justice. Brother, Jiang Shue's eyes trembled violently. Could she really have a brother? Qin Chuan extended his right hand and stepped forward slowly. Qin Chuan, brother, can I truly trust you? Seeing Jiang Shui finally show some softness and lower her guard, Qin Chuan took another step forward. Jiang Shui, look here, Qin Chuan pointed to the badge on his cap. Believe me, I swear on this badge atop my head that I will help you achieve justice. Qin Chuan's sincerity finally moved Jiang Shui. However, just as he was about to grasp Jiang Shui's hand, a scornful voice erupted from below. Jiang Shui, you little slut, stop dilly-dallying and jump if you have the guts. The familiar and terrifying voice sent Jiang Shui's heart into turmoil, overwhelming her with memories of all the injustices and bullying she had endured, drowning out Qin Chuan's pleas. The venomous curse rendered her heart as cold as ash. Her hand, which was about to touch Qin Chuan's, recoiled as if shocked, and she leaped from the rooftop. Damn, Qin Chuan was filled with rage and despair. He was so close to success. What to do? Without a second thought, he pushed off the ground with all his might, following Jiang Shui into the void. It was about to come to an end. Everything would cease to exist. Jiang Shui opened her eyes, which had shut in fear, wishing for one last glimpse of the world. Instead, she saw a towering figure occupying the sky above, grasping her right arm. Hold on to me. In the instant Qin Chuan leaped out, he caught Jiang Shui, yet they continued to plummet at a terrifying speed. If nothing intervened, the outcome would be fatal for both. However, Qin Chuan was not diving down to meet his demise. He had noticed earlier that the top and second-to-top floors of the teaching building had lightbox frames extending from the walls. If they could grasp the frame, they could be saved. Crack. The elite combat skills bestowed upon Qin Chuan granted him remarkable physical coordination. The powerful elixir had endowed him with 3 times the physical prowess of an average person. Coupled with enhanced vision, Qin Chuan accurately seized the iron frame. The two of them hung suspended in midair, averted from falling. Nevertheless, the sharp iron cut into Qin Chuan's palm, and hot blood dripped down his arm, splattering onto Jiang Shui's cheek, flowing into the corner of her mouth, and seeping into her heart. It turned out that this world had not abandoned her. Qin Chuan, brother, from this moment onward, you are my sky. At that moment, terrified cries erupted from below. Lu Zhiguo was the first to react. Quick, save her. 3 years after graduating from university, Zhang Xiaoyu began working for the Linjiang Provincial Daily. Today, she accompanied an editor from the newspaper to conduct research in Zhuling County. In the morning, her leader had personal matters to attend to, granting Zhang Xiaoyu a half-day off. With nothing to do, she wandered around the county town and happened to be near a vocational high school. Upon hearing that a student was about to jump, Zhang Xiaoyu, with her keen journalistic instincts, rushed over immediately. What she witnessed was the entire scene of Qin Chuan leaping from the rooftop to save Jiang Shui. Retrieving her portable camera, a high-magnification DSLR, Zhang Xiaoyu's excitement flushed her face. On one hand, the perilous rescue of Jiang Shui by Qin Chuan was exhilarating. On the other hand, the Linjiang Provincial Propaganda Department had just deployed the official media of the province to conduct positive reporting on the theme of People's Police for the People, as requested by the provincial leaders. Recently, the Daily had received news of an advanced model named Qin Chuan emerging in Zhuling County. Within just a month, he had apprehended multiple wanted criminals and had consecutively received first- and second-class personal merits. Zhang Xiaoyu had come to research this very matter with her leader. Unexpectedly, before she even met the main subject, she had captured such a shocking photograph. From 6 stories high, a police officer in uniform soared through the air to save a girl from falling. The vivid red blood looked like a flag stained with crimson. Coupled with the officer's resolute and handsome features, he was simply the epitome of a promotional model. Why bother seeking out Qin Chuan? Zhang Xiaoyu resolved to urge her leaders to prioritize this police officer as a key figure for promotion. With this photograph alone, she was confident of being nominated for the National Annual Best News Photography Award. The National Golden Image Award might be a stretch, but she could certainly contend for the Golden Lens Award in news photography. Chapter 49. Do you even deserve to be a teacher? After Qin Chuan and Jiang Shui were rescued, the young girl closely followed Qin Chuan, her gaze resolute and unwavering. The girl who had once existed was no more. From this day forth, the reborn Jiang Shui's life belonged solely to Qin Chuan. Captain Qin, are you alright? Lu Zhiguo was genuinely astonished. Qin Chuan had only been in office for less than 24 hours since his appointment the previous morning, yet, in this brief span, what had Qin Chuan accomplished? First, he had cracked a mysterious murder case, apprehending the suspect in less than an hour at the crime scene. Subsequently, that very evening, he arrested Song Yaozong, a notorious bully from Zhuling County, on charges of provoking trouble. These two events solidified Qin Chuan's standing within the criminal police team and established his authority. Those who serve as detectives typically possess a strong sense of justice, aiming to punish evil and uphold righteousness. However, in Zhuling County, there are individuals who, despite being apprehended, are swiftly released. What kind of person was Song Yaozong? Even when Song Hui was the captain of the criminal police, he would divert his path to avoid him. Yet Qin Chuan, he simply stated he would arrest the man, and indeed, he did. Believe it or not, he is currently residing in the detention center, and today, he had saved yet another student from a suicide attempt. On the rooftop, Qin Chuan had leapt without hesitation, saving not just Jiang Shui's life, but also Lu Zhiguo's faith. For a person like him, charging into danger was a cause worth dying for. Qin Chuan shook his arm. It's nothing serious, just a small cut. Do you need to go to the hospital? Qin Chuan shook his head. There were still matters to attend to. Although Jiang Shui had been rescued, the promises he made to her remained unfulfilled. To the eyes of evil, Liang Guofa, with an evil score of 54, had committed lewd acts against multiple female students, filming videos to blackmail them, accepting substantial bribes from cafeteria contractors, and orchestrating bid rigging during the construction of an office building, leading to a substandard project that resulted in the wrongful death of a teacher who reported him, whose body lay buried beneath the playground. Qiu Guozheng, with an evil score of 39, had repeatedly raped female students and colluded with Liang Guofei in constructing the shoddy office building. Chang Liang, with an evil score of 44, was suspected of gang rape, and drugging, instructing outsiders to threaten and intimidate students. Sun Xiaofeng, with an evil score of 19, secretly filmed students in compromising situations, leading to an abortion for one girl, colluding with outside elements to harm students. None of these four were good individuals. Given the opportunity to confront them, how could Qin Chuan let them slip away? Captain Qin, I am truly grateful, Liang Guofei approached, showering flattery on Qin Chuan. On behalf of the vocational high school, I express my profound gratitude. After speaking, Liang Guofei turned to Jiang Shui. You should return to class with your homeroom teacher and await the school's decision. Though Jiang Shui had faced life and death, she was still just a 17 or 18-year-old girl. In response to Liang Guofei's words, fear instinctively flickered across her face. Principal Liang, you just said decision? Yes, a decision. This little girl has disrupted the normal teaching order of the school, causing such adverse effects and even resulting in your injury, Captain Qin. Rest assured, we will impose severe punishment. Exactly, Vice Principal Qiu Guozheng chimed in. Students like her deserve at least a major demerit, and the entire school should reflect on this. Qin Chuan let out a cold snort. Vice Principal Qiu, do you think this punishment is appropriate? Qiu Guozheng was taken aback. A major demerit was insufficient. Chang Liang sensed a chance to flatter and interjected. Captain Qin, according to school regulations, we could directly expel her. Expel. Liang Guofei and Qiu Guozheng immediately caught on, exclaiming, yes, expulsion, immediately expel her. Liang Guofei cast a covert glance at Jiang Shui, lamenting inwardly. Despite her tragic demeanor, she possessed an admirable figure and was quite beautiful. If expelled, such a wonderful girl might end up being taken advantage of by those scoundrels outside the school. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as there were other students in the school, prettier but from less fortunate backgrounds. Offending Qin Chuan over this matter was not worth it. Qin Chuan gazed at the three before him, nearly laughing in anger. Principal Liang, you just said you would impose severe punishment? Yes, indeed, Liang Guofei nodded vigorously. Principal Qiu, you just mentioned a major demerit? Qiu Guozheng nodded earnestly. Qin Chuan then turned to Chang Liang. Director Chang, you suggested expulsion? For serious violations of school discipline, expulsion is necessary. Very well. Qin Chuan laughed heartily. What a severe punishment, a major demerit, expulsion. Standing closest to Chang Liang, Qin Chuan swiftly delivered a resounding slap to his face. Slap. This action left everyone in shock. What was happening? Hadn't everything seemed fine just moments before? Captain Qin U.S. slap. At this moment, Qin Chuan would not show any leniency, delivering several more slaps that knocked out two of Chang Liang's teeth. A student attempted suicide, and instead of dissuading her, you want to impose severe punishment? A major demerit, expulsion? Slap, slap. Qin Chuan seized Chang Liang by the collar, delivering a series of slaps, one after another. Captain Qin, Captain Qin. Lu Zhigua hurriedly stepped forward to restrain Qin Chuan. Calm down, calm down. Liang Kai was also stunned by Qin Chuan's actions. Was a police officer allowed to hit someone in public? Lu Zhigua, get him cuffed. Huh, Lu Zhigua looked at Qin Chuan in confusion. Wasn't this a bit excessive? Captain Qin, this, Liang Kai stepped forward. Qin Chuan, let it go, this is against protocol. Police officers couldn't just arbitrarily cuff people. In truth, Liang Kai had initially been reluctant to involve himself in Qin Chuan's affairs. He had no vested interest in Qin Chuan, and they were both on their respective paths. As a member of the Bureau's party committee, he had a broader perspective than the average officer. Although Qin Chuan was currently in the limelight, offending Do Sihai and Gao Qingshan could have unpredictable consequences for his future. Liang Kai did not wish to become an enemy of Qin Chuan or become too entangled. He had risen to his current position through his own efforts. However, the scene of Qin Chuan jumping off a building to save someone had genuinely impressed Liang Kai. If it were him, he certainly would not have dared. Thus, Liang Kai sought to defend Qin Chuan. Director Chang, you should also calm down. Captain Qin is just overly agitated, but don't take it to heart. As for that student, I think there is no need for punishment. Later, I will host a gathering to have Captain Qin treat you to drinks, and we can consider this matter settled. Although Chang Liang was not a significant figure, he was adamant about not letting Qin Chuan's public assault slide. Qin Chuan would undoubtedly face repercussions. For instance, Gao Qingshan could easily exploit this incident to make trouble. Even if he couldn't be stripped of his position, receiving a reprimand would be unwarranted. You too much. Chang Liang, unable to articulate clearly, sobbed as another tooth fell from his mouth. Qin Chuan had not anticipated Liang Kai would speak on his behalf, but his actions towards Chang Liang were motivated by more than just Jiang Shui's ordeal. Thank you for your concern, Director Liang, but Qin Chuan delivered another kick to Chang Liang's waist. Liang Kai frowned slightly. Having spoken up, Qin Chuan still resorted to violence, which was quite disrespectful. Lu Zhigua, pull out his phone so we can see what videos he has. Lu Zhigua, the most obedient, stepped forward to retrieve Chang Liang's phone, but the latter desperately resisted. However, injured as he was, Chang Liang could not overpower Lu Zhigua. Hand it over. Moments later, Lu Zhigua opened the phone's gallery and randomly played a video. Upon seeing it, his expression changed dramatically. Chang Liang. You beast. He then kicked Chang Liang in the head. How dare someone like you call yourself a teacher? You have the audacity to be a moral exemplar? Chapter 50 of Director Liang, do you know what lies buried beneath the playground? Lu Zhigua's kick left Liang Kai utterly bewildered. Are the officers of the Criminal Investigation Brigade truly this violent? The deputy captain strikes, and the squad leader joins in. Captain Qin, look. Although Qin Chuan had long discerned through his malevolent insights that Chang Liang was no good, and was aware that he had recorded videos of students being persecuted on his phone, witnessing the footage firsthand ignited an overwhelming urge within him to exact vengeance. Director Liang, please take a look. Liang Kai, perplexed, accepted the phone and casually scrolled through several videos. With each passing moment, his complexion grew increasingly pallid. Moments later, Liang Kai lifted his foot. Chang Liang, what the hell? Ah! Chang Liang was well aware of the incriminating contents on his phone, and as he faced the impending assault, he could only beg for mercy, refraining from uttering any further words. Liang Kai, still unsatisfied after delivering one kick, continued to rain down several more. Ultimately, it was Lu Zhigua who intervened. Director Liang, that's enough. If you keep this up, you might just kill him. That scoundrel. Alright, Lu Zhigua, cuff him and take him back to the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Yes. After subduing Chang Liang, Qin Chuan approached Liang Guofa and Zhou Guozheng. Although they had not seen the visuals during Liang Kai and the others' playback of the videos, they had certainly heard the sounds and comprehended the nature of the recordings. Principal Liang, Principal Chiu, Chang Liang is suspected of multiple charges including drugging, rape, and gang rape. Do you have anything to say? What could Liang Guofa possibly say at this point? The cold sweat on his back had already soaked through his shirt, and beads of perspiration glistened on his balding forehead. He struggled to articulate his thoughts. Captain Qin, I represent the school and fully support the Criminal Investigation Brigade in handling the case. Qin Chuan's gaze shifted towards Zhou Guozheng, who appeared nearly paralyzed with fear. Captain Qin. What a joke. In the video that Liang Kai had just played, the male lead, aside from Chang Liang, was none other than himself. Thud. Qin Chuan produced a pair of handcuffs from his person and presented them before Zhou Guozheng. Principal Chiu, will you put them on yourself, or shall I do it for you? Plop. Captain Qin. Spare me this once. Zhou Guozheng dared not take the cuffs, collapsing to his knees before Qin Chuan. I was merely influenced by that scoundrel Chang Liang, it was just that one time. Captain Qin. Captain Qin. With tears and snot streaming down his face, Zhou Guozheng crawled to Qin Chuan's feet, clutching at his pant leg. Give me one chance. I beg you, just one chance. Thud. Qin Chuan kicked Zhou Guozheng over. A chance? When that girl pleaded for mercy, why the hell didn't you give her a chance? Take him away. This coward, Zhou Guozheng, wet himself as Lu Zhigua placed him in handcuffs. Principal Liang? Hearing Qin Chuan call for him, Liang Guofa jolted to attention. Captain Qin, although Liang Guofa's own misdeeds were no less severe than those of Chang Liang and Zhou Guozheng, he at least had the sense to conceal his transgressions. He had only engaged in lewd behavior without crossing further boundaries, and he had hidden the incriminating videos in a secret compartment in his office, leaving his own phone devoid of any evidence. Qin Chuan could not possibly know, thus, despite his internal trepidation, Liang Guofa remained convinced that he was in the clear. It seems we must undertake a vigorous rectification of the school's moral and academic atmosphere. Yes. Captain Qin, rest assured, we will promptly implement a thorough overhaul. Qin Chuan cast a cold glance at him, snorting disdainfully as he made his way directly to Jiang Shue's homeroom teacher, Sun Xiaofeng. Teacher Sun, do you recall Zheng Fangfang? Sun Xiaofeng, already trembling like a leaf, was utterly terrified. Captain Qin, we were all willing participants, truly, it was a free relationship. I didn't do anything wrong. While Sun Xiaofeng's culpability was indeed lesser than that of Chang Liang and Zhou Guozheng, this scoundrel had colluded with outside ne'er-do-wells to bully his own students and had even surreptitiously filmed their private moments. If he were not stripped of his position and sent away for a few days of reflection, he would remain oblivious to the consequences of his actions. Lu Team Leader, please escort Teacher Sun to the Criminal Investigation Brigade for a chat over tea and life. Understood. Lu Zhigua secured the handcuffs tightly on Sun Xiaofeng, who grimaced in pain. Having dealt with these individuals, Qin Chuan turned to Jiang Shui, speaking softly. Jiang Shui, you see, I told you that I would fulfill my promise. From the moment Qin Chuan slapped Chang Liang, to his apprehension, and then the subsequent arrests of Zhou Guozheng and Sun Xiaofeng, Jiang Shui's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. What the books say is true: good deeds are rewarded, while evil deeds are repaid. Justice is not blind, it merely awaits its time. The young girl, as cheeks flushed with hope and anticipation. Qin Chuan smiled, his expression radiant and pure as light. Amidst the crowd, reporter Zhang Xiaoyu captured the moment of Qin Chuan and Jiang Shui's exchanged smiles. Hope, a feeling known as hope, brought tears streaming down Zhang Xiaoyu's face. Director Liang, there is another performance on the horizon, would you care to witness it? Having witnessed the entire process of Qin Chuan's apprehension of the three individuals, Liang Kai was in awe. With merely a phone, Qin Chuan had brought down 3 offenders. Remarkable, he wielded the momentum of righteousness to overpower them, leaving them with no opportunity for resistance. Captain Qin, there is more to come? However, before that, there are a few minor matters to attend to. After speaking, Qin Chuan approached the remaining students who had yet to disperse. Among the throng, a girl with long hair streaked with blue attempted to retreat into the crowd, her gaze evasive, but Qin Chuan had already spotted her when he had been rescuing Jiang Shui from the rooftop. Where could she hide now? Earlier on the roof, Qin Chuan had managed to dissuade Zhang Shui from jumping, but just as he was about to grasp her, a shout from the crowd had provoked her to leap. What are you doing? The girl, adorned with heavy makeup, a nose ring, and metallic jewelry, resembled a quintessential delinquent. Yet at this moment, her eyes brimmed with terror as she beheld the approaching Qin Chuan, screaming in alarm. My father is the deputy minister of the county's organization department. If you dare touch me, he won't spare you. Qin Chuan let out a cold snort, looking at the girl dressed like a delinquent with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. The eye of Sin Zhaozhenjin, with a sin value of 33, harbored jealousy towards her classmates' appearances, lacing facial cleansers with sulfuric acid to disfigure others, colluding with outside miscreants, bullying classmates, surreptitiously photographing their private moments, aiding in the rape of classmates, and assaulting fellow students to the point of disability. At such a tender age, how could one harbor such malevolence? This young girl's sin value was comparable to that of Chang Liang, even exceeding that of Sun Xiaofang. Take her away. No. Zhao Zhenjin desperately retreated. My father is a deputy minister. Who would dare touch me? Who would dare? You are already 18, if you make mistakes, you must bear the consequences of your actions. Lu Zhigua, fetch an excavator. Lu Zhigua was baffled as to why Qin Chuan required an excavator, yet he harbored no doubts regarding Qin Chuan's orders. At this moment, even if Qin Chuan had requested a fighter jet, he would comply. Director Liang, don't you think the school playground is quite spacious? Liang Kai, unsure of Qin Chuan's intent, nodded. Indeed, it is quite large. But do you know what lies buried beneath this playground? Thud. Before Liang Kai could respond, he was startled by a sound from behind. Turning to see Principal Liang Guofa had tumbled to the ground. Chapter 51. What did you say? The vocational high school in the county was raided. Principal Liang, are you alright? Liang Guofa struggled to rise. I'm fine, just stumbled a bit. Liang Kai glanced at him before turning to Qin Chuan. Captain Qin, you just mentioned, what happened down there? Qin Chuan did not reiterate his earlier statement. Instead, he brought up a case. Director Liang, if my memory serves me correctly, 3 years ago, a teacher from the vocational high school went missing, didn't he? 3 years ago, missing? Liang Kai looked at Qin Chuan with a hint of curiosity. He certainly recalled this case, not only because he had been aware of it but because it had left a deep impression. After all, the disappearance of a tenured teacher had drawn significant attention from the Zhulin County Public Security Bureau. At that time, Liang Kai was merely the head of the urban police station and had yet to join the bureau's party committee. Are you referring to the case of Zhao Yongji's disappearance? Indeed, that's the one. I was involved in the investigation of Zhao Yongji's disappearance 3 years ago. The report was filed by his wife. The circumstances surrounding his disappearance were quite peculiar. He was at school during the day, but vanished after work, and he has not been found since. Zhulin County's economy was not particularly developed. There were hardly any surveillance cameras on the streets, let alone 3 years ago. Liang Kai had led a thorough search of the entire vocational high school but had turned up empty-handed. After more than a month of tireless effort, they had ultimately found no leads. Consequently, the case had faded into obscurity. Director Liang, Qin Chuan, while addressing Liang Kai, kept his gaze fixed on Liang Guofa. Today, this unsolved case might just be resolved. Liang Kai was no fool. Although Qin Chuan was speaking to him, his eyes remained locked on Liang Guofa. Coupled with Liang Guofa's trembling hands and pale complexion, it was evident that he was harboring guilt. Could it be that this case was somehow linked to him? One could not deny that Lu Zhigua's efficiency was remarkably high. Just as the conversation unfolded, a digger arrived from outside the school premises. Captain Qin, the digger is here. If one is insufficient, I can have a couple more brought over. Qin Chuan was highly satisfied with Lu Zhigua's initiative. This was precisely the kind of subordinate he desired. Bring as many as you need. Excavate along the edge of the playground and dig it all up. Understood. Lu Zhigua was unperturbed by anything else. He simply followed Qin Chuan's orders. However, someone was about to resist. Stop. Liang Guofa, who had been trembling with fear moments ago, suddenly found the strength to roll in front of the digger. Qin Chuan. What do you think you're doing? At this point, Liang Guofa realized that Qin Chuan was indeed targeting him. While he was unsure how Qin Chuan had come to know about the incident from 3 years ago, he knew he could not allow Qin Chuan to succeed. Otherwise, he would be left to face dire consequences. What authority do you have to excavate the vocational high school's playground? This was built with county funds. Your actions are tantamount to vandalism of public property. Qin Chuan cast a sidelong glance at him, seemingly unconcerned. The eye of justice could not err. Zhao Yongji's body lay buried beneath the playground. However, Qin Chuan was unaware of the exact location, thus necessitating a complete excavation. Lu Zhigua, cuff him. Yes. Afterward, accompanied by 2 detectives from the first squad, they approached Liang Guofa to place him in handcuffs. Upon realizing that Qin Chuan was serious, Liang Guofa clung desperately to the digger's arm, then turned to Liang Kai for help. Director Liang, Qin Chuan is breaking the law. You cannot stand idly by. Liang Kai furrowed his brow as he regarded Liang Guofa. By protocol, Liang Guofa held a rank slightly above him. Given Qin Chuan's audacity in openly deploying a digger to excavate the vocational high school's playground, if he failed to uncover what he sought, Liang Kai would surely face repercussions should this matter be reported to the county authorities. After all, he was present at the scene were he not. However, Qin Chuan was indeed a remarkable individual. Liang Kai's first encounter with him had been at the Hongguan.at that time. Qin Chuan had merely been a lowly police officer, yet he had managed to bring down the secretary of the county committee and the former captain of the criminal police team. This man was bold and meticulous, while some of his actions appeared reckless. In truth, he had a knack for making adversaries retreat, just like Cheng Liang and Xiao Guozheng moments ago. Thus, Liang Kai chose to disregard Liang Guofa and stepped closer to Qin Chuan. Captain Qin, how confident are you in this matter? Though Liang Kai was not well acquainted with Qin Chuan, the eye of justice indicated that he was not a villain. If he were not a villain, then he was not an enemy of Qin Chuan. Director Liang, rest assured, I stake my badge's honor on the certainty that something lies beneath. Liang Kai gazed earnestly into Qin Chuan's eyes, which reflected nothing but candor and sincerity. All right. Initially, Liang Kai had not intended to align himself too closely with Qin Chuan. However, the latter's zeal for justice and decisive demeanor earned Liang Kai's admiration. What moved Liang Kai most was the moment Qin Chuan had leaped from the rooftop to save Jiang Shui. He had truly disregarded life and death. This was the essence of a police officer's duty and mission. Qin Chuan's actions awakened Liang Kai's long-dormant passion for justice. Moreover, the case surrounding Zhao Yongji had been a lingering thorn in his side. Little did anyone know that he and Zhao Yongji had been childhood friends, having grown up as neighbors. As Liang Kai visibly sided with Qin Chuan, Liang Guofa's eyes darted toward the teachers and students who had gathered around. Teachers and students of the vocational high school, come quickly. The police are about to commit murder. The surrounding teachers and students exchanged glances, but none dared to step forward. They were all too familiar with Liang Guofa's character, a petty man through and through. He rewarded those who offered him gifts with lighter teaching loads and allowed them to take leave at will, while those who did not comply were burdened with the heaviest tasks and received the least bonuses. Several female teachers had even faced harassment from him, and as for the students, they had all witnessed how this principal had behaved when Jiang Shui had jumped from the building. How could they possibly come to his aid? Seeing that his cries bore no fruit, Liang Guofa clung tightly to the digger's arm. Qin Chuan, just wait, I will report you to the county committee. You wait. Lu Zhigua stepped forward, seizing Liang Guofa's wrist, and several police officers swiftly apprehended him. Bang, an elbow discreetly struck Liang Guofa's abdomen, causing him to see stars, leaving him unable to utter another sound. Enough noise, get him out of the way and bring in the digger. As Qin Chuan commenced the excavation of the playground, news of his arrest of Cheng Liang, Zhou Guozheng, and others swiftly spread. Outside the Xing'an City Public Security Bureau. Secretary Gao, I must say, it had to be you. Had I been alone, this collective second-class merit would likely have been squandered, Zhou Mingyi remarked, lighting a cigarette for Gao Qingshan while throwing in a compliment. Gao Qingshan waved his hand dismissively. Qin Chuan, although young, impulsive, and immature, he does possess some investigative prowess. We should head back. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Gao Qingshan was speaking, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was the office director. Yes, it's me. What did you say? A moment later, Gao Qingshan's expression darkened as he hung up the phone. Zhou Mingyi, sensing something amiss, inquired, Secretary, what happened? Qin Chuan has taken down several leaders from the vocational high school in one fell swoop. Zhou Mingyi was left speechless. Chapter 52. Are you Qin Chuan? What audacity! When Gao Qingshan received the news, Qin Chuan was on the vocational high school's playground, directing 3 excavators in turning over the soil. Lu Zhigua was brimming with enthusiasm for his work. Over here, dig a bit deeper. Excavate closely over there, working side by side, leaving no gaps. In truth, Qin Chuan did not wish to create such a commotion. However, there was no alternative. The eye of evil had merely indicated that Liang Guofa had buried someone beneath the school playground, yet it failed to specify the exact location. Thus, Qin Chuan had no choice but to commence the excavation from one side, working in parallel until the body was unearthed. Consequently, the scene, initially intended for a rescue from a suicide attempt, had transformed into a large-scale construction site. The roar of the excavators echoed incessantly, while students, having been sent back to class, occasionally peered out from their windows. Jiang Shui had also been escorted back to her classroom at Qin Chuan's behest. Yet, the subsequent events did not signify the conclusion of the matter. Zhao Zhenjin, taken back to the criminal police brigade, had scarcely settled into her chair in the interrogation room when she divulged everything. This included, but was not limited to, the bullying of Jiang Shui, her deliberate actions causing a classmate's disfigurement, instructing outside individuals to assault fellow students, and collecting protection fees, all recounted with crystal clarity. Captain Qin, Zhao Zhenjin has implicated a total of 7 individuals. For students and 3 outsiders, should we proceed with arrests? The officer in charge of interrogating Zhao Zhenjin was Captain Dong out of the 3rd Squad. Upon confirming the situation, he promptly called Qin Chuan for guidance. Of course, arrest them. What, should we let them go home for the new year? Dong Hao knew that arrests were necessary, but the reason for his call to Qin Chuan was his trepidation regarding certain matters. Captain Qin, Zhao Zhenjin's father is the deputy director of the county's organizational department. Among the 4 classmates she named, 3 have parents working in the county committee, including the nephew of the director of the Civil Affairs Bureau and the daughter of the deputy director of the Education Bureau. Stop. Qin Chuan, on the other end of the line, did not conceal his volume. Captain Dong, do any of these connections have any bearing on their crimes? I don't care whose sons or daughters they are, or who their relatives and friends are. As long as they have committed a crime, you are to apprehend them. If you hesitate to act, I will have Lu Zhigua make the arrests. If he can't manage it, I shall go myself. I refuse to believe they are more difficult to apprehend than Song Yaozong. After saying this, Qin Chuan hung up the phone and turned to Liang Kai, who stood beside him. This Dong Hao is not a bad fellow, just overly cautious and prone to second-guessing. What could Liang Kai say? After all, he was from the criminal police brigade, not the district police station. However, he understood Qin Chuan's approach. As a newcomer to the criminal police brigade, Qin Chuan urgently needed a competent and obedient team. Lu Zhiguo was evidently the first to gain Qin Chuan's trust. As for Dong Hao, he was the next individual under Qin Chuan's scrutiny. This operation served as the pledge of loyalty that Qin Chuan had requested from Dong Hao. On the other end of the phone, Dong Hao was acutely aware of this, yet, he found himself in a dilemma. To make arrests would incur the ire of certain county leaders. To refrain from acting, that was a person who dared to confront Song Yaozong. Could he afford to provoke such power? The excavation continued unabated, with Lu Zhiguo even procuring 2 additional excavators in the afternoon. Now, a total of 5 machines were in operation, having excavated nearly 80% of the playground. However, nothing had been uncovered. At this moment, the sun was on the verge of setting, and within an hour, darkness would envelop the area. Liang Kai cast a curious glance at Qin Chuan. The latter remained composed, quietly observing the rumbling machines on the playground. Despite the extensive area that had been excavated, they had yet to discover anything. Yet, Qin Chuan exhibited no signs of anxiety. From noon until now, Liang Kai had received over a dozen calls. There were inquiries from the Public Security Bureau Chief Zhou Shueshi, the County Mayor Chen Mingguang, the Deputy County Mayor in charge of Education Duan Chuanguang, and several department heads from the county committee, both principal and deputy. All were inquiring about the situation on site. Liang Kai, unfazed, relayed the information truthfully. Captain Qin, it will soon be dark. Not to worry, Liang, the sun will rise again tomorrow. Liang Kai smiled slightly, clearly understanding that Qin Chuan grasped the deeper implications of his words, indicating that there was more at stake than merely the weather. In a little while, someone may arrive to inquire, he warned. Qin Chuan smiled nonchalantly. Thank you for your concern, Liang. I thought they would wait until the excavation was complete before coming, but it seems they cannot contain themselves. Liang Kai offered a wry smile. It seemed that Qin Chuan was aware of everything. Today, Qin Chuan had turned the vocational high school upside down. The school leadership comprised 3 individuals: Principal Liang Guofa, Vice Principal Zhou Guozheng, and Director of Education Chang Liang. Yet, within the span of a morning, 2 had been apprehended while 1 awaited his fate. Yulin County was a small place, with only a handful of prominent figures in the county seat. Everyone was familiar with one another. Therefore, the weight of personal connections was significant. Since Qin Chuan had come to the vocational high school and successfully saved Jiang Shui, it would have sufficed for him to leave without causing further trouble for others. However, having sought out trouble, Chang Liang and Zhou Guozheng were indeed deserving of their fates. Nonetheless, one would expect at least a notification to the Education Bureau, a call to the Deputy County Mayor in charge of education, to report to the higher-ups. Yet, instead of any formalities, they proceeded to arrest individuals outright and even brought in 5 excavators to dig up the vocational high school's playground. During the day, no one came to create a disturbance, partly because Qin Chuan had just apprehended Song Yaozong the night before, and everyone was still grappling with the unfolding situation. Additionally, they were unaware of what Lu Chuan was seeking beneath the playground. However, as the day passed and the excavation neared completion without any discoveries, some could no longer remain patient. Thus, it was only natural that inquiries would arise. As the 2 spoke, a brand new Santana drove through the school gates. Upon seeing the license plate, Liang Kai immediately recognized who was arriving. He informed Qin Chuan, the Deputy Director of the Education Bureau, Wang Bing, is here. Qin Chuan glanced over as the vehicle came to a halt. A middle-aged man of average build, clutching a briefcase, approached with an expression of fury as he surveyed the excavated playground filled with pits. Liang Guofa. Have you lost your mind? This playground was just renovated a few years ago. Who gave you the audacity to dig it up? Seeing Wang Bing's arrival, Liang Guofa nearly wept with joy. Director Wang, please help us. Grasping Wang Bing's arm like a lifeline, he exclaimed, the police are about to commit murder. He then vividly recounted Qin Chuan's actions from the morning until now. Director Wang, you must stand up for us. This Captain Qin has no evidence, yet he has arrested Director Chang and Vice Principal Chiu. Furthermore, he directed his subordinates to take away the daughter of Deputy Minister Zhao from the organizational department. Oh, and also the nephew of Director Guo from the Civil Affairs Bureau, and your daughter what? Wang Bing was momentarily stunned. What was happening? His own daughter had also been arrested. Why had no one informed him? Who is Qin Chuan? Who? Qin Chuan, who had been observing the spectacle from the side, stepped forward casually. I am Qin Chuan. You are Qin Chuan? Wang Bing's face contorted with rage. You have the audacity. Chapter 53 Captain Qin, how do you explain this? Wang Bing had been in a meeting at the county committee all day. While returning to his unit after the meeting, he received a notification from the director, stating that police were at the vocational high school, using excavators to tear up the playground. The director had commanded, and as the deputy, Wang Bing had no choice but to comply. Moreover, the vocational high school had always been his point of contact, so it was only natural for him to handle the situation. However, Wang Bing was no fool who in Julin County did not know the name of Qin Chuan, and who was Song Yaozong, a person whose mere stamp of a foot could send tremors throughout Julin County, someone deserving of respect from both the county magistrate and the secretary of the county committee. Yet, this formidable figure had been sent to a detention center by Qin Chuan during the break at the county committee meeting today. The topic of conversation among everyone was precisely this matter. Furthermore, reliable information had emerged, suggesting that Qin Chuan was a person of considerable background, merely in Jilin County to gain grassroots experience and would not stay for long. As soon as Wang Bing stepped out of the car, he recognized Qin Chuan. However, he pretended not to know him and sought information through Liang Guofei instead. In Wang Bing's view, whether Qin Chuan had flipped the playground or pushed down the teaching building had nothing to do with him. Could the excavation of the vocational high school playground be considered a trivial matter? The director had not come in person but sent him instead, which indicated that something significant was at play. Nevertheless, Wang Bing was genuinely unaware that his daughter had been arrested. This touched his sore spot. Qin Chuan, you may be formidable and possess connections, but I, Wang Bing, neither embezzle nor break the law. What can you do to me? Isn't the higher-ups eager for me to be the scapegoat? Very well, I shall take on that role today. Let us see how you, Captain Qin, fare against me. However, Wang Bing could not directly mention his daughter. He was well aware of her behavior at school, often getting into fights with the children of several officials. While it was somewhat inappropriate, it was merely bullying classmates. Besides, his daughter was not foolish, she only picked on those without power or influence, who could do anything about it. Qin Chuan had some admiration for the individuals behind Wang Bing. They evidently understood that Wang Bing was not a significant issue and were aware that he had arrested his daughter. They had chosen their scapegoat wisely. Director Wang, you may inquire about my courage from those I have apprehended. Qin Chuan remarked. Wang Bing was disinclined to engage in idle chatter. Who gave you the right to vandalize school property? You are breaking the law under the guise of law enforcement. Do you possess a search warrant? Do you have authorization? You have nothing. You've summoned a few excavators to run amok, and I can sue you. Qin Chuan cast a glance at him. No need to sue. You may arrest me, Wang Bing. How am I supposed to arrest just one person? Isn't the sheer insolence. Indeed, Qin Chuan was being brazen. He had made up his mind, if the individuals he faced posed no problem for him, he would act unrepentantly. If they did pose a problem, all the better, he would directly arrest them. Just then, the last intact section of the playground was finally uprooted by 5 excavators. Liu Zhigua hurried over, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Captain Qin, there is nothing to report. This situation was becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Liu Zhigua's heart raced anxiously. Could it be that Captain Qin was mistaken this time? If he truly was wrong, then Liu Zhigua knew that once Qin Chuan faltered, his own fate would not be much better. After all, he was merely the vanguard for Qin Chuan in today's affair. Had he perhaps pledged his allegiance too soon? Laughing heartily, Wang Bing, who had been left on the sidelines, exclaimed, Qin, just you wait, you're finished. Nothing was found, you're done for. As soon as Qin Chuan fell, his daughter would be released from the criminal police unit. A mere section-level official thought he could treat himself as a significant player. Liang Kai, who had been present at the scene, began to harbor doubts. Could it be that Qin Chuan had erred? After all, the playground had been thoroughly excavated, yet nothing had been discovered. At that moment, 4 or 5 cars drove into the school entrance in succession. Liang Kai's eyes flickered. The lead vehicle belonged to Deputy County Magistrate Duan Chuanwang, followed by officials from the Education Bureau, Organization Department, Finance Bureau, and the County Committee Office. This was indeed a grand spectacle. Upon seeing this, Wang Bing's spirits lifted. Qin, Deputy County Magistrate Duan has arrived. Let us see how you handle this. With a cold snort, he swiftly dashed over to open the car door. Deputy County Magistrate Duan, but Qin Chuan did not need to guess. He knew that a complaint was being lodged. However, let them complain. Did he care? Duan Chuanwang was of modest height, with a notable belly, appearing to be in his 40s. He walked with a slight wobble, yet had a certain presence. Approaching Qin Chuan and Liang Kai, he didn't even glance at Qin Chuan but instead addressed Liang Kai. Director Liang, what is going on in your police department? Wang Bing just mentioned that you began excavating the vocational high school playground without any proper documentation or permission. Do you know that this playground was built only 3 years ago, costing the county's finances over 7 million? This is the hard-earned money of the people of Jilin County. Is it really acceptable for you to just say dig and then dig? Liang Kai, not only the director of the urban police station but also a member of the County Police Bureau Committee, was undoubtedly a deputy section-level official. Naturally, Duan Chuanwang sought to converse with him as his superior. As for Qin Chuan, he was merely a lowly section-level cadre. If it weren't for the fact that he had apprehended Song Yaozong and the rumors of his connections, Duan Chuanwang would have long since skinned him alive. Not being foolish, Liang Kai understood Duan Chuanwang's intentions, but he knew the deputy magistrate had not acted improperly. He was indeed in a position of authority over Qin Chuan. Deputy County Magistrate, the situation is as follows. 3 years ago, a teacher from the vocational high school, Zhao Yongji, went missing, and we have yet to locate him. We received credible intelligence suggesting that Zhao Yongji may have been harmed, and his body is likely buried beneath this playground. In front of others, Liang Kai would not elaborate so clearly. However, as the Deputy County Magistrate, Duan Chuanwang deserved the necessary respect. You're talking nonsense. At that moment, Liang Guofei jumped up, appearing far more spirited than he had in the afternoon. Director Liang, open your eyes and take a look. Qin has had the playground excavated, and yet, where is the body? What have you found? Nothing at all. I must go to the county committee and report you. Liang Guofei, a section-level official, pointed at Liang Kai in a fit of fury, and no one dared to speak against him. At this moment, Liang Kai found it difficult to respond. After all, Liang Guofei spoke the truth. The playground had been excavated, yet nothing had been discovered. Principal Liang, don't be so hasty with your words. If the first excavation yielded no results, we can simply excavate again. Qin Chuan understood that it was time for him to step in. Deputy County Magistrate, greetings. I am Qin Chuan, the deputy captain of the criminal police team, currently executing a task. Duan Chuanwang remained impassive, nodding slightly. I know you. You've received 2 personal commendations within a month. Quite the promising young talent, however. Duan Chuanwang gestured toward the ravaged playground, his tone somewhat stern. Captain Qin, how do you explain this? Chapter 54. Qin Chuan's explanation amounted to nothing more than the act of binding individuals. The appearance of Duan Chuanwang at the vocational high school, precisely when the excavation on the playground was completed without discovery, was no mere coincidence. When Jiang Shui left from the building, someone reported the incident to him. Duan Chuanwang was also aware of Qin Chuan's activities at the playground. However, what concern was that of his? Had Qin Chuan merely been an ordinary police officer seeking merit for his work instead of apprehending Song Yaozong last night, Duan Chuanwang would have had no interest in him whatsoever. Yet, the situation had changed. He was oblivious to Qin Chuan's true background. Duan Chuanwang had ascended from a village chief to his current position through careful prudence and a talent for obfuscation, ensuring he offended no one. He had never engaged in the power struggles between Gao Qingshan and Chen Mingguan. This time he made an appearance because Gao Qingshan had called him to come and take a look. With some members of the county committee set to retire by year's end, a position for an executive vice-county head would become available. Whether Duan Chuanwang could be elevated to that role hinged significantly on Gao Qingshan's influence. The other party had subtly mentioned this matter, and Duan Chuanwang realized that if he did not make his intentions known soon, the opportunity might slip away. Report, County Head Duan. The criminal investigation team is conducting an initial thorough search of the vocational high school's playground based on credible intelligence. This phase has now concluded, and we are set to commence the second round. Qin Chuan stood at attention and saluted. Since the other party was adopting a formal approach, he would reciprocate. In any case, he could not afford to provide anyone with ammunition against him in matters of etiquette. Qin Chuan's style of investigation was indeed swift and decisive, but that did not imply he aimed to alienate everyone in the process. County Head Duan, this is mere quibbling. If the first round yields nothing, shall we proceed to a third? Liang Guofa's heart raced in his chest. Only 2 individuals knew the events of that year, and the other party had no reason to betray him. After all, he was complicit as well. If they continued to dig, they might indeed unearth something. At that juncture, he would be at a complete loss as to how to explain himself. Thus, Liang Guofa endeavored to obstruct the proceedings. However, Qin Chuan had no intention of acquiescing to his wishes. The information provided by the Eye of Evil could not be erroneous. Today, he would excavate 3 feet into the ground to uncover Zhao Yongji's remains. Principal Liang, your assertion is misguided. Qin Chuan gestured toward the playground. 3 years ago, vocational high school teacher Zhao Yongji vanished without a trace. Now that we have a lead, why do you persist in resisting? Is it possible, Principal Liang, that Zhao Yongji's disappearance is somehow connected to you? Liang Guofa's expression tightened in alarm. You are speaking nonsense. County Head Duan, see? Qin Chuan is slandering me. Duan Chuanwang cleared his throat. Captain Qin, refrain from making accusations without evidence. Understood, County Head Duan. Qin Chuan recognized that confronting Duan Chuanwang was futile. He remained a superior, and it was prudent to maintain politeness. Principal Liang, whether anything of significance lies beneath the playground is not for you to decide, nor is it for me. However, we must excavate to ascertain the truth. Your insistence on obstructing further digging leaves me unconcerned. The crux lies in your obligation to consider County Head Duan's position. With leadership present, we must ensure a thorough investigation, leaving no stone unturned. Otherwise, if we fail to clarify matters today, what if further complications arise in the future? Are you not digging a pit for County Head Duan? Upon uttering this, Duan Chuanwang's gaze shifted to a hint of uncertainty. Qin Chuan's words struck a chord. If there truly were incriminating materials beneath the playground, failing to clarify matters today could lead to dire repercussions later. He would find himself unable to cleanse his name, even if he plunged into the Yellow River. At the very least, he risked being labeled as an ineffective overseer. No, County Head Duan, please listen, that is not my intention. Truly, Liang Guofa stammered, pointing at Qin Chuan. You. Who are you pointing at? Qin Chuan stepped forward to Duan Chuanwang. County Head Duan, my sources of information are exceedingly reliable. I implore you to grant me a little more time. I will ensure this case is resolved thoroughly. Duan Chuanwang listened to Qin Chuan's words without offering a direct response. Qin Chuan understood that he was deliberately waiting for a commitment from him. Should the investigation yield results, he would follow through accordingly. However, if it did not, Qin Chuan would need to have a plan in place. County Head Duan, rest assured, should the investigation prove fruitless, I will assume full responsibility. Only then did Duan Chuanwang nod. That was precisely the assurance he sought. With someone willing to take responsibility, matters would become far more manageable. Yet, before he could voice his agreement, a sarcastic inquiry echoed from behind. Captain Qin, your words come easily enough. How do you propose to assume responsibility if nothing is uncovered? Qin Chuan turned to find a balding middle-aged man in a gray short-sleeve shirt making the remark, who is this? What right does he have to interject? Captain Qin, this is Deputy Minister Zhao from the Organization Department. Lu Shigua, sensing Qin Chuan might not recognize him, promptly whispered a warning. Ah, that clarifies the situation. Earlier that morning, he had apprehended the man's daughter. Perhaps this was a vendetta. Nevertheless, as others spoke, Qin Chuan could only engage in verbal sparring. What authority does this Zhao have before me? the eye of evil, Zhao Yunhu, with an evil value of 44, had impersonated another to gain university admission 20 years prior, hired his nephew to murder the impersonator 5 years ago, and assisted his daughter Zhao Zhenjin in concealing her bullying, disfigurement of classmates, and other transgressions. Lu Zhigua, restrain this balding man. What? Not only was Zhao Yunhu taken aback, but Duan Chuanguan, Liang Guofa, Liang Kai, and even Lu Zhigua, who received the order, were all left bewildered. What is happening that warrants such an arrest? Zhao Yunhu laughed heartily. Qin, do you think you are someone of consequence? You believe you can simply arrest whomever you wish? I do not consider myself anyone of note, but apprehending you is well within my capabilities. Captain Lu, why do you hesitate? The pressure shifted onto Lu Zhigua's shoulders. Currently, Qin Chuan, a deputy captain of a criminal investigation team, was ordering him to arrest the deputy minister of the county committee in front of a vice-county head and a member of the county bureau's party committee. What should he do? To execute the command, his future could very well be ruined. To refrain from executing it. Lu Zhigua recalled everything Qin Chuan had done from the previous day to now. An hour spent solving a murder case, he had directly apprehended Song Yaozong, and this morning, he had recklessly leaped from a rooftop to save Jiang Xui. To hell with it, if he dies, he dies. With such a leader, I, Lu Zhigua, am all in. Years later, when someone asked the now provincial police chief Lu Zhigua what the most correct decision of his life had been, he would answer without hesitation. That night, I followed Captain Qin's orders and arrested a man named Zhao Yunhu. Snap. Deputy Minister Zhao, my apologies. Zhao Yunhu offered no resistance, raising his hands as Lu Zhigua cuffed him and led him before Duan Chuanguan. County head Duan, you see? Qin Chuan is abusing his authority, unjustly handcuffing a current county committee cadre. If we do not address this, what regard will there be for the rule of law? Chapter 55, Breaking News. Only 2 hours remain. Lu Zhigua has truly apprehended Zhao Yunhu. A single stone has stirred 1,000 waves. Excellent, excellent. Liang Guofa silently applauded in his heart that he was all too familiar with who Zhao Yunhu was. How could he possibly be unaware of Zhao Zhenjin's antics at school? The incident where Zhao Zhenjin added sulfuric acid to a classmate's facial cleanser was captured on surveillance. During the investigation, it was a clear case of both crime and evidence present. Yet, not only did Liang Guofa fail to take action, he even actively assisted in exonerating her. That surveillance footage now rests securely within the confines of his home safe. Why? It is solely due to Zhao Yunhu. When Qin Chuan ordered Zhao Zhenjin's arrest that morning, Liang Guofa had anticipated Zhao Yunhu's retaliation. Now, it was evident that Qin Chuan had not only clashed with Zhao Yunhu but had even proceeded to handcuff him in front of deputy county head Duan Chuanguan. Liang Guofa felt an urge to celebrate his own cleverness, setting aside Zhao Yunhu's capable brother-in-law in Xing'an City. One must also consider the implications of offending Duan Chuanguan. Qin Chuan was clearly lacking in discernment. At that moment, Duan Chuanguan's expression was far from pleasant. Zhao Yunhu's earlier question was, in fact, a proxy for his own concerns. He had asked Qin Chuan what responsibilities he would assume should nothing be unearthed beneath the playground. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan had proceeded to handcuff him. What did this imply? Was he to conclude that Duan Chuanguan's inquiries could also warrant handcuffs? Did he believe the police station was his personal domain, free to detain whomever he pleased? Liang Kai also discerned Duan Chuanguan's displeasure and, as a member of the police bureau's party committee, felt compelled to speak up. Qin Chuan, what are you doing? He then turned to Lu Zhigua and urged, Lu Zhigua, quickly release Minister Zhao's cuffs. However, having resolved to follow Qin Chuan's lead, Lu Zhigua had no intention of heeding Liang Kai's words. True, he held a leadership position, but he was not directly in command of Lu Zhigua. Hierarchies mattered little in the face of immediate authority, thus Lu Zhigua's gaze shifted to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, in turn, was quite pleased with Lu Zhigua's stance. Shaking his head to signal for restraint, he turned and stood at attention, saluting. Officer Liang, the arrest of Zhao Yunhu is unrelated to any inquiries he may have posed. My reason for detaining him is due to his suspected involvement in hiring a hitman. Gasp, at Qin Chuan's declaration, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. What was happening? Zhao Yunhu, hiring a hitman. At this juncture, both Liang Kai and Duan Chuanguang's gazes shifted towards Zhao Yunhu. Qin, you lie, you are slandering me with baseless accusations. I will sue you for defamation. I will report you to the county committee. Enough, Zhao Yunhu, cease your theatrics. Let us set aside your daughter's misdeeds for now. Surely you haven't forgotten the name Sun Biao? Gulp, upon hearing Qin Chuan utter that name, Zhao Yunhu's words faltered, his countenance transforming into one of sheer shock and disbelief. Qin Chuan continued, Zhao Yunhu, or rather, I should refer to you as Sun Biao. Surely you recall the incident from 20 years ago when you assumed Zhao Yunhu's identity to gain admission to university? 5 years ago, when the matter resurfaced, you hired your own nephew to eliminate the original Zhao Yunhu. Now, I wonder, if I were to apprehend your nephew, do you think he would confess? You. Zhao Yunhu's face turned ashen with terror. This matter, only he and his nephew were privy to it. How on earth did Qin Chuan come to know? Liang Kai and Duan Chuanguang, upon observing Zhao Yunhu's expression, understood that Qin Chuan's assertions were likely accurate. As for the university impersonation, that fell under historical circumstances. In those times, retaking the college entrance examination was not prohibited. Some exploited the loopholes in policies, seeking out students who had dropped out to assume their identities and participate in the exams anew. Qin Chuan then approached Duan Chuanguang directly. County head Duan, I believe significant progress regarding Zhao Yunhu's involvement in hiring a hitman will manifest shortly. The criminal investigation unit will provide you with a detailed report at that time. Qin Chuan noted that he could report, as Duan Chuanwang oversaw education and did not directly manage the police bureau. Grateful he had refrained from allowing Zhao Yunhu further dialogue, Duan Chuanwang patted Qin Chuan on the shoulder. Now that we have a lead, there is no need for you to report the remaining matters to me. Handle your affairs professionally. Yes. Having secured Duan Chuanwang's cooperation, Qin Chuan turned to Lu Zhigua, return him to the Criminal Investigation Unit and notify Team 2 to immediately apprehend Zhao Yunhu's nephew. Understood. Lu Zhigua's face flushed with excitement. This was immensely satisfying. What did it matter if he was the deputy minister of the county committee? He had been apprehended, and what could be done about it? Damn it, my brother Qin is formidable. Having spent a lifetime as a criminal investigator, Lu Zhigua had never experienced such exhilaration. Let's go. Yet, Zhao Yunhu could no longer move, collapsing entirely to the ground. Bring a few people to carry him away. The other leaders from various departments who had accompanied Zhao Yunhu were now sweating profusely. Why had they come? To apply pressure on Qin Chuan regarding their own children or nephews, who had been apprehended earlier that morning. They had thought to collectively confront Qin Chuan, believing the matter trivial. After all, children at school often engaged in harmless roughhousing. Was that not normal? However, now, who dared to approach? Each of them had their own skeletons in the closet. Should their secrets come to light? County Head Duan, I have pressing matters at home. I must take my leave. County Head Duan, there is a document at the office that requires revision. I too shall depart. County Head Duan. Within moments, the vehicles that had accompanied Duan Chuanwang sped away without a trace. Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, monkeys behaved as such. Even the slaughtering of a chicken could render them obedient. At that moment, Duan Chuanwang finally scrutinized Qin Chuan closely. Youthful. This was the most immediate impression Qin Chuan left on him. Full of vigor, he exuded a spirit of tenacity and determination, his eyes bright and brimming with confidence. Qin Chuan, you are quite impressive. This was a heartfelt compliment from Duan Chuanwang. Throughout the proceedings, despite appearing to have the numerical advantage, neither Deputy Director Wang Bing from the Education Bureau nor Deputy Minister Zhao Yunhu had managed to gain the upper hand. In fact, Zhao Yunhu's arrest had sent the others fleeing in fear. Qin Chuan had maintained a demeanor that was neither servile nor overbearing, grounded in reason and evidence. What seemed like reckless behavior was, in fact, underpinned by meticulous planning. Indeed, to capture numerous wanted criminals and receive 2 commendations within a month would undoubtedly bolster County Head Chen's support for his promotion. This Qin Chuan was quite capable. Qin Chuan had not anticipated Duan Chuanwang's praise. Thank you, County Head Duan, for your kind words. However, before he could finish his sentence, Duan Chuanwang interrupted. I am here today at the behest of Secretary Gao. Therefore, Duan Chuanwang gestured towards the chaotic playground before them. You must provide an account for this. Moreover, your time is limited. Secretary Gao is currently en route back. Duan Chuanwang raised his hand to check the time. You have a maximum of 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan immediately grasped the implication of Duan Chuanwang's words. This was a clear indication that he wished to distance himself from the matter, attributing all responsibility to Secretary Gao. Chapter 56, A Critical Moment. The skeletons emerged. Thank you, Director Duan. This expression of gratitude from Qin Chuan was genuine. He was truly unaware that Gao Qingshan had returned from Xing'an City and that the latter would arrive in just 2 hours. The act of employing an excavator to dig up the vocational high school's playground was neither trivial nor monumental. However, Qin Chuan had not followed any official procedures, which rendered his actions decidedly unlawful. If someone were to seize upon this point, say, if Gao Qingshan himself were to arrive on site and halt Qin Chuan's excavation, then Qin Chuan would find himself at a loss. Initially, Qin Chuan had presumed that Duan Chuanwang's presence was intended to prevent him from continuing the excavation, as the timing of his arrival was particularly fortuitous, just after Qin Chuan's first wave of digging had concluded with no discoveries. However, it now appeared that Duan Chuanwang was merely sent by Gao Qingshan to buy time. Should Duan Chuanwang succeed in halting Qin Chuan's efforts, it would indeed be a fortuitous outcome. Yet, if he failed, it would matter little. The moment Gao Qingshan arrived, Qin Chuan's position could be swiftly revoked. The rationale was straightforward. He had engaged in illegal actions without any formal authorization, conducting destructive excavation on the vocational high school's playground. Once Qin Chuan's position was rescinded, the question of whether there were any bodies beneath the playground would be of little concern to anyone. Chen Mingguang might care, but since the first wave of excavation had yielded nothing, once the playground was refilled, even if Qin Chuan were aware that Liang Guofa had committed murder, without a body to provide evidence, he would have no chance of vindication. Duan Chuanwang waved his hand dismissively, saying, there is no need for thanks, your own performance has saved you. Enough, you should expedite the excavation, time is of the essence. Understood. Qin Chuan turned and called out, Lu Zhigua. I don't care what methods you employ, bring me 10 more excavators. Half an hour later, 15 excavators roared to life, digging into the playground. However, after an hour had passed, there was still no sign of any findings. Team Leader Qin, this is already the 3rd wave. The 15 excavators had turned over the entire playground to a depth of nearly 2 meters, having churned through it 3 times. Standing at the edge, Qin Chuan furrowed his brow. The information provided by the Eye of Sin must be accurate. He was certain of this. Given ample time, he could sift through every inch of soil in the playground to uncover the body. Yet now, he was acutely aware that time was slipping away, with only 20 minutes remaining until the 2-hour mark mentioned by Duan Chuanwang. Although a final effort could yield another round of digging, they had already excavated 3 times. Was another round likely to reveal clues? Something felt amiss. He could not act recklessly. As Qin Chuan approached the edge, surveying the playground that now resembled a cultivated field, he suddenly noticed the two basketball hoops still standing in the distance. Have they excavated beneath those two basketball hoops? The surrounding areas have all been dug out. Only the bases remain. The workers were concerned that if they dug them out, the hoops might collapse. Enough with the excuses. Move the hoops and start digging. Yes. With that, Lu Zhigua directed the excavators to begin work on the two basketball hoops. Meanwhile, Liang Guofa, who had been anxiously awaiting Gao Qingshan's arrival, felt a surge of dread upon hearing Qin Chuan's orders regarding the hoops. He nearly collapsed in despair. Oh, Secretary Gao, if you don't arrive soon. Just then, Liang Guofa, his eyes welling with tears, noticed a black Passat slowly driving into the school entrance. He leapt up, exuberantly shouting, Qin Chuan, stop, quickly stop, Secretary Gao is here, Secretary Gao is here. Duan Chuanguang and Liang Kai exchanged glances with Qin Chuan before hastening to prepare for the reception. Liang Kai inwardly sighed. Given Qin Chuan's persistence, it was possible that Zhao Yongji was indeed buried beneath the playground. While he too yearned for revenge on Zhao Yongji, the arrival of Gao Qingshan signified a fundamental shift in the situation. The vehicle came to a steady stop before the assembled group. Duan Chuanguang stepped forward, opening the rear right door, and respectfully announced, Secretary Qingshan. Gao Qingshan nodded, disembarking at a leisurely pace. Thank you, Director Duan, for making the trip. It is of no consequence. Secretary Qingshan has rushed back from Xing'an City without regard for the fatigue of travel to arrive at the scene at the earliest opportunity. Springwang has much to learn from you. Gao Qingshan nodded again, clearly appreciative of Duan Chuanguang's words. However, this did not imply satisfaction with Duan Chuanguang's performance. Had he done his job well, Gao Qingshan would not have needed to make this trip. Thus, he merely remarked on the hardship, implying that while there was effort, there was no merit. Secretary Qingshan. Liang Guofa, seizing the moment as the two concluded their conversation, rushed forward, nearly kneeling before Gao Qingshan. You must take a stand for us. Team Leader Qin from the Criminal Investigation Unit is digging up the vocational high school playground without any permits or authorization, under the pretense of baseless accusations, and has publicly arrested our vice principal, the director of education, a teacher, and several students. This is madness. Simply outrageous. Just now, he even took away Deputy Minister Zhao Yunhu from the organization department. Such blatant disregard for the law. Secretary Qingshan, you must advocate for us. With tears streaming down his face, Liang Guofa bore no resemblance to a principled school leader. He appeared more akin to a belligerent, quarrelsome woman. Despite his disdain, Gao Qingshan found Liang Guofa's succinct account of Qin Chuan's alleged transgressions somewhat useful. Enough, look at you, crying and whimpering, what a sight. Bamboo Grove County has rules and laws. No one is above the law. Yes, indeed, what Secretary Qingshan says is true. Liang Guofa watched closely behind Gao Qingshan, his posture straightened, his gaze filled with malice as it bore down on Qin Chuan, as if he wished to devour him whole. Qin Chuan, observing Gao Qingshan approach, sighed inwardly. It would not be easy to navigate this situation. However, when Gao Qingshan drew near, he did not spare Qin Chuan a single glance, ignoring him entirely, and instead focused on Liang Kai. The impression was clear. Gao Qingshan was not here for Qin Chuan at all. Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback, then forced a bitter smile. To attain the position of county party secretary, Gao Qingshan was certainly no fool. This small gesture made it evident to Qin Chuan that, in the eyes of the county party secretary, a cadre with a mere departmental rank, despite wielding real power, was nothing more than an inconsequential figure unworthy of notice. Gao Qingshan could easily dismantle him without expending much effort. A single word would suffice. Liang Kai, what is going on with your police department? Immediately cease these unlawful actions, and handle the relevant personnel at once. I want a report from Zhou Shueshi this evening. Well, now Qin Chuan was considered one of the relevant personnel. Liang Kai rubbed his hands together, eager to plead, Secretary Qingshan, we have intelligence, Where did this intelligence come from? Is it credible? It's merely the ramblings of someone. Enough, implemented immediately. Boom. Just then, a deafening crash interrupted Gao Qingshan's words. In the distance, the previously upright basketball hoops collapsed in a thunderous crash. Lu Zhigua's voice rang out, high-pitched and piercing, Team Leader Qin, bones, there are bones under the basketball hoop. Chapter 57 Capturing individuals in the presence of Gao Qingshan. How exhilarating! Upon hearing these words, Liang Guofa felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly losing consciousness. In the distance, Lu Zhigua came charging over like a colossal monkey, brandishing his arms. Bones, Team Leader Qin, we've unearthed bones. Qin Chuan's expression froze. He had not anticipated such a fortuitous discovery at the last moment. Liang Kai was equally astonished. Had they truly found bones? The onlookers, including Deputy County Chief Duan Chuanguang and County Party Secretary Gao Qingshan, exhibited a myriad of expressions, yet, at this moment, none uttered a word. The shift in circumstances had surpassed everyone's expectations. Qin Chuan had arranged for personnel to toil on the playground for an entire afternoon, having excavated the area 3 times to a depth exceeding 2 meters, yet yielding no findings. Even Lu Zhigua, who had previously held unwavering faith in Qin Chuan, began to waver. However, no one could have foreseen that, upon Gao Qingshan's arrival at the scene, bones would emerge. Everyone understood Gao Qingshan's intent for being there. It was directly aimed at Qin Chuan. According to the original narrative arc, Qin Chuan should have already been stripped of his position, awaiting his fate. But with the actual discovery of bones, the situation had transformed entirely within the bureaucratic system. Regardless of one's rank, all must adhere to the established rules of the game. Even Gao Qingshan, as county party secretary, could not intervene in the police's investigation. Without bones, there would be no evidence. As the head of Zhulin County, Gao Qingshan's words commanded attention, yet now, faced with evidence, even the highest-ranking officials must step aside. Qin Chuan raised his hand to adjust his collar and properly donned his police cap, bypassing Gao Qingshan without so much as a glance. He stood before Liang Kai and announced, "Report to committee member Liang Kai, Criminal Investigation Team Qin Chuan, conducting an investigation here, please advise." Liang Kai cleared his throat awkwardly. Qin Chuan had deliberately disregarded Gao Qingshan, a fact that did not escape Liang Kai's notice. It was reminiscent of Gao Qingshan's earlier dismissal of Qin Chuan. However, the former was a county party secretary, while the latter was merely a deputy head of the criminal investigation team. Nonetheless, despite his relatively low rank, Qin Chuan had apprehended individuals of no small significance. "Proceed according to protocol," Liang Kai instructed. "Understood." Qin Chuan turned and approached Duan Chuanwang, standing at attention to salute. "County Chief Duan, per higher directives, the criminal investigation team is to conduct the investigation in accordance with established procedures." Duan Chuanwang nodded but remained silent. What more was there to say? This individual reported to Liang Kai, reported to himself, but neglected to inform Gao Qingshan. What was the meaning of that? Thus, he could only wave his hand dismissively. However, truth be told, he held a certain admiration for Qin Chuan's boldness. Youth should possess the vigor of youth, regardless of whether one was a county party secretary. Ignoring him was a bold move. What could he do about it? Yet, were he in Qin Chuan's position, it would have been prudent to seek Gao Qingshan's guidance at this moment. This was not merely a matter of respect for Gao Qingshan, but rather a respect for the mechanisms within the bureaucratic system. Although everyone could see Gao Qingshan's targeted animosity towards him, it had yet to be overtly displayed. Moreover, seeking Gao Qingshan's advice would not genuinely confer him any honor but could be seen as a form of provocation or humiliation. "So, you wish to undermine me? Well, look at this." The esteemed county party secretary personally intervenes, and not only can he not undermine me, but he is compelled to support me. Do I ask you, is that not delightful? "Qin Chuan, you are indeed youthful." Yet, in the next moment, Qin Chuan compelled Duan Chuanwang to regard him with newfound respect. He turned with a serious demeanor, striding purposefully toward Gao Qingshan. Coming to a halt, he executed a crisp salute. "Report to Secretary Gao, I am deputy head of the criminal investigation team Qin Chuan, currently executing a mission. The principal of the vocational high school, Liang Guofa, is suspected of colluding with the construction team 3 years ago to murder the missing teacher Zhao Yongji and bury the body beneath the basketball hoop on the playground. The body has now been discovered, and my team is prepared to arrest the suspect. Liang Guofa, please advise, Secretary Gao." The words "please advise" were shouted with particular emphasis. Though Gao Qingshan's emotions were tumultuous, he maintained an impassive exterior. At this juncture, he could not allow personal feelings to surface. Faced with Qin Chuan's ostensible request for guidance, which was, in reality, a show of strength, he could only fulfill his duty. "Very well, please proceed according to judicial protocols and ensure the continuation of the case investigation." "Understood." Qin Chuan stood at attention once more, saluting before making a beeline for the now crumpled Liang Guofa. He is coming with vengeance." In Liang Guofa's eyes, at this moment, Qin Chuan bore a striking resemblance to a demon. Qin Chuan approached Liang Guofa with a cold smile, whispering in his ear, "Liang Guofa, I promised Jiang Shui that none of you would escape." Lu Zhigua, who had been following closely behind Qin Chuan, responded loudly, "Present." "Arrest him." "Yes." In a distant classroom, the glint of handcuffs seemed to illuminate Jiang Shui's bright eyes. The world, after all, is a beautiful place. Justice has always existed. Similarly moved by the unfolding events was Zhang Xiaoyu. It turns out he is Qin Chuan. He is the exemplary officer from Zhulin County that Zhang Xiaoyu had initially intended to interview. Initially, Zhang Xiaoyu felt that the accounts of Qin Chuan's exploits were somewhat exaggerated. What with capturing child traffickers during matchmaking, tearing apart wanted criminals in the street, getting stabbed and sent to the hospital, bravely confronting multiple violent offenders, single-handedly dismantling criminal dens, and receiving second- and third-class commendations within just a month of joining the police force. Was he even human? But now, Zhang Xiaoyu was convinced that very night, she not only witnessed Qin Chuan risk his own life, leaping from a building to save Jiang Shui, but also observed his unwavering spirit in seeking the truth behind the murder case, undeterred by power. When Zhou Shui and the others arrived, Gao Qingshan and Duan Chuanwang had already departed. The head of the county bureau appeared utterly bewildered. What was happening? How had another murder case emerged? Hadn't they just resolved one the previous morning? Moreover, could Qin Chuan not give a heads up when making arrests? A vocational high school teacher was one thing, but students were another matter entirely. The deputy principal was taken without a second thought, and the deputy minister of the county party organization department, was he simply arrested as well? Does this kid not realize that Zhao Yunhu oversees the evaluation of all county-level officials? I must show some courtesy, and now, to top it off, the principal of a vocational high school, a position on par with mine, has been apprehended. When Zhou Shui learned from Liang Kai that not only had Qin Chuan made an arrest, but he had done so in front of the deputy county chief and the county party secretary, he was even more astonished. Upon discovering that Qin Chuan dared to challenge Gao Qingshan publicly, Zhou Shui could only utter one phrase: impressive. You are truly impressive. The things I would never dare to do, you have accomplished. But seriously, is the county chief aware of your audacity? After gathering the details, Zhou Shui immediately called Chen Mingguang, who was still in Xing'an City, to provide a thorough report. After a brief silence, the response from the other end was simply, "We fully support Comrade Qin Chuan's work." Chapter 58 Qin Chuan, you made the newspaper, today is destined to be a sleepless night. Zhao Yongji's remains have been discovered, but solving the case requires time. It was only around 4 in the morning, as dawn began to break, that Qin Chuan found a moment to doze off. However, before 6 o'clock, he was roused by the incessant ringing of his phone. Caller ID, Lin Yuding. Hello. His voice, weary and languid, immediately signaled to Lin Yuding that Qin Chuan was still half asleep. Qin Chuan, you lazybones, what time is it? Still in bed? Get up right now. You're in the newspaper. In the county committee courtyard, Gao Qingshan has a commendable habit of brewing a strong cup of tea as soon as he arrives at work each day. Sipping his tea, he peruses the morning editions of the Linjiang Provincial Daily and the Xing'an Evening News. In his own words, as the county party secretary, it is imperative to remain informed about the interests of the city and provincial party secretaries. This way, his work has a solid foundation, and his life has direction. Today, the front page headline of the Linjiang Daily features a report on Governor Lin Ruiqing's research visit to the Public Security Bureau. Gao Qingshan reads it word for word. The overarching message is that in recent years, the public security conditions in Linjiang province have steadily improved, leading to a more stable and prosperous life for its citizens. Such achievements are attributed to the relentless efforts and sacrifices of the dedicated police force, the spirit of the police, characterized by their fearlessness in the face of hardship, fatigue, and danger. What he refers to as the three fears spirit must be upheld. There is a strong emphasis on promoting the core socialist values and highlighting the commendable deeds of exemplary police officers. Gao Qingshan, drawing upon his experience, knows without a doubt that the second page of the newspaper will feature a report on exemplary police officers. If the deeds are remarkable, it could very well take up an entire page. If they are more average, it would likely consist of several different accounts, probably 4 individuals, each receiving a small segment, accompanied by commentary in between. Clang, just as he opened the second page of the newspaper, Gao Qingshan's teacup shattered on the floor. How is this possible? Simultaneously, in the offices of County Mayor Chen Mingguang, Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary Zhou Mingyi, Deputy County Mayor Duan Chuanguang, and Police Chief Zhou Shueshi, all the leaders accustomed to reading the newspaper first thing in the morning wore expressions of utter disbelief upon flipping to the second page of the Linjiang Daily. Awoken from his slumber, Qin Chuan groggily climbed out of bed, shaking his head to clear his mind. Lin, my dear beauty, your joke is not amusing at all. A newspaper, what could he possibly have done to warrant such coverage? Honestly, I'm not joking, Lin Yuding insisted on the other end of the line, holding today's Linjiang Daily. Alongside her was Xin Shusha. The two women had shared a bed the previous night and were still lounging under the covers, their 4 snowy white legs playfully tangled. Xiao Chuanzi, Yuding is telling the truth. Your heroic rescue yesterday was reported in the Linjiang Daily. Qin Chuan paused, momentarily taken aback. He recognized Xin Shusha's voice. Could it really be true? After all, the events of his rescue were still fresh, and they were far away in Xing'an City. It seemed impossible for them to be aware of it. Wait for me. I'll go get a copy of the newspaper. After hanging up, the two women continued to gaze at the newspaper. Why didn't I ever notice how handsome Xiao Chuanzi is? Lin Yuding said nonchalantly, not caring about the blanket slipping to reveal her form, her eyes sparkling at the photograph. What is this, my dear Lady Lin? Are you actually developing feelings for Xiao Chuanzi? Is that so wrong? He is single now, and who can dictate such matters between a man and a woman? Xin Shusha covered her face. Is that really how you interpret a man and a woman alone together? However, have you noticed how much Qin Chuan has changed over the years? I am beginning to like him a bit indeed. It's as if he has transformed into an entirely different person, yet there is one thing that remains unchanged. What is that? The sense of distance. Despite his willingness to joke around with us, I can distinctly feel that he is intentionally maintaining some distance. Xin Shusha blinked. It seems you're right. In another suite at the Sheraton Hotel in Xing'an City, 2 young men huddled together, looking furtively. Did you arrange for this newspaper? Nonsense. That kid is so full of himself. Why would I help him? Then who did? At the Linjiang Provincial Daily. Xiaoyu, you did an excellent job this time. It is rich in content and depth, especially that candid photograph you captured. This morning I heard the Secretary General say that Governor Lin personally praised it highly. As for this exemplary case of Qin Chuan, you will be responsible for following it closely from now on. We must unearth his achievements and highlights. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded enthusiastically. Rest assured, I will fulfill this task. After leaving the office, Qin Chuan washed his face, feeling significantly more alert. Xiao Zhan, please fetch me a copy of today's Linjiang Daily. Understood. 5 minutes later, as Qin Chuan gazed at the photograph of himself saving Jiang Shui featured on the second page of the newspaper, a peculiar sense of unfamiliarity crept over him. Wow, am I really that handsome? Ding ding ding. The phone rang, and Qin Chuan checked to see it was Wang Shuebing. Director Wang, what instructions do you have? Instructions? I just saw the Linjiang Daily. You made the newspaper, all thanks to your excellent guidance, Director. I'm grateful for your support. Cut that out. When are you coming back? I owe you a drink. After ending the call, Wang Shuebing shook his head in disbelief. This kid has only been away from the station for a few days and has already made it into the provincial newspaper. The coverage included not only Qin Chuan's rescue of Jiang Shui but also his courageous acts in tearing apart wanted criminals and solving gruesome murder cases. However, without a doubt, the moment he dashed down 6 flights of stairs to save Jiang Shui was the most exhilarating. The photographer's skills were exceptional, capturing Qin Chuan's determined gaze and reckless spirit perfectly. Coupled with his striking features, it truly was the ideal promotional photograph for a police officer. Moreover, the timing was fortuitous. It coincided with Governor Lin's visit to the Public Security Bureau, which called for the promotion of the three fears spirit and the celebration of outstanding police officers' deeds. Shortly thereafter, Qin Chuan's phone began ringing incessantly. His mother was calling, sobbing uncontrollably and inquiring about his well-being. There were also classmates, leaders, and friends. A full-page feature in the Linjiang Daily had spread his story far and wide. In the detention center, Song Yaozong, who had been confined for 2 days, was beginning to feel restless. He contemplated whether he should find someone to help him get out. As for Qin Chuan's claim of 10 days nonsense, he had already entered. He had saved face. What more could he want? However, just moments ago, upon seeing the Linjiang Daily, that thought vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. He actually found himself appreciating his time here. It was the first time in his life he had read the Linjiang Daily, the first time he pondered the meaning of life, the first time he slept in a large dormitory. The first time he urinated in front of over 20 people. Suddenly, Song Yaozong felt as though he had gained some profound insight. Perhaps staying here wasn't so bad after all. 10 days, could it be too short? Chapter 59. Sudden incident. Mother in a car accident returning to Xing'an City. At the auspicious KTV, Lu Rumei gazed at the photograph in the newspaper and remarked, "To be honest, it's quite a handsome capture." Qin Chuan, already possessing striking good looks, was further complimented by the photographer's impeccable timing and angle. The addition of the police uniform made Lu Rumei feel as though she had already begun to flourish. Song Yaozong had previously mentioned that Qin Chuan had significant connections, and it now appeared that these connections were indeed substantial. If she could establish a rapport with such an individual, Lu Rumei contemplated that her trump card, the formidable Schwanger, might soon come into play. However, if that were to falter, she was confident in her own merits. With Qin Chuan's appearance and status, he was undoubtedly worthy of her. Team leader Qin, you've made the newspaper. In the Criminal Investigation Brigade, Lu Zhigua brandished a copy of the Linjiang Province Daily, exuberantly calling out in the corridor as if he himself had graced the pages. Enough with the ruckus. Has Liang Guofa been interrogated yet? Qin Chuan responded to Lu Zhigua with a nonchalant demeanor. Yet, it was precisely this casualness that evoked envy from others, particularly from team leaders Sun Haoming and Dong Haod. Often, when a leader criticizes you, it is not genuine reprimand but rather a sign that they consider you one of their own. Clearly, among the Criminal Investigation Brigade, Lu Zhigua was the only one whom Qin Chuan regarded as part of his inner circle. This was also a deliberate spectacle for Sun Haoming and Dong Haod to witness. Both of them were commendable in their own right. Sun Haoming sought to shine but often lagged behind Lu Zhigua, while Dong Haod, meticulous and overly contemplative, prioritized caution over the potential for deeper trust from their leader. As a newcomer, Qin Chuan required the support of his team, particularly from the 3 team leaders. Lu Zhigua's performance, especially yesterday, had greatly pleased Qin Chuan. Team leader Qin, the interrogations are complete. I employed a few tactics, and he revealed everything. We also apprehended the foreman from the construction team involved in the murder. He has just been brought in, and we're waiting to finalize the records before transferring him. Excellent, ensure the follow-up work is thorough. As the acting deputy captain, Qin Chuan no longer needed to micromanage. Upon returning to his office, just as he intended to catch a few more moments of rest, he suddenly recalled the system's rewards. Having captured so many individuals yesterday, his merit value had surely increased. Ding, congratulations, host, for capturing Zhao Yunhu, rewarded with 44 merit points. Ding, congratulations, host, for capturing Qiu Guozheng, rewarded with 39 merit points. Ding, congratulations, host, for capturing Liang Guofa, rewarded with 54 merit points. By the end of the afternoon and evening yesterday, combined with the previously accumulated 2 merit points, Qin Chuan now had a total of 289 merit points in his system account. Excitedly rubbing his hands, he was ready to commence another round of lottery draws. Summoning the system's lottery wheel, Qin Chuan internally exclaimed, "Lottery!" The vibrant wheel expanded in his mind, swiftly spinning. Stop. Moments later, the red pointer settled in the blue sector. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the skill Enhanced Olfaction. Enhanced Olfaction, a primary skill, augments the host's ability to discern scents. This was promising. Akin to enhanced vision, it was another skill that heightened sensory perception. Continue the draw. The colorful wheel spun once more, and this time, Qin Chuan waited a considerable while before calling for a halt. The red pointer landed on the red sector. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a card. A skill upgrade card. The skill upgrade card, a one-time use item, could elevate a primary skill to a secondary one. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. This upgrade card was indeed beneficial. Among the skills he had drawn from the system, only the elite combat skill was at the secondary level. The others, long-distance tracking, evidence analysis, criminal investigation, enhanced vision, and enhanced olfaction, were all primary skills. After pondering which skill to upgrade for quite some time, Qin Chuan still couldn't make a decision. Forget it, I'll decide when the need arises. After all, the card won't expire. The subsequent days passed in tranquility. Qin Chuan devoted all his energy to familiarizing himself with the Criminal Investigation Brigade. In the interim, he received a call from the county publicity department, requesting his presence in Xing'an City on Saturday for an interview regarding the commendable deeds of police officers. Upon checking the calendar, he realized it coincided perfectly with his planned high school reunion in Xing'an City. After reporting to the bureau, Deputy Director Lin, who also received the notification and mentioned that he and Zhou Shueshi would be attending the city event as well, prompting Qin Chuan to prepare accordingly. Originally, Qin Chuan intended to return home on Thursday afternoon. Having not visited home since starting work, this trip to Xing'an City would also allow him to see his mother. Following the reunion on Friday night, he would attend the interview on Saturday. However, plans often faltered. On Monday afternoon, while dining in the canteen, Qin Chuan received a call from a neighbor in Xing'an City. "Chuanzi, you need to come back quickly, your mother has just been in a car accident." A deafening buzz filled Qin Chuan's head, and he felt a wave of darkness wash over him. His mother had been in a car accident. For Qin Chuan's mother, her son had only recently started working, having been away from her side for just over a month. Yet, in this life, Qin Chuan had not seen his mother for 10 years. In his previous life, he had been whisked away by a dump truck immediately after his release from prison, with no chance to see his mother. How could his mother have been in an accident this time? He recalled that during his previous life, his mother had never experienced such a calamity. After a moment of panic, Qin Chuan forced himself to regain his composure. Being far away in Julin County, he realized that he was of little help. However, a classmate working at the hospital in Xing'an City might be able to assist. While rushing out, Qin Chuan dialed the phone number of a high school friend employed at the First People's Hospital. "Old Chen, my mother has just been in a car accident. The neighbor said she was taken to the first hospital. Can you please check on her?" Chen Bing had been more than just a high school friend. They had attended elementary and middle school together, with Qin Chuan's mother having watched him grow up. By the time Qin Chuan entered prison, Chen Bing was already the deputy director of the first hospital in Xing'an City. "Don't worry, I'm here, just stay calm," Chen Bing reassured him. Upon seeing Qin Chuan rush out, Lu Zhigua and the three team leaders immediately followed suit. "Team leader Qin, what happened?" "My mother was in a car accident. I need to go to Xing'an City. Son, help me request a leave of absence. Full Dong, watch over the station. Lu Zhigua, drive me to Xing'an City." In those days, there was little distinction between public and private vehicle use, so Qin Chuan directly requested Lu Zhigua to use the Criminal Investigation Brigade's vehicle for his journey. Such vehicles were registered, and speeding wouldn't incur fines, making the trip more convenient. On the way, Qin Chuan called his neighbor again to inquire about his mother's condition. However, they were also uncertain, only stating that she had been taken to the hospital. A car accident? How could his mother have been in a car accident? Yet, fretting would serve no purpose. All he could do was await news from Chen Bing. Knowing Qin Chuan was anxious, Lu Zhigua drove with urgency, pressing the accelerator to the limit. 2 hours later, at the orthopedic department of the First People's Hospital in Xing'an City, she is fine, her right leg is fractured, and she has abrasions on her right arm. She has just undergone surgery and received a cast. Chapter 60 Intentional Collision. Who is the culprit? After listening to Chen Bing's account, Qin Chuan let out a profound sigh of relief. "Old Chen, thank you. There's no need for formalities between us. Just drink a couple more at the gathering the day after tomorrow. By the way, I have a matter to attend to. Why don't you go visit Auntie? Speaking of which, I saw you in the Linjiang Daily a few days ago. You've really made a name for yourself, a people's hero." "Hero? Nonsense, it's merely a stroke of good fortune. Otherwise, I'd probably have met my demise while saving someone from a jump." "Enough of that. Hurry and visit Auntie." Once Chen Bing departed, Qin Chuan slowly opened the door to the hospital room. Some individuals truly stand apart. Chen Bing had arranged for a private room. Zhang Huizhen initially mistook her visitor for a doctor, but upon turning around, she found it was her son. "Mom." The utterance of this single word nearly brought tears to Qin Chuan's eyes. 10 long years apart. Before him stood his mother, still resembling her middle-aged self, a stark contrast to the previous life when he had seen her hair turn gray and her eyes filled with weariness and despair during his incarceration. "Xiao Chuan? Why have you returned?" Zhang Huizhen's face lit up with surprise. "Did Auntie Chen inform you? I assured you there was nothing to worry about, just a fracture. Look, I'm fine now, aren't I?" Qin Chuan approached the bedside, taking his mother's hand. Unlike in his previous life, her hands bore fewer calluses and wrinkles. "Mom, does it hurt?" "Not at all, they administered anesthesia, so I feel no pain whatsoever." "You traveled all this way for such a minor issue. What about your work?" "I'm perfectly fine. You must return home this afternoon, do you hear?" "No worries, I've already taken leave from the office. Besides, I have an event to attend here on Saturday, so I won't be going anywhere these days, just keeping you company." "What do you need to keep me company for? I'm doing just fine." "Yet, you must prioritize safety while working. That building is so tall, how could you dare to jump?" In Zhang Huizhen's eyes, the wish for her son to hold a high office paled in comparison to her desire for his lifelong safety. Qin Chuan, however, could not linger with his mother for long. He needed to investigate the circumstances surrounding her accident. Upon exiting the hospital, Qin Chuan made a phone call. "Old Lu, what's the situation?" Lu Tao, a classmate from both high school and university, remained in Xing'an City after graduating from the police academy. Unlike Qin Chuan, whose father worked in a different field, Lu Tao's father was part of the Xing'an City police system, allowing him to directly enter the bureau after graduation. "I inquired through some contacts. The driver responsible for the accident fled the scene. The traffic police are currently investigating, but no results have emerged yet." "Fleeing the scene of an accident? Is there any surveillance footage?" "Yes, there is." "Chuanzi, this accident is rather unusual. You should come here directly." Unusual. After hanging up, Qin Chuan instructed Lu Zhigua to drive him straight to the Xing'an City Police Bureau. Half an hour later, Qin Chuan finally understood why this accident was deemed unusual. The incident occurred at an intersection not far from Qin Chuan's home, where pedestrian and vehicular traffic was light. At the time of the accident, Qin Chuan's mother was crossing the street with their neighbor, Aunt Chen, after grocery shopping. They were walking side by side on the sidewalk when the pedestrian signal was green. Suddenly, a vehicle sped toward them without any sign of slowing down, heading straight for Zhang Huizhen. Fortunately, Aunt Chen noticed the oncoming vehicle and pulled Zhang Huizhen back just in time. The vehicle grazed Zhang Huizhen's right leg, resulting in only a fracture. Lu Tao pointed at the video footage. Had Aunt Chen not pulled her, the vehicle would have collided with Aunt Zhang directly, and at that moment, after watching the video, Qin Chuan broke out in a cold sweat. It was so close, just a hair's breadth away from never seeing his mother again. Who could it be? Names flashed through Qin Chuan's mind: Gao Qingshan, Dosihai, Jia Juanhao, Wu Jianzhong, Song Yaozong, Jia Yunhu, Liang Guofa. His mother had already retired and spent her time dancing in the square with a few neighbors, having no enemies to speak of. As for those who had sought his demise in his previous life, they had not harmed his mother for many years, so there was no reason for them to act now. Among the remaining suspects, Jia Juanhao and Wu Jianzhong had been apprehended, making any retaliation against him impossible. As for Song Yaozong, if he wished to keep his secrets, it would make more sense for him to target Qin Chuan directly rather than his mother. Thus, the only ones with the means to hire a hitman and still remain at large were Gao Qingshan and Dosihai, both of whom he had crossed in the past. Gao Qingshan's henchman, Jia Juanhao, had been captured by Qin Chuan. On the night of the buried body incident at the vocational high school, Qin Chuan had confronted him directly. However, it seemed implausible for Gao Qingshan, the county party secretary, to resort to hiring a hitman. He had ample legitimate methods to deal with Qin Chuan without resorting to violence against his family. Thus, Dosihai emerged as the most likely suspect. Qin Chuan had dismantled the criminal stronghold of Xinhai Mining in Changning Town, resulting in the arrest of more than a dozen of Dosihai's associates, effectively crippling his influence. Furthermore, with the Red Pavilion under investigation, Dosihai had lost two of his closest confidants, along with the former head of the criminal police, Song Hui, and the county party secretary, Sun Tao. Dosihai harbored a deep-seated hatred for Qin Chuan. He had every motive to seek revenge and the capability to execute it. Damn it! Just then, Lu Tao's phone rang. Have they located the vehicle? Great, I'm on my way. After hanging up, Lu Tao pulled Qin Chuan along. Chuanzi, we haven't caught the driver yet, but we have found the vehicle involved in the accident. 30 minutes later, in the self-built housing area of Qingfeng village, Qin Chuan found the car that had caused the accident. Officers from the Xing'an City High-Tech Zone Traffic Police were present, having located the vehicle based on the surveillance footage. However, the driver remained elusive. Lu Tao communicated with the officers while Qin Chuan donned a pair of gloves and opened the car door. Hiss. The moment he inhaled, Qin Chuan sensed something was amiss. A faint scent of blood lingered within, along with an odor that was somewhat familiar to him. Possessing heightened olfactory sensitivity, Qin Chuan was particularly attuned to various scents. Initiating his crime scene investigation skills, activating visual enhancement, finally, he discovered bloodstains in the glove compartment of the passenger seat. The white glove gently pressed against the fresh blood. Qin Chuan had previously observed the exterior of the car, noting distinct collision marks on the right front, stained with dried blood, evidence that must have come from his mother at the moment of impact. But why was there also fresh blood inside the vehicle, and that familiar scent? A thought struck Qin Chuan, and he crawled out of the car, scanning the surrounding buildings warily. Under the enhanced vision, every detail he surveyed appeared magnified. Suddenly, a metal gate of a self-built house caught his attention. Chapter 61 of the haunting presence of the ghostly killer, 2 lives sacrificed. On the iron door handle, a bloodied fingerprint was unmistakably visible. As Lu Tao and the others observed Qin Chuan exit the vehicle, he made a beeline for a self-built house. What's the matter, Chuanzi? Qin Chuan raised his right hand, signaling, stay back. Something's amiss. Instinctively drawing his sidearm, the tension among the group escalated upon witnessing this action. What could possibly warrant such a response? Although Qin Chuan held the position of deputy captain in the criminal police force, his authority ceased at the borders of Zhuling County. Outside of its jurisdiction, he had no enforcement powers in Xing'an City, making his act of drawing a weapon a breach of protocol. Yet, the urgency of the situation overshadowed such concerns. He picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it over the wall. The absence of barking dogs prompted him to cautiously push open the iron gate. It was unlocked, creaking open. Before him lay a corpse sprawled across the courtyard. The shock of Lu Tao and the accompanying traffic officers was palpable as their eyes widened in horror. Qin Chuan, what's going on? The driver responsible for the accident, Qin Chuan indicated towards the lifeless body, pointing at the car keys embedded in its waist, stabbed in the neck, severed carotid artery. Death by exsanguination. Who killed him? Qin Chuan sniffed the air. The familiar scent grew increasingly distinct, yet, obscured beneath the overwhelming stench of blood, he struggled to recall the identity of the perpetrator. Old Lu, called a criminal investigation brigade. ILL check inside the house. The interior was sparsely furnished, but what captivated Qin Chuan's attention was a person bound to a chair. The individual was deceased, all fingernails had been brutally extracted, teeth littered the floor, and a dagger was lodged in their chest, blood seeping out slowly. The time of death appeared to be no more than 10 minutes prior. Upon entering, Lu Tao discovered another corpse, his breath quickening in panic. Old Lu, you stay here, the victim has just expired, I need to step outside. The killer had recently departed. If Qin Chuan pursued immediately, he stood a good chance of catching up. Additionally, the body in the chair bore numerous marks left by the assailant. The manner of execution, combined with the familiar scent that struck Qin Chuan, brought to mind an individual he had encountered at the Xinhai coal mine. That elusive figure, the ghostly killer. However, back then, Qin Chuan had only recently acquired the system, with limited opportunities for drawing lots, and his combat prowess was significantly inferior to what it was now. Thus, he had allowed the adversary to escape. At this time, he vowed to apprehend him at all costs. Without waiting for Lu Tao to contact the criminal investigation brigade, Qin Chuan dashed out, following the alleyway. Based on the timeline of the events, the ghostly killer had first slain the driver, followed by the brutal murder of the man in the room. After viewing the footage from the accident scene, Qin Chuan had surmised that Dosihai orchestrated the crash to eliminate his mother. Now, with a lead on the ghostly killer, his conjecture was confirmed. After all, the ghostly killer had come to the Xinhai coal mine to negotiate business. It seemed plausible that the killer had executed the driver to silence him. The man in the room had undoubtedly endured horrific torture prior to his demise. The ghostly killer, emerging from a pile of corpses, sought to deliver lethal strikes. Therefore, it was likely that the torment of the man in the room was aimed at extracting information from him. Of course, these were merely Qin Chuan's deductions. The truth would be revealed upon capturing the ghostly killer. Suddenly, Qin Chuan skidded to a halt. He discovered that the alley where the accident occurred was a dead end. However, this alley was quite distant from the main road, extending over 1,000 meters. Due to its narrowness, it had taken Qin Chuan and his companions nearly 10 minutes to drive in. Yet, the ghostly killer had only just committed murder. A mere 10 minutes ago, the deceased had just breathed their last. If the assailant had exited the alley, Qin Chuan should have encountered him en route. Yet, upon entering, he had not seen a single shadow. This is bad. Qin Chuan turned on his heels, sprinting back. The killer had not vacated the scene after the murder. He had been too hasty and had fallen victim to the shadows. Lu Tao. You must not come to harm. However, upon returning to the self-built house, he witnessed a bloodied hand reaching out from the threshold. Although the face was obscured, Qin Chuan recognized the watch on the wrist. Lu Tao. Rushing through the door, the sight before Qin Chuan ignited a fury within him. Two traffic officers lay motionless on the ground, a pool of blood beneath them. Lu Tao lay supine, a sharp knife embedded in his abdomen. A figure turned back from the wall, locking eyes with Qin Chuan. Dragon Country. At that moment, Qin Chuan could not abandon Lu Tao to pursue. In a flash, Qin Chuan activated his tracking skill once more, closing in on the fugitive. Previously, in an effort to capture Sun Tao, he had relinquished the tracking skill he had on the ghostly killer. Otherwise, the moment the killer had entered the vicinity of 100 kilometers around Qin Chuan, he would have been detected long ago. This oversight led to the current predicament. Qin Chuan cursed himself for his lack of experience. As a result, Lu Tao lay gravely injured, and the other two traffic officers. With just a glance, Qin Chuan, adept in forensic investigation, discerned that the two officers were beyond saving. Their chests showed no signs of rising and falling, and a significant pool of blood lay beneath them. They were gone. Damn it, ghostly killer, this time, Qin Chuan, will ensure you are torn to shreds. I will not even don my uniform. In his mind, a three-dimensional map materialized, tracing the swift escape of the ghostly killer. Concurrently, the wailing of police sirens echoed from outside the door. The Xing'an City Criminal Investigation Brigade had finally arrived. Leading the charge was Brigade Chief Qian Guobin. Qin Chuan, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Qian Guobin, Qin Chuan felt a surge of relief. Chief Chen. Quickly, call for an ambulance. The murderer has fled. I will pursue. After entrusting Lu Tao to Qian Guobin, Qin Chuan took a running leap, vaulting over the wall in pursuit. Among the arriving team members, a middle-aged man approached the fallen traffic officer, checking his pulse. The carotid artery had been severed, and there were no signs of life. Who's he? Chief Qian, my brother is dead. Upon hearing this, Qian Guobin immediately passed Lu Tao to another officer. Zhang Hu? Dead. This traffic officer had previously worked in criminal investigations but had transferred to traffic duty after being injured in an operation. His brother was Qian Guobin's right-hand man, the captain of the first squad of the Xing'an City Criminal Investigation Brigade. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan followed the tracking information in his mind, relentlessly pursuing the ghostly killer. At this moment, a volcano of emotions erupted within Qin Chuan. This was the first time he had witnessed colleagues fall before his very eyes. Guilt, rage, and regret coalesced within him. If only he had been more attentive moments ago, perhaps 2 lives could have been spared. Chapter 62, Is my life as a police officer of the Dragon Country worth only 1 million? Upon leaping over the wall, Qin Chuan quickened his pace. In his mind, Gui Jianqiu had already fled over 1,000 meters. Moreover, the opponent's movements were exceedingly elusive. Originally, Gui Jianqiu had been sprinting westward towards the crime scene, but after vaulting the wall and navigating a few turns, he had completely veered off course, now situated in an alley to the east of the. Had it not been for his skill in tracking over vast distances, Qin Chuan would have certainly allowed his adversary to escape once more. Qin Chuan silently scoffed. The last time he let the foe slip away was partly due to the overwhelming number of people at the Xinhai coal mine and partly because he had just been reborn, having undergone only a few system draws, rendering him relatively weak. But the situation had changed drastically. After this period of accumulation, Qin Chuan had made significant strides in combat abilities, physical fitness, as well as auxiliary skills such as vision and smell. If he were to confront Gui Jianqiu again, he was entirely confident in capturing him without sustaining any damage. Utilizing the spatial map from his tracking ability, Qin Chuan discerned the direction of Gui Jianqiu's escape and decisively altered his strategy from pursuit to interception. If an aerial drone were to survey from above at this moment, it would be evident that Qin Chuan seemed capable of anticipating Gui Jianqiu's destination, making a beeline for the endpoint, while Gui Jianqiu meandered aimlessly, weaving left and right without a fixed route. Yet, the distance between them was narrowing. Cautiously emerging from a narrow alley, Gui Jianqiu glanced back, a flicker of triumph gleaming in his eyes. Dragon Country Police, nothing more than this. After fleeing from Julin County, he had not truly departed but rather relocated to another hideout prepared by Xinhai Mining. This time, he had come to the Dragon Country on a mission. Now that negotiations in Julin County had concluded smoothly, he had agreed to a condition set forth by Dosihai in return for assistance in silencing a witness. If it were any other matter, Gui Jianqiu might have hesitated, but murder was a task far too simple for him. Moreover, the driver believed he could receive payment from him. Killing him would be no more difficult than slaying a chicken. However, he had not anticipated encountering the Dragon Country police officer once again. In truth, had it not been for the critical item he needed to return, Gui Jianqiu would have relished the opportunity to square off against Qin Chuan. The latter possessed commendable combat skills, but murder required more than mere fighting prowess. In the urban combat scenario, Gui Jianqiu was confident he could eliminate his opponent. Haha, consider yourself lucky, Gui Jianqiu. You think you can kill a police officer of the Dragon Country and still escape? Yet, before he could fully entertain the thought, a familiar voice halted Gui Jianqiu in his tracks. Without a moment to ponder how his pursuer had tracked him, he did not look back but swiftly plunged his right hand into his coat. Bang, bang, the sharp crack of gunfire rang out, and Gui Jianqiu executed a forward roll, seeking refuge behind a wall. On the other side, Qin Chuan had anticipated the presence of a firearm and had prepared accordingly. As soon as the voice called out, he had already leaped down from the high wall, an old Model 54 pistol glinting in his hand, and had fired a shot. Dragon Country Police, 1 million. Let me go. Gui Jianqiu shot a glance at his left shoulder, grazed by a bullet, and moved it slightly to confirm it did not impede his combat effectiveness, proposing his terms. Indeed, just moments ago, as Gui Jianqiu fired, Qin Chuan had also taken a shot, albeit missing his target and nearly causing a graze. My life as a police officer of the Dragon Country is worth only 1 million? Qin Chuan scoffed coldly. In truth, he had had an opportunity to stealthily approach the enemy, but Gui Jianqiu had already vacated the self-built housing area and was now on a main road. Not far off, a few street vendors were grilling skewers. Should he allow the adversary to mingle with the crowd, no matter how greatly enhanced his skills, it would be exceedingly difficult to ensure the safety of bystanders before apprehending him. 5 million. Gui Jianqiu scanned his surroundings, contemplating his escape route, while tearing a cloth strip to bind his grazed wound. That seems a rather fair price. Toss the money over, and I'll let you go. Gui Jianqiu nearly choked on his own words. I don't have any money right now. Wait until I escape. Get lost. When you escape, who do you expect to ask for money? Both men were acutely aware that they were merely stalling for time. Qin Chuan was awaiting support from Qian. The distance to the self-built housing area was barely over a kilometer. After the gunfire erupted, Qian would surely hear it. Qin Chuan's assumption proved correct. Qian not only heard the gunshots but also discerned that the first shot was fired from a Beretta, a weapon exclusive to foreign forces, while the second was from a Model 54, used by the police. Thus, Qin Chuan had encountered the enemy? First squad, clean up. Second and third squads, follow me. Gui Jianqiu had no intention of genuinely parting with money. Although lacking reinforcements, he was acutely aware of his advantages. Just a few hundred meters behind lay a densely populated area. If he charged recklessly and unleashed carnage, no one could stop him. He was simply biding his time. The turning point arrived 3 minutes later when a white SUV approached from a distance. Gui Jianqiu made a snap decision, abandoning his cover to intercept the vehicle in the street. Get out! The driver nearly froze in fear, trembling as he opened the door, only to be yanked out by Gui Jianqiu. He then hopped into the vehicle and executed a sharp U-turn, the tires screeching against the pavement as they sped away. At this moment, Qin Chuan emerged from another corner. He was not afraid of the enemy fleeing but rather of him taking a hostage. Call the police. Tell them a police officer named Qin Chuan has chased after him. After instructing the shaken car owner, Qin Chuan dashed towards the main road. In the midst of the pursuit, he had lost his phone, leaving him unable to alert Qian and resorting to sending a message through the car owner. With his tracking ability activated, Gui Jianqiu could not escape. Upon reaching the road, Qin Chuan produced his identification and signaled for a vehicle to stop. Before long, he flagged down a red BMW. I am a police officer. I need to requisition your car. Zheng Xiaoyu, having taken a 2-day leave after reporting on Qin Chuan, was just out shopping with her mother when she unexpectedly found herself stopped by the police. To her astonishment, it was a familiar face. Captain Qin? Qin Chuan frowned, surprised that this woman recognized him. However, such a beautiful girl did not ring any bells. Whatever the case, it was better that she recognized him. Miss, we can chat later. I have an urgent mission. I need to requisition your vehicle. You can retrieve it later at the Criminal Investigation Unit. With that, Qin Chuan jumped into the car, slammed the accelerator, and sped away. Chapter 63 Lone Wolf Special Forces, Black Scorpion Mercenaries. Xiaoyu, who is this young man? He is rather handsome, and he looks somewhat familiar. Mom, this is the exemplary figure I mentioned earlier, the police officer from Julin County. Oh, I remember now. That's the officer who saved a girl by jumping off a building. Qin Chuan, right? Yes, that's him, but he should be in Julin County. Why is he here in Xing'an City? Just as Qin Chuan began pursuing Gui Jianqiu in his BMW, Qian arrived at the scene of the recent gunfight, accompanied by members of the 2nd and 3rd teams from the Criminal Investigation Division. Those two individuals emerged from that direction. One, a middle-aged man, used a gun to steal my car, while the other, a young man in police uniform, claimed to be an officer and instructed me to inform you that he was in pursuit. You two, take statements. The rest follow me. As they approached the two corners where Qin Chuan encountered Gui Jianqiu, a meticulous team member discovered bullet casings on the ground. Captain Qian, there are bullet casings and bloodstains here. Qian took out his phone and dialed Qin Chuan's number. He had intended to call earlier but refrained, fearing that it might distract Qin Chuan during the pursuit. Now, with the suspect fleeing in a vehicle and Qin Chuan having just intercepted another BMW, he deemed it appropriate to call. However, upon connecting, Qian faintly heard the ringtone nearby. 2 team members jogged over, retrieving a phone that had been left behind Qin Chuan's. We found it by the wall. It appears he dropped it accidentally. Although he and Qin Chuan had only met once, he had heard numerous accounts of Qin Chuan's deeds during this time. Moreover, he had just received information from the victim of the car theft, indicating that the injured party was the middle-aged man. Qin Chuan was likely unharmed. Notify the traffic police to trace the 2 license plates and see if we can locate the suspects. Understood. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan leisurely trailed Gui Jianqiu, maintaining a distance of approximately 3 to 5 kilometers. At this range, the other party remained oblivious to the pursuit. However, thanks to the 100 miles tracking skill, Gui Jianqiu could not escape Qin Chuan's watchful gaze. This ability had placed Qin Chuan in an invincible position. Now, he awaited the moment when Gui Jianqiu would leave the densely populated area, at which point there would be no more concerns for Qin Chuan, only the time for apprehending the suspect. At that moment, Qin Chuan did not have to wait long. Within an hour, through the 100 miles tracking skill, he observed Gui Jianqiu maneuvering his vehicle off the embankment and parking beneath a dry bridge, subsequently venturing alone into the mountains. This fellow is indeed clever. He realizes that driving makes him an obvious target, so he decisively headed into the mountains after leaving the urban area. Furthermore, the location he chose was particularly strategic. Xing'an City lies in the southwestern part of Linjiang Province, bordering the capital city of Linchuan and Miaodi. The region features dozens of kilometers of borderlines, all dense with mountains and forests. Gui Jianqiu undoubtedly intended to traverse the borderless dense thickets to return to Miaodi, thereby evading Qin Chuan's pursuit. For an ordinary person, tracking another in the dark would be nearly impossible. However, Qin Chuan was not an ordinary individual. He possessed an advantage. Every movement of the suspect remained visible beneath his watchful eye, devoid of any concealment. Into the mountains, this simplifies matters. Gui Jianqiu was unaware that had he remained in the urban area, even hiding, Qin Chuan would have hesitated, fearing harm to innocent civilians. But now that he had entered the mountains, the situation was much more manageable. Qin Chuan pressed the accelerator firmly, reaching the location where Gui Jianqiu had abandoned his vehicle in under 10 minutes. One must acknowledge Gui Jianqiu's capabilities. He was astute and well acquainted with the surrounding environment. The spot he chose to abandon his car was sandy and rocky, with no tire tracks leading down the embankment. Thus, without the 100 miles tracking skill, even if Qin Chuan had followed him to this point, he would not have discerned the vehicle's descent. He might have continued driving in pursuit. Shutting off the engine and parking by the roadside, Qin Chuan chambered around in his handgun and entered the forest via a different path. At this juncture, the 100 miles tracking skill merely indicated Gui Jianqiu's position. Navigating the surrounding environment relied on Qin Chuan's own instincts. Visual enhancement activated. In the pitch-black wilderness, although the view was not as clear as in daylight, it did not hinder his sight. Gui Jianqiu was aware that Qin Chuan would undoubtedly track him, yet, he felt no fear. Regardless of whether Qin Chuan could discover the location where he abandoned his vehicle, even if he did manage to track him into the mountains, Gui Jianqiu remained unperturbed. He had lived his entire life in the forests of Miaodi and had frequented the border forests of Xing'an City multiple times. This place felt like home to him. Moreover, not far away in Tongjiegu, his comrades were poised to assist him. Gui Jianqiu even harbored a flicker of hope, wishing for Qin Chuan to follow him. At that point, even if Qin Chuan were alone, a single team of officers would be no match for them. Simultaneously, in the northwest direction of Tongjiegu, a fully armed 10-man team was stealthily navigating through the forest. Over the years, they had become well equipped, each member carrying night vision goggles. Their leader raised a fist, signaling for silence among the 10. Inger, get in touch with the anti-drug team. Where are they? Wang Kai, the captain of the Lone Wolf Special Operations Unit, was on his 36th mission along the border. Although this operation bore similarities to previous ones, it included an additional collaborative partner. This was a joint operation with the anti-drug team of Lin City Police. The afternoon prior, a narcotics officer who had infiltrated a drug trafficking group in Miaodi for 10 years relayed a crucial piece of information. That night, the most notorious Black Scorpion mercenary team would rendezvous in the Tongjiegu area to assist a significant figure. This individual possessed information about the entire drug trafficking network in Linjiang Province. Moments later, Inger completed the communication. The other party has reached the designated location. The Black Scorpions have already crossed into the area. A glint of determination flashed in Wang Kai's eyes. As long as they were inside, it was good. The Black Scorpion mercenary team had clashed with Wang Kai before, but they had never ventured deep into Tongjiegu. This time, Wang Kai was resolute. He would ensure that they were captured in one fell swoop. It was time to avenge the brothers lost in previous encounters. While several teams advanced towards Tongjiegu, Gui Jianqiu was on the verge of madness due to Qin Chuan's relentless pursuit. Just 10 minutes prior, Qin Chuan had broken one of his arms. Just as Gui Jianqiu believed he had evaded Qin Chuan, the latter suddenly appeared beside him. Heaven knows, Gui Jianqiu nearly died of fright at that moment. However, Qin Chuan did not fire. The gun was pressed against Gui Jianqiu's forehead, yet he refrained from pulling the trigger. Having killed 2 police officers from Longhua, how could Qin Chuan let him go so easily? After systematic enhancement, Qin Chuan's strength had surpassed all previous limits. In fact, even Qin Chuan himself was unaware of just how powerful he had become. 10 minutes earlier, as Gui Jianqiu sprinted through the forest, inhaling the familiar scent of the foliage, his spirits soared higher. The jungle is my true home. Chapter 64. It is not death that brings despair, but hope. As he sprinted through the jungle, Gui Jianqiu felt as though he had returned to the comforting embrace of his mother, enveloped in a sense of ease and contentment. Standing atop a hill, he gazed into the distance, where a faint glimmer of light appeared like a distant star. He knew that in 2 or 3 hours, he would reach Tongjiegu. At that point, all he needed to do was hand over the item in his possession to the Black Scorpion, and his mission would be complete. His employer had promised him a reward of $10 million for the successful completion of this task. After that, Gui Jianqiu would no longer have to accept missions, freeing himself from the turmoil of life and death, and allowing him to live a carefree existence. Like a nimble monkey scaling a tree, Gui Jianqiu descended the hill, swiftly vanishing into the dense foliage. As for Qin Chuan, even with a police dog, it was impossible for him to track him down in the depths of the mountains. Suddenly, Gui Jianqiu's body came to an abrupt halt, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Having danced on the precipice of death daily, he was all too familiar with the sound of a bullet being chambered. A sharp pang of fear shot through his right temple. How could someone approach him so stealthily without his notice? The realization struck him only when the gun barrel was pressed against his forehead. Mechanically turning his head, Gui Jianqiu gasped in shock. "It's you." Qin Chuan looked at him with a cold smile. "Are you surprised to see me?" This bastard had run a bit slowly. He had already been waiting here for 5 minutes. "How did you track me down?" Gui Jianqiu had confirmed multiple times along the way that no one was following him, but if no one had been tailing him, how had Qin Chuan found him? Coincidence? Impossible. The border of Lin City stretched for dozens of kilometers, densely populated with rainforests. One could drop an entire army into it, and it would be as inconsequential as a drop in the ocean, making no splash at all. Qin Chuan had no interest in explaining how his abilities had given him the advantage. He was here to avenge the 2 deceased traffic officers and the severely injured Lu Tao. A single bullet to eliminate Gui Jianqiu would be far too merciful. "Gui Jianqiu, this time I won't kill you." Gui Jianqiu thought his end had come. At such a close distance, Qin Chuan's skills were no less than his own. The other man could easily pull the trigger the moment he made a move. Just as he contemplated a possible mutual demise, he was momentarily taken aback by Qin Chuan's words. It quickly dawned on him, "You want money?" Qin Chuan shook his head. He cared little for money. What he desired was for Gui Jianqiu to pay a price, one that extended beyond mere death. "One arm." Qin Chuan stepped forward, the cold barrel of his gun pressed against Gui Jianqiu's forehead. "Break your right arm, and I will let you go." "Not money?" Just his right hand. Gui Jianqiu cast a chilling glance at the young man shrouded in darkness. A man who had taken countless lives. How could he not comprehend Qin Chuan's intent? Like a cat playing with a mouse, the pleasure lay in the process, not the outcome. No one truly understands what death feels like, but everyone knows the sensation of disappointment. Especially when faced with death, the experience of having hope only to have it shattered is enough to drive one to despair. Gui Jianqiu had employed this very tactic before, relishing the sight of those he tormented, witnessing their hope rise only to be crushed by his own hand. That sense of accomplishment far surpassed simply killing them. However, a cat cannot always catch the mouse it lets escape. Faced with the hope of survival, Gui Jianqiu found himself with no choice. "Dragon Kingdom Police, you will regret this." Qin Chuan was well aware that Gui Jianqiu understood his purpose. But so what? This was an overt strategy. To deviate from this game would mean death. Crack. Qin Chuan fired a shot at Gui Jianqiu's head, his left arm wrapping around the latter's right arm, twisting it forcefully. Gui Jianqiu's right arm broke at the elbow, the jagged bone fragments piercing through the skin, yet not a single drop of blood trickled down. Qin Chuan's technique was brutal. This method of breaking bones completely destroyed Gui Jianqiu's elbow joint, rendering it irreparable. Gui Jianqiu, the ruthless assassin born from the shadows, merely grunted at the loss of his joint. "You have 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes to escape." Gui Jianqiu said nothing, turning to plunge into the woods. He vanished in a series of swift movements. Qin Chuan observed from a distance, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. For Gui Jianqiu had not truly fled in his pursuit, he had circled around and then returned, just as he should have. This was the Gui Jianqiu he expected, otherwise, this game would be far too dull. Meanwhile, Gui Jianqiu drew his pistol, having circled to Qin Chuan's rear. 10 minutes, a game. This little Dragon Kingdom policeman, relying on his skills, dared to play such tricks with him? 3 minutes later, Gui Jianqiu could faintly discern the silhouette of Qin Chuan amidst the foliage. Is this fool really waiting here for 10 minutes? Silently, he crept closer, calculating that he only needed to close a few more meters to bring Qin Chuan within range of his gun. Let us see whose skills are quicker, yours or my bullets. Closer. Just a bit more. Gui Jianqiu calculated the final distance. 5 steps, 4 steps, 3 steps, almost there, almost. I'll send you to the afterlife. Bang, bang. With 2 quick shots, Gui Jianqiu clutched his right shoulder, staring in terror at the young man before him. You. How did you discover me? Qin Chuan felt a chuckle bubbling up within him. Gui Jianqiu had no idea that his seemingly flawless plan was completely transparent to Qin Chuan. Although the skill of long-distance tracking did not directly enhance Qin Chuan's combat prowess, it was remarkably effective for following others. You have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes left. Gui Jianqiu cast a deep glance at Qin Chuan, initially believing he was doomed, yet, unexpectedly, Qin Chuan still granted him a chance. Run, if an old saying holds true, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Everything that had just transpired was surely a stroke of luck. The opponent was cunning, having anticipated his counterattack, catching him off guard at the last moment. No matter, there was still an opportunity. Gui Jianqiu sprinted towards Tangjiegu, pushing himself to the limit. Once he reached Tangjiegu and connected with Black Scorpion's men, Gui Jianqiu would make Qin Chuan understand the price one pays for toying with him. Foolish Dragon Kingdom policeman, you have no idea what kind of existence you have provoked. Qin Chuan observed the blinking red dot on his map, following the shifting perspective of Gui Jianqiu, leisurely trailing behind him. No matter, it was still early, and the game had only just begun. However, unbeknownst to both men, the two gunshots had stirred the attention of various factions. The Lone Wolf Special Operations Team, 10 members, fell silent once more. Wang Kai gazed toward the direction of the gunfire, his expression filled with perplexity. As the captain of the Special Operations Team, Wang Kai excelled in both close-quarters combat and long-range gunfights. Upon hearing the shots, he had deduced that the first shot belonged to a domestically produced police pistol, while the second was from a Beretta. Was it a clash between his team and foreign military forces? Chapter 65. If you have the ability, kill me. The fractured ghost meets his fate. Nightingale, please inquire whether we still have personnel engaged in combat over at Linzhou City. On the other side, the anti-drug team in Linzhou City had also sent out a query, albeit directed towards the municipal command center. Meanwhile, near Tangjiegu, mercenary Carter of the Black Scorpion had also heard the gunfire. Unlike the other two parties, Carter immediately assessed the situation. Their entry into the border was specifically to assist Ghost Meets His Fate. The outbreak of gunfire clearly indicated that Ghost Meets His Fate had clashed with the opposing force. All units, press northeastward to assist the target. This mission was of paramount importance to the Black Scorpion. Successfully completing it would ensure their financial security for the rest of their lives. As for Ghost Meets His Fate, while his survival was preferred, his demise would not be a concern. Their objective lay in the USB drive he possessed. As long as they could retrieve that item, their mission would be deemed accomplished. On the highway, Chen Guobin led a squadron of personnel, utilizing surveillance information provided by the traffic police of Xing'an City to ascertain the route taken by Qin Chuan and Ghost Meets His Fate. However, at this moment, the convoy had already exited the boundaries of Xing'an City. This particular road, being a national highway, lacked any monitoring facilities. Thus, Chen Guobin was unable to definitively determine Qin Chuan's whereabouts. In fact, they had yet to reach the location where Qin Chuan abandoned his vehicle. However, they were not far off of the sudden gunfire alerted Chen Guobin to the certainty that Qin Chuan had encountered the enemy. Accelerate ahead. At this very moment, within the operational command center of the Linzhou City Public Security Bureau, the large screen displayed real-time footage relayed from drone cameras and portable cameras carried by Special Operations Unit members. This operation was of great significance. The intelligence had been transmitted by an undercover agent who had been embedded in Miaodi for a decade. According to reliable information, the foreign mercenary group Black Scorpion had infiltrated the country, intending to extract a fugitive assassin known as Ghost Meets His Fate. The latter held sway over the entire drug trafficking network within Linjiang Province. For the drug lords of Miaodi, control over this network equated to dominance over the drug market in Linjiang Province. Should this information fall into the hands of the police, they could eradicate the network entirely. Have we received any responses from that side? Inquired a middle-aged man in a white shirt, seated at the front row of the command center. His hair was graying, his stature modest, yet his piercing gaze commanded respect without the need for anger. Zhang Tianyu, the director of the Linzhou City Public Security Bureau, promptly replied, Director Yang, we have yet to establish contact. Yang Jingwei's brow furrowed deeply, an aura of seriousness surrounding him that was almost suffocating. Zhang Tianyu sighed inwardly. 3 years prior, when Yang Jingguo was appointed as the head of the Linjiang Provincial Public Security Department, he had solemnly handed Zhang a list of names, with the first being the undercover agent who had transmitted the current intelligence, codenamed Kite. Over the past decade, Kite had consistently provided crucial information at pivotal moments, greatly contributing to the anti-drug efforts in Linjiang Province. It would not be an exaggeration to say that without this agent, the current state of drug control in Linjiang Province would be significantly more dire. The original plan was for Kite to return home by the end of this year, having completed the undercover mission and resumed the identity of a police officer. However, now there had been no word from him. Of course, no news did not equate to disaster. As an undercover agent, it was impossible for him to respond to calls at all times. Ringing, the shrill sound of a phone pierced the air. The call sign. Nightingale, the political commissar of the Lone Wolf Special Operations Team, answered the call, and after a brief moment, he said, Please hold, I will confirm now. Director Zhang, we just heard 2 gunshots from the front line, one of which was fired from a police-issue Type 54 pistol. They want to know if there has been any situation. An offensive handgun. Zhang Tianyu immediately directed his gaze towards the captain of the anti-drug team, who shook his head. Our personnel are currently lying in wait at Tangjiegu. We have not encountered the enemy. Moreover, they were all armed with rifles, none carrying handguns. Zhang Tianyu then turned to the criminal investigation team. What about your personnel? The captain of the Linzhou City criminal investigation team hurriedly shook his head. No, we are not involved in this operation. Everyone is at home. No one. Then who was it? Just then, Zhang Tianyu's personal phone rang out. He did not answer immediately but glanced at the caller ID before looking at Yang Jingwei. Director Yang, it's Xia Donglai, the chief of the Xing'an City Police. Yang Jingwei nodded, and Zhang Tianyu then answered the call. Old Zhang, I'm in urgent need of assistance. We have a case that requires your collaboration. The situation escalated, and Zhao Donglai got straight to the point. Oh, old Zhao, what is going on? I'm at the bureau, go ahead. Here's the thing, just 3 minutes ago, my criminal investigation team leader Qian Guobin heard gunfire at the 178-kilometer mark on Highway 2311. It seems our earlier pursuit has encountered the opposing force. What is the name of your personnel? Qin Chuan, deputy captain of the Julin County Criminal Police Team. Qin Chuan, the one who made headlines in the Linjiang Daily? Yes, indeed. Alright, I will make immediate arrangements here. Also, inform your team not to enter the mountains. There is a significant operation underway tonight, and Director Yang will be directing it from my location. After hanging up, Zhang Tianyu hurriedly relayed the situation to Yang Jinghua. Director Yang, we have confirmed that it is Qin Chuan, the deputy captain of the Zhuling County Criminal Police Team, who has encountered Ghost meets his fate while pursuing him into the mountains.
Qin Chuan? The officer who made it into the news?
Yes, that's him. Yang Jinghua nodded, evidently aware of Qin Chuan. Notify the Lone Wolf team to remain vigilant, if possible, rescue him. Understood. In the depths of the jungle, Nightingale ended the radio transmission and briefed Wang Kai on the situation.
A police officer, pursuing Ghost meets his fate alone?
Wang Kai had previously crossed paths with Ghost meets his fate and had nearly taken him down, but the elusive figure had managed to escape. Therefore, he understood the threat posed by this individual. He never anticipated that a mere police officer would now be entangled with him.
Continue advancing towards the target.
Simultaneously, Zhen Guobin, who had already discovered Qin Chuan's abandoned red BMW, was preparing to enter the mountains when he received a call from above, instructing him to stand by and refrain from entering the mountains.
Captain Qian, what should we do?
Zhen Guobin sighed heavily and replied, we wait. The external interruptions did not affect Qin Chuan. At this moment, he was engaged in the third round of a deadly game with Ghost meets his fate. Crack, the sound of bones fracturing was jarring and crisp, accompanied by Ghost meets his fate's piercing scream.
Kill me.
If you have the ability, then kill me. Half kneeling on the ground, Ghost meets his fate could no longer lift his arms, his joints crushed and broken by Qin Chuan, and now, his left ankle presented a grotesque angle, shattered bone by Qin Chuan's relentless grip.
Kill you?
Qin Chuan's eyes blazed crimson. Did you ever consider this day when you slaughtered those two officers?
Chapter 66.
The sudden gunfire, 5 Special Forces soldiers missing with both arms brutally shattered and 1 foot rendered useless, the notorious Ghost of Despair struggled on the ground, casting a malevolent glare at Qin Chuan. The past hour had been the most desperate of his life, since the moment Qin Chuan had first pursued him, shattering his right arm and thwarting his attempt at retaliation. Ghost of Despair had found himself once again staring down the barrel of Qin Chuan's gun for the third time. He could not fathom how, in such a treacherous and dense rainforest terrain, Qin Chuan had managed to locate him with such precision time and time again. Could it be that his adversary had implanted a tracking device on him? Yet, just moments ago, by a small creek, he had thoroughly soaked his clothing in water, scrutinizing every inch, but found nothing. It was utterly confounding. Nevertheless, Ghost of Despair had not yet surrendered hope. Though Qin Chuan had incapacitated him, the prospect of escape still lingered. He was drawing ever closer to Tanjiegu. Moreover, he was acutely aware that the sound of his gunfire during the attempt to counterattack must have reached Black Scorpion and his crew. Perhaps, he was not far from them now, but if he could endure just a little longer, salvation was within reach. As for Black Scorpion abandoning him, impossible. The information he possessed was the linchpin of the entire drug trafficking network in Linjiang province. His boss would never forsake him. Bearing his broken body, Ghost of Despair remained silent in response to Qin Chuan's words. They were merely 2 policemen from the Dragon Kingdom. He had slain more than 1 Special Forces soldier along the border.
Humph. You will come to regret this.
Qin Chuan retorted with a nonchalant smile. Knowing Ghost of Despair was already trapped like a fish in a barrel, he was determined to ensure that the criminal paid the price for his deeds. However, in an instant, a sudden wave of danger surged through Qin Chuan, causing his heart to race. A spray of blood mist passed across his cheek, a searing pain making him feel as though he had danced on the precipice of death. Bang! Only then did the thunderous sound of gunfire reach his ears. Without a moment to spare, Qin Chuan dove forward, rolling to evade. Bang! A bullet struck the ground where he had just stood. A sniper, someone was targeting him. As he fought for his life, Ghost of Despair erupted into laughter. Haha, Dragon Kingdom policeman, this time, I shall see who among us will die without a grave.
Black Scorpion.
It had to be Black Scorpion come to his aid. A fire of hope ignited in Ghost of Despair's eyes. He had finally held on long enough. Foolish Dragon Kingdom policeman, I shall flay your flesh and draw your sinews. 1 kilometer away, on a hill, Carter's sniper cursed. Boss, it's just too far, the opponent reacts too quickly. Carter, lowering his binoculars, shook his head dismissively. Move the entire team in, retrieve the target. Qin Chuan, just a policeman from the Dragon Kingdom. Though skilled, he was no match for Ghost of Despair's tracking abilities, but what did that matter? The real prize lay with what Ghost of Despair possessed. As the leader of the Black Scorpion mercenaries, Carter had never shown interest in matters or individuals outside of his missions. It was not out of compassion but because no one was paying him for it. Thus, whether or not the Dragon Kingdom policeman lived or died was of no consequence to Carter. Though his sniper had missed the mark, it was merely a warning shot, a message to Ghost of Despair that he had arrived. With a breath of relief, Qin Chuan, concealed behind a large tree, expelled the stagnant air from his lungs. He had not anticipated that someone would come to aid Ghost of Despair, and that they possessed a sniper rifle. Damn it! Clenching his fists tightly, Qin Chuan seethed. This was Dragon Kingdom territory, and foreign mercenaries dared to intrude. A glint of cold fury flashed in his eyes, filled with the intent to kill. Meanwhile, the Lone Wolf Special Operations Team had also heard the sound of the sniper rifle.
This is bad.
It must be our people encountering Black Scorpion. All units, advance at full speed. In Wang Kai's eyes, although the policeman from Zhuling County was reckless, his audacity to single-handedly track Ghost of Despair into the rainforest was commendable. For that reason alone, Wang Kai was determined to save him. At Qin Chuan's location, Ghost of Despair crawled toward the direction from which the gunfire had emanated. Qin Chuan observed his movements but did not intervene. Ghost of Despair was now a broken man. As long as he did not cross the border, Qin Chuan could deal with him at any moment. The critical issue now was the incoming reinforcements. With enhanced vision, he surveyed the surroundings. Rather than pursuing Ghost of Despair, he chose to retreat, planning to circle around from the opposite direction and deliver a fatal blow to the reinforcements. This strategy seemed sound to eye. In the darkness of the rainforest, Qin Chuan could see as clearly as day, while even with night vision goggles, the enemy could barely make out their surroundings. Qin Chuan's speed far exceeded that of Ghost of Despair. If all went well, he would surely achieve his strategic objective. However, unbeknownst to him, the Lone Wolf Special Operations team was racing toward him at full speed, the two parties drawing closer with every passing moment. The 10-man operational team had now split into 3 groups, providing alternating cover as they advanced. The sniper team moved ahead to secure a vantage point, the fire support team engaged in the center, while Wang Kai led the communications unit, Nightingale, to maintain contact with the command center.
Lone Wolf calling 1, we have confirmed the approximate location of our personnel.
1 minute ago, contact was made with Black Scorpion, specific circumstances unknown.
Lone Wolf is advancing to rescue.
The police chief of Linzhou City, Zhang Tianyu, glanced at Yang Jinghua, who nodded before he ordered, ensure your own safety while making every effort to rescue our comrades.
Yes. We will ensure completion. Enemy attack. We've been ambushed. We've fallen into a trap.
Damn you! Yet, before Wang Kai could end the call, startled cries from the sniper team echoed through his earpiece. In that split second, Wang Kai felt as if his head had exploded. Viper. Black Cat. But all he received in response was the crackling of static. Forcing himself to regain composure, Wang Kai immediately commanded, Tank, you 3 head to Viper's position to assess the situation. Remember, ensure your safety. Assault team, follow me for support. However, nearly 3 minutes later, cries of alarm rang out once more through the earpiece.
Tank. Damn.
Wang Kai felt a surge of panic wash over him.
Tank.
There was no response, only the eerie silence of static. 3 members of Tank's squad had also gone dark. Of the 10 team members, half had gone missing in the span of just 3 minutes. Who were these adversaries? How had Black Scorpion grown so formidable? No, it couldn't be Black Scorpion. Wang Kai had crossed paths with them more than once. If they had the kind of ruthless individuals who could eliminate 5 Special Forces soldiers before they even had a chance to fire a shot, his remains would have been fed to the beasts 3 years ago. Yet, if not Black Scorpion, then who could it be? But could there be another mysterious force lurking in the mountains? Chapter 67. To release our captain, or I shall fire all units, assemble around me. The situation of the opposing force remained unclear, and Wang Kai could not afford to send further reinforcements. The remaining 4 team members had already gathered closely around him. Their weapons were fully loaded, ready to fire at the slightest indication of danger. In the depths of the jungle, the 5 of them moved silently, indifferent to the vines that lashed against their faces, leaving trails of blood in their wake. Their sole focus was to reach their destination as swiftly as possible to rescue their comrades, including Wang Kai. No one uttered a word. Compared to previous missions, this one undeniably felt the most perilous. In an instant, half of the 10-member squad had vanished. Were they still alive? No one knew. Perhaps the next to go missing would be themselves, and the next sacrifice could very well be them. 10 minutes later, the 5-man support team traversed the dense underbrush and stumbled upon a small clearing. Tank. Wang Kai's eyes immediately fell upon a comrade leaning against a pine tree. Although the individual remained motionless, the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest indicated he was still alive, and the absence of the stench of blood confirmed it. He was not dead. Wang Kai felt a surge of joy and dashed towards him. The other 4 members, though equally relieved, maintained their combat training instincts, forming a protective circle around Wang Kai while vigilantly scanning their surroundings. They stood ready to fire at the first sign of trouble. Wang Kai knelt beside the tank, gently probing for signs of breath. Thankfully, he was merely unconscious and unharmed. However, just as Wang Kai began to relax, a shadow suddenly lunged from behind the pine tree like a bolt of lightning, catching everyone off guard. Wang Kai sensed the danger immediately. With his left hand, he shielded the tank, while his right hand swiftly drew the dagger hanging from his chest, thrusting it towards the shadow with the ferocity of a storm. In that fleeting moment, as long as the assailant did not alter their course, Wang Kai was confident that the dagger would pierce their chest. Yet, to his astonishment, the figure, clearly visible before him, did not retreat. Instead, they charged forward with even greater speed. Whoosh! Wang Kai felt a blur before his eyes, and his grip on the dagger loosened. The next moment, the cold blade was pressed against his throat. Stop! Release our captain! Who are you? How dare you seize a member of the Lone Wolf Special Forces? If you do not let go, I will fire. Wang Kai's scalp tingled. What had just transpired? Someone had disarmed him unarmed, seizing his dagger and taking him hostage. The 4 team members opposite him whispered reprimands, their shock palpable. What had just happened? The commander of the Lone Wolf Special Operations team, the champion of the entire army's martial competition, Wang Kai, had been disarmed and taken hostage? Moreover, as they rushed forward, they clearly saw that of the 5 missing team members, aside from the tank resting against the pine tree, the other 4 lay concealed in the grass. Could it be that this individual had single-handedly incapacitated 5 Special Forces soldiers? Heavens, surely, this is not a jest. Is there truly someone so formidable in this world? Qin Chuan gripped the dagger, concealing his entire body behind Wang Kai. When he had first encountered the sniper, he had thought he was the one sent to assist him. His initial intent had been to eliminate them all. However, to draw out the remaining members, he had spared one. But now, upon hearing the opposing team's declaration of identity, Qin Chuan felt bewildered. The Lone Wolf Special Operations team, wasn't he that reputed to be the strongest Special Forces unit in Linzhou province? Cautiously, Qin Chuan did not fully trust them, remaining securely behind Wang Kai.
You claim to be who you are, show me your credentials.
The four opponents momentarily faltered. They were on a mission to eliminate mercenaries, operating under concealed identities. Credentials, even their uniforms were not those of a military unit for specific reasons. Brothers, my name is Wang Kai. We truly are the Lone Wolf Special Operations Team. I am the captain, and you are the police officer from Julin County.
Qin Chuan, right?
In the instant he was taken hostage, Wang Kai had discerned the police uniform Qin Chuan wore. Thus, this was the lone officer who had been pursuing the elusive figure.
Qin Chuan paused, slightly taken aback. The opposing captain knew his identity. Could they genuinely be from the special forces? Yet, wasn't he the lone wolf, the most elite strike force in the province? How could their skills be at this level? Contemplating this, Qin Chuan found himself believing about 80% of the claim. Inadvertently loosening his grip on the dagger, Wang Kai narrowed his eyes, waiting for this very moment. With a swift motion, he deflected Qin Chuan's arm holding the dagger, bending low to execute a throw, sending Qin Chuan sprawling away. What a disgrace it would be if news spread that a vice-captain from a county police squad had dispatched his 5 comrades and taken him hostage. The reputation of the lone wolf would be in tatters. Qin Chuan had not anticipated the sudden attack during his moment of confusion, yet, as he tumbled through the air, he felt no fear. With a swift twist of his torso, he transitioned from being on his back to landing on his feet. As he hit the ground, he propelled himself back into the air, executing a somersault to land behind Wang Kai once more. The chilling edge of the dagger once again pressed against Wang Kai's neck, leaving him utterly bewildered. Was this even human? How had he done that? Identify yourself. This time, Qin Chuan's eyes glinted with cold resolve, no longer believing the claims of the opposing team. Reluctantly, Wang Kai had Nightingale contact the operations command center of the Linzhou Public Security Bureau. After a call to Jing Guobin, Qin Chuan finally accepted that they were indeed the Lone Wolf Special Operations Team. Captain Wang, brothers, I sincerely apologize. I thought you were part of the group that had just fired. Qin Chuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. They had come to rescue him upon hearing gunfire, only to have him knock out 5 of their members and capture their captain. If the roles were reversed, Qin Chuan would not have been pleased either. Wang Kai waved his hand dismissively. He prided himself on his combat skills, having been undefeated across the army. He had not anticipated that a vice-captain from a county police squad would possess such prowess. Let us consider this a fortuitous encounter. Once the mission is complete, we should find an opportunity to spar. Agreed, Qin Chuan admired Wang Kai's skills. Though he had the advantage, Wang Kai had seized the moment during his lapse in concentration to throw him off, showcasing remarkable talent. Once we are out of the mountains, feel free to seek me out. With misunderstandings cleared, Qin Chuan assisted in reviving the 5 unconscious team members one by one. Enemy attack. The last to awaken, the sniper named Viper, shouted hoarsely, startling Qin Chuan. Viper, it's alright, it was a misunderstanding. Just now Wang Kai began to reassure him but was abruptly tackled by Qin Chuan. Hide, they are coming. Bang, as Qin Chuan's warning echoed, the muffled sound of a sniper rifle fired from a distance reached their ears. Chapter 68 Bullet meets bullet. Is this the real world? Bang, the ground where Wang Kai had just stood erupted as a bullet struck, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He had narrowly escaped a deadly fate. Aside from Qin Chuan, the other members of the Special Operations Team quickly sought refuge behind trees or lay flat on the ground. Boss, 9 o'clock. The observer, Black Cat, whispered urgently while gesturing. The Lone Wolf Special Operations Team, known for its strict discipline, quickly regained composure, demonstrating exceptional combat readiness in the face of the recent chaos. 1,800 meters, Barrett. The venomous snake, now fully aware, identified the type of sniper rifle used by the opponent simply by the sound of the gunfire. However, his own sniper rifle had just been confiscated by Qin Chuan, leaving him defenseless. Taking cover behind a pine tree, Qin Chuan touched his cheek, cursing under his breath. He had nearly fallen victim to the sniper while pursuing the elusive ghost. System, activate the sniper's goggles. The sniper's goggles. A single-use item that grants the host the abilities of a shooting master for 24 hours. Initially reluctant to use this item, given that he only possessed a police-issued Type 54 pistol with a maximum effective range of merely 200 meters, the situation had drastically changed. The Type 97 sniper rifle he had just seized from the venomous snake lay within arm's reach. With a swift motion, the skill card activated, flooding Qin Chuan's mind with knowledge about various firearms, including handguns, rifles, sniper rifles, and heavy-duty guns. The Type 97 sniper rifle felt as though it had forged a mystical connection with him, transforming into an extension of his own being, and he entered a state of perfect unity with the weapon in an instant. Bang! At that moment, the opposing sniper fired again. Black Cat, lying on the ground, let out a pained scream as blood erupted from his arm. Black Cat. Wang Kai's eyes widened in rage. The enemy was armed with a Barrett sniper rifle, an immensely powerful weapon capable of shattering an adult's thigh even at a distance of 1,800 meters. A shot to Black Cat's arm would surely leave him maimed, if not dead. Qin Chuan, endowed with enhanced visual capabilities, perceived the situation with far greater clarity than Wang Kai. The Barrett's bullet had not struck Black Cat directly but merely grazed past him, tearing away a fist-sized chunk of flesh. There was no time to waste. With 10 of their team members now within the enemy's firing range, even those hidden behind trees were at risk. The Barrett's power meant that if the enemy drew closer, they would be systematically picked off. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan clutched the sniper rifle and executed a tactical rollout from behind the pine tree. Bang! A bullet struck the tree he had hidden behind, tearing away a large piece of bark. However, the moment the enemy fired, Qin Chuan seized the opportunity to assess the situation across the field. Rising swiftly, he adopted a bow stance, raising his rifle without hesitation. Bang! The bullet whistled through the air. Come back! Danger! The venomous snake, witnessing Qin Chuan's actions, shouted urgently. His own sniper rifle had been rendered useless when it was confiscated, and the sight was broken. If this police officer fired blindly and missed, he would surely become a living target for the enemy sniper. Did he truly believe that he could rely on a sneak attack to subdue him? Combat was one matter, sniping was an entirely different discipline. Yet before the venomous snake could finish his warning, he swallowed his words. There was no denying it, Qin Chuan's sniping technique was remarkably proficient. Adopting a bow stance, his left arm served as a steadying platform for the rifle, while his right hand controlled the direction. His gaze was sharp, his focus unwavering. It seemed as though all his strength was concentrated at the muzzle of the gun. This level of precision and concentration was something the venomous snake had only witnessed in a legendary sniping master during a military sharpshooting competition. Furthermore, the speed of Qin Chuan's reaction was astonishing. 1. For seconds, from rolling out, raising the rifle, and firing, this police officer, who appeared younger than him, had accomplished the feat in a mere 1.4 seconds. Incredible, the venomous snake had been selected to be the sniper of the Lone Wolf Special Operations Team from among millions, and he prided himself on his shooting speed too. 5 seconds. Just 0.5 seconds away from breaking the 2-second barrier to achieve the title of Gun King. To reach 1.8 seconds would designate him as a gun god, a master of the craft. Yet this police officer, who had just knocked him out. 1.4 seconds, what on earth? If he wasn't firing blindly, then this was utterly terrifying. As for whether or not Qin Chuan was shooting aimlessly, the venomous snake would soon find out. 3 breaths later, silence reigned from the opposing side. The Barrett had not retaliated. What did this indicate? Wang Kai was equally astounded by Qin Chuan's prowess. He had never anticipated that not only was the enemy a formidable fighter, but he also possessed extraordinary sniping abilities. Sniping was not merely a matter of effort, it required innate talent. Wang Kai had initially enlisted with aspirations of becoming a long-range sniper, one who could deliver lethal shots before the enemy had a chance to react. However, he lacked the aptitude, and after training for a year with the military's top snipers, he had only reached the level of an average marksman. To become a master was beyond his capabilities. Meanwhile, the leader of the Black Scorpion team, Carter, gazed upon the fallen sniper, whose skull had been shattered, with a glimmer of malice in his eyes. Although Saul was not the finest sniper in the team, he was undoubtedly among the elite. His shooting time was consistently within 2 seconds, occasionally dipping below the threshold. Given time, he had the potential to be crowned a legendary sniper, yet he had met his demise here. Useless. Carter scoffed coldly. Saul's death was surprising, but it was merely a financial loss. As long as he had the money, he could recruit snipers of that caliber at any time. Wind God, you take over. From the back of the team emerged a lanky man, who removed the cloth draped over his back to reveal an H-Type 85 sniper rifle. Had the venomous snake seen the man's face, he would have been utterly astonished, willing to risk everything to eliminate him. Wind God, once the top sniping expert from Linjiang province, had shared life and death with his comrades for a decade before defecting for monetary gain. His bounty ranked 3rd on the military's most wanted list in Linjiang province. On the other side, Qin Chuan had now lowered his weapon and stood up, while others remained oblivious to the situation. Qin Chuan had witnessed the blood blossoming in the air. Brother, no, master. How did you kill the enemy without night vision or a scope, from 1,800 meters away? The venomous snake felt as if his mind was unraveling. Qin Chuan could not reveal that he had activated a cheat, so he simply shook his head, saying, nothing special, just practiced hands. The venomous snake was left speechless. At that moment, Wang Kai approached, having witnessed the most elite snipers and practiced himself. He understood just how miraculous Qin Chuan's shot had been. Brother, that shot of yours rivals that of a master. Qin Chuan scratched his head, aware of his own limitations. The sniper's goggles were only effective for 24 hours, and once today passed, he would revert to being a novice who struggled with even a handgun. Captain Wang, do you believe that was just luck? Wang Kai wanted to retort, but just then whoosh. Like a bolt from the blue, Wang Kai felt a kick land squarely in his chest. He then saw Qin Chuan raise his sniper rifle with lightning speed and fire in his direction. The scorching bullet whizzed past Wang Kai's scalp, singeing a tuft of his hair. Ding, followed by a sharp metallic clang. Just 5 meters away from Wang Kai, sparks erupted in midair as 2 intertwined bullets fell to the ground. The venomous snake stood in disbelief, his jaw slack. Good heavens, what did I just witness? Those bullets colliding with bullets? Is this the real world? Have I been transported into an animated realm? Chapter 69 Detonation, a lone wolf's lethal strike on the Black Scorpion. Conceal yourself. After firing, Qin Chuan lunged forward and concealed himself behind a pine tree at the forefront of his 10-man squad. The enemy had a sniper. Just moments ago, while conversing with Wang Kai, Qin Chuan caught a fleeting glimmer from a distance out of the corner of his eye. Equipped with his gun god glasses, he swiftly deduced that it was the flash of a bullet being discharged. At a distance of 1,680 meters, most bullets have an initial velocity of approximately 800 meters per second, meaning it would take around 2 seconds to traverse such a distance. There was still time. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan delivered a kick to the enemy sniper's target, Wang Kai, while simultaneously raising his weapon to fire. Bang, bang, clang, the sharp echoes of gunfire reverberated through the forest, followed by 2 bullets colliding in midair 5 meters behind Wang Kai, erupting in a flash of light as they tumbled to the ground. Type 85. The enemy has another sniper. After recovering from his shock, Viper whispered in astonishment. The sniper across the way, armed with a Barrett rifle, had clearly been eliminated by Qin Chuan's shot. However, he had not anticipated the presence of another top-tier marksman wielding a Type 85 sniper rifle. Wan Kai, having rolled to find cover, felt a chill run down his spine. Just 5 meters, if it had not been for Qin Chuan's timely intervention, his head would have been shattered. Even though Wan Kai had danced with death on numerous occasions, this particular instance left him unnerved. Death itself is not to be feared. For those who have perished or unaware of fear, it is only those who have narrowly escaped death who comprehend the true essence of mortality. On the other side, over 1,000 meters away, Black Scorpion leader Carter lowered his night vision binoculars, astonished. Bullets sniping bullets. It seemed that Soul's demise was not in vain. In fact, to die at the hands of such a skilled sniper was a privilege for Soul. But could there truly be a sniper of such caliber in this world, or was it merely a coincidence? Carter turned to gaze at Fengshen, one of the most elite snipers from the Dragon Kingdom. In Fengshen's eyes, he perceived a brilliance he had never witnessed before. Void sacred light. Fengshen murmured, uttering words that no one could comprehend. Haha, it is indeed the void sacred light. Fengshen suddenly erupted into laughter, his eyes sparkling with an endless madness. Fengshen, what is the void sacred light? Gradually regaining his composure, Fengshen glanced at Carter. If it were anyone else asking, he would have dismissed them entirely. Though not a member of Black Scorpion, he still felt obliged to extend a modicum of courtesy to Carter since he was currently working for him. The void sacred light is a legend in the sniper world. Only when two of the most elite snipers confront each other and bullets collide can sparks fly in the void, and that glimmer is the void sacred light. Over the past decade, Fengshen had eliminated no fewer than 30 elite soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom on this land, among whom were over 10 top-tier snipers. Yet, he had never encountered such a formidable adversary. Could it be that the enemy was aware of his presence and thus dispatched a gun god-level sniper to counter him? However, the few snipers he knew were of a similar age to him, proficient with the Type 85 sniper rifle. A sniper rarely changes their weapon, akin to an ancient swordsman whose sword is an extension of their being, yet, the adversary wielded a Type 97 sniper rifle. Could this be a recently ascended master-level expert from the last 2 years? On Qin Chuan's side, he remained oblivious to the fact that the sniper across from him was none other than the legendary gun god-level marksman Fengshen, who once ruled the Roost in Linjiang province. But it mattered not, whether Fengshen or any other, he was determined to seize the opportunity and deliver a fatal shot. His focus was on Gui Jianqiu. Despite having had his arms rendered useless and one leg maimed by Qin Chuan, he remained a top assassin who had clawed his way out from a pile of corpses. Through the perspective gained from a 100-mile pursuit, Qin Chuan observed that the enemy was still tirelessly crawling through the underbrush, and now, they were perilously close to one another. If Qin Chuan did not act swiftly, they would indeed converge. Team Wang, my target is about to rendezvous with the enemy. Cover me while I bring him back. He then glanced at where Viper was concealed. Brother, may I borrow your weapon? Without waiting for Wang Kai's response, Qin Chuan sprang into action, but only partially, diverting his trajectory. Bang, indeed, the enemy sniper fell for the ruse. A bullet struck the tree trunk beside where Qin Chuan had feigned movement. 9 seconds, Qin Chuan had gauged the enemy's firing speed. He now had a precious 9 seconds of safety before the enemy could fire again. Bang, as Qin Chuan surged forward, the Type 97 sniper rifle released a fiery streak. At a distance of 1,600 meters, a Black Scorpion mercenary was struck in the forehead, a gaping hole bursting forth from the back of his skull as he fell lifelessly to the ground. Pat. Carter's eyes blazed with rage as he beheld his fallen brother, the only sibling he had gunned down before him. Fengshen. What the hell are you doing? Fengshen paid no heed to Carter's curses, his gaze fixed solely on Qin Chuan through the scope. Slow down, bang. Bang, clang, the sounds of gunfire rang out in quick succession, followed by the sharp clang of steel colliding. Void sacred light, bullets sniping bullets. After 2 shots, Qin Chuan had managed to secure himself an additional 8 seconds. Bang, without hesitation, he fired consecutively, targeting a mercenary concealed behind a pine tree. However, this shot merely penetrated the side bark, striking the opponent's shoulder, insufficient to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, the tremendous force of the bullet sent the individual soaring through the air, and amidst their screams, their entire body was laid bare within Qin Chuan's sniper scope. Bang, following the gunshot, the wails abruptly ceased. A person soared in the air, yet their head did not follow. A gruesome spectacle of red and white matter sprayed across the vicinity, adhering to the faces of several mercenaries who had sought refuge beside the fallen comrade, now smeared with brain matter and warm blood. Conceal yourselves. Carter bellowed, fall back, everyone. There was no alternative. The opposing sniper instilled sheer terror. Their comrade, hidden behind the tree, had been swept into the air by a single shot, only to meet a swift demise with another. Their own sniper, the legendary Wind God, seemed utterly incapable of halting the advance of the enemy. Bang, bang, clang, the Wind God once more beheld the legendary spectacle of the sniping world, the holy light of the void. Yet, his initial excitement had gradually morphed into sheer dread. He had opportunities to retaliate, yet each of his bullets had been expertly intercepted mid-flight by the adversary. Seizing the moment, the enemy executed a retreat, their formation in disarray. Qin Chuan, relentless, picked them off one by one. In less than 3 minutes, the Black Scorpion mercenary unit, once boasting 21 members, was reduced to merely 2. Leader Carter and Sniper Wind God. Furthermore, the 2 remaining figures had long since shed their earlier invincibility. A bullet had pierced through Carter's leg, rendering it useless. Wind God's left hand had been severed at the wrist, exposing jagged white bone to the air. The 85 style sniper rifle, which he had once cherished above all, was now lost to the void. Who could possibly believe that the formidable Black Scorpion mercenary unit, having dominated the battlefield for over a decade and instilled dread in their enemies, could be annihilated by a single individual in a mere half hour? Chapter 70 of The One Who Annihilated My Black Scorpion is just a mere policeman. The Lone Wolf Special Operations Team, which backed Qin Chuan from behind, witnessed the complete obliteration of the Black Scorpion. Is he even human? As a sniper, Viper had always aspired to become a legendary marksman. Yet, even the marksman of Viper's dreams could not compare to Qin Chuan with the ethereal light of the Holy Void. He countered bullets with bullets, not just once. The opposing sniper, adept with the Type 85 sniper rifle, was recognized by Viper and Wang Kai as the Wind God. A defector from 10 years ago, he was the third most wanted fugitive by the military district of Linjiang province. 12 shots. Within the half hour that Qin Chuan executed the entire Black Scorpion mercenary unit, the adversary fired a total of 12 shots. However, each bullet was expertly countered by Qin Chuan. During this time, all 19 members of Black Scorpion were eliminated by Qin Chuan. Just moments ago, Wang Kai had seen through his night vision goggles that Black Scorpion's leader, Carter, had been shot in the leg and had lost his combat capability. After the final shot, Wind God's scope was shattered by Qin Chuan, the bullet fracturing his wrist. He had narrowly avoided a fatal headshot. Viper, he is not human. Having staunched the bleeding, the observer known as Black Cat gazed at Qin Chuan with admiration. He is a god. What do soldiers admire the most? Strength. Qin Chuan single-handedly incapacitated 5 of his comrades in mere moments, demonstrating unparalleled combat prowess. It is worth noting that during this period, they were not even given the chance to fire a shot. Subsequently, Qin Chuan, all alone, annihilated the Black Scorpion mercenary unit under the command of the Wind God within half an hour. That was the Wind God, although a defector, his strength was beyond doubt. His sniper record in the Linjiang military district remained unbroken to this day. The current generation of snipers, including Viper, had the greatest mission of surpassing the Wind God and bringing him back for judgment. Aside from the Lone Wolf, there was another witness to the entire execution, Ghostly Woe. At this moment, Ghostly Woe was less than 100 meters away from Carter and the Wind God. Both parties had already detected each other's presence, yet they did not converge, for between them stood a harbinger of death. It's impossible, it can't be. When the Wind God saw Qin Chuan emerge from the darkness, rifle in hand without a scope, his faith was finally shattered. He, the esteemed marksman, had been bested by a sniper rifle lacking a scope. What was he? To the opponent, he was nothing more than someone unworthy of a scope. In truth, for Qin Chuan, adorned with the god of guns glasses, the presence or absence of a scope was inconsequential. Raising the rifle guaranteed a hit. This was the product of the system, undeniably exhilarating. Although both the Wind God and Carter were severely injured, their caliber still possessed formidable combat strength. However, this combat strength was relative. Had Carter been facing an ordinary special forces soldier, he would have had confidence in executing a counterattack, yet, he was not up against an ordinary soldier. He was facing a demon, a war god. Thus, even with a desert eagle at his side, Carter dared not move. As Qin Chuan approached through the darkness, becoming increasingly discernible, Carter sought to see his opponent's face, to remember it. He recognized Wang Kai, the Lone Wolf, with whom he had crossed paths. Though formidable, he had not reached an inhuman level. He wanted to discern who this expert was that had driven the Wind God nearly to madness with his sniping. Hog police uniform. Carter knew that Dragon Country had special police, however, their attire was not like this. You are a policeman? The police emblem on Qin Chuan's shoulder gleamed, blinding Carter's eyes. Unbelievable, the one who annihilated my Black Scorpion is merely a lowly policeman. Where are the special forces? Where are the masters of sniping? The police of Dragon Country, have they become this formidable? At the side, the Wind God was equally stunned. The one who defeated him was a policeman. Are you kidding me? Qin Chuan looked at him with an air of nonchalance. Setting aside Carter, the sniper on the opposing side was indeed remarkable. Qin Chuan was wearing the god of guns glasses, operating at an elevated level. The opponent had indeed honed his skills through rigorous practice. What is your name? The Wind God was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Qin Chuan would inquire about his name. You don't know who I am? Qin Chuan shook his head in confusion. What? Are you that famous? Damn, the Wind God suddenly felt a profound insult at being so utterly disregarded. What do you mean, am I famous? I am the Wind God, ranked 3rd on the wanted list of the Linjiang military district, once the king of marksmen, and you don't know me? The Wind God had once believed that this was a trap set by the Linjiang military district. Ghostly Woe, the drug trafficking information network, Lone Wolf, nonsense, they dispatched a sniper of this caliber to eliminate him, yet, Qin Chuan's expression did not seem feigned. Now you know. Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively, then turned his gaze away from Carter and looked into the distant darkness. Ghostly Woe, stop hiding. Hurry and crawl over here, I promised to break your limbs, and I always keep my word. Ghostly Woe, concealed in the distance, was utterly bewildered. You're so fierce, there's no need to bully me like this. Yet, he dared not defy, initially believing that Black Scorpion would back him up. He thought the other side was a god and would surely regret not finishing him off with a single shot. But now, Black Scorpion was left with only Carter. The organization he had relied on as his support was nothing more than ants that could be crushed at will in the eyes of his opponent. To survive, Ghostly Woe now had no choice but to obey, for that was his only chance at life. With a rustle, Ghostly Woe emerged from behind the tree where he had been hiding, inching towards Qin Chuan's position. Seeing the other's compliance, Qin Chuan finally directed his attention back to Carter. Why didn't you draw your gun earlier? Qin Chuan had deliberately overlooked Carter to provide him with the opportunity to draw his weapon. As a policeman, Qin Chuan felt no psychological pressure in sniping an armed enemy. However, he could not bring himself to execute a captive from a position of dominance. Carter smiled calmly, because I didn't want to die. In truth, Carter had considered shooting. Though his leg was broken, his hands were unharmed. The Desert Eagle at his waist was positioned conveniently within reach. 1.5 seconds. He needed merely a second and a half to raise his gun and complete the kill. Moreover, Carter was confident he could deliver a fatal shot to Qin Chuan, yet he hesitated. Despite Qin Chuan not looking at him just now, the muzzle of that Type 97 sniper rifle was aimed just above his groin. With Qin Chuan's terrifying sniping skills, Carter believed that the other could easily shoot him in the head within a second without even turning around. The earlier behavior was merely a bait to lure him into attacking, which would then lead to his own demise. Ha, such foolish self-righteousness, yet, this very hesitation gave Carter a chance to survive. As a mercenary, Carter sought money, women, and survival. He was not a soldier and did not need to sacrifice himself. Furthermore, he still held a trump card, one that could undoubtedly save his life. Chapter 71 of this Qin Chuan, our military district wants him. Carter noticed the approaching Guijianqiu in the distance, the target of his mission. However, at this moment, whether Guijianqiu was alive or dead, the USB drive containing all the drug trafficking networks in Linjiang province on his person was of no consequence. Unlike Fengshen, who was a defector from Long Nation and ranked third on the wanted list of the Linjiang military district, Carter still had a glimmer of hope. Officer, Carter addressed Qin Chuan, not inquiring about his name, for he did not wish to leave the impression that he sought revenge. I believe we can have a conversation. Qin Chuan, who was awaiting the arrival of Guijianqiu and the Lone Wolf team to conclude this mission, glanced at Carter with a hint of amusement. What do you wish to discuss? My letting you go? Carter nodded earnestly. Officer, I am not like him. He is a traitor from Long Nation, but I am merely an outsider of Fengshen. Standing nearby, snorted derisively. Yet he was acutely aware of his predicament. This time, he had truly fallen. No one could save him now. Therefore, I am willing to offer money for my life, $10 million, all my possessions, to buy my life. $10 million? This was indeed a substantial sum, but would Qin Chuan accept it? Are you insulting my intelligence? Qin Chuan relished wealth, yet he could not resort to such a means of earning it. Release you, only to allow you the opportunity to return and kill citizens of Long Nation. Carter smiled wryly. I assure you, I will never set foot on this land again, but if I let you go and you renege, what then? Carter's expression suddenly brightened with excitement. It seemed there was a chance. I can provide you with a down payment. Once I cross the border, I will immediately transfer the remaining amount to you. Qin Chuan shook his head. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? No, $20 million, transferred to my account, and I will let you leave at once. What the hell, a mercenary leader with only 10 million? Qin Chuan was incredulous. Officer, silence, you have no choice. Before I change my mind. Carter's gaze remained fixed upon Qin Chuan, as if trying to discern his true intentions. Would this exceptionally skilled sniper from Long Nation truly release him for money? Carter, capable of arming the Black Scorpion mercenary unit, was certainly no fool. 10 million was merely a test. If Qin Chuan did not raise the stakes, it would indicate that he had no intention of letting him go, only seeking to swindle him. Conversely, should he increase the price, it would reveal his greed. Regardless, even if Qin Chuan accepted the money, he could easily kill him the very next moment or hand him over to the authorities, claiming the reward. No matter the choice, it seemed he could not possibly lose, but was there a chance he might actually be released, even if that possibility was but 1 in 10,000? You have 3 minutes, Qin Chuan said, glancing at the approaching Guijianqiu and the members of the Lone Wolf Special Operations Team. Once they arrive, I doubt I will be able to collect my payment. Alright. Gritting his teeth, Carter immediately pulled out his phone, inputting the account number provided by Lu Chuan, and began the transfer. In less than half a minute, officer, the $20 million has been transferred. I hope you will keep your promise. Qin Chuan's phone had long since gone missing, and he had no means to verify the transaction, but upon seeing the successful transfer notification on Carter's phone, he realized he now possessed $20 million. Damn, the money came in far too swiftly. Qin Chuan suddenly felt regret. He shouldn't have executed those mercenaries earlier. Leaving them alive could have yielded profit. Carter, you fool. At that moment, Fengshen mocked. Do you truly believe he will let you go simply because he accepted the money? If it were me, I would have killed everyone present, ensuring that no one knew of this incident. Qin Chuan glanced at Fengshen, suddenly enlightened. Oh, your statement has indeed reminded me. Letting him go is one thing, but if you dare to inform Fengshen, staring down the barrel of the gun now aimed at his forehead, suddenly felt an urge to slap himself. Damn it, why did he have to speak out? Fool. Carter cast a disdainful glance at Fengshen. Traitors might instill fear, but they were never respected. In the world of mercenaries, one could choose another team for money, yet no one dared betray their original comrades. Once done, there was no turning back. Carter was far more astute than Fengshen imagined. Do you think I truly wish to buy my life with this paltry sum? This is merely an appetizer to demonstrate my sincerity. Carter turned once more to Qin Chuan. Officer, I realize that offering money for my life may have insulted you. A person of your caliber would find it no more difficult to earn money than it is to kill a chicken. This money merely serves to prove my goodwill. My true bargaining chip as a person. This time, Qin Chuan's gaze towards Carter grew considerably more solemn, but he had not anticipated that Carter would present $20 million merely to showcase his sincerity. In truth, Carter was not mistaken. Qin Chuan was indeed seeking to swindle money. Once the mission concluded, he would report to his superiors, and $20 million would surely be worth a second-class merit citation, if not a little reward for himself. As for Carter, what need was there for integrity in dealings with a mercenary leader? Qin Chuan had learned from Wang Kai that, over the years, Black Scorpion had claimed the blood of numerous special forces from Long Nation. How could he genuinely release such a person for money? If Qin Chuan were to do so, how could he justify the sacrifice of the soldiers from Long Nation? Yet, he had not foreseen that Carter had seen through his thoughts. The $20 million was merely a means to convey his sincerity. To be honest, Qin Chuan indeed perceived that sincerity.
Meanwhile, at the Linzhou Combat Command Center, damn, is this kid even human?
Mother, is he some kind of deity? One person, single-handedly annihilating the Black Scorpion mercenary unit. If I hadn't witnessed it myself in the hall, a gathering of high-ranking police officials were cursing in disbelief as they watched the combat footage streaming back on the screen. Though the visuals were somewhat dim, some had been captured through night vision equipment, yet the scenes of Qin Chuan taking out one foe after another, even intercepting bullets with his own, were partially recorded. Such talent should not be confined to the small bamboo forest county. This was akin to a pearl being tarnished. He ought to join our special operations forces. Director Yang, we must have this Qin Chuan for our military district. With him on the battlefield, they would be unstoppable. Moreover, capturing Fengshan would greatly enhance the reputation of the Linjiang military district. If the superiors were to learn of this, Deputy Chief of Staff Li Zhanghua, who participated in the systematic operation, felt as though he would wake from his dreams laughing. Chapter 72, Identity Revealed, Trouble for the Kite.
Old Li, what do you mean you're heading to your military district? This is a personnel matter concerning our police system.
Our Provincial Criminal Investigation Department is in need of manpower, interrupted Liang Dong, the Deputy Director of the Jiang Province Public Security Bureau, as he turned to Yang Jinghua. Director Yang, I believe this individual would be better suited for the Provincial Bureau.
Don't, Deputy Director Liang.
We in the armed police are in dire need of such a skilled expert. It would be a waste of talent to place him at the Provincial Bureau. Give him to us.
Go away.
The armed police should not be meddling. Send him to the military district. I'll make him a major. A major, even you, the deputy chief of the military district, are merely a colonel, right?
Enough.
Send him to the provincial bureau. I'll appoint him as deputy division chief. Armed police, I'll make him deputy commander of the armed police detachment. Yang Jinghua ignored the bickering from the various factions below. He was intently focused on the screen displaying Qin Chuan's resume. 22 years old, graduating at the top of his class from the police academy, he had only been working for 2 months. Yet in these 2 months, he had apprehended numerous wanted criminals, dismantled major drug, vice, and organized crime rings, and received a second-class merit award once and a third-class merit award once. He had swiftly advanced from a humble rural police officer to the deputy captain of the county criminal police team, even taking charge of operations. On his very first day, he solved a homicide case, leading his team to receive a collective second-class merit award. The commendation for solving the headless corpse case had been issued just 3 days prior, but this time, he single-handedly annihilated a unit of Black Scorpion mercenaries. It is no exaggeration to say that Qin Chuan alone achieved results equivalent to an entire regiment. Moreover, let us not forget the stunning photograph of Qin Chuan saving Jiang Shui in midair at school. His continuous success in solving cases demonstrates his capability. His selfless act of saving others reveals his sense of justice. Though Yang Jinghua maintained a calm exterior, he was internally applauding. How extraordinary it is that our Jiang province public security system has such a remarkable individual. As for the clamor about sending him to the military district, transferring him to the provincial bureau, or dispatching him to the special police team, such notions were utterly nonsensical. It is through honing skills at the grassroots level that one can shoulder greater responsibilities in the future. Achieving high positions at a young age is not necessarily a good thing. Just as the crowd continued their verbal sparring over Qin Chuan, a phone in the hands of Zhang Tianyu, the police chief of Lin City, suddenly vibrated. This phone had been entrusted to him by Yang Jinghua upon his transfer, instructing him to answer it immediately, regardless of whether he was eating, sleeping, or engaged in important meetings. When the phone rang, he was obliged to respond at once, for this was not merely a phone call, it represented the last lifeline for comrades fighting on the front lines of life and death.
What did you say?
Zhang Tianyu's face turned ashen, his right hand trembling uncontrollably as he held the phone.
Are you certain? The worst-case scenario had indeed come to pass.
After hanging up, Zhang Tianyu approached Yang Jinghua with a grave expression.
Director Yang, the kite, is in trouble.
In the border jungle, Carter revealed his true trump card. Our mission this time is to retrieve a USB drive from Ghost, which contains the entire drug trafficking network of Jiang province.
Whoever obtains this USB drive will control the entire Jiang market.
Qin Chuan suddenly understood, Ghost possessed such a valuable item. However, the mission has been compromised, which is why the Lone Wolf Special Operations Team from Longhua has appeared here. The individual who leaked our mission is a mole planted by the Lin City Public Security Bureau beside the major drug lord Qin Chuan 10 years ago, codenamed Kite.
We captured Kite before we set out.
Carter looked seriously at Qin Chuan. I know where the Longhua police are.
I will exchange his life for mine.
At the Lin City Public Security Bureau's Operations Command Center, Yang Jinghua felt his head buzz upon hearing Zhang Tianyu's report.
The Kite is in trouble? What happened?
The Kite, originally named Yang Hu, had been personally sent undercover by Yang Jinghua a decade ago. Over the years, he had successfully completed numerous missions, becoming the most outstanding undercover agent of the Lin City Public Security Bureau.
Moreover, very few knew that Yang Hu was actually Yang Jinghua's biological son. Zhang Tianyu, as the current police chief of Lin City, was one of the very few privy to the secret. The latest news we received indicates that this intelligence relay was a test from Qin Chuan for Kite. He only informed Kite himself once the information leaked, his identity was compromised. Yang Jinghua took a deep breath, clenching his fists tightly. No one understood better than Yang Jinghua, who had once worked undercover, the dire consequences of an undercover agent being exposed in a drug lord's criminal organization. However, as a father, as long as he had not seen a body, he clung to a glimmer of hope.
What is his condition?
He was captured this morning. He wasn't executed on the spot, but we currently do not know where he is or what his situation is.
Not knowing the situation.
Perhaps that was the best news, but it could also be the worst news. In the jungle, Qin Chuan listened to Carter's words, naturally unable to fully trust him, yet, he had no means to verify the truth behind Carter's claims at that moment.
Where is he?
At the border.
Only I know the location.
Carter's confidence had significantly increased this time. Having dealt with the Longwa police and special forces for so many years, he understood these individuals all too well. For the sake of a comrade, they would not hesitate to sacrifice their own lives. Moreover, the ace he held was a credit to the other side's undercover work spanning a decade. A police officer like Qin Chuan, who possessed a strong sense of justice, could not simply stand by and watch someone die.
Take me there, but if I discover you were lying. Qin Chuan's gaze was icy, yet he understood that Carter had no reason to deceive him.
After all, he had witnessed Qin Chuan's decisive annihilation of the Black Scorpions. If he were to lie, it would be tantamount to playing with his own life. Hey kid, I advise you to think this through. Suddenly, Fengshen, who had been silent until now, spoke up. The Tangjiegu area is still 2 kilometers from the border.
It is considered our territory.
However, the border is different. Once we cross over, a single distress call from Carter could summon dozens of people. At that point, forget about rescuing anyone, you might not even be able to save yourself. Qin Chuan looked at Fengshen, puzzled, not understanding why he was being warned. Logically, Fengshen should have preferred to let him walk into danger without intervention. Kid, don't look at me like that, I'm telling you this not to save you. Knowing full well that your comrade is in danger, you might die trying to save him, but if you don't, perhaps you'll carry the guilt for a lifetime.
Do you know why I defected back in the day?
Because I was once like Kite, trapped in a desperate situation with no one to rescue me. I'm curious to see what choice you will make.
What choice?
Qin Chuan chuckled a click, the crisp sound of a bullet being chambered provided the answer everyone was seeking.
You, a piece of trash who betrayed your country, want to see how I choose?
Without a glance in Fengshen's direction, Qin Chuan fired a shot into the distance. The last intact leg of Ghost was pierced by the bullet, exploding into a gaping hole. To sever your limbs, I won't let even one be spared. At that moment, the members of the Lone Wolf Special Operations Team, including Wang Kai, also arrived at the scene.
Wang, you take care of this so-called Fengshen and the Ghost over there. Carter, lend me your assistance for a moment.
Wang Kai could hardly believe that he had the chance to capture Fengshen alive in his lifetime. The reason he had left the capital to serve in the Jiang Province military district was to avenge his older brother, the Special Forces soldier who had cared for him since childhood but was shot dead by a teammate from behind. Everyone in the Lone Wolf Special Operations Team held Qin Chuan in high regard. They listened intently to his words. After retrieving the remaining sniper ammunition from the Viper, Qin Chuan proceeded to stealthily lead Carter deeper into the jungle.
Chapter 73. At the lethal trap on the border, the wind howled, and the waters of the Ishui River turned cold. As Wang Kai gazed at Qin Chuan's receding figure, he clenched his teeth and declared, "Chen Junsheng, return with Fengshen and Gue Jianzhou."
Captain? Chen Junsheng was well aware of Wang Kai's intentions.
What do you mean? Are you disregarding my orders?
Captain, I execute the order. With no choice left, Chen Junsheng gritted his teeth and saluted, "Yes, sir." The mission of the Lone Wolf Special Operations Team was complete, and without a superior's command, they could not act independently. Should Wang Kai leave the team, upon his return, he might even find himself stripped of his command, yet, could he bear to watch Qin Chuan walk into certain death alone? Unbeknownst to the Lone Wolf, at the operational command center of the Linzhou Public Security Bureau, Provincial Police Chief Yang Jinghua had already requested the deployment of another unit. Just a minute ago, the special phone of Linzhou Public Security Bureau Chief Zhang Tianyu rang once more. The kite had been located. In truth, even without a report from that side, those in the command center were fully aware of the kite's whereabouts. 5 minutes prior, a 10-meter tall tree had been erected along the border, from which a person hung, bloodied and mangled, beside a large banner that read "Undercover Agent Dead." The drone had transmitted real-time footage back to the command center, displaying a close-up of a face on the large screen. The kite, Yang Hu, the drug lord, had audaciously hung him on the border as a blatant provocation. Within the command center, Yang Jinghua's eyes were bloodshot. That was his son, the son he had personally sent in as an undercover agent. At this moment, without needing further orders from Yang Jinghua, Zhang Tianyu slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Armed police, deploy personnel to the border immediately. I don't care what it takes, we must bring our comrade back." Understood. Armed helicopters had long been on standby. With time of the essence, the commander of the Armed Police Brigade personally led an elite team for the rescue. Simultaneously, a call request from the Lone Wolf Special Operations Team came through.
Report to the command center. I am Chen Hu, Vice Captain of the Lone Wolf Special Operations Team.
The Black Scorpion has been eliminated, and the Special Operations mission has been completed. We have captured the target, Gue Jianzhou, and additionally, the defector from 10 years ago, Sniper Fengshen from the Linjiang Military District, has also been captured. The first half of Chen Hu's report was already known to everyone, having been witnessed through the cameras of drones and special operations helmets. However, what was the situation with Feng Shen? Deputy Chief of Staff Li Zhanghua of the Linjiang Military District leaped up, snatching the microphone from the communications officer's hand.
Feng Shen? Chen Junsheng, are you saying that you captured Feng Shen, the one who defected 10 years ago?
Report, Chief. Chen Hu's voice was firm and resolute. It is indeed that Feng Shen.
Just as Comrade Qin Chuan annihilated the Black Scorpion mercenary unit, Feng Shen was their sniper. Now that Comrade Qin Chuan has been captured, we are currently escorting him back. Damn, Li Zhanghua pounded his thigh in excitement.
Good, ha ha ha, excellent. By God, the person who had been sniping against Qin Chuan was none other than Feng Shen. The bullets that Qin Chuan had used to retaliate were indeed Feng Shen's, ha ha. Chen Junsheng, I command you, at all costs, to ensure Feng Shen is safely escorted back. Wait, where is Wang Kai?
Why is it you reporting?
Suddenly, a chill ran down Li Zhanggua's spine. Damn, that little ancestor better not be in trouble, otherwise, even if they captured Feng Shen, he might find himself in dire straits.
Not just him, but everyone in this building would face calamity.
Report, Chief. Wang is. Li Zhanghua felt an overwhelming urge to leap through the telephone line.
What happened to him? Speak up. He went to the border.
Chen Hu quickly summarized the situation. Chief, Wang didn't do it intentionally. There is an undercover comrade from 10 years ago over there. Qin Chuan went to save him, and Wang was worried he would be in danger alone.
He wasn't ignoring orders.
At this point, Li Zhanghua didn't care about whether Wang Kai was following orders. He wanted the other party to return alive and intact.
You all, leave 2 people to guard Gui Jianqiu and Feng Shen. Any sign of unrest, shoot to kill. The rest of you, return immediately to support Wang Kai.
While chaos reigned in the command center, in the jungle, the target is at the border, and Uncle Kuan's men are keeping watch. Carter and Qin Chuan had already crossed the Tongjia Gully, drawing near to the border.
How many men do they have?
At least 50, specifics are unclear. With his life in Qin Chuan's hands, Carter cooperated fully, revealing, they are heavily armed and are desperate men.
50 men.
Qin Chuan pondered. He had 80 rounds in his pocket, which would be sufficient to deal with 50 adversaries to die in the jungle. Carter moved stealthily like a weasel. Even with a bullet wound in his leg, he could still proceed silently. Although Qin Chuan lacked jungle combat experience, he possessed elite combat skills, exceptional physical coordination, and enhanced vision, making the dark jungle appear as bright as day to him, allowing him to move without hindrance.
Gradually, the two drew closer to the border, just a few minutes and about 100 meters away.
100 meters. As they approached the border, Carter's heart raced. He understood the discipline of the Dragon Kingdom's special forces and police. These individuals adhered strictly to protocol. Without orders, they would never breach the border. Therefore, once he reached the border, returning to the other side would ensure his safety. As for the intelligence he provided to Qin Chuan, including the kite's location, the number of armed men dispatched by the drug lord Uncle Kuan, and their firepower, it was all truthful. He had no reason to lie about that. However, one detail he concealed from Qin Chuan was that he carried a wireless locator on him. This device served 2 purposes: to confirm his location and to communicate with the Black Scorpion's headquarters across the border. This was a tradition of the Black Scorpion. During missions, if a team member was captured, they could use this locator to relay information via Morse code. At this moment, he had already sent the message back. He awaited Qin Chuan to unwittingly walk into the trap he had meticulously set.
You think you're impressive, capable of sniping down 19 members of the Black Scorpion within half an hour? I am eager to see if you can escape alive from an ambush of over 50 men, armed to the teeth.
Carter's scheme was, of course, unknown to Qin Chuan, yet Qin Chuan remained ever vigilant of Carter. The man was no fool. Anyone who could use $20 million as a gesture of goodwill and leverage an undercover operative to coerce him into letting him go might have several contingencies up his sleeve. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan was not overly concerned. He could end Carter's life at any moment. Furthermore, in his quest to rescue the kite, he had no choice but to rely on Carter. 5 minutes later, the two had stealthily approached the vicinity of the border. After transmitting his final message, a tree suddenly rose, the same one that the Linzhou command center had seen. Hanging from it was indeed the undercover kite. Chapter 74. A perilous standoff at the border. Upon witnessing the towering tree he had anticipated erected at the border, Carter felt the weight on his heart finally lift. The sensation of having one's life controlled by others is truly unbearable. However, it mattered little now. He was on the cusp of reclaiming his freedom.
Officer, see, I keep my word. I will certainly lead you to the kite.
Standing merely 20 meters from the border, Carter straightened his posture, a sincere smile gracing his face. At this moment, Qin Chuan naturally beheld the figure hanging from the tree. Thanks to his visual enhancement ability, he could clearly discern the grotesque scar etched across the man's face even in the darkness. Noticing Qin Chuan's scrutinizing gaze, Carter reassured, "Officer, rest assured, he is quite well, unharmed.
After all, I intend to exchange his life for my own."
"If you doubt me," Carter raised his right hand and swung it down abruptly. Bang! A sudden gunshot erupted from the jungle on the opposite side of the border. The man hanging from the tree let out a blood-curdling scream as blood gushed from his thigh. Qin Chuan glanced over, realizing that the location of the gunshot matched precisely where he had shot Carter's leg.
"Officer, I am a fair man. The kite's life is my life. If I am to suffer no harm, he must endure the same."
Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze and met Carter's eyes.
He had never underestimated Carter, yet he had not anticipated that Carter could communicate with his accomplices beyond the border right under his nose. Even at the border, he was engaging in a life-for-life gambit. This man was indeed remarkable, having survived in this treacherous territory for so many years. Even the lone wolves had faced considerable setbacks at their hands.
Carter, do you think I would believe you if you simply hung someone up there and claimed it was the kite?
Qin Chuan did not feel insulted by Carter's cunning. Rather, it illustrated Carter's true prowess. However, Qin Chuan needed to ascertain that the person hanging from the tree was indeed the kite. Carter scratched his head. It truly was the kite up there, as he would not gamble with his own life. Yet, he had no evidence to convince Qin Chuan of the kite's identity. Officer, I cannot divulge that information, but I believe you could verify it with your country's police. No need.
He is the kite.
Suddenly, a voice interrupted from behind them. Turning around, they saw Wang Kai, who had stealthily followed. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow upon seeing Wang Kai approach. What are you doing here?
What? Are you the only one allowed to be a hero while we cower in fear?
Qin Chuan regarded Wang Kai seriously, having saved him once before, and nodded. All right, if we make it out alive this time, I will acknowledge you as my brother.
Ha, Qin Chuan, I will gladly recognize you as my brother too.
Wang Kai grinned widely. He had seldom admired anyone outside of his elders, with only his brother among his peers, and now, he had gained another figure to look up to. The man up there is Yang Hu, my elder brother's university classmate.
I met him a decade ago.
With the identity confirmed, the next step was to negotiate the exchange. Carter had already contemplated this. Officer, I am now merely 20 meters from the border. With each step I take forward, the tree will lower a section.
When I reach the border, the person in the tree will fall right before you. What do you think? Is this exchange method fair?
Qin Chuan and Wang Kai exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Carter's proposal was indeed fair. From the 20-meter distance, they could shoot him at any moment, while he could also fire back in the darkness, potentially killing the kite in the tree. Once Carter crossed the border, Qin Chuan would naturally be unable to fire. Although the opposition had no reservations about shooting across the border, they had to consider the sniper rifle in Qin Chuan's possession. Seeing the two agree, a smile crept across Carter's face, while a sense of relief washed over him. Freedom, life, just 20 more meters. Due to his leg injury, Carter could only drag himself forward. 1 meter. The towering tree slowly lowered a section. 3 meters, 0.5 meters. At this moment, at the command center in Lin City, although the footage transmitted no sound, everyone witnessed the scene of the kite being shot in the leg. Provocation, this was an unabashed act of defiance.
Armed police, where are you? Zhang Tianyu roared into the communication device. Report to command center, we will arrive at the designated location in half an hour. Half an hour? By then, would the person still be alive?
Director Zhang, the tree is beginning to fall. What? Zhang Tianyu, who was mobilizing rescue forces, rushed to the screen. Indeed, the tree had begun to tilt, and then it tilted again, this time toward their own border.
What is happening? Drone, can you adjust the angle?
Impossible, Director Zhang. If we adjust it further, it will cross the border. That's not right. Look, there is a figure emerging from the thicket. In the drone footage, Carter was seen dragging his injured leg into an open area just 5 meters from the border. That's Carter, the leader of the Black Scorpion mercenaries.
That is Qin Chuan, the police from Julin County. He is accompanying Carter to rescue someone.
Yang Jing was body stiffened, his gaze fixed on the screen. The figure up there was his son. Then, those in the command center noticed that with each step Carter took forward, the tree tilted further. Now, the person was suspended in midair, having crossed their border. Closer, closer. Carter looked ahead, just 10 meters away, his heart racing with excitement. Just 10 more meters, and he would secure his freedom, a new lease on life. At that moment, he would ask the damned Dragon Kingdom officer how they intended to respond if he produced a 6-barreled Gatling gun. Unfortunately, Carter had not read the online novels from the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, he would understand how terrifying it was to face someone with a system. Carter believed his concealed allies remained undetected in the darkness. In reality, with his visual enhancement ability, Qin Chuan had already grasped the situation across the way with crystal clarity. The 6-barreled Gatling gun lay concealed behind a few blades of grass, less than 100 meters away. However, could he not disguise it more properly? At this distance, it would only fool Wang Kai's night vision goggles.
Is there truly no ambush on their side?
Wang Kai observed for a considerable time but found nothing. The night vision showed only silence and darkness. Qin Chuan shook his head. Clearly, Wang Kai did not believe Carter's tall tales, but he could not see the arrangements on the other side. Do not concern yourself with their situation.
Just do as I instruct, is that all right?
Rest assured, do you not trust my marksmanship? Wang Kai recalled the recently annihilated Black Scorpion and nodded firmly. All right, I will follow your lead.
Chapter 75.
Those who offend the Dragon Nation shall be punished, no matter how far. Carter stepped forward once more, inching closer to that fateful line. 7 meters, just 3 more meters, and he would cross the threshold. He swore he would make the Dragon Nation's police regret their actions. They had destroyed the Black Scorpion organization he had painstakingly built and stolen $20 million from him, and now they dared to attempt to take that undercover agent back? A fool's dream. Utilizing the locator on his person, Carter transmitted one final message of the moment he crossed the border. They were to open fire, yet, in the next instant. Bang! The sudden gunshot startled Carter, causing him to flinch.
Damn it! Who fired that shot?
He hadn't even crossed the line yet. Carter vowed that when he returned, he would have the shooter torn to pieces, but then he swiftly realized something was amiss. The gunfire had originated from behind him. The figures at his back were the dreaded Dragon Nation police and the captain of the Lone Wolf Squad. The exchange with the undercover agent was not yet concluded. How could they possibly open fire? However, at that moment, Carter had no time to ponder. With only 3 meters left, he needed to cross over to safety. The gunfire startled everyone at the command center of the Linqing Public Security Bureau. Who is firing? Zhang Tianyu's eyes blazed with fury as he clearly saw the kite in the tree, its binding snapping, causing the upper half of its form to nearly tumble down. Bang, 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 amidst the chaos, 3 consecutive gunshots rang out, severing the ropes that held the kite, sending it plummeting from the heights. Wang Kai, now! Qin Chuan shouted from his concealed position in the jungle. Like a nimble creature, Wang Kai darted out, ready to catch the falling kite. Carter, with 1 foot already over the border, now understood who was firing. It was Qin Chuan. He had fired 4 shots in succession, severing the bindings of the kite. Humph, Carter scoffed. Did Qin Chuan truly believe he could save the kite before he crossed the border? A fool's fantasy. Fire! Carter shouted with authority. The personnel he had left behind, though merely the Black Scorpion's reserve squad, were still capable of eliminating the fallen kite. Bang! At Carter's command, gunfire erupted from the opposite jungle. Bang! Ding! In the pitch-dark night, a flash of fire erupted. Damn! The sacred light of the void once again reflected in Carter's blue pupils. That terrifying police officer had once again performed the feat of sniping bullets. Carter's feverish mind suddenly cleared to run. The 19 members of Black Scorpion, along with himself and the Wind God, had been wiped out by the enemy in less than half an hour. What made him think that the 50 men opposing him could be defeated? Carter, overconfident in his preparations, had forgotten that in the face of absolute power, all schemes were mere illusions. Never mind, survival first. With 1 foot straddling the border, freedom was almost within reach. As for that police officer and the undercover agent, damn it, nothing was more important than his own life. After 5 shots, the kite was finally caught by Wang Kai. Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. This was the plan he had just executed. As Carter approached the border, he had fired directly at the kite, severing its bindings and securing the upper hand. Otherwise, once Carter crossed the border, the 6-barreled Gatling gun would fire indiscriminately, leaving him unharmed but guaranteeing the kite's demise. The mechanism controlling the tree's elevation was on the other side. If the enemy raised the trunk even half a meter, the kite would be transformed into a beehive. Of course, this was not the time to relax. In fact, the true battle was only just beginning. Qin Chuan gazed at Carter, whose foot was halfway across the border, his eyes flashing with resolute fury. How dare he kill someone from the Dragon Nation and think he could escape so easily? Bang! The distinctive sound of the Type 97 sniper rifle reverberated through the forest. Carter collapsed to the ground, realizing that his other leg had also been shot by Qin Chuan, yet the latter paid no heed to looking back. Just 1 step, as he fell from the gunshot, his upper body had already crossed the border. Just a little more, and he would be safe. Carter knew that at this moment, Qin Chuan was over 20 meters away. Even if he were a flying man, he could not catch him. Safety was just within reach. However, could Qin Chuan allow him to leave so easily? System, deploy the charge needle. Charge needle. A one-time use item that doubles the user's speed for a duration of 24 hours. Having already enhanced his physical attributes with the mighty Vajra pill, Qin Chuan's speed surged to 6 times that of an ordinary person. This terrifying burst of speed made Qin Chuan like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he closed the 20-meter gap. As Carter fell, he burst forth from the jungle, exposed to the gaze of all. What was that? So fast? In the command center of the Linqing Public Security Bureau, someone gasped at the shadow flickering across the screen. Zhang Tianyu fixed his gaze, desperate to discern what transpired. When Wang Kai appeared to catch the kite, they understood it was a prearranged tactic between Qin Chuan and Wang Kai. Compared to those in the command center, Carter felt the impact of the lightning-like speed more deeply. A crack, just as he was about to cross the border, the familiar sound of bones shattering echoed in his ears. It was the distinct sound he made when he crushed the bones of those Dragon Nation special forces in the jungle, identical to this one. However, this time, it was accompanied by excruciating pain. Carter turned his head, his pupils dilating in horror. How could it be that Dragon Nation police officer? How is this possible? Qin Chuan sneered, tightening his grip on Carter's ankle. The body that had already crossed the border began to be slowly dragged back. No, no. Panic seized Carter. If he was truly dragged back, there would be no escape for him. Let me go. You promised me, I even gave you 20 million. You cannot be untrustworthy. Yet Qin Chuan remained unmoved, his iron grip resolutely dragging Carter inch by inch back to the border. I cannot cross the line to apprehend you, but who allowed you to have 1 foot still on Dragon Nation's side? Carter clawed desperately at the grass with both hands, but it was futile. In despair, he watched his body being pulled back inch by inch, as if being dragged into hell by a demon. Fire! All of you, fire, kill them! With his final hand also dragged back, despair flickered in Carter's eyes, replaced by a resolute glimmer. If they would not allow him to live, then they should all die. At Carter's command, the jungle erupted with fierce flames, bullets pouring down like a torrential downpour. Qin Chuan had anticipated Carter's desperate counterattack, so without hesitation, he positioned Carter in front of himself. Bang, 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 amidst the chaos, gunfire echoed in retaliation. The effectiveness of the gun god glasses had not yet expired, and Qin Chuan's bullets seemed to possess a will of their own. With each shot, a life was claimed. The first to be killed was the Gatling gunner. On the other side, Wang Kai and the kite lay flat on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Carter, positioned before Qin Chuan, was already riddled with bullets. Bang, 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 Qin Chuan's eyes blazed crimson, with one hand gripping Carter's mangled corpse and the other firing. He shouted, "Kill, kill, kill." 53 men, Qin Chuan exerted every ounce of strength, firing 53 shots in less than half a minute. Each shot claimed a life, each bullet finding its mark. The opposing men had never witnessed such terrifying marksmanship as someone shouted, "Don't kill me, I surrender, surrender," and immediately tossed down their weapons following suit. The remaining 10 or so stunned men quickly reacted, throwing down their guns and shouting in Dragon Nation's tongue, "Surrender. We surrender." As the gunfire subsided, Qin Chuan observed the defeated remnants crawling out of the jungle. He cast aside the corpse shielding his chest and roared towards the heavens, "Those who offend the Dragon Nation shall be punished, no matter how far." Chapter 76 Inches at Qin Chuan? I am young Jingua, and I shall remember you. Those who offend our Dragon Nation shall face retribution, no matter how distant. Qin Chuan's roar resonated like the evening drum and morning bell, echoing along the borders of the Dragon Nation, penetrating the hearts of the remaining soldiers across the divide, and reverberating in the ears of Wang Kai and Fengzheng behind him. It struck a profound chord within the hearts of everyone present at the operational command center of the Linzhou Public Security Bureau. Excellent. Yang Jinghua, the director of the Jiang Province Public Security Department, who had been intently observing the screen, slammed his fist on the table and exclaimed, "What a declaration! Those who offend our Dragon Nation shall face retribution, no matter how distant." How gratifying! How gratifying! Yang Jinghua had encountered numerous remarkable young talents, such as a 23-year-old at the departmental level and a county head not yet 30. Yet, Qin Chuan stood out among the youth he had met, embodying the most fervent spirit. With unwavering courage, he was willing to sacrifice for his country. With a gun in hand, he was an impenetrable force along the border, engaging single-handedly against nearly 100 foreign troops. With only the lifeless body of an enemy as his shield, he ultimately vanquished the foes, compelling them to surrender in terror, even afraid to flee. What a police officer! What a captain of the criminal investigation team! Qin Chuan, I, Yang Jinghua, will remember you. Within the command center, Zhang Tianyu's eyes glowed with fervor as he gazed at the screen, where Qin Chuan, drenched in blood, stood tall like a resilient pine. Suddenly, he shouted, "Salute!" In an instant, the entire command center rose to their feet, honoring the hero with a salute. Deep within the jungle, along the border, Qin Chuan stood armed, while the terrified remnants of the enemy knelt in a row before him. Among them were members of the Black Scorpion's reserves and subordinates of the drug lord Uncle Cohen. Regardless of their identities, each hand was stained with blood. To describe them as ruthless and desperate was an understatement. Yet, the fierce feared the dauntless, and the dauntless also feared the reckless. Standing solitary along the border, Qin Chuan resembled a towering monument. He had single-handedly slain over 50 heavily armed adversaries. These men had wished to flee, when over 20 of their comrades were slain. Some attempted to escape, yet none could break free from the battlefield. All fell victim to Qin Chuan's sniper rifle, each shot a fatal blow. Who would not tremble in fear when every bullet struck true? Thus, surrender was their only option. The intensity of the battle was swift and fleeting. Just after Wang Kai had rescued Fengzheng, he complied with Qin Chuan's instructions, pinning the enemy to the ground without a hint of movement. Only when the gunfire ceased did he dare to look up at Qin Chuan, bloodied and wide-eyed, faced the row of kneeling captives pleading for mercy. Qin Chuan. Wang Kai gasped in shock, abandoning Fengzheng, who appeared relatively unscathed, and leapt to Qin Chuan's side. The thought of one man against dozens sent shivers down his spine. "Are you all right?" Phew! Upon seeing the kneeling captives along the border, Qin Chuan also noticed Wang Kai approaching. Yet, it seemed as if he could hear nothing. Lost in a state of surreal detachment. After a prolonged moment, he finally regained his senses, and the surrounding sounds began to filter back into his ears. "Qin Chuan. Are you okay? Were you shot?" Wang Kai began to probe Qin Chuan's body for injuries. Hiss. As Qin Chuan returned to reality, he suddenly felt sharp pains in several areas. "Captain Wang, please stop touching me, it hurts." With his thick brows and large eyes, Wang Kai's gaze brimmed with tears at the sight of Qin Chuan, who had been shot 3 times, in the leg, waist, and shoulder, during the recent skirmish. Despite having Carter shielding him, the adversaries were still flesh and blood. Had it not been for his bulletproof vest, the bullets would have surely penetrated Carter and struck Qin Chuan. However, his limbs had not entirely shielded him, as he still bore the brunt of stray bullets. "Arrest them, I need to rest." The extreme intensity of the battle had drained Qin Chuan's energy. In that brief minute, he had not only picked off the armed assailants but also ensured the safety of Wang Kai and Fengzheng, intercepting every bullet aimed at them. Otherwise, even if the two lay still on the ground, it was improbable they would emerge unscathed amidst the chaos. Yet, even so, with dozens firing simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of bullets, Qin Chuan's ability to eliminate the enemy while safeguarding his comrades was beyond the imagination of ordinary men. After speaking, Qin Chuan collapsed straight back. Wang Kai swiftly caught him. "Qin Chuan." Boom! Just as Qin Chuan fell, a distant rumble echoed. The armed police helicopters had finally arrived to provide support. When Qin Chuan awoke, it was already the afternoon of the second day. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a pristine white ceiling and the uncomfortable scent of disinfectant. "Where am I?" Wang Kai, who had been keeping vigil at his bedside, exclaimed upon hearing Qin Chuan's voice, "You're awake." He then turned and shouted, "Doctor." "He is awake, hurry." Qin Chuan looked speechlessly at the frantically shouting Wang Kai, thinking, "I am awake, not dead. Why does it feel as if I'm on the brink of death?" Within a minute, a throng of people rushed in behind Wang Kai. Some examined his pupils, others measured his blood pressure, checked the heart rate on the monitor, and even someone brought a hand to test his breathing. 15 minutes later, the flurry of activity subsided. A doctor, whose hair had turned completely white, let out a long sigh of relief. He is fine, just a bit fatigued. He needs to rest. As the foremost surgeon at Xing'an People's Hospital, Zhong Yuesong had encountered every kind of leader imaginable. Even district chiefs were treated with utmost respect, yet, this individual, since last night, numerous high-ranking officials had come to inquire after him. Armed police, military district leaders, and public security bureau dignitaries had all insisted he ensure the safety of this man. Even a provincial governor had personally visited. What sort of person could elicit such attention? Of course, even without the calls, Zhong Yuesong would have exerted every effort to save him upon noticing the police uniform and gunshot wounds. In reality, Qin Chuan's injuries were not severe. The 3 gunshot wounds were merely grazes from stray bullets, resulting in some blood loss but no damage to bones or muscles. Once everyone had departed, Qin Chuan turned to Wang Kai, puzzled. What are you doing here? Before Wang Kai could respond, a nearby nurse, changing dressings, stifled a laugh. This handsome guy has been here since last night, refusing to leave, just waiting for you to wake up. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan instinctively pulled the blanket tighter around himself. What on earth is this Wang Kai? Does he have some peculiar obsession? Wang Kai, however, seemed unfazed, grinning. I couldn't relax unless I saw you awake. Now that you're fine, I'll head out. The team still has tasks to attend to. Qin Chuan did not anticipate that Wang Kai would leave so abruptly. By the way, here's my phone number, call me if you need anything. Remember, no matter what it is. With that, Wang Kai pushed open the door and exited. Qin Chuan stared blankly at the doorway, wondering, did he only say one thing? Bang! Suddenly, the door swung open once more, and Wang Kai poked his head back in. Qin Chuan, thank you. After saying this, he quickly withdrew his head and left. Qin Chuan, what is wrong with this person? Chapter 77 of The Boundless Future of Qin Chuan. Though the jungle warfare has reached a temporary conclusion, the situation remains far from resolved. The catalyst for this conflict was the tragic car accident involving Qin Chuan's mother. Following that, Lu Tao sustained severe injuries, and 2 traffic policemen lost their lives. The current status of these events is still shrouded in uncertainty. Qin Chuan's phone fell during the pursuit of Gue Jianqiu, rendering him unable to reach Lu Tao. As for his mother, she is likely still in the orthopedic ward, and he can visit her shortly. Despite having rendered Gue Jianqiu limbless, the man still clings to life. Qin Chuan is confident that the truth surrounding his mother's accident will soon be unveiled. Lying on the hospital bed, he begins to peruse the system rewards. After an intense night of combat, he had not yet had the opportunity to review the system's reward information. Not to mention, capturing Gue Jianqiu awarded him a staggering 244 points of malevolence value, which means he can participate in the lottery twice. This jungle operation has once again demonstrated the formidable power of the system. The gun god glasses are simply unparalleled in strength. Additionally, the acceleration syringe used at the border has doubled his speed. At a critical moment, he successfully apprehended Carter, who was barely within the borderline. Had it not been for this item, Carter might have truly escaped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing Gue Jianqiu, reward 244 points of good and evil value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating Black Scorpion mercenary group member Soul, reward 39 points of good and evil value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating Black Scorpion mercenary group member Seth, reward 23 points of good and evil value. The flurry of system notifications lifted Qin Chuan's spirits. Adding the previous balance of 89 points of good and evil value, I have amassed a total of 1,032 points. 1,000 points of good and evil value is an amount that, if spent in Julin County, would barely be sufficient to apprehend all the underworld bosses. Yet, it was accomplished in just one night of battle. 1,000 points of good and evil value is enough for Qin Chuan to enter the lottery 10 times. 10 times, this could yield 10 skills or items. Since his rebirth, he has only participated in the lottery 11 times. However, something seems amiss. Why is there no reward information for the Black Scorpion leader Carter? Report to the host. The Black Scorpion mercenary group leader Carter died due to a robbery, not by the host's hand, hence there is no reward of good and evil value. Damn! Had he known, he would have shot him first? But that doesn't make sense. Each member of the Black Scorpion mercenary group has blood on their hands. Why are their rewards so minimal? Report to the host. This system only counts the evil value of the opponent's crimes within the borders of Long Country. Crimes committed abroad are not included. Qin Chuan understands now, such limitations exist. By the way, what about the 50-odd individuals on the border? Did none of them commit crimes within Long Country? Report to the host. Those who died abroad cannot have relevant data tallied. Damn, so those who die outside are not counted. With a clearer understanding of the system rules, Qin Chuan prepares to begin the lottery. This time, he intends to indulge himself with 10 consecutive draws. However, just as he is about to summon the lottery compass, the system interrupts once more. Report to the host. The remaining good and evil value has reached 1,000 points, qualifying for a system upgrade. Would the host like to upgrade the system? Upgrade? The system can be upgraded? What benefits does a system upgrade confer, and does it require the expenditure of good and evil value? Report to the host. Post-upgrade, the system mall will be unlocked, allowing the host not only to participate in the lottery but also to purchase designated skills or items with good and evil value. This upgrade requires the expenditure of 1,000 points of good and evil value. What the hell? Qin Chuan is taken aback. Why not just go rob someone? Upgrading once costs 1,000 points of good and evil value, which would mean he loses all his current gains, yet, the ability to purchase specific skills is undeniably enticing.
The lottery rewards are random. Some skills or items may not be of immediate necessity. The prospect of designated purchases changes the game. Although 1,000 points of good and evil value is steep, Qin Chuan ultimately decides to proceed with the system upgrade. System, expend 1,000 points of good and evil value for an immediate upgrade. Affirmative. In an instant, Qin Chuan's vision blurs with dazzling colors, and before long, all anomalies dissipate. Upon checking his remaining good and evil value, he finds himself with a mere 32 points. A sense of having labored for decades only to return to square one washes over him. Once again summoning the system interface, he finds that it has indeed transformed. In addition to the lottery option, a system mall has been added. Upon entering, he is greeted by two densely packed lists. Skill category, Combat Elite, Combat Master, Firearms Elite, Firearms Master, Lockpicking Elite, Lockpicking Master, Tire Track Identification Elite, Tire Track Identification Master. A plethora of skills, both familiar and unfamiliar, beckons to him. He randomly selects one skill, Combat Master, 500 points of good and evil value. Damn, that's expensive. He tries another, Firearms Master, 800 points of good and evil value. Damn, even more expensive. Closing the skill directory, Qin Chuan opens the item directory and searches for the Gun God Glasses. Gun God Glasses, 400 points of good and evil value. Acceleration Syringe, 200 points of good and evil value. Mighty Strength Pill, 1,000 points of good and evil value. Most items are priced above 200 points of good and evil value. Gazing at the system page displaying his paltry 32 points of good and evil value, Qin Chuan quietly exits the system mall. He feels utterly impoverished. It seems he must capture more villains to enhance his standing. Regaining his focus, Qin Chuan rises from the bed, stretches, and prepares to visit his mother. Knock, knock, knock. Someone is at the door. Qin Chuan wonders who could be visiting him. Come in.
Qian Ji?
Upon entering, he is surprised to see Qian Guobin, the captain of the criminal investigation unit from Xing'an City.
Qin Chuan quickly gets out of bed. What brings you here?
Qian Guobin strides forward and firmly presses him down. Whoa, take it easy, you little rascal. You're injured and still trying to act tough.
Captain Qian, I'm fine.
The doctor said it's just a bruise, and I can be discharged tomorrow. Qian Guobin's expression shifts. A bruise is still a result of a bullet. You need to be cautious.
Thank you for your concern, Captain Qian. Qin Chuan never expected Qian Guobin would come to see him. You are now a combat hero. How could I not care?
When Qian Guobin first met Qin Chuan at the police station in Changning Town, he sensed that Qin Chuan was destined for greatness. However, he never anticipated that Qin Chuan's ascent would be so extraordinary and rapid. Since their last encounter, which was just over a month ago, Qin Chuan has not only annihilated the Black Scorpion mercenary organization but also apprehended Fengshan, a defector from the Linjiang military district, for a decade, and dismantled the entire drug trafficking network in Linjiang province run by the notorious killer, Gui Jianqiu. Most importantly, he rescued the nameless hero Kite, who had been undercover for 10 years, not to mention, single-handedly taking down over 50 enemies at the border, terrifying the opposition to the point where several of them did not dare to flee and begged for mercy. Each of these formidable accomplishments would merit the highest honors for any individual, yet, Qin Chuan achieved them all by himself. Last night, the director of the Linjiang Provincial Public Security Bureau, Yang Jinghua, personally flew in from Linzhou by helicopter just to meet Qin Chuan. This young man's future is indeed boundless. Chapter 78. The truth revealed. Dosihai is wanted. Qian Guobin wasted no time. After briefly attending to Gui Jianqiu's injuries following his arrest last night, he conducted an urgent interrogation. It has been established that the incident involving your mother was not an accident but rather orchestrated by someone.
Gui Jianqiu was sent to eliminate her.
Qian Guobin had stayed up all night, meticulously gathering information regarding Gui Jianqiu's case. His current mission was twofold. The first was to negotiate with Dosihai of Zhulin County. As the wealthiest individual in Zhulin County, Dosihai owned Xinhai Mining, which operated a coal transportation fleet of 100 vehicles. The drug trafficking syndicate in Miaodi is exceedingly cunning, having attempted over the past few years to establish a covert drug trafficking network through coal transport routes. Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback, pondering who could have devised such a brilliant strategy. The coal transportation industry is distinct from general logistics. Only those with substantial backing dare to engage in such ventures. These vehicles often evade scrutiny. It dawned on him that during his previous encounter with Gui Jianqiu at Xinhai coal mine, the latter was there to negotiate with Dosihai. According to Gui Jianqiu, they had reached an agreement and commenced a collaboration a week ago. His presence in Xing'an City is due to significant changes within the drug trafficking forces in Miaodi this year. The leader of the previous generation's largest drug syndicate was poisoned, and various smaller groups are vying for dominance. The drug trafficking network established by the prior syndicate in Linjiang province is their most valuable asset. Gui Jianqiu came to Xing'an City specifically for information regarding this network. The driver who collided with your mother was hired.
Gui Jianqiu received a call from Dosihai to silence him. Damn it!
Qin Chuan clenched his jaw. His analysis had been correct. Dosihai was indeed the scoundrel behind this.
Qian, what do you intend to do now?
Last night, we conducted an intensive interrogation of Gui Jianqiu and, upon obtaining this crucial information, immediately dispatched elite detectives to apprehend Dosihai in Zhulin County. Qin Chuan was astonished by the swiftness of Qian Guobin's actions.
So, you have already captured him? Qian Guobin shook his head. No, by the time our team arrived, Dosihai had already fled.
Fled?
Was there a leak? Qian Guobin's expression darkened.
The team that interrogated Gui Jianqiu comprised members of the Xing'an City Criminal Investigation Team. The personnel dispatched to capture Dosihai were also from the same team. To prevent any leaks, Chen Guobin had refrained from notifying the Zhulin County Public Security Bureau. Yet, somehow, the news had reached Dosihai in advance, allowing him to escape. What could this imply? You focus on recuperating. We have reinforced our personnel at Dosihai's location and issued a warrant for his arrest. Due to last night's events, the borders are heavily guarded, and he won't be able to slip away. Qian Guobin discussed various other matters, advising Qin Chuan to take care of his health, assuring him that once he recovered, Qian would personally celebrate his achievements with him. After bidding farewell to Qian Guobin, Qin Chuan's mood remained tense. Dosihai had managed to escape. He dared to run after colliding with my mother. Such a thing cannot be allowed to pass without consequence. However, in his current state, there was little he could do. Even if he were well, apprehending suspects was not within his purview. Shaking off his tumultuous thoughts, Qin Chuan changed out of his hospital gown and donned his own clothes. He couldn't let his mother see him in a hospital outfit. It would only worry her further. After checking the phone that Qian Guobin had handed him, Qin Chuan made his way to the orthopedic ward. His mother's recovery was proceeding smoothly. The surgery had been successful, and as long as she rested, she would be fine. Having taken a powerful recovery supplement, Qin Chuan's healing abilities were remarkable. In just 2 days, his abrasions had nearly healed completely. During his hospital stay, he also visited Lu Tao, who had narrowly escaped death. The knife that Gui Jianqiu had plunged into Lu Tao's chest had just grazed his heart, allowing him to survive. He would not only live but could also earn a second-class merit award. The memorial service for the 2 traffic police officers was scheduled for Friday morning, and Qin Chuan planned to attend. His original police uniform had been soaked in blood during the gunfight and was no longer wearable, yet, he had kept it, intending to preserve it as a memento. At the memorial service, the political commissar of the Xing'an City Public Security Bureau presided over the ceremony. Comrades Zhang Hui and Zhao Dishing led lives that were brief yet honorable, lives without regret. They sacrificed themselves for the safety of the people's lives and property, their contributions as weighty as Mount Tai, deserving of the organization's and the people's respect. All personnel, present arms, salute. In unison, the police officers attending the memorial service removed their hats and saluted. Qin Chuan, with his left arm bandaged and resting against his chest, fought back tears. 2 brave souls had perished before his eyes. Zhang Hui, Zhao Dishing, may you rest in peace. The crowd stood at attention and echoed, Zhang Hui, Zhao Dishing, may you rest in peace. After leaving the martyr cemetery, Chen Guobin personally drove Qin Chuan. What are your plans moving forward? Qin Chuan smiled. I shall return to Zhulin County and continue my duties as deputy captain. Qian Guobin chuckled subtly, choosing not to elaborate. The surprise was best left to unfold naturally upon Qin Chuan's return in a few days. Don't forget about tomorrow's interview, make sure to perform well. Qin Chuan slapped his forehead. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have truly forgotten. His visit to Xing'an City was primarily for a class reunion and the interview on Saturday, but his mother's accident and subsequent events had overshadowed those plans. You forgetful lad, how could you let that slip your mind? The higher-ups are quite invested in this, don't mess it up. Rest assured, I will fulfill my duties. Qin Chuan thought to himself, whatever questions they posed, he would answer truthfully. There was no way he could falter. Little did he know, tomorrow would indeed present a formidable challenge. At noon, Qin Chuan brought his mother home. Hospitalization was unnecessary, her fractures required only rest. As for the finances, Qin Chuan had a staggering $20 million resting in his account, courtesy of Carter. Initially, he had planned to capture Carter and hand him over along with the money, but with Carter now deceased, Qin Chuan was no saint, and he decided to keep it. The previous afternoon, he had anonymously donated $500,000 to the families of the fallen traffic officers. When converted to Longwood currency, that amounted to $15 million for each family, ensuring their financial security. Heroes may bleed, but they must never weep, nor should their descendants suffer tears. This sum would allow the heirs of the 2 fallen officers to live with dignity. Furthermore, with this money, Qin Chuan could hire the best rehabilitation team for his mother, ensuring peace of mind when he returned to work in Zhulin County. Once everything was settled, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Chuan checked the time, bid farewell to his mother, and left the house, heading straight for the Hilton Hotel to attend his high school reunion. Chapter 79:2 Beauties. Esteemed ladies, our young master invites you to join him for a drink at the Hilton Hotel, room 888. Qin Chuan had anticipated being the first to arrive, but upon entering the private room, he discovered that 4 individuals were already present. Chen Yang, Chen Bing, and Zhao Zishuan. Old Qin, exclaimed Chen Yang, who had been Qin Chuan's desk mate back in school, and their connection had remained unbroken. Holy cow, what happened to your arm? I had a little accident, nothing serious. It's been years since we last saw each other, and you've certainly put on some weight. After sharing a hearty embrace with Chen Yang, Qin Chuan greeted Chen Bing and Zhao Zishuan as well. Today's gathering was organized by Shen Chuxia and Lin Yuding, and they had invited only a few friends from their high school days. The boys in attendance were just the 4 of them, while the girls included Lin Yuding, Shen Chuxia, and a girl named Li Hui. What do you mean I've put on weight? This is all muscle, my friend. Old Qin, come sit with us. Let's have a few drinks. It's been ages since we last met. I heard you moved to Zhulin County? Chen Bing pulled out a chair beside him, urging Qin Chuan to take a seat. 7 or 8 years ago, Chen Bing had been Qin Chuan's closest ally, sharing countless escapades, from skipping classes to sneaking into video halls, even composing love letters for Shen Chuxia. Qin Chuan nodded. I'm working as a police officer over there. That's great, do you have a service weapon? Show us. Zhao Zishuan exclaimed, playfully attempting to pat him down. Qin Chuan was not about to let that happen, especially since he did, in fact, have a gun secured at his waist. I only carry a karami. Where would I keep a gun? Stop kidding around, we read the news, you've become quite the figure. Indeed, he is the deputy captain of the criminal police team, with second and third class merits. Have you hit the jackpot? My father mentioned you made it to the provincial newspaper. Initially, I didn't believe it. Come clean, what's your connection with that girl student you saved? Right, I saw that girl. She's stunning. The three of them bombarded Qin Chuan with questions, eager to uncover the details. Despite the years that had passed, their camaraderie remained intact. What girl are you talking about? A melodious voice, as sweet as a lark, interrupted their conversation. They turned to see Shinshusha standing at the entrance. Exactly, what girl is so beautiful? Following closely behind Shinshusha was Lin Yuding, exuding grace in her gray, washed denim jeans, with long, shapely legs and a pristine white t-shirt, complemented by multicolored sneakers. Qin Chuan quickly distanced himself from the trio to greet Shinshusha. Ah, the lovely Shin is here, just in time. He extended his right hand for a handshake, only to have Shinshusha wrap her arms around him in a warm embrace. Missing me after just a few days? Be careful, Yaya might get jealous. With his left hand bandaged, he could only lightly pat Shinshusha's shoulder with his right, yet even through her dress, he could feel her alluring figure. Not a problem. If she gets jealous, I'll just hug her too. What had been intended as a playful jest took an unexpected turn as Lin Yuding approached. You said it. Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback but said nothing. A brief hug would hardly cost him anything. However, Lin Yuding's embrace was noticeably firmer than Shinshusha's. Qin Chuan felt a hint of surprise. After all these years of friendship and playful banter, this was their first hug. Wow. What's going on here? How did you two end up hugging? Another melodious voice chimed in, prompting Qin Chuan and Lin Yuding to part and turn towards the entrance, where Li Hui stood. Miss Li, you're the last to arrive. You'll have to drink as punishment. Li Hui raised an eyebrow and playfully extended her middle finger. Oh please, who was it that I made throw up at graduation? Qin Chuan chuckled, stepping back. He certainly remembered that incident. Despite her petite stature, no boy in their class had been able to outdrink her. Miss Li, take a seat with me. Tonight, I shall exact my revenge and won't rest until you're on the floor. Chen Bing, who had also been a victim of Li Hui's drinking prowess, was eager to reclaim his honor. Chen Bing, after all these years, your penchant for boasting remains unchanged. Li Hui retorted, her wit sharp as ever. As everyone settled into their seats, Zhao Zishuan turned to Shinshusha. Hey, did you just say you haven't seen Qin Chuan for a few days? Have you two already met up? A few days ago, Yeye and I were in Julin County and ran into some trouble. Qin Chuan lent a helping hand. Shinshusha kept her explanation brief, not wanting to divulge the details of the incident. The group continued reminiscing about old times, unaware of the unfolding drama in the adjacent room, 999. Two young men were also enjoying drinks at their table. The food was decent, but the atmosphere was rather dulled out. If Qin Chuan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize these two as the bumbling sidekicks who had trailed Lin Yuding and Shinshusha in Julin County. Old Lin, why not go check it out? Lin Jingyu shot a glare at his companion. Why don't you go? Yang Jingchen retorted with a pout. Am I supposed to embarrass myself? Lin Jingyu was taken aback, nearly dropping his chopsticks. What do you mean? You're afraid of embarrassment? I'm not. Well, you have a thick skin. Lin Jingyu fell silent. Besides, Yeye is your sister. You saw her hug the Qin Chuan, right? If you don't go, I fear your sister might fall for him. Lin Jingyu was puzzled. Why can't it be your sister who falls for him? Yang Jingchen shook his head. Because I'm more handsome than you. Lin Jingyu remained speechless. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, 666. Young master, we've confirmed that those two ladies are driving a rental car. They are not locals. The hotel staff mentioned they are gathering with high school classmates, and their bill is only around 1,000. Upon hearing this, Do Xiaoguo's eyes sparkled with greed. Over the years, he had encountered countless women, but never had he met two as exquisite as those just seen. The shorter one, with her youthful visage and ample bosom, was a living fairy tale. The taller one, with her elegant demeanor and stunning beauty, outshone even the so-called celebrities. Having caught a glimpse of them in the hallway, Do Xiaoguo felt an irresistible urge, akin to a cat's itch. Had it been just days before his father's incident, he would have bypassed any background checks and simply brought them over to enjoy, but circumstances had changed. With his father now a fugitive, he, though an illegitimate child, was still keen on maintaining a low profile. Now that he knew they were not locals and seemingly lacked connections, having ordered a mere 1,000 worth of food, they likely weren't wealthy. In that case, he had no reason to hold back. If anything, they should blame their own allure. Do Xiaoguo turned to a balding man beside him. Fourth brother, I need to trouble you again, please invite them over for a drink. Chen Laosi downed a glass of Maodai, smacked his lips, rubbed his bald head, and flashed a grin. Leave it to me. A minute later, the door to the private room where Qin Chuan and the others were dining was forcefully kicked open by Chen Laosi. Esteemed ladies, let us go. Our young master invites you for a drink. Chapter 80. Wasn't this supposed to be a class reunion? Why has it escalated to gun violence? Chen Laosi is hardly a significant figure in Xing'an City. In his youth, he was involved in petty crimes and brawls, never amounting to anything of consequence. However, as he reached middle age, this scoundrel seemed to have stumbled upon some extraordinary luck. 3 years ago, he witnessed a girl being bullied by a group of thugs in a bar, and for reasons unknown that day, he chose to intervene and save her. Little did he know, that girl had a rather impressive background. She was the daughter of the Fengfan group, recently returned from abroad. By rescuing Song Changfeng's daughter, Chen Laoxi's status in Xing'an City skyrocketed, making him a figure of respect that others dared not offend. However, with prestige comes the necessity of expenditure. Dou Xiaoguo was quite generous, with a singular passion for women, steering clear of other troubles. Chen Laoxi believed that as one ages, engaging in safer forms of mischief, such as preying on defenseless young women, was a prudent choice. Besides, most of the time, Dou Xiaoguo feasted, and he could indulge as well. Why not enjoy the spoils? Two girls from out of town. That heck, Chen Laoxi had just consumed a blue pill, preparing himself for the impending encounter. Qin Chuan and his companions, engaged in lively conversation, were taken aback by the bald man who kicked open the booth door. What era is this? How is it possible to encounter such fools everywhere? Lin Yuding and Shen Shusha exchanged glances, both filled with resignation. Bamboo Grove County was like this, and even upon arriving in Xing'an City, the situation remained unchanged. Who are you? We don't know you, so please leave. Zhao Zixuan, seated near the entrance, stood up and reprimanded. Kid, this is none of your business. Enjoy your drink. We merely wish to invite these two lovely ladies for a toast. Don T, make trouble for yourself. Zhao Zixuan was enraged. What do you mean it's none of my business? Are you deaf? Get out of here. Or I'll call the police. Chen Laoxi grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. You're really pushing it. Bring it on, take him down, he commanded, and two burly men with tattooed arms rushed forward. Damn it, one of them swore as he raised his fist, ready to teach Zhao Zixuan a lesson. Bang, yet before he could even approach, he was sent flying backward with incredible speed. As Zhao Zixuan had drunk quite a bit, his speech slurred, he was no match for the others. Naturally, Qin Chuan intervened. Leave, and I'll pretend nothing has happened. It was a reunion. Qin Chuan did not wish to stir up trouble, especially in Xing'an City, so he pulled out his police badge. Chen Laoxi's expression shifted. A policeman? He hadn't anticipated that one of the individuals before him was an officer. While he was not afraid, assaulting a police officer was a different matter entirely. Under normal circumstances, Chen Laoxi would avoid attracting the attention of law enforcement. However, glancing at Shen Shusha and Lin Yuding, both flushed from a few drinks, he felt a surge of desire. My friend, today's events are beyond the scope of a mere policeman like you. I advise you to recognize your place and leave while you still can. I'll forget this ever happened. Oh, Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback by the audacity of the thug's words. You, a lowlife, are telling a police officer to be sensible. Who gave you such courage? The Eye of Sin activated. Chen Xingbiao, Sin Value 89, known as Chen Laoxi, or fourth brother, suspected of 3 counts of intentional injury and illegal detention, involved in 8 cases of rape and gang rape, backed by the Fengfan Group's underworld connections, colluding with the captain of the Xing'an City Public Security Bureau's security management team, and repeatedly committing crimes against women. As well as harboring the wanted criminal Dou Xihai from Bamboo Grove County. Damn, no wonder he has the audacity to disregard the police. He is connected to the Fengfan group. Of the key is, this guy is actually harboring Dou Xihai, isn't that a heaven-sent opportunity? At that moment, Qin Chuan completely abandoned his initial intent to avoid confrontation. Seeing that Chen Laoxi had not responded, he assumed the thug was intimidated by his presence. I'll tell you this, I am with the Fengfan group, and I'm friends with many leaders at your city bureau. Young man, don't be foolish, don't ruin your future by trying to be a hero. Ruin my future? Today, if I don't catch you, that would be ruining my future. Snap, Qin Chuan, uninterested in further dialogue, swiftly grasped Chen Laoxi's right hand like a vice, twisting it forcefully until Chen Laoxi knelt in pain. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Chen Laoxi cried out, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Let me go. Do you know who I am? Humph, Qin Chuan coldly retorted, and do you know who I am? With a slight exertion of his left hand, Qin Chuan snapped the bandage around his hand, pulling out a pair of handcuffs. Click. He secured Chen Laoxi tightly. What are you all standing there for? Get him, do whatever it takes, I'll take the blame. Chen Laoxi, gritting his teeth against the pain, urged his 2 henchmen to assist. Only then did the 2 hulking figures react. Damn it, let go of our boss. Get him. One of them drew a machete from his waist, brandishing it as he charged forward. The cold gleam of the blade and the fierce expression shocked Lin Yuding and the others. Qin Chuan. Be careful. Before the 2 girls' cries faded, the foremost thug was sent flying out of the booth as if he were a sack of potatoes, landing more than 5 meters away. Clang, in quick succession, Qin Chuan seized the wrist of the knife-wielding brute, causing the machete to clatter to the ground. Snap, a sharp sound echoed as the thug's wrist bent at a grotesque angle. Ah! My hand, woo. Bang, with a knee strike, the thug lost several teeth, his head snapping back as his body soared through the air. These 2 men were Chen Laoxi's accomplices, and having examined them through the Eye of Sin, Qin Chuan struck with lethal precision. This series of altercations, though lengthy in description, transpired in mere moments. Chen Bing, who had intended to assist from the table, had not even crossed over before the 3 were incapacitated. With the henchman now devoid of combat capability, Qin Chuan turned back, stepping onto Chen Laoxi's left ankle. The grinding sound sent chills down the spine. Chen Laoxi let out another agonizing scream. Qin Chuan remained unfazed, drawing his pistol with a click, the dark muzzle pressed against Chen Laoxi's forehead. Tell me, where is Dou Xihai hiding? Chen Laoxi was utterly alarmed. How does he know I'm harboring Dou Xihai? To speak or not to speak, in the blink of an eye, Qin made the right choice. It has nothing to do with me, really, it was all Do Xiaogui's doing. Do Xihai is his father, I'm just a lackey. Qin Chuan had no intention of engaging in further debate, pressing the gun harder. Where is Do Xiaogui? Next door, room 666, he sent me to stir up trouble, I swear. Let us go, lead me there. Qin Chuan dragged him along and glanced back at Lin Yuding and the others. You all continue enjoying yourselves. I'll take care of something and be back shortly. Qin Chuan, your arm. Lin Yuding couldn't help but step forward. Qin Chuan's left arm was bleeding. Qin Chuan looked at it, then smiled. It's nothing, just a small injury. With that, he pulled Qin Laosi out. In room 999, hearing the commotion, Lin Jingyu and Yang Jingchen happened to exit their booth just in time to see Qin Chuan emerging, gun drawn, pressing it against the bald man's head. Wah! What is going on? Yang Jingchen's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't this supposed to be a class reunion? How did it escalate to gun violence? Qin Chuan recognized the two, nodded, and kicked open the door to room 666, dragging Qin Laosi inside. Chapter 81. What did you say? Do Xihai has been captured. Do Xiaogui's heart ignited with fervor, as his mind conjured fantasies of indulging in the pleasures of two beauties. Well, let me first take a couple of pills to prepare myself. Bang! Just as the excitement surged within him, the door was kicked open, startling Do Xiaogui into a shiver. Who on earth had the audacity to storm into his private chamber? Who the hell are you? But before he could finish his sentence, he saw Qin Laosi being thrust inside, a gun pressed against his forehead. This is bad. Do Xiaogui's first instinct was that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. This was a public place, and the audacity of drawing a gun was beyond comprehension. Who were these people? My friend, I must confess my ignorance of your status. If I have offended you in any way, I beg you to show mercy. Do Xiaogui, though lecherous, was not foolish that he was merely a wealthy young man skirting the edges of the underworld. Playing with a few women and taking a few puffs was the extent of his escapades. Challenging someone who dared to draw a gun was courting death, wasn't it? Qin Chuan had not anticipated that he would be mistaken for a member of the mafia. Yet, it mattered little. Where is Do Xihai? They were looking for his father. Do Xihai had come to Xing'an City, knowing that the most perilous places often offered the greatest safety. If they were looking for him, he was hiding right under the nose of the Xing'an City Criminal Investigation Team. This was a secret known only to himself and Qin Laosi. How did this young man come to learn of it? Do Xiaogui's gaze fell upon Qin Laosi, who was being threatened by the gunman, and he suddenly noticed the handcuffs around his wrists. Do Xiaogui gasped. You are a police officer? Qin Chuan assessed the situation. The man was not entirely foolish. Bang! With a slight force, the gun but struck Qin Laosi, knocking him down, and the gun was aimed at Do Xiaogui as speak. Where is Do Xihai? Do Xiaogui glared darkly at his opponent, acutely aware of how he had come to his current state. Qin Laosi obeyed his every command, and if he saw someone attractive on the street, he would pursue them without hesitation. This was all because of Do Xihai's wealth. Without Do Xihai, he would be nothing. Thus, Do Xiaogui quickly resolved, I don't know what you were talking about. I don't know anyone by the name of Do Xihai. Furthermore, as a police officer, how dare you even draw your weapon? Qin Chuan smirked, amused by the audacity. Bang! The sharp sound of the gun startled Do Xiaogui, causing him to tremble, and he felt a warm sensation in his trousers. You've used. Qin Chuan frowned at the bullet lodged in the wall. Without his special glasses, his marksmanship was indeed lacking. He had aimed for Do Xiaogui's arm. This is the last time I ask you, where is Do Xihai? Do Xiaogui had not expected Qin Chuan to be so rash, his face paling in fear. Though he held some importance, it was not worth risking his life over. He is in the Nanluo Guxiang. It was a case of inviting disaster upon oneself. Come, take me there. Qin Chuan ordered as he apprehended Qin Laosi and Do Xiaogui, leading them outside to their vehicle, heading straight for Nanluo Guxiang. The Fengshuiyuan community was among the affluent neighborhoods of Xing'an City, situated in the most luxurious area of Nanluo Guxiang. It boasted mature commercial facilities and comprehensive education and healthcare services. Less than a kilometer away was the Xing'an City Public Security Bureau, ensuring a sense of security. At that moment, Do Xihai reclined in an opulent office chair, savoring a bottle of fine wine worth thousands, while enjoying a massage from a beautiful woman in a qipao. A wanted man, in Do Xihai's eyes, it was nothing. Over a decade ago, he had begun preparing for the state in Julin County, Xing'an City. He had nurtured more than just one or two individuals over the years. Additionally, he had long since transferred assets overseas, sufficient for a lavish lifestyle for the remainder of his life. Furthermore, his illegitimate son, Do Xiaogui, had been a contingency plan for 20 years. Now, Do Xihai boldly resided near the Public Security Bureau, believing they could never find him. In 3 days, in just 3 days, arrangements for his departure abroad would be finalized. Once he successfully left the country, Do Xihai would once again be a formidable figure commanding respect. However, before he could depart, there was one matter he needed to address. Qin Chuan. Do Xihai had learned through special channels that his current predicament was thanks to Qin Chuan. Damn it, he regretted not eliminating him when he had the chance during the coal mine incident. Now, with ghostly fear captured, his lifelong efforts in Xinhai mining were being scrutinized, leaving him with the fate of a stray dog. 10 million, you've certainly earned your demise. 2 days prior, Do Xihai had spent 10. If all went smoothly, he might hear news of Qin Chuan's demise before his departure. Come here. With this thought, Do Xihai felt a surge of excitement, pulling the qipao-clad beauty closer, a repulsive grin spreading across his face.
The woman, with a complexion as delicate as a peach blossom, had been serving him in his office. However, as she lowered her head, her expression shifted, revealing a terrifying intent.
Soon, it would be soon. Qin Chuan, gazing at the luxurious community before him, felt somewhat bewildered. You mean to tell me Dosihai is hidden here? Is this place even a kilometer from the Public Security Bureau?
Do Xiaoguo, still shaken by the gunshot, was now as docile as a kitten. 989 meters. Haha, the darkest places are the safest.
I bought this place.
During the car ride, Qin Chuan had come to realize that Do Xiaoguo was Dosihai's illegitimate son. For many years, this had remained a secret, known to no one. A talent, Qin Chuan felt a sense of admiration. Indeed, it was no simple feat to become the wealthiest in the region.
Take me there.
Chen Laosi had already been knocked unconscious by Qin Chuan and was tossed into the trunk. Holding Do Xiaoguo, they headed straight for Dosihai's residence. Ding dong, the doorbell rang, and Dosihai, lost in pleasure, suddenly felt deflated. Who the hell was interrupting him at this hour?
Kicking aside the beauty beside him, Dosihai grabbed the handgun from the table and approached the door. In his fugitive state, he never parted with his weapon. Peering through the peephole, he saw his son, prompting Dosihai to holster his gun and open the door. Didn't I say not to come here? How, ha?
Dosihai's words were cut short as a shadow lunged at him from the side. Bang! A heavy blow struck his head, causing Dosihai to fall backward. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chuan stepped inside, straddling Dosihai's abdomen, and unleashed a flurry of punches upon his face.
Damn you! This is for sending someone to crash into my mother. I will end you. Qin Chuan's vendetta against Dosihai was fueled not only by public grievances but also by personal fury.
Had it not been for his mother's fortitude, that car accident could have claimed her life. Thud, thud, the sound of fists meeting flesh, accompanied by Dosihai's wails, echoed throughout the community. However, despite the ferocity of his blows, Qin Chuan refrained from delivering a fatal strike. Given Dosihai's physical condition, even 2 of Qin Chuan's full-force punches would send him to the afterlife. After thoroughly battering Dosihai's face, Qin Chuan finally ceased his assault and pulled out his phone. Moments later, the call connected to Qian.
To apprehend Dosihai, I haven't slept in 3 days. I just managed to catch a brief nap, and if you don't give me an explanation, you can bet I will make you regret it the next time we meet. In recent days, the entire Xing'an City criminal investigation team had been in a frenzy. Everyone had been dispatched, nearly turning Julin County upside down, yet not a single clue regarding Dosihai had emerged. The case handed down by ghostly fear was of utmost significance, and the higher-ups were taking it very seriously.
Qian felt immense pressure.
Qian, how fortuitous, I'm calling you with news regarding Dosihai. Qian perked up. What news? I have captured Dosihai.
Huh? On the other end of the line, Qian froze, convinced he had misheard.
What did you say? Dosihai has been captured by you?
Chapter 82. I must tell you, Qin Chuan has truly outdone himself. Qian, accompanied by a large entourage, arrived at Fengshuiyuan community in less than 10 minutes. He never anticipated that the fugitive they had been tirelessly searching for over the past 3 days was residing right next to the police station. Qian gazed at Qin Chuan with a complex expression.
We, 100 strong, failed to apprehend him, yet you, a solitary sick man, managed to do so? Do I not have any dignity left?
Qianji, the individual is now in your custody. My classmates' reunion is still ongoing, so I must take my leave, Qin Chuan replied.
Wait.
Qian pointed at Dosihai, who lay on the ground, wailing in agony.
What on earth happened to him?
At that moment, Dosihai not only had a bruised face but also bore a stain of blood beneath his trousers. Qin Chuan shrugged. The injuries on his face were inflicted by me. He resisted arrest, and I had no choice but to subdue him. The situation with his trousers is not my doing, he added, gesturing towards the woman in the qipao in the living room.
That girl did it.
Qian had seen her as he entered. The girl in the qipao sat slumped on the floor, her eyes vacant, with a fruit knife lying beside her. Let us rewind by 10 minutes. Just as Qin Chuan was finishing his outburst and preparing to call Qian, the previously quiet girl in the qipao suddenly lunged forward with the knife from the coffee table, aiming for Dosihai's groin.
I'll kill you. I want to kill you.
If it hadn't been for Qin Chuan's swift reflexes, Dosihai would have faced a fate far worse than mere inability to urinate. He might have been fatally stabbed right then and there.
What is the background of this woman? Qin Chuan had already inquired. She hails from Julin County.
3 years ago, Dosihai murdered her boyfriend and imprisoned her. By the way, Shenji, when I entered, I distinctly saw Dosihai attempting to assault this girl, Qin Chuan continued.
In the ensuing chaos, she managed to stab him, which could be considered self-defense, right?
Qian exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Chuan, fully comprehending the implications. While Dosihai was indeed a wanted criminal, he was still a human being. When the qipao girl stabbed him in self-defense as he was incapacitated, it could be classified as intentional harm. However, if framed as an act of resistance against an attempted rape, even if it resulted in the assailant's death, it could be justified. That's not right, we didn't witness. Do Xiaoguo began, intending to mention that they hadn't seen Dosihai assault the qipao girl. However, she was silenced by a mere glance from Qin Chuan. This officer was unpredictable and had no qualms about using his firearm. Do Xiaoguo decided it was best not to provoke him. Rest assured, I will handle this matter, Qian declared, not one to be rigid in his thinking, especially since the girl was indeed a victim in this scenario. With Qian managing the aftermath, Qin Chuan hailed a cab and returned to the Hilton Hotel.
Old Qin! Zhao Zishuan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Qin Chuan return.
How did you come back so quickly? Qin Chuan's expression darkened. What sort of question was that? I'm not quick at all. Qin Chuan. The trio of Shinshusha hurried over as soon as they spotted him. Is your arm all right? Qin Chuan waved it dismissively. It's nothing, just a minor scrape, it's nearly healed now. Earlier, due to the intense scuffle, the wound had reopened and bled, but it should have scabbed over by now. Come, sit down. Let's continue, Qin Chuan said as he returned to his previous seat, having only been away for about half an hour to apprehend Dosihai. Without having delayed for long however, Chen Bing stopped him. What scrape? That's a gunshot wound. Chen Bing, who worked at the People's Hospital in Xing'an City, was well aware of Qin Chuan's hospitalization. He had also heard plenty about Qin Chuan's exploits during the border conflict. They had agreed not to discuss such matters at the gathering, but given the potential for infection from the reopened wound, it needed attention. A gunshot wound? Li Hui gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Qin Chuan, Yu Zhao Zixuan, equally perplexed, recalled having asked Qin Chuan earlier if he had brought a gun, only to witness him brandishing one at the bald man. Admittedly, while he had felt a twinge of fear at the time, Qin Chuan had looked undeniably impressive, but now, what was this about a gunshot wound? Wait until I share the tale of old Qin's heroics. First, let me take care of his injury, Chen Bing said. The Hilton had a medical office where Chen Bing examined the wound, disinfected it, and redressed it. You wouldn't believe it, just a few days ago, old Qin single-handedly took out an entire mercenary squad at the border. Wow. Is that true? Li Hui blinked her wide eyes, captivated as though she were listening to a story. Of course it's true, I overheard it while the special forces were chatting. When he was hospitalized, the captain of the special operations team, they had not anticipated that in just half a month since their last meeting, Qin Chuan had achieved so much. Additionally, that Wang Kai, could he be the same Wang Kai who ran away from home in the capital? Rumor had it he had enlisted in the military district of Linjiang province. I should inquire about that later. Old Chen, quit spinning tales, how come I know nothing about this? Qin Chuan remarked, rolling his eyes. While Chen Bing had only a vague understanding of the border events, the subsequent details he shared sounded quite convincing. Of course you wouldn't know, you were still unconscious when they arrived. Let me tell you, had it not been for our timely intervention, who knows what might have happened to you. Alright, you're impressive. Come, let me toast to you. While Chen Bing's rank precluded him from directly treating Qin Chuan's wounds, he had been instrumental regarding Qin Chuan's mother's situation, and the friends, who had not seen each other for years, conversed about everything under the sun, gradually dissolving the lingering sense of estrangement from their initial reunion. Qin Chuan, why do I feel like you've changed? Shinshusha remarked, holding her empty glass after toasting with Qin Chuan. Have I become more handsome? Put. Shinshusha nudged Lin Yuting beside her. Yeah, do you think Qin Chuan has changed? Lin Yuting nodded affirmatively. He seems like a completely different person. Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Are women's instincts really that sharp? After his rebirth, he had indeed become a new person. Although he was still himself, he had lived an additional 20 years in his previous life. Yes, you both guessed correctly. I am an extraterrestrial reborn in disguise. Whatever. As the clock approached midnight, the gathering began to wind down. Zhao Zixuan had drunk himself into oblivion, and since he lived nearby, Chen Bing hailed a cab to escort him home. Chen Yang and Li Hui appeared to spark an unexpected connection. Old Qin, I'm leaving Lin and Xin in your capable hands. I'll take Li Hui home. Chen Yang announced that he was quite the drinker, and while Li Hui could hold her own as well, she claimed to feel a bit dizzy, leading Chen Yang to assist her into the taxi. Chapter 83, A Terrifying Heritage. Qin Chuan, you must hold on, there are ghosts. Lin Yuting exclaimed, her keen eyes catching something amiss. Those two had a spark in high school. Shinshusha shook her head, something felt off when they were drinking just now. Lin Yuting naturally refrained from saying much more. If Li Hui and Chen Yang could achieve a happy ending, it would be a positive development. She then tossed the remaining half bottle of mineral water to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, after several years, your tolerance for alcohol has certainly improved. Lin Yuting recalled that during high school, Qin Chuan would be done for after just one bottle of beer. Yet today, he had downed a bottle of liquor, appearing entirely unaffected. Feeling thirsty, Qin Chuan accepted the bottle and drank it down in one go. As you said, people do change. In his previous life, while stationed at the police station in Changning Town, he often drank alone, which inadvertently honed his drinking capacity. It seemed he had brought that skill back with him in this rebirth. Where are you two lovely ladies staying? He hailed a taxi and opened the back door, inviting them in. Garden Villa Hotel. Ah, a place for the affluent, Qin Chuan mused as he settled into the passenger seat. Watching the taxi speed away, the two men who followed could only drive after it themselves. Old Lin, your sister wouldn't be interested in that guy, would she? Yang Jingchen remarked, having never seen Lin Yuting so close to another man. He had just witnessed Lin Yuting share her half-finished water with Qin Chuan. Was that something to be shared so casually? Lin Jingyu, who was driving, snorted in response, why can't it be your sister who's taken with him? I'm definitely more handsome than him. Lin Jingyu, according to family expectations, the elders intended to match Lin Jingyu with Shinshusha, and Yang Jingchen with Lin Yuting. This time, the two women had come to Linjiang province, and they were meant to be the flower protectors. However, having grown up together, none of them felt that way, yet, witnessing Lin Yuding and Qin Chuan's evident warmth towards Qin Chuan now stirred an uncomfortable feeling within them. In the car, the two women inquired about Qin Chuan's exploits at the border. They hadn't fully grasped what Chen Bing had mentioned earlier. Nothing much, don't listen to Chen Bing's nonsense. We just caught a couple of bad guys, isn't that what we police do? Qin Chuan felt there was nothing significant to discuss, having committed murder that very night. Come on, you got shot and you call it nothing? Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively, just a scrape, a minor issue. Fine, if you don't want to talk about it, let it be, Qin Chuan pouted, then suddenly suggested, by the way, how about accompanying us shopping tomorrow? I can't make it tomorrow. There's an interview arranged at the station that I must attend. Is that true? Could I possibly deceive you about this? Alright, we've arrived. The car had already stopped at the hotel entrance. Qin Chuan got out and opened the door for them. You two should rest early, I'll head back now. Just as Qin Chuan intended to return to the car, Lin Yuding pulled him back. Why the rush? Casually pulling a 100 yuan bill from her bag, she handed it to the driver. No need for change, thank you. Then she grasped Qin Chuan's arm. Come on, accompany us for a stroll. Behind them, Lin Jingyu and Yang Jingchen exchanged glances as they watched the three enter the grove. What are they doing in the grove? Perhaps they have something planned. What could that possibly be? The evening breeze was gentle, bringing with it a hint of coolness that somewhat dispelled the haze of intoxication. Perhaps emboldened by the alcohol, Lin Yuding and Qin Chuan flanked Qin Chuan, each holding onto his arm as they strolled along the path through the woods. Qin Chuan, why do I feel that during these past two meetings, you've been deliberately distancing yourself from us? Lin Yuding had previously admired this quality in him. Although they were friends, he maintained an admirable boundary, never giving rise to any romantic notions, which allowed their interactions to be quite relaxed. This was also why, compared to Zhao Zixuan, Chen Bing, and Chen Yang, the two women found themselves closer to Qin Chuan. However, for reasons unknown, Lin Yuding now found herself disliking this feeling. After years apart, Qin Chuan seemed to have transformed entirely, yet he appeared more composed, more charming. Arresting Song Yaozong in broad daylight seemed trivial to him. Just moments ago, at the Hilton Hotel, he had effortlessly apprehended a wanted criminal while joking with his accomplices, as if it were nothing. Even when questioned, Qin Chuan merely laughed it off, brushing it aside. Such feats that would astonish ordinary people seemed to hold no allure for him. What do you mean by deliberately distancing? I'm simply too exceptional. I fear you two might fall for me, leading to some duel or a scenario of best friends turning against each other. Qin Chuan chuckled, feigning nonchalance, while feeling the remarkable sensation of their arms around him. Pfft, dream on. As if we both fall for you. Qin Chuan pinched his arm playfully. You still hope for a harem? Lin Yuding, clutching her left arm still wrapped in bandages, Wound T retaliate. Chuxia, are you still unaware? She believes that our family backgrounds are too illustrious, fearing it might spark romantic inclinations, making it impossible to even be friends. What, are we some sort of beasts, or do we not belong to the human realm? Qin Chuan hadn't anticipated Lin Yuding to be so forthright. But it mattered not, he had indeed thought and acted in such a manner. Dear ladies, spare me, please. One had a father who was a powerful official, while the other's father was a financial tycoon. What right did he have to pursue them, relying on luck, that might work for apprehending criminals, but chasing after women was another matter entirely? My mother was in a car accident a few days ago. I must return to take care of her. You two should rest early. With that, Qin Chuan didn't wait for their reactions, pulling his arms free and hastily departing. Watching Qin Chuan's retreating figure, the two women gazed after him for a long moment. After a while, Qin Chuan waved her hand in front of Lin Yuding's eyes, still staring. He has long gone. Yeah, you can't possibly want to. Lin Yuding tucked her long hair behind her ear, smiling as she looked towards the direction Qin Chuan had vanished. Don't you think Qin Chuan has become rather intriguing? He is intriguing, yet your family situation, in contrast to Lin Yuding, Qin Chuan had it much easier. Her family was in business, her parents open-minded, and they didn't place much importance on social standing. However, Lin Yuding's situation was different. Not only did she have a father who was the provincial governor, but her mother was also a renowned iron lady, coming from a prestigious background. Although Qin Chuan was not without merit, when compared to the truly outstanding young talents of the capital, he seemed to fall short in terms of family background, capability, and status, aside from his looks. They are who they are. I am who I am. No one can dictate my choices. Lin Yuding, however, remained unfazed. Her grandfather's family had once looked down on her father, but look where he was now. Hadn't he become the governor of Linjiang province? Chapter 84 Unerring Precision. The two women's surprise upon returning home. The clock had already passed 2 o'clock, and my mother had long since retired for the night. The recent incident involving my mother has deepened my understanding of the nature of my work. Merely being the wealthiest individual in accounting nearly cost my mother her life. What lies ahead, as my tenure progresses and my position evolves, the adversaries I will face will undoubtedly be far more formidable than a mere dosihai. Moreover, I shall not forget the individual who called to inform me of my mother's accident and the one who pushed her on the sidewalk, Aunt Chen. After all, she played a crucial role in saving my mother's life. Once I settled into my room, I activated the system notification. Dosihai had been apprehended, along with Do Xiaogua and that bald man, resulting in a fresh accumulation of good and evil points. Ding!
Congratulations, host, on capturing the notorious leader of the Xian Hai Mining's criminal organization, Dosi Hai. You are rewarded with 379 points of good and evil value. I was pleasantly surprised to discover that Dosi Hai had yielded such a substantial amount of points. Coupled with my existing balance and the contributions from Do Shagua and the Bald Man, my total reward amounted to an astonishing 603 points. With 603 points, I had enough to partake in the lottery 6 times. It seems that capturing significant targets is indeed the way to go. One Dosi Hai is worth 3 or 5 wanted criminals. Navigating the system, I found myself faced with 2 choices. The first was to indulge in the lottery, allowing me to acquire 6 new skills. The second option was to purchase a skill from the system store, where 600 points of good and evil value could secure me a commendable intermediate skill. How should I decide? The lottery promised a wider array of skills and items, enriching my repertoire, while purchasing a skill would elevate my expertise to a higher level in a particular domain. Should I pursue breadth or depth? Without a moment's hesitation, I opted to access the system store. System, open the store for shooting skills. Yes. I took a moment to assess the skills I currently possessed. Regarding physical conditioning, thanks to the enhancement from the strengthening pill, my capabilities had been permanently tripled. While I might not be superhuman, I had certainly reached the level of an elite special forces operative. In terms of combat prowess, I held the intermediate skill of combat elite. Despite being merely an intermediate skill, I had managed to take down 5 special forces operatives in a short span during jungle warfare, which was quite impressive. Additionally, my skills in long-distance tracking, visual enhancement, olfactory enhancement, and criminal investigation were all adequate for my needs. However, I was acutely aware of my one significant shortcoming: marksmanship. In border jungle combat, long-distance tracking ensured that my foes could not escape my pursuit, and visual enhancement granted me a modicum of night vision. Yet, these were merely auxiliary abilities. The most crucial aspect was the sniper's glasses. Though this item had a limited duration of 24 hours, its effectiveness was unparalleled. The ability to shoot bullets with pinpoint accuracy was something I had never dared to dream of. It was precisely because of this skill that I managed to eliminate the Black Scorpion in record time and suppress the firepower of dozens of foes across the border with my sniper rifle. However, when faced with Do Shugwa's gunfire yesterday, I had aimed for his arm but ended up hitting the gun instead. Thus, I resolved to acquire shooting capabilities. The store boasted a plethora of options related to firearms. For instance, there were skills for pistol shooting elites, rifle shooting masters, and machine gun shooting. Among others, the system categorized shooting skills according to different firearms. Upon review, I noted how exorbitant the prices were. A basic pistol skill required 200 points of good and evil value, while a basic sniper skill commanded a staggering 500 points. I even encountered a category where a basic skill was priced at 5,000 points. Basic gunfighting techniques cost 5,000. I had initially thought my 603 points were substantial, but now I felt rather disheartened. I needed to be pragmatic. I immediately focused on the pistol shooting skills. Opportunities for jungle combat, like the previous one, were rare for someone like me, who was not a special forces operative but merely a criminal investigator. Naturally, a sniper rifle was out of the question, as I typically used my service weapon, an old Type 54 police pistol. The advanced pistol shooting skill required 800 points of good and evil value, which I did not possess, so I turned my attention to intermediate options. Pistol shooting elite, intermediate skill, valued at 600 points of good and evil value. Exchange. The moment I made my decision, a flash of light surged through me, and various techniques related to pistol shooting surged into my mind. My balance of good and evil value dwindled to a mere 3 points. Moments later, upon completing the absorption of the skill, I instinctively drew my pistol. This time, holding the firearm no longer felt foreign and cold. It felt like an extension of my arm. Every groove of the grip was familiar to my palm. The description of the effect of the pistol shooting elite skill was succinct. Within effective shooting range, all shots will hit their mark. The following morning, after preparing breakfast for my mother, I donned my police uniform and stepped out. At 10 o'clock, I arrived at the third studio of the Qin City television station, clad in a crisp uniform, adorned with the insignia of third-class and second-class merit. I sat on the interview sofa like a pine tree, ready for the interview that had been arranged a week in advance. Just moments ago, upon my arrival at the studio, I unexpectedly spotted 2 familiar faces in the audience, Lin Yuding and Shinshusha. During our dinner yesterday, the 2 ladies had mentioned that they would surprise me today. I had not anticipated that they would come to my interview venue. Shuxia, what do you think? This is the exemplary case I discovered in Julin County. Zhang Xiaoyu had already taken her BMW back. She had initially wanted to meet me. However, she had just returned from the battlefield and was still unconscious in the hospital, so we had not crossed paths. Shinshusha was well aware of this exemplary case, as she had come specifically for it. However, Zhang Xiaoyu was unaware of their acquaintance. You have no idea, this interview was originally mine, but that insufferable old hag snatched it away. The old hag that Zhang Xiaoyu referred to appeared to be no older than 30. She was currently seated opposite me, preparing to commence the interview. Liu Yujia, one of the leading anchors at the Linjiang provincial television station, was known for her audacious and incisive interviewing style, adept at controlling the dynamics of the interview with pointed questions and sharp content. Her program, Dialogue, was regarded with trepidation by officials from various departments, yet it boasted remarkably high viewership. The staff at the Qin City television station had just introduced this news sister with great emphasis. Initially, I paid little attention. After all, the questions were all pre-prepared, and I had already memorized my responses. To it mattered not who conducted the interview. However, upon hearing her name, a wave of memories surged through my mind. The repatriation of the Run people. A decade later, in my previous life, when I had yet to enter prison, a group of run people inexplicably surfaced online, the ideal nation refused to accept them, and repatriation proved exceedingly difficult, as the awakened citizens of the nation rejected them as well. During that time, a movement advocating for the reception of run people emerged domestically, with Liu Yujie being one of the most prominent figures, even sensationalizing the issue on television. Chapter 85 A Battle of Wits. Concealing intricacies. Years ago, Qin Chuan had specifically investigated this individual and discovered that he was a renowned public intellectual, famously known as the news sister across the nation, adept at steering public sentiment. She had authored numerous sensational news articles, such as Why is there healthcare free? For the sake of a sparrow, they can shut down the city, can we do that, and examining domestic human rights through the high five of a janitor and a president. This woman was also a pioneer of the headline style shocking, and we can't help but ask, although she was not as prominent as she had been a decade ago, Qin Chuan remained vigilant. As Liu Yujie observed the young police officer before her, her initial fury began to dissipate. Her visit to the Xingshan City television station was intended for guidance and research, with no plans for an interview. However, upon learning that the interview subject was the heroic police officer reported by the Lingjiang Provincial Daily just days prior, a surge of indignation ignited within her. What a farce of heroism! Wasn't he merely a privileged second-generation individual fabricating a false narrative to expedite his ascent in rank and deceive the public, the narrative of jumping from a building to save someone, the staged photographs, the provincial newspaper's glorification? She had seen it all too often in her years of moderating dialogues. Thus, she took it upon herself to halt this interview. Liu Yujie's request was readily accepted by the Xingshan City television staff. Given the high profile of the subject, a successful interview could significantly elevate their station's reputation. Yet, Liu Yujie had no intention of adhering to the original questions. She intended to expose the true nature of this young police officer. The so-called hero was nothing more than a name-seeker fishing for fame. In the audience, Zhang Xiaoyu pouted, clearly displeased. This interview was initially meant for her, an opportunity arranged by the editor-in-chief. Although Xingshan City television had limited influence, it was still a valuable experience. To her chagrin, it had been usurped by that old hag. As the audience settled in, aside from the irate Zhang Xiaoyu, her friends Lin Yuting and Shen Shuxia, and several journalists from various newspapers were also present. Even though the interview was not live, it would not be a mere formality or a superficial presentation. The chief of the Xingshan City Public Security Bureau, Zhao Donglai, was personally overseeing the proceedings. Although Qin Chuan did not know him, Zhao Donglai had visited him in the hospital alongside the provincial public security department head, Yang Jinghua, during his coma. Additionally, 2 deputy directors and the head of the criminal investigation team, Jian Guobin, were also in attendance. The interview commenced swiftly. Liu Yujie, being one of the star anchors of the provincial television station, exhibited a steady demeanor and a captivating cadence, making even the simplest scripted opening lines engaging. This woman, if she chose a more virtuous path, might well find herself on a grander stage. Unfortunately, in her previous life, her deliberate attempts to steer narratives while interviewing public figures had culminated in a significant public uproar, leading to her dismissal. They soon delved into the main topic. Officer Qin Chuan, this is a photograph captured by a reporter during your selfless leap to save that female student. This was scripted dialogue intended to highlight Qin Chuan's act of self-sacrifice. The television crew had prepared for this moment. So, when you jumped to save her, were you afraid? Qin Chuan initially thought he was overthinking. The subject's past transgressions had only manifested a decade later in his previous life. This opening line and the first question seemed to follow the script. However, upon hearing the question, his heart sank. Damn it, they were indeed trying to steer the narrative. According to the script, the first question should have been, what were you thinking when you jumped? His expected response was that he had thought of nothing but saving the person, selflessly putting himself at risk, driven by the instinct of a police officer and the duty to protect the lives and property of the people. Yet, Liu Yujie had altered the question, were you afraid? This question, seemingly innocuous, posed an insurmountable dilemma. To claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous. Who would not fear death? Conversely, to admit fear would shatter the heroic image. The audience, too, discerned the flaw in the question, and Zhao Donglai's expression darkened. A poor response could tarnish Qin Chuan's heroic reputation. What was wrong with this reporter from the provincial station? At that moment, Qin Chuan declared, of course I was afraid. A flicker of delight crossed Liu Yujie's face. As long as he responded, the subsequent questions would be beyond his control, and she would gradually dismantle his heroic facade. However, Liu Yujie was astute. This was not her previous program, Dialogue. That was a political interview format, blunt and confrontational, designed to captivate the public and garner ratings. After all, her ability to offend various departments without consequence hinged on viewership. But interviewing Qin Chuan required a more nuanced approach. She needed to lead him gradually. Only by exposing the cowardice behind his actions and revealing that he acted for personal gain could she truly undermine him. Thank you, Officer Qin Chuan, for your honesty. Who among us can claim not to fear in the face of death? She continued. Our police comrades are human too. They are flesh and blood, sons to their mothers, husbands to their wives, and fathers to their daughters. With these words, the audience finally relaxed. Although Liu Yujie had deviated from the scripted questions, the effect was even more profound. Look at what she articulated. Police are also human, sons, husbands, fathers. Of this statement bridged the gap between the police force and the public, invoking empathy. Ask yourself, if your son, husband, or father were to leap from a building to save someone, how would you feel? Qin Chuan paused, taken aback. Was she not attacking after all? Had he misjudged her intentions? Yet, reality proved Qin Chuan's concerns unfounded. Liu Jie swiftly followed with another question. So, Officer Qin Chuan, even in the face of death, you chose to act out of duty as a police officer, to achieve merit and recognition? This question, seemingly straightforward, concealed a deeper implication. To mention duty was one thing, but to insinuate that he sought accolades, was it merely for personal advancement? Fortunately, Qin Chuan was prepared. Host, you may have misunderstood. My fear was not of death, but of failing to save that female student. He then looked directly into the camera, his voice resolute. From the day I donned my police uniform, I vowed to dedicate myself to the noble cause of public security. Had I perished that day, I would have fulfilled my oath to serve in law enforcement. Such a death, I believe, is weighty as Mount Tai. For any police officer, it is a death worth dying. Chapter 86, Killing with Words. Qin Chuan's dilemma splendid, a statement as weighty as Mount Tai, a death well deserved. Qin Chuan's words resonated with profound conviction, akin to thunder reverberating through the air. The audience below, including Zhao Donglai, erupted into fervent applause. Those, like Zhao Donglai, who were aware of Qin Chuan's exploits at the border, understood that his words were not mere rhetoric, but a solemn vow forged in the crucible of gunfire and chaos. However, for Lu Yujie, the sentiment was far from shared. It seemed nothing more than Qin Chuan's calculated ploy to enhance his reputation, a contrived performance, yet, this was inconsequential. The question had not landed its intended blow, and Lu Yujie had other aces up her sleeve. Although the interview had only been confirmed the previous day, Lu Yujie had already undertaken considerable preparatory work. After insincerely joining in the applause, she mounted her next offensive. Officer Qin, I couldn't help but notice that you only joined the force in June of this year, which means you've been in service for just 2 months. Yet, in this brief span, you have ascended from an ordinary rural police officer to the esteemed position of Deputy Chief of the Criminal Investigation Team in Jiuling County, while many others remain unconfirmed in their roles. You must possess some extraordinary insights that you could share with us to help other ordinary officers progress as swiftly as you have? A lethal strike. Though Lu Yujie's inquiry masqueraded as a request for shared wisdom, it was, in fact, a pointed critique of Qin Chuan's rapid ascent. In just 2 months, while other officers were still awaiting confirmation, he had advanced to lead the county's criminal investigation unit. Lu Yujie, having perused the relevant documents, suspected that Qin Chuan's achievements were fabricated. How did you manage this? What gives you the right to achieve such a feat? Talent. What kind of talent allows you to bypass regular procedures for promotion? Or perhaps, it is the influence of money and connections at play? Even though Lu Yujie recognized some of Qin Chuan's accolades, she remained skeptical. Oh, on your very first day, you apprehended a fugitive wanted for robbery and murder? Come now, is it truly that simple? Only you, Qin Chuan, were capable of such a feat? Thus, any justification Qin Chuan offered regarding his apprehensions of wanted criminals or the awards he received would merely provide Lu Yujie with further ammunition for her relentless assault. At that juncture, the focus would shift from questioning Qin Chuan's promotion to scrutinizing the entire meritocratic system within the Jiuling County Police. As Lu Yujie's questioning ceased, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Many in attendance perceived little wrong with her inquiry. Indeed, Qin Chuan's rapid rise raised eyebrows, transitioning from an unconfirmed rural officer to deputy chief of the county's criminal investigation team in merely 2 months seemed, to some, rather extraordinary. However, this promotion, when weighed against Qin Chuan's documented achievements, was scarcely remarkable. Had it not been for regulations prohibiting consecutive promotions, he might have been appointed as the legitimate chief, an authentic deputy at the sub-department level. Yet, the general public remained oblivious to these nuances. If this interview could clarify such matters, it would be beneficial. Nevertheless, Zhao Donglai and Xianguobin exchanged worried glances. Lu Yujie's question, ostensibly supportive of Qin Chuan, was, in truth, a dagger aimed at his very core. The remarkable nature of Qin Chuan's accomplishments was indeed staggering. In 2 months, he had apprehended numerous fugitives and dismantled a criminal operation at the Xinhai coal mine. When Zhao Donglai first encountered the report regarding Qin Chuan's promotion, disbelief coursed through him. What makes you so special, Qin Chuan? Why cannot others achieve similar feats? Yet, witnessing Qin Chuan's remarkable performance at the border had altered Zhao Donglai's perspective. He recognized that Qin Chuan was indeed formidable. Single-handedly vanquishing the Black Scorpion mercenaries, capturing the sniper King Fengshen who had defected for a decade, and rescuing a doomed undercover agent, Qin Chuan's prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, the public remained skeptical. Not only the populace, but even Zhao Donglai, without first-hand experience, found it hard to believe. On stage, Qin Chuan meticulously dissected Lu Yujie's inquiry. Had he still been the man he was before his rebirth, he would have undoubtedly fallen into her trap, recounting in detail his exploits from apprehending robbers in Changning Town to enumerating his many achievements. Under such circumstances, early confirmation and exceptional promotion would have been entirely justified. However, the reborn Qin Chuan was no longer an inexperienced rookie. A decade spent in prison had matured him significantly. Moreover, his ability to apprehend criminals was augmented by the evil eye system, a boon from his circumstances. Could he articulate this clearly, Lu Yujie would undoubtedly follow up with, how is it that a recent graduate can detect fugitives while seasoned detectives with decades of experience cannot? Are you a genius, or are the other officers in Jiuling County simply inept? At that point, any answer Qin Chuan provided would lead to his downfall, yet, not responding was equally untenable. Lu Yujie's apparent intent was to have Qin Chuan impart knowledge to other officers, but in reality, she was coercing him to clarify the reasons behind his promotion. Truly, she deserved her reputation as the star host of the provincial television station, having propelled her political inquiry program to the top of the ratings.
She was indeed formidable. So, how would Qin Chuan respond? Below, Zhang Xiaoyu observed the silent Qin Chuan on stage, her anxiety mounting. Why isn't he saying anything? This question from old lady has a full set of implications. If he doesn't clarify, people will suspect there are issues with Qin Chuan's promotion, Zhang Xiaoyu noted, only grasping the surface of Lu Yujie's inquiry without contemplating the deeper ramifications. Lin Yuding, however, perceived matters differently. Her upbringing and her parents' professional experiences had instilled in her a tendency to approach problems from a higher vantage point. Lu Yujie's question was nothing short of a lethal strike, and presently, it appeared insurmountable. Failure to respond would spell disaster for the interview. With dozens of media personnel present, a gag order would be ineffectual. Even if it were imposed, Qin Chuan's standing would be irreparably tarnished. To acknowledge the falsehood would be sheer nonsense in light of the widespread media coverage. To respond would risk ensnaring him in Lu Yujie's deeper trap, potentially shifting the scrutiny to the authenticity of the entire Xing'an City police system's merit evaluation. Even if subsequent investigations cleared him of wrongdoing, the negative repercussions would linger, as if nothing had ever transpired. Should Qin Chuan wish to continue his rapid ascent in the future, the difficulty would multiply exponentially. Indeed, it was not out of the realm of possibility that he could be sidelined entirely. Of course, Lin Yuding's concern stemmed from her lack of understanding of Qin Chuan's extraordinary performance at the border. Had she known the extent of his prowess, her worries would have dissipated. Strength, after all, is the most effective means of dismantling any conspiracy. So, how would Qin Chuan ultimately navigate this precarious situation? Chapter 87 of the interview scene. Director Zhao, if it comes to that, we should terminate the interview. Qian Guobin discerned the underlying motives at play. Lu Yujie, a public figure with considerable influence, posed a threat. Allowing her to succeed would yield dire consequences. Although such a course of action might unjustly burden Qin Chuan, it was preferable to ensnaring the Xing'an City Public Security Bureau in a scandal. It is still not too late to halt the interview now. If Qin Chuan were to finish recounting his achievements, then... Zhao Donlai pondered for a moment, casting a glance at the silent Qin Chuan on stage. He understood that Qin Chuan was likely considering the same, hence, the prolonged silence. In truth, he was eager to observe how Qin Chuan would navigate this predicament. However, as Qian Guobin feared, should Qin Chuan fall into the trap, it would be too late to intervene. Zhao Donlai sighed and nodded, "You go." But at that precise moment, Qin Chuan, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. This question is indeed quite easy to answer, but it requires the host's cooperation. Lu Yujie was taken aback that Qin Chuan had not immediately succumbed to her trap and even requested her compliance. Very well, she thought, I shall comply and show you. I have already posed my questions, the rest is beyond your control. Should you refuse to answer, your promotion will appear dubious. Should you answer, I shall demonstrate what it means to be the Queen of News. Director Zhao. Qian Guobin exclaimed anxiously. At this juncture, terminating the interview, although detrimental to Qin Chuan, would not have significant repercussions for him. It would merely prevent publicity. Promotions do not hinge upon such matters. Was Qin Chuan's merit genuine or otherwise unknown to him? Moreover, if Qin Chuan had connections, he might still be purposefully assigned to the Changning Town Police Station as an officer. However, if Qin Chuan's actions were to result in adverse effects for the Xing'an City Public Security Bureau, it would indeed become problematic. Zhao Donlai, observing the composed and confident Qin Chuan on stage, felt an increasing desire to witness how he would manage the situation. In policing, the ability to solve cases is certainly paramount. Yet, aspiring to leadership demands more than mere investigative prowess. Regarding Qin Chuan's future, the presence of Yang Jingguo from the provincial department, who had personally flown in by helicopter to meet him, clearly indicated the significance placed upon him. Furthermore, in a few months, as the year concludes, Yang Jingguo could very well advance further. With such a formidable backing, Qin Chuan's future appeared exceptionally promising. Wait. Interrupting Qian Guobin, Zhao Donlai sought to see how Qin Chuan would tackle what he perceived as an insurmountable problem. At that moment, Qin Chuan stood up. Strength, it is always the best means to dismantle malevolent schemes. If one does not yield, one must act. This is Qin Chuan's creed. Having faced death once, what is there to fear? Besides, he possessed a system, why should he cower or proceed cautiously? Thus, Qin Chuan intended to demonstrate to all that his merits were indeed authentic, and that his promotion was free from suspicion. The Eye of Sin, activated. Shanko Huizi, Sin value 198.10 years ago, she murdered Lu Yujie, a foreign student bearing a striking resemblance. After undergoing minor cosmetic surgery, she returned to the country, exploiting her identity as a television host to disseminate harmful rhetoric. This was the foundation of Qin Chuan's confidence. This Lu Yujie was nothing more than an impostor. Standing, Lu Yujie regarded Qin Chuan with an air of leisure. Officer Qin Chuan, may I ask how you would like me to cooperate? Qin Chuan smiled, very simply, please extend your hands as I have done. As he said this, he extended his hands outward. Lu Yujie followed suit. Is it like this? Qin Chuan nodded, affirming, precisely, that is correct. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone in the studio, Qin Chuan swiftly produced a pair of handcuffs from his waist. Click, they snapped securely around Lu Yujie's outstretched wrists. Host, my answer is, you are under arrest. Gasp, Lu Yujie's lips parted in shock, as if she had just swallowed something unexpected, and she instinctively gulped. You. Are you out of your mind? Handcuffing the host of the interview in front of so many people, the audience was equally astonished by Qin Chuan's audacity. Damn, Qian Guobin cursed under his breath. A throng of journalists, armed with cameras, nearly overloaded their shutters in a frenzy. An interview with an exemplary police officer had taken a stunning turn, with the interviewed officer handcuffing the host. This was monumental news. Although Zhao Donglai did not share Qin Guobin's shock, he too was left in a daze. He had wished to observe how Qin Chuan would handle the situation, yet he never anticipated that Qin Chuan would proceed to cuff her. If this were mishandled, it could spell disaster for the young man's career. Lu Yujie, glancing at the cold metal encircling her wrists, finally regained her composure. A surge of delight welled within her. Indeed, though youthful and somewhat clever, having discerned the implications behind her questions, he was still too impulsive. To handcuff her in front of such a multitude of media, accusing you of abuse of power would hardly be excessive. Originally, Lu Yujie had merely aimed to steer the narrative to undermine Qin Chuan's achievements. Now, however, her plans had shifted. This exemplary officer, once celebrated in the Linjiang provincial daily, had now been publicly accused of abusing his authority. Lu Yujie was determined that this matter would not be swept under the rug. She intended to seize this opportunity to launch a fierce critique of the functional systems. In the next episode of her dialogue segment, she would unearth examples of corruption and legal violations within their ranks, ensuring that the entire Linjiang provincial public security system would be thrown into disarray. With this thought, Lu Yujie turned her gaze toward Zhao Donglai in the audience. Director Zhao, is this the exemplary officer from Xing'an City? Handcuffing someone at will, how impressive indeed. Though Lu Yujie's tone remained light and her demeanor gentle, akin to when she had hosted the program moments ago, her underlying displeasure was unmistakable. At this juncture, Zhao Donglai had no choice but to rise. Faced with the multitude of reporters, he could not show favoritism toward Qin Chuan. MS.Lu, yet before he could finish, Qin Chuan stepped forward to salute. Report to the director, Lu Yujie is suspected of deliberate homicide. The evidence is irrefutable. I request the criminal investigation team to apprehend and investigate her. Homicide. Zhao Donglai's brow furrowed. Jian Guobin's expression shifted dramatically. Qin Chuan, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Qin Chuan faced Jian Guobin and saluted once more. He was fully aware of what he had stated. Report to team leader Qian, Lu Yujie is suspected of deliberate homicide. The evidence is irrefutable. Ha ha. Lu Yujie chuckled. Officer Qin Chuan, abusing your authority and making false accusations. Do you truly believe that just because you wear a badge, you are above the law? After saying this, Lu Yujie turned to the multitude of journalists present. Colleagues, today I was interviewing Officer Qin Chuan with the intent of amplifying the publicity through the provincial station S platform. However, I never anticipated that this officer Qin Chuan would, in the midst of the interview, unlawfully handcuff me. And furthermore, falsely accuse me of murder. Chapter 88. Qin Chuan's brilliance, capturing a spy during the interview. Director Zhao, I implore you to provide an explanation today, not just for me, but for the provincial television station, for the diligent media professionals, and for the vast audience that follows my program. The words echoed with a gravity that resonated with herself, the provincial station, the media personnel, and the audience at large. Each accolade was loftier than the last, a testament to her status as the star of the provincial station, effortlessly commanding the narrative. Yet, could Qin Chuan indulge her whims? With a resounding slap, the crisp sound reverberated as it struck Lu Yujie's face, simultaneously landing a blow on the hearts of all present. Zhao Donglai's expression shifted dramatically at the sight. Jian Guobin nearly leapt onto the stage in disbelief. My heavens, what are you thinking? You've already apprehended her, and now you're slapping her in front of so many people. This is not merely an abuse of power, it borders on violent enforcement. If this news breaks, not only will you lose your status as a model officer, but even your right to wear the uniform will be in jeopardy. Lu Yujie was momentarily taken aback by the slap. She could hardly believe that Qin Chuan would dare strike her in front of such a crowd, yet, Qin Chuan remained unfazed. He detested those who sought to orchestrate the narrative. Lu Yujie, or should I address you as Yamamoto Keiko? Do you truly believe that your actions have gone unnoticed? Yamamoto Keiko, Jian Guobin, who had been rushing towards the stage, halted abruptly. The others also cast puzzled glances at Qin Chuan. Yamamoto Keiko. Such a name was clearly not of Longwa origin. The color drained from Lu Yujie's face, her gaze fixed on Qin Chuan in shock. How did he know? It was impossible, absolutely impossible. She had lived in Longwa for a decade, and even her parents had not noticed anything amiss. How could he possibly be aware? What do you mean by Yamamoto Keiko? Don't think that by diverting attention, you can erase the fact that you struck me. Despite her identity being exposed, Lu Yujie quickly regained her composure, attempting to steer the conversation back on track. Very well, Yamamoto Keiko, 10 years ago, you murdered a student named Lu Yujie, who bore a striking resemblance to you, and then you assumed her identity to infiltrate the country. You have utilized your position as a television host to corrupt and manipulate 3 officials and 4 researchers. You have transmitted classified information 19 times. Prove you are Lu Yujie? It is simple, just conduct a DNA test with your parents, and the truth will be revealed. Yamamoto Keiko was utterly bewildered. Some details of her actions were known only to her, and even her superiors were unaware. How could Qin Chuan possess such knowledge? Moreover, as he had stated, a mere DNA comparison would swiftly clarify her true identity. Although it was a coincidence that both she and the real Lu Yujie shared the same blood type, DNA could not be fabricated. If the truth were uncovered, Yamamoto Keiko collapsed to the ground, her spirit seemingly extinguished. As Qin Chuan's words resonated, the crowd comprehended the gravity of the situation. The woman before them, purportedly Lu Yujie, was, in fact, a foreign spy named Yamamoto Keiko.
Incredible, having infiltrated for years, transmitting information 19 times, and controlling 7 individuals. Observing the now crumpled figure on the ground, pale and incredulous, everyone recognized the truth in Qin Chuan's assertions.
In the audience, Zhang Xiaoyu sat with her mouth agape. Wait, the old woman is a spy?
Lin Yuding and Qin Chuan, who had been apprehensive for Qin Chuan moments earlier, now felt a wave of relief wash over them. Qin Chuan crossed her arms, seizing the opportunity to support her heavy burden. Yeah, you scared me to death. Lin Yuding exhaled deeply. It was no wonder Qin Chuan had acted so boldly. He had known she was a spy all along. Someone, take this individual away for immediate blood sampling, contact Lin City to collect DNA information from Lu Yujie's parents for comparison, Qian Guobin instructed the staff as he ascended the stage. He then turned to the other reporters. As you have witnessed, this Lu Yujie, or rather Yamamoto Keiko, is suspected of murder, theft of state secrets, and is likely a foreign spy.
This case is classified. I urge you to delete all recordings and photographs taken thus far. We shall restart this interview session.
The 20-odd media reporters present had never encountered such a scene, yet given Lu Yujie's demeanor, they surmised the truth. Thus, they hastily deleted any footage or images captured, for who would dare retain evidence of a spy? Each individual erased the content without hesitation. Moreover, someone proposed, let us bring in professionals for inspection.
That way, we will all feel assured.
If any photographs from today were to leak, who would bear the responsibility? It was best to ensure everything was thoroughly checked. As they busied themselves deleting footage and arranging for inspections, the Yingshan City television station was simultaneously preparing to restart its interview segment, this time with Zhang Xiaoyu taking the lead. It had already been predetermined that she would host.
It's you? Qin Chuan was taken aback to discover that Zhang Xiaoyu was the owner of the BMW he had summoned during the rainforest operation. Why, can't it be me?
No, I merely find it a bit coincidental.
Then treat me to a meal.
That studentess photo was also captured by me. Qin Chuan realized that the photo of him leaping from a building to save Jiang Shui had also been taken by her.
Alright, I shall definitely treat you to a meal.
With their prior acquaintance and shared experiences, the subsequent interview proceeded smoothly, with one following the script to pose questions while the other provided answers. Their expressions appeared natural, as if engaged in casual conversation, resulting in a seamless process devoid of the need for reshoots. 2 hours later, the interview concluded successfully. Qian Guobin also received the DNA test results from Lin City regarding Lu Yujie's parents. Director Zhao, here are the comparison results. Zhao Donglai took the report from Qian Guobin, flipping straight to the last page.
Confirmed. No blood relation.
Excellent. Zhao Donglai maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, while internally he rejoiced triumphantly. Qian Guobin gazed at Qin Chuan, who had just completed the interview, with a look of complex admiration. This young man had always been unconventional in his methods, yet, during his visit to Changning Town, he had clashed head-on with the captain of the local security team. Ultimately, through DNA analysis of the skeletal remains, the truth of Zhao Juanhao's crime was unveiled. Now, he had confronted the star of the provincial station, handcuffed her during an interview, and even slapped her. In the end, it was confirmed that she was indeed a spy. This young man was truly remarkable, merely conducting an interview, and he managed to apprehend a spy who had been lurking for a decade. Old Qian, please escort him to my office shortly.
With that, Zhao Donglai departed, eager to report the spy case to the provincial department. He needed to organize a rapid investigation to ensure the entire network of spies was apprehended. Following the conclusion of the interview, Qin Chuan was whisked away by Qian Guobin before he could bid farewell to Lin Yuding and Qin Chuan. Chuxia, do you think he and I make a good match?
Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly inquired, gazing at the departing police vehicle. Chapter 89 of The Culprit. It turns out to be him. Qin Chuan was taken aback by Zhang Xiaoyu's words.
Xiaoyu, have you taken a liking to him? Indeed, I've developed feelings for him.
It seems that the moment he jumped off the building to save someone in Julin County, I was smitten.
A gentle smile appeared on Zhang Xiaoyu's face, as if lost in reminiscence.
Qin Chuan pouted, suddenly feeling rather uncomfortable, akin to discovering that a cherished toy had been coveted by another. She retorted, what is so great about him? Isn't this a bit hasty? Qin Chuan is quite handsome. Just as Qin Chuan was about to counter, she opened her mouth and said, he is indeed handsome, but what use is it if a man is merely good-looking? Zhang Xiaoyu's tone was resolute, but he is not only handsome. In just 3 months on the job, he has apprehended over 20 fugitives, rising from a mere local police officer to the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team. He has been awarded a second-class merit and a third-class merit.
Do you remember a few nights ago when he commandeered my car?
Qin Chuan nodded, recalling how Zhang Xiaoyu had called her that night to discuss the incident for half an hour. I only realized the next day that he was chasing down fugitives, capturing many evildoers at the border. And he even risked his life to jump off a building to save that student. In her quest to interview Qin Chuan, Zhang Xiaoyu had meticulously studied every one of his exploits. The deeper her research went, the more captivated she became by Qin Chuan. Could an ordinary policeman truly achieve such feats? Not to mention, how did he know that Lu Yujie was a spy during the interview? Qin Chuan's lips curled into a pout. Qin Chuan indeed seemed to be quite remarkable.
But, senior sister, surely you can't fall for him over such trivial matters? Zhang Xiaoyu chuckled, is this not enough?
Standing behind Qin Chuan, Lin Yuding had remained silent, yet the light in her eyes grew ever brighter. It had been 4 years since they last met, and Qin Chuan had undeniably changed. However, what left the deepest impression on Lin Yuding was that night in Julin County. The moment Qin Chuan kicked Song Yaozong and handcuffed him, her lips curled into a cryptic smile as she reached for her phone. She then composed a message, "Dinner with me at 6 p.m. Moments later, a reply arrived, "At your service, Miss Lin." In Zhao Donlai's office, within the entire Xing'an City Public Security Bureau, the only individuals who could prompt Zhao Donlai to personally serve tea were the political commissar and the newly appointed Qian Guobin. At this moment, there was one more person. "Thank you, Director." Qin Chuan stood, taking the teacup with both hands, expressing his gratitude profusely. As the esteemed director of the Xing'an City Public Security Bureau and a member of the municipal committee poured tea for him, Qin Chuan naturally felt compelled to exhibit utmost respect.
"Try this pre-rain Longjing tea."
"Yes, Director." Qin Chuan set down the teacup and saluted sharply. When a leader is courteous, one must not take it lightly, proper respect must be upheld.
"Don't be so formal, sit down."
However, Chen Guobin appeared somewhat astonished. He had been yearning for Zhao Donlai's pre-rain Longjing tea for half a year. He hadn't expected it to be opened for Qin Chuan. "Qin, this tea is Zhao's favorite. I've asked for it several times, but he never offered it to me."
Qin Chuan was taken aback.
Chen Guobin's remark implied that Zhao Donlai had withheld this tea from him, yet he opened it for Qin Chuan. Of course, Chen Guobin's surface meaning was not one of jealousy but rather an indication of Zhao Donlai's regard for Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan promptly rose again, saluting, "Thank you, Director Zhao." He uttered only this phrase, not commenting on how exquisite the tea was, for he was not well versed in tea. He refrained from excessive displays of loyalty. At this juncture, it was prudent to listen more and speak less. Chen Guobin's intention was not to give Qin Chuan the opportunity to speak, he merely wished for Qin Chuan to understand Zhao Donlai's esteem for him. After all, Zhao Donlai himself could not extol the virtues of his own tea. Chen Guobin merely conveyed what Zhao Donlai could not say outright. Once this was communicated, Qin Chuan comprehended the underlying message, and the objective was achieved.
"Qin, do relax, take a seat." Indeed, Zhao Donlai did not continue to elaborate further. "How is your work in Julin County?"
Report to Director Zhao. The working environment in Julin County is excellent, and Director Zhou is very supportive of my efforts.
"An excellent working environment?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Donlai's lips twitched slightly. A top graduate from the police academy was assigned to a mere township police station. Could this truly be deemed an excellent working environment? "Qin, are you familiar with political commissar Jiang?"
Chen Guobin, sensing that Qin Chuan might not know who Jiang was, clarified, "He is the principal of your police academy and our political commissar at the Xing'an City Public Security Bureau."
Qin Chuan quickly understood.
Zhao Donlai was referring to Jiang Jingyi. Report to Director Zhao. I do not know political commissar Jiang. Zhao Donlai cast a glance at Qin Chuan. That's peculiar. The arrangement for your post-graduation assignment was personally made by political commissar Jiang. As far as I know, political commissar Jiang instructed the deputy director of the County Public Security Bureau, Lin Hu, to specifically assign you to the Changning Town Police Station for training. I assumed you knew political commissar Jiang. Qin Chuan's expression was one of bewilderment, a flicker of confusion in his eyes.
Zhao Donlai's implication was quite clear. The reason he had not remained in Xing'an City after graduation was due to Jiang Jingyi's intervention, yet he truly did not know Jiang Jingyi. After all, Jiang was a prominent political commissar in principle, while he was merely a student. "Thank you for your concern, Director Zhao, but I genuinely do not know political commissar Jiang." Perhaps he simply saw my good grades and thought it beneficial for me to gain some experience at the grassroots level, enabling me to better serve the people in the future. Qin Chuan's words conveyed two meanings.
Firstly, he comprehended Zhao Donlai's implication. Until now, he had been unaware of why he was assigned to work in Changning Town, and now, he had finally traced the roots back to the involvement of the police academy principal and political commissar Jiang Jingyi. Secondly, he informed Zhao Donlai that he was unfamiliar with Jiang Jingyi and did not understand why someone of his stature would intercede on behalf of a mere student. As for the notion of gaining experience, that was mere pretense. A township police station, devoid of cases and resources, rendered a person ineffective. Wasn't that precisely what had hindered Qin Chuan for a decade in his previous life? Zhao Donlai nodded. Political commissar Jiang enjoys promoting his juniors. Perhaps he genuinely aimed to provide you with further opportunities for growth.
Moreover, judging by the results, your training has indeed proven effective.
However, the social security situation in Julin County is not particularly optimistic.
You must pay attention to your methods while working there.
Additionally, if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call me or report to Captain Qian.
If you wish to return, the work in the criminal investigation team should also suit you. Thank you, Director Zhao.
Rest assured, I will work diligently. Subsequently, Zhao Donlai inquired about Qin Chuan's family matters, and within less than an hour, Chen Guobin let him out. Chapter 90 Lin Yuding's private invitation for a drink. Chenji, Director Zhao just mentioned the security situation in Julin County. Qian Guobin glanced at Qin Chuan with a hint of surprise. Did you catch that? Qin Chuan offered a wry smile. Whether a county's security environment is commendable or not is hardly something that should concern me as the deputy captain of the criminal police team. Director Zhao must have his reasons for bringing this up with me, he continued. The night before last, when the county mayor and the secretary of the county committee visited your criminal police team to request a second-class merit, Mayor Chen Mingguan paid a visit to Director Zhao. Qin Chuan was aware of this event. Previously, he had wagered with the secretary of the county political and legal affairs committee, Zhou Mingyi, to secure a second-class merit for his criminal police team.
The commendation documents were soon to be issued. Mayor Chen Mingguang was once an underling of Director Zhao. His return now suggests he is seeking assistance. Yes, Jilin County has experienced sluggish economic development in recent years, largely due to its poor business environment and rampant criminal activities, which deter outside investors from entering. If Chen Mingguang wishes to make a mark in Jilin County, he must first cleanse the county of its security issues. The foremost task is to combat the local criminal forces. Qin Chuan had a vague recollection of this matter. In his previous life, Jilin County had indeed launched a special crackdown operation, though he believed it had taken place 3 or 4 years later. However, by the time Chen Mingguang initiated this operation, he had already become the secretary of the county committee. Director Zhao has already agreed to assist Chen Mingguang, and as the deputy captain of the criminal police team, your future workload will be substantial. Thus, Director Zhao's conversation with you was not only to make your acquaintance but to discuss this matter. Understanding dawned on him. Rest assured, Chen Ji, I shall commence preparations immediately upon my return to ensure the task is completed. Splendid, you're audacious and diligent. Should you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to call me. Understood. Additionally, there are 2 surprises awaiting you upon your return. Genji, I shall keep you in suspense. You will find out on Monday. After departing from the Xing'an City Public Security Bureau, Qin Chuan made his way directly to the hospital. Liu Tao, who had sustained severe injuries, had finally emerged from the danger zone. Qin Chuan wanted to pay him a visit. As a police officer, one is not afraid of injury. As long as one survives, the merit is assured. Liu Tao was bound to receive at least a second-class personal merit for this incident. However, the case involving the notorious ghost seer was primarily under the jurisdiction of the Linzhou Public Security Bureau, and the related merit procedures would need to be submitted by them to the provincial department before any documents could be issued. As for Qin Chuan, Chen Guobin had just mentioned that he would receive at least a first-class personal merit. While still alive, Liu Tao's recovery was progressing well, and after chatting with him for a while, the afternoon had slipped away. Remembering a certain someone's message, Qin Chuan checked the time and decided to leave the hospital. Wang Po's Hunan restaurant was located in an alley behind Xing'an City No. 1 High School. During his school days, he often came here to dine with Lin Yuding. Lin Yuding had transferred here years ago due to her father's job relocation. Later, she moved to the capital when her father was reassigned again. There, upon arriving, Qin Chuan found Lin Yuding already there. Unlike in the morning, she had changed into a light pink dress, accentuating her graceful figure. I just visited Liu Tao and arrived a little late. Liu Tao, the chubby kid? What happened to him? Lin Yuding had few friends during high school, and some she couldn't even name. She wasn't particularly close to Liu Tao, which was why he hadn't been invited to this gathering. Even if he had, he wouldn't have been able to attend. Indeed, he is now working at the police station. He was injured a couple of days ago but has just come out of the danger period. Qin Chuan unwrapped a white porcelain bowl encased in plastic and poured hot water into it for Lin Yuding. What about Chu Xia? Isn't she coming? In Qin Chuan's memory, Lin Yuding and Shen Chuxia were typically inseparable, rarely acting independently. A flicker of panic crossed Lin Yuding's eyes but was quickly concealed as she changed her tone. What, if she is not here, you won't dine with me? Don't be ridiculous. I'd rather she not be here. Why is that? Fewer competitors for the meat. Be careful I don't tell Chu Xia the 2 ordered the restaurant's signature dishes, which had been their favorites during high school. Shall we have some? When the food arrived, Lin Yuding gestured towards the beer on the bar. Why not? Qin Chuan was unperturbed by this. Boss, a case of beer, half chilled and half at room temperature. He also ordered some skewers from the barbecue shop next door. Beer paired with barbecue is universally appealing. Cheers. This was the first time in both his past and present lives that Qin Chuan had dined alone with Lin Yuding. He had expected some awkwardness, but as they began to drink, the familiar comfort returned. What is going on with your girlfriend? Lin Yuding filled Qin Chuan's glass with beer, seemingly casually inquiring. What is there to say? Back in university, you all weren't around. Should I have remained single? Lin Yuding laughed. So, you mean to say that we should have been by your side so you could pursue both of us? Not a chance. If I had the opportunity, I'd definitely give it a shot. Qin Chuan spoke from the heart. With Lin Yuding and Shen Chuxia's stature, appearance, and backgrounds, it would be foolish not to pursue them. However, one must also possess self-awareness. Pursuing the impossible is merely folly. Lin Yuding's eyes twinkled mischievously. So, between Chu Xia and me, who would you pursue? First her, then you. Lin Yuding, suddenly feeling exasperated, she realized this rascal intended to court both. Why pursue her first and then me? She is easier to pursue, you're more challenging. Why is that? She is from a wealthy family. You have power. Lin Yuding a humph. Lin Yuding pouted. Well then, if you have the guts, go directly for me. Chu Xia can't handle your antics. Qin Chuan declared he was unafraid. However, while joking was one thing, what if he took it too seriously? Join us for shopping tomorrow morning. Is that appropriate? Qin Chuan shook his head. Zhang Xiaoyu has invited me to lunch tomorrow. Qin Chuan had a favorable impression of Zhang Xiaoyu, who had interviewed him. After their interview, they exchanged numbers and arranged to meet for lunch the next morning. A glint of danger flashed in Lin Yuding's eyes. This woman was quick to act. I'm heading back to the capital with Chu Xia tomorrow at noon. Won't you spend some time with us? Leaving at noon in Qimim, after pondering for a moment, Qin Chuan realized that he could reschedule his lunch with Zhang Xiaoyu. However, the 2 women wouldn't be around for long. Alright, I'll cancel with her and accompany you for shopping tomorrow. Now that's more like it. Let me treat you to some rabbit meat. Meanwhile, did either of you see Yaya, Shen Chuxia, who had just gotten out of bed, suddenly realized Lin Yuding was missing? Chapter 91 of the matter of our dining together must not be revealed to Chuxia. The duo of Hanga shook their heads, indicating their ignorance. Lin Jingyu inquired, did you not go to the television station? Originally, they were supposed to closely guard the 2 women, but the television station was no trivial venue.
They expressed their disinterest in the interview with Qin Chuan, as watching other men show off was hardly their pastime. When we returned from shopping around 5 o'clock, she mentioned feeling a bit fatigued and went to her room to rest. How is it that she vanished the moment she got up? The expressions of Henga changed. They were entrusted with the protection of the two women, yet they had barely seen one of them. Quickly, make a phone call. Lin Jingyu immediately dialed his sister's number. Ring, ring, the cheerful ringtone resonated from the elevator entrance. Lin Yuding emerged from the elevator, raising her phone, looking for me. The three felt a wave of relief upon seeing Lin Yuding. The security situation in Xing'an City seemed to have deteriorated over the past 2 years. While dining in Julin County, they had nearly been harassed. In Xing'an City, there were also individuals attempting to buy drinks for the two women. Had it not been for Qin Chuan's intervention on those 2 occasions, who could say how much trouble they might have encountered? Of course, Qin Chuan's actions had not gone unnoticed, especially the second time, when gunfire had erupted. Where have you been? I just checked your place and found you missing. Qin Chuan approached, linking her arm with Lin Yuding's, expressing concern. A flicker of panic crossed Lin Yuding's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Oh, it was nothing much, just went downstairs for a stroll. Really? Qin Chuan felt that something was amiss, yet was unable to articulate what it was. Really, why would I lie to you? By the way, I just called Qin Chuan and asked him to accompany us shopping tomorrow. What do you think? To weave a half-truth, she thought it best. Indeed, upon hearing this, Qin Chuan's attention was immediately diverted. Really? If I were lying, then Qin Chuan is a little dog. A sneeze. Qin Chuan, who had just hailed a cab downstairs, suddenly sneezed. Who is mentioning me? Shaking his head, he instructed the driver to Jiahiyuan community. Lin Yuding and Qin Chuan proceeded hand in hand to the living room of the suite, leaving Henga behind. Yang Jingchen nudged Lin Jingyu, who was standing by the window. What are you staring at? Fancy some late-night snacks? Retrieving his gaze from outside, Lin Jingyu furrowed his brow. The person downstairs felt so familiar. His mother was recovering smoothly, and Qin Chuan was preparing to return to Julin County the following evening. Opening the system, he noted that he had captured the elusive Yamaguchi Keiko today, earning 198 points of virtue and vice. With the original balance of 3 points, he had just accumulated 200 points. System lottery. This time, Qin Chuan opted not to purchase skills from the shop. With 200 points of virtue and vice, he could only buy a single designated beginner skill. Since there were no pressing skills he required, he decided to try his luck at the lottery, which would allow him to acquire 2 skills. Of course, obtaining items would be even better. The last time he had drawn the charge needle, it had proven invaluable at a crucial moment. Without that item, the leader of the Black Scorpions, Carter, might have crossed the border at the last moment. In his mind, the colorful wheel spun. Stop. The red pointer ultimately settled in the blue zone. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the skill, beginner lockpicking. The beginner lockpicking skill enabled the opening of all small mechanical locks within 3 breaths. Subsequently, a wealth of knowledge regarding lockpicking flooded into Qin Chuan's mind. Moments later, he regained clarity regarding the beginner lockpicking skill. This skill was applicable only to mechanical locks, based on security prevention levels. Ordinary household mechanical locks were classified into A, B, and C grades. Among them, Grade A had the shortest opening time, making it the easiest to unlock, while Grade C offered the highest protection. With this skill, Qin Chuan could unlock a Grade C mechanical lock within 3 breaths and a Grade A lock within a single breath. For instance, the handcuffs he placed on a suspect could be undone by him in just 1 breath. Continue the lottery. The wheel spun again. Stop. Finally, the red lottery pointer landed in the black zone. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the item, charge needle. A look of delight spread across Qin Chuan's face. He had drawn the charge needle once more. Excellent, he would keep it. It might come in handy at some unforeseen moment. After the lottery concluded, the balance of virtue and vice in Qin Chuan's system returned to 0. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to return to Julin County. There were plenty of big fish waiting for him there. Capturing individuals would yield virtue and vice points, which could then be used for lottery draws to acquire skills. With skills, his strength would increase, enabling him to solve more cases. The more cases he resolved, the more accomplishments he could achieve. With numerous accomplishments, he could be promoted and tackle even more formidable criminals. It was a virtuous cycle. After a restful sleep, Qin Chuan prepared breakfast for his mother before heading to Yoha Mall. He had promised to accompany Lin Yuding and Qin Chuan shopping today, and he could not go back on his word. He had already declined the dining invitation from Zhang Xiaoyu early that morning. Humph, observing Qin Chuan leisurely enjoying the company of beautiful women ahead, Hengda couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. I suddenly have an urge to file a complaint. Yang Jingchen gritted his teeth. Lin Jingyu nodded in agreement. They had received strict orders from the 2 women to follow along but to maintain a distance of 100 meters from Qin Chuan. In truth, Qin Chuan had already noticed the 2 trailing behind him. However, he paid them no mind and did not take the initiative to greet them. The 2 clearly appeared to be wealthy young masters from the capital. As a mere county police officer, he would undoubtedly be looked down upon by them. Even though he had saved them twice, the reality was that when the disparity in status between individuals is vast, the lower status party's assistance is often taken for granted. As for the relationship between the 2 and Lin Yuding and Qin Chuan, Qin Chuan did not need to guess. They were either relatives or suitors. Wow, this doll is so adorable. Qin Chuan ran into a store upon spotting a claw machine. Lin Yuding naturally linked her arm with Qin Chuan's and followed her inside. Once in the store, she unconsciously released his arm. Qin Chuan, catch it. Not a problem, just watch me. 10 minutes later, Henge each carried 3 to 5 dolls, feeling dejected as they trailed behind. At noon, the three enjoyed a meal at KFC. However, all good things must come to an end.
Qin Chuan, remember us.
Shinshusha's large eyes glistened with tears as she opened her arms, allowing Qin Chuan to experience what it felt like to be enveloped by her curvaceous figure. By the way, be cautious of my senior sister.
Who?
The one who interviewed you, Zhang Xiaoyu. I must warn you, she's quite fierce and not suitable for you.
Qin Chuan chuckled bitterly. Rest assured, a prominent provincial newspaper reporter like her could never take an interest in someone like me.
Lin Yuting similarly stepped forward, gazing silently at Qin Chuan. After a moment, she opened her arms. Qin Chuan naturally embraced her, albeit only giving a light pat on Lin Yuting's back. Seizing the opportunity, she leaned in and whispered in Qin Chuan's ear, "About last night's dinner, please don't tell Chusha." Upon finishing, Lin Yuting released her hold on Qin Chuan, her smile radiant as she added, "Chusha is right.
Zhang Xiaoyu is not suitable for you."
Qin Chuan scratched his nose, pondering the implications of Lin Yuting's earlier words. But what did she mean? Why was she hiding her dinner with him from Chusha? Watching as the BMW carrying the two women drove away, Qin Chuan stood in place for a moment before exhaling deeply. In his previous life, he had not seen Lin Yuting and Chusha for 20 years. To his astonishment, in this rebirth, he had forged so many connections. Moreover, what did Lin Yuting's whispered words imply? Why conceal their dinner from Chusha?